11. I'm so excited. It's group stages. It's day one. It is the best time of the year.
There's Slark. He's in, though. He's onto Arteezy. BK beat up his Quid, but he's dying so fast. He's almost dead already. Down he goes. The arena not up in time. Static Storm at least might allow him to catch Arteezy here. He's still silenced up, but he's still fighting by. Gets the 4-step off. Gets the Sunder now as he continues to eat alive. The rest of Soniqs retreating back into their base, but they're going to throw in the towel. This one's over, Pi.
They made it look so easy.
They're still holding that BKB on Somnus to the hook shot, going into the duel, but we'll throw back here now as Somnus stuck in the middle of everything. His Snapfire Kisses doing so much damage on the losing box. They lose Insane, but the Atu trying to run away cannot manage to get out of all of the damage. And they call GG. Team Liquid realizing that RNG is just too powerful with this momentum.
Scardy's going to be pretty huge.
Again,
though.
a toss into a stun. They get the Hex, but the attribute shift. This goddamn Aghanim shot on the Morphling. Why did you give it to him? Why did you change the Ag shot? This hero is so done with it now, and you see LGD have no answers to it. Without the chrono, it's just up to the right clicks, but Army just crumbles under the damage. As a core, it looks like they might have done it. A die back onto Y. All 5 are gone.
OG could go for the killing blow here if they want to buy back on Invoker. It's a, a small risk to it, but Boomer forcing this.
He's going to need it. Amar's in with a 3-man stun. They've killed off Yopaj. No buyback, dead for 2 minutes, and Terrorblade just evaporates under the damage that OG bring. They've got every kill they needed
it's
now.
Over.
The buyback victory won by OG in this back and forth game.
How on earth can they hold from this position? Tier 4s are falling. There's a Primal Roar just for posterity's sake, but it's not really gonna matter. Hex up though. Okay, Ace is gonna die. He has buyback though. Soneko dies as well. Here comes Diraicho inside of the fountain. Tahak is gonna die. Diraicho fountain farming them. He gets a triple kill. Doesn't even lose half of his HP in the process. And with all of Betboom being dead, all their hopes being shattered, they will throw in the towel, call GG, and grant Gaming Gladiators the win in game number 2.
But can they even kill him the first time becomes the question with the haster, and he's off and away, and he's going to be able to turn and fight. In fact, Rezo, he's being dismembered. Crystallis trying to fight through this one. They do drop the Doom here onto Picaz as they get through the Lincoln Sphere. Crystallis now on the Rickham. I think it catches 4 heroes, all 5 even. The fight's been split. Nisha's starting to tear him apart. Zayt's as well, the 2-man Echo, but they're going to lose Crystallis. Nisha is all out of remnants here, and that was only the first light for Dark Mago. He's doing what he can from the side, but it's just not enough, and they cancel his TP with the bolt. Picaz now has Blink, has Heart, has Dismember, and it's still a full wipe for as well as that fight looked for Secret Thunder. Will clean up all 5.
Doing an excellent job of just dodging. They do have the sentry over here on the side. Oh, a little bit of click, revealing that they know that Yatro's there. A little bit of a split fight here as Yatro is separated, so the Aegis will go down. DJ, though, next to fall. Exorcism getting popped immediately over here on Jebs. BKB from Raven. Nice Arena coming through from Collapse, but it's not going to be enough to keep Yatro alive as he just absolutely melts. Collapse realizing he's got to get out of here. He's got to get out of here fast. He cannot do it. The Dream Coil gets used. He is going to fall.
Trying to get the jump in there. Know that BKB was used prior on K1, so they want to try and commit to deal with this Sven. Static Storm's going to be laid down as well with a long Requiem, but it's just there's no synergy at the moment. Their spells have been casted, but not perfectly executed. Toby is going to try and get the Meteor combo out, but C-Small in a position where he can just protect K1, and this should be all she wrote. They wanted one last team fight, one last ride, but Beast Coast being able to tie up the series 1-1, a really, really convincing game 2 from them.
Because I'm guessing they'll just go throne here, right? Yeah.
Looks like it. LGD Putting the
he's going
wave
in for
there.
the
He's
creeps. Two more
almost
creeps.
nuked the wave, and the coil's going to connect
Side though.
onto 3. Oh, but he's been caught. And Hex, he has Aegis, though, but no buyback. This is almost truly it for LGD here. 2 seconds to respawn, but
Oh,
the Chrono
beautiful.
awaits him. Arteezy mercilessly makes the jump, and even though I think there was an Andis active in there, hold on, he's still alive. Can he get out? No. Creeps, though, are about to kick in this back door as Ame makes the jump in. Okay, that might be something on Arteezy. The Chain Frost might falls in with the BKB, and he's caught Ame with this one. Arteezy back into the fight. Chain Frost bouncing around, but not doing enough. Ame throws his body on the line, trying to stop this game from ending, but EG, it's just a bit too much. Arteezy now with the Chrono in the fountain, and that's all 5 dead, and that's GG. Well played.
Jump in, pulverize instantly, half HP on KP. The follow-up with the Hex enables the kill. Backline's being stabbed at, but Baboka, the only one that can take Monet, cannot be killed twice. That's the problem. Will at least get out with the spirits. Buyback is forced out of KP. Now you haven't got a leg to stand on. The Rack's likely to go down here. The only thing slowing it down is the Wraith backdoor.
Drow Ranger getting a little bit low. Again, he has an Aegis, though, like a cloud is running in. It's like, please, I just want to hug you. Hug of death. It's going to be his death. Pulverize in the back. GG. That's it. Master will take
a
him
hug
on.
filled with tears.
Team Aster victory.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of TI11 group stages. This is a very exciting time. Everybody loves this time of year and it's a very particularly scary one because we actually do have eliminations coming out of groups this time. But I'm joined with the wonderful Waga Mama. Waga, how you doing over there?
I'm doing great. I'm honestly a little bit anxious right now because I want to see all the Dota and I can't see it until after group stage is over, going back and reviewing more of the matches, finding out exactly what happened, because when you're casting we're only able to really follow one line of the games, but there are, like you said yesterday, 50 games in a day. There are so many games being played here.
Were there any that really stood out to you? I think the big one for me was hearing that Hokure took something off of, they took a game off of PSG LGD, which I think a lot of people did not rate very highly at the time.
Yeah, that was very impressive. I think the biggest surprise to me is that EG finished the first day with 3 wins and no loss, and they're top of the group. I think that was EG are a strong team, but you don't necessarily expect them to go completely clean here on day 1. But, it's day 2. Anything can happen now. We'll see how the teams are going to go into this second day of the group.
We have so much Dota going on, but we do have a schedule if you want to see what's going to be coming up here on this stream. We starting off the day off with Talon versus Team Spirit. That's a team that Waga and I luckily have been able to follow quite a bit so far. That should be very exciting. Then we have Royal Never Give Up versus Soniqs. That comes right after. TSM FTX versus Team Spirit. And then we'll hand it off. I believe we're handing it off to Snare and Fluke. They'll be casting Royal Never Give Up versus Game and Gladiators. And then finally, at the end of the night, Fnatic versus Entity. So lots of amazing games. And I believe we can also take a look at the standings because it has been a very interesting just sort of group stage, especially with Group B. Group B had a lot of splits going on where they went 1-1, but we are seeing, some of these teams reaching the top here. Do any of these surprise you at all?
I mean, for me, there's probably like I said, the big surprise is EG, but over that, I would have expected LGD to do better overall, seeing them be 2 and 4. It's just not what you expect from LGD at TI group stage. And over on the side of Group B, I would have expected the Entity to be stronger here in day 1. They had a bad showing at 1 and 3, but they will, of course, have chances to play more today. Team Spirit, though, looking in form, we follow them, like you said. We watched both their games yesterday, and we get to watch them today as well here, as they're going to start out against Talon. And Talon, they're at 1 and 3 now. They need to pull a win, you need to start getting more wins into your stats here, but they're up against Team Spirit. That is not the easy win coming up.
No, especially not with the way that Team Spirit has been playing. We've seen some really crazy matches. I think the big surprise to me too, and I'm hoping that this might, change a bit, is the Southeast Asian teams currently sitting very low towards the bottom. And considering that this is a Southeast Asian TI, I'm sure they would love to, not get eliminated and get the chance to hear those crowds screaming their names.
Yeah, you better hope so. For the region, they have some extra stuff at stake here, as they are representing their region, and yeah, all the other teams. This is the first time they traveled to TI in Singapore in the C region. This is a big thing for all the fans over there who are able to watch it at good hours.
Well, like we said though, Wog and I have been following a lot of the teams throughout this qualifier, the group stage. We're out of qualifiers at this point. And one of those teams is, of course, Team Spirit. So let's take a look at their intro.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they're looking very great right now. Yesterday, they were playing some fantastic Dota. The supports I was highlighting, Miposhka, we see him there, and Mira as well. Like they were just delivering some really good positioning overall, and understanding of how to play the calm stages of the game, let's say. And create an area of safety for their cores. And as a result, we saw all their cores shining a lot as well in the game. But I think truly the pillars in this team are the two support players, just generating that safety. Miposhka is just waking up here.
I absolutely agree, especially, we saw Mira moving around the map in one of the games. I think, what was that? Was that the Nyx Assassin game that he played? We saw Miposhka, though, especially popping off with the Enchantress. This is one of those heroes that, provides very strong laning, but then on top of everything else, will provide very good harass and can do a decent amount of damage. I think that was pretty surprising with the position 5 ending up with multiple kills, not something you typically see in some of these games.
Sometimes all you need is a Hurricane Pike if you're Enchantress, and suddenly you can kill core heroes like it's nothing. He was dishing out tremendous damage. As we see the players are getting ready there, we're still waiting to get Mira into the game. Everyone else seems to be ready. But yeah, if Team Spirit play like they did yesterday, I think Talon have a tall order here in order to take them out. It's going to be a difficult one for them.
Well, let's take a look and go and see the players here on Talon. We have an intro for them as well. And I think what's going to be a little challenging for these guys is that despite the fact that Makoto still rank 1 in SCA, by the way, which is very impressive considering all of this pro talent making their way into this region, they do tend to play a lot slower. They tend to be a little bit more of the 4 protect 1 sort of thing, and it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge, I think, going up against Spirit, who play incredibly fast when they get to those item timings.
Talon have a cool mix. I mean, they have very, very high MMR individual players. Like 23 Savage was the first ever 12k MMR player in the world. He made a very quick grind as well from 10k to 11k back when he hit those numbers. But first 12k in the world, and you also have a lot of experience in this team. I mean, you got KP, he's been second place TI back on Newbie when they played over, and they lost to Team Liquid. That was the year of Kuroki taking the win. But you have a nice mix there between experienced players who have played a lot of LAN events, and you also have extremely high MMR, like individuals who can perform very well mechanically.
Now, I haven't had a lot of chance to watch Talon games, but assuming, the fact that they've made it all the way here to TI, is this a team that's going to be able to adjust very quickly? Do you think that they're going to be able to kind of shift around that style to play faster? Because I feel like a lot of the dominant teams currently are teams that are able to hit a certain momentum and then just close out the game before they're able to, give any quarter to their enemies.
I think it's a good point. I think a lot of teams here, the importance is understanding how to break what is popular right now and find the way to sort of break the current meta. I mean, we've seen so much of this. Undying and Primal Beast being picked a lot, and like early tanky drafts overall. But teams are coming up with the curious ways to deal with it, and I think Talon, they certainly have everything they need in order to be able to make the adjustments like any other team here. But sitting at 1 and 3 right now, they kind of need to start delivering, and Spirits is not really a team they're expected to win against, but if they could pull a win here, it would be big for them.
And I think this has been an interesting group stage already, with a lot of teams taking games off of, the so-called favorites. So it's definitely possible. It's also possible too that some, some people might call it copium, right? But, perhaps some of these teams are, just slowly warming up. But we were talking about that earlier, and you mentioned, like, you don't want to slowly warm up in this group stage. You want to come out guns blazing.
Yeah, I don't think you can hold back at all. I think you gotta try and deliver at your highest level, unless you're literally feeling like you are the expected ones to be winning TI. If you're saving some form of pocket strat for the playoffs, sure, that's fine. But generally, you have to perform at your best here. This is an elimination group stage, so teams are going home at the end of this. This is definitely not the place to sandbag anything.
You don't want to be the team that gets sent home, especially if it's your home region. That would feel absolutely the worst. But, I'm interested to see what they can pull out here against Spirit. We've watched a lot of them, as we said earlier. Is there anything in particular you want to see Talon play that that certain players are really going to shine on?
For sure. I mean, Mikoto is a TA player, so the mid player over on Talon certainly could pull that out, though mid TA, not that common in current patch. So we are heading into the draft now, actually. We will see exactly what these teams are opting to go for. Looks like Talon are, with the first phase, going to ban out the Primal Beast and Leshrac. And over Team Spirit, they ban out the Marcy first. So no Marcy and no Primal Beast guaranteed so far.
We've discussed a little bit about the Undying, which seems to be a very popular hero, but there are clearly solutions to it, because I'm seeing more and more teams kind of just ignoring it as this tournament goes on, which is always interesting to see how the meta evolves as these teams become more familiar with how to play against each other and start getting solutions.
I was willing to say that I would wager that Team Spirit are going to let Undying through. It feels like Team Spirit is one of the teams that feel Undying is not worthy of the first phase ban. They've probably played so much against him because he just usually goes through in the pick phase. And maybe they feel like they haven't figured out a bit. They did the same thing yesterday as well. They ignored Undying in first phase. So they ban out the Pangolier here. A bit of respect over to Talon, and also just a hero that is very, very strong at fighting early on. And could be a good way to approach going against Team Spirit, is just having heroes that are competent at those early team fights.
Well, they took the bait. They picked up the Undying, so if Spirit was hoping that they would force out that pick, they got their wish. Would like to see more. I know Clock's super popular right now. I really have been enjoying this Nyx Assassin. I know that he's kind of been creeping up ever since Zayat was playing a ton of it in the Last Chance qualifier, but he is just buffed. Those numbers are good. And as you've mentioned before, anything that's going to make the enemy supports poor, so for example detection, is never a bad thing.
Yeah, I think Nyx is coming out here for Team Spirit. I also think they're going to pick, possibly even something like Shadow Fiend in first phase here, just to have a good ranged hero to deal with Undying's Tombstone later on as well. But yeah, I'm expecting them to open something like that, or they go the Visage route. That's the real question here. Do you respect the Undying Visage combination? That can be a little bit problematic, especially as you banned out Pango. Seems like Spirit are setting themselves up to perhaps pick the Visage here. Could be an option. They're digging into their time quite a bit with this first pick already, though.
Well, your opening move tends to be a very important one, and will set the tempo and pace for what's going to be coming out from Talon, what they want to pick, what they want to ban. So
yeah, it usually does set the pace, but this is also prep. Like, we're not out of prep yet. This is not really the time to be to dig in like a full minute into your reserve time here. So they do go with a Nyx, and they go with Invoker.
I like
also
this.
a hero that we've seen a bit.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo plays an absolutely incredible Invoker. I think he had no deaths in his last game that we cast, and something ridiculous for a KDA. But when you have something like a Nyx Assassin, if you decide you want to play it more of the Quaz Exort, you have the global capability, right? You've got a Nyx Assassin who's got all your vision for you. It's going to be able to scout out. You can go and drop a Sunstrike without leaving your lane, and also it opens up the possibility too for something like a Faceless Void, which we have seen quite a bit of. Just the good old-fashioned combo of a Cataclysm and a Chronosphere does so much damage. But there's a hero that you and I haven't seen a lot of in our games. I know he is being played, the Doom.
Yeah, we've seen Doom on the other streams a little bit and the other games as well. Doom is interesting in the current patch. We've seen him play with Aghanims a bit, and it can be really impactful. it's a good hero to deal with the Invoker as well, as he has so many spells to cast out, and if Doom ever gets on top of Invoker, denying his entire arsenal is a huge deal. So I kind of like it. It's a fairly stable opening by Talon. It's also heroes that Nyx can't burst that easily. If you look at the Vendetta into Sunstrike combo, it doesn't necessarily kill Doom, and it might not even kill Undying depending on farm levels.
But I also feel like we're not seeing Nyx being played as like the straight up assassin. Usually he needs at least like +1 or +2 in the games that we've seen. And also Scorched Earth, things like that. You have to be very aware of that as Doom, because the Spike Carapace can ruin any sort of initiations that you're trying, or just set up for the rest of the team, because you need to have that vision around you.
Yeah, the big deal is more that Nyx is going to be scouting more so than necessarily kill potential. It's the information that he's going to provide and keeping an eye on the side of Talon. So I would like for Talon in this game to probably try in the early mid game to secure themselves a gem, go together and like counter that play, because all that scouting is really annoying to play against. But batting out Enchantress here, Talon clearly did their research on yesterday's Spirit games. They saw what Pushka has been up to.
God, that feels so good as a position 5 player to have your hero banned. Like, usually, you know, it's all the off laner, you know, the mid player, all the bans are going towards them, and then there's just little old you, the position 5. So it feels kind of good sometimes, I think, when you earn yourself a respect ban as that 5.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, normally you make a good point there that +5s are quite ignored, but we saw what happened when they ignored the end. She was just dishing out so many spears with the Hurricane Pike, and that's all you really need. Talon are themselves going to be removing the Morphling here. Here they also are capable of playing for themselves. But surprised they ban Morphling when they have Doom as well. That's a lot of respect towards Morph.
The Ember's been taken out. I'm curious to see what tempo that both of these teams are going to play. As mentioned before, Talon tends to be a little bit on the slower side, you know, taking their time. But Spirit, they do not play that way. They play to get the advantage, to get the items online, and once it's go time, they just rush you and they don't give you a chance to breathe.
Yeah, yesterday also Team Spirit they paired up the Lifestealer with their Nyx, and that was a great enabler. A hero that hasn't been banned so far by Talon and is quite good against both the Doom and Undying. So maybe a hero that Team Spirit have on their mind as a carry. Even more so, I feel, now that they ban out the Faceless Void, that could be setting themselves up to have a Lifestealer game, because Faceless Void is a hard one to man-fight for Lifestealer.
Bashes too becoming an issue later on, but yeah, I'm curious to see what they opt to pick up here. I would like to see something that has more tower push for both of the teams, because right now you have the Forge Spirits over on Invoker.
Probably
but
Snap. Or, oh, they go Witch Doctor.
That's a really good choice against these tankier heroes. We've seen Insania play it to a very strong laning phase, like being able to just throw out a cask and a maledict, and just if you get a couple clicks off, it starts to really whittle away your health.
Yeah, I think Witch Doctor is one of the sleeper heroes that, like, a sleeper hero that should be played more in this group stage, because he's always looking so damn strong whenever I watch it. A lot of players, of course, have utilized it here and there, but I think it should be more picked than it currently is, and does well against all these big Doom Undying picks. You know, we see a lot of Mars played as well. So many tanks that just cannot deal with Maledict, and there you go. There's another one. So you have Tiny. This is a lot of heroes that could just get destroyed by Maledict.
They also go for the Visage. They decided that they do want to pick it up along with the Undying. It's a very strong pairing. But again, you've got like these 3 very tanky melee. Obviously, Tiny not strength, but God, if ever there was a, you just need one more strength core, and you get a Timbersaw game.
Yeah, this. I mean, if Amaro was in this game, he would be very excited to pick that Timbersaw. It would already be picked in the first phase, I'm sure. But Team Spirit not as commonly playing that hero. They're going to go more for their own style here as well, go for the Beastmaster. Hero that they did utilize yesterday and got some good pushing going with it. You can't really leave a Beastmaster unattended ever, so that's one of the big threats. And now with Nyx and Beastmaster, they have so much setup for the Exort Sunstrikes. They also have a lot of vision. I like what they're doing, and this is building out to be a very ganky type of draft from Team Spirit as well.
Yeah, I like this. It provides that tower pressure, gives you a little bit of a slow. The vision is going to be out of control, honestly, for the side of Spirit, because you do have birds often will get the shard picked up, so they have dive bomb, and then you've got this Nyx assassin who's going to be getting you a lot of information. And right now, with the current supports that are coming out from the side of Talon, assuming that Tiny is also going to be a support, they don't have the best ways of being able to make sure that they have that money or the gold for detection. That's going to be something that is a little bit rough. They're going to be really relying on getting these sort of pickoffs and kills to line their pockets, and it's looking a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I'm contemplating exactly who's going to be what here on the side of Talon, though, because if they do want to run tiny undying supports, that can work, but then they have to have Doom either mid or carry, as Visage probably goes to the offlane. Like their lineup looks a bit awkward in who's going to play what exactly here. I would like for them to run a mid tiny against the Invoker. I think the matchup is not too bad, but that also would result in this Visage either being played as a core, or it's going to be a core Doom here.
Looks like they're still trying to fit out the Toro hero. It could be the Lifestealer. There's plenty of vehicles for him to move around. It would definitely be tempo. I think it's interesting because I don't think we're seeing a lot of Lifestealer. I think this is one of the few teams that has been opting to pick that up.
Yeah, it's been played a little bit here and there, but not that much. I think it's a great game for Lifestealer again, though, and they've already shown they are happy enough to play it. It seems like they have been preparing it with some of the bans. Now, okay, Talon banning out PL. That would be a pretty good fit for them as well, as it's difficult to land Doom on the correct targets. That is until you would get Aghanims, of course. Then you can just AoE Doom.
10 seconds remaining.
Neither team has like the... Well, I guess that's not true. You do have some wave clear for illusions coming out for both of them, but maybe not the best so far.
Yeah, Talon really banning out like first the Naga and then the PL as well. So terrified of the illusion heroes kind of makes me think that they have, you know, some ideas of going something that struggles to illusion heroes. Are we gonna see the TA coming out from Talon? I'm excited now. Banning illusion heroes. Is it time? It's actually not a bad TA game, but I'm not sure that they would bust it out here. I feel like their lineup needs perhaps even more disabled than it already has. Playing into Team Spirit, especially since you don't know exactly what the carry is going to be, but I reckon that you want to have good lockdown against Invoker and the last pick from Team Spirit here.
Oh, you got your wish, Waga. There it is. They pick up the Templar Assassin.
It was a bit telegraphed with the illusion hero bans, so I'm excited. I'm very happy for this. I mean, Talon, they do play a good TA. I'm curious if it's going to be 23 Savage taking it, or if it's going to be Mikoto taking it. Mikoto plays a fantastic TA, but I'm sure 23 Savage is equally capable to take it this game.
And that seems to be what they are considering on the side of Spirit, is that, you know, where exactly are they going to be laying these heroes, and what does Yatoro want to play, so...
Yeah, more than likely what we're going to see here is like a pause for... a pause for Doom, I would even say, or a pause for possibly a pause for Tiny. Oh, they run 23 Savage on it. Okay, so it's Mikoto TA. 23 Savage is going to be playing the Doom, and we have KP taking the Visage. So support Tiny, support Undying, and it's Terrorblade, of course, coming out from Team Spirit. Some illusion heroes were banned, but not all of them, and TB is a great solution to the TA here, because Terrorblade has all that armor and illusions, so he bursts through the refraction charges super fast, and he also can withstand the physical damage that TA brings. The only drawback is TB against Doom. If you get doomed, it can be, you know, a bit troublesome for you, as he can't get the Sunder off. So we'll see if his team can play around him in a good way to protect him.
Yeah, they don't really have any really good saves either. Usually when we see that, you know, a Terrorblade's getting put in an awkward position, we'll see something like a Tusk for like a Snowball, or, you know, the Undying with the Soul Rip sometimes to help keep him alive, trying to just keep him going throughout that dupe. But I'm sure, you know, we'll see the Glimmer Cape picked up. And the Witch Doctor does have the Voodoo Restoration, so that'll be a priority for Miposhka there. But what are we thinking about the draft? Who do you think came out on top, and who do you think's going to take this first game?
My heart's obviously with the TA, but I think Team Spirit's drafts look much easier to play out. I think this looks a lot like what they did yesterday. It looks similar. They seem to have a game plan overall. And I'm expecting that this will be quite difficult for Talon, just looking on their heroes. I feel like they got a little bit baited into like, oh, Undying is free, let's take it. And Team Spirit's draft is very well prepared against Undying. You get the Beastmaster attack speed, the TB with the illusions, even possibly Exort Invoker. I think they have so much damage against these tanky heroes.
So whose draft comes online the fastest, and how does the other team survive once that time comes?
I think definitely Team Spirit comes online faster, and at the same time, I feel like their late game is also very like secured and padded. So Talon, they're gonna have to really play into their hero strengths and try and get the most out of every single one of them to get an advantage in this game.
Okay, so we have to see them win their lanes and win them convincingly, is what I'm hearing from you.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that's what you pick Undying for as well. You want to get that lane advantage. So let's see if they can do it. As the game is starting up, the teams are smoking out. Both teams smoking, running down for the ward placements.
Now, I know in the past you're not a very big fan of seeing the double melee supports. Is this one of those situations that it's okay to be having? Just because they are so active, and again, it is a lane dominator?
It's lane dominator. I'm honestly still not really a fan of the double melee support. I like having one guy be the melee and one guy be the ranged between the supports, the way that a lot of teams traditionally do. Granted, Tiny does like run in and toss someone back. It's not necessarily that he stays melee. It's more that he tries to be the you know, avalanche toss combo, which isn't necessarily running in and being in melee for a long duration.
So who are the key heroes that you think are going to be the ones that need to secure these lanes? How are they going to play this?
I think for me, the exciting matchup is going to be Mikoto on his TA here, and to see exactly how the mid lane is going to go. Because TA against Invoker, it is, you know, historically TA favored. I would say it still is, and I think that matchup is where they have some chance for outplays in the 1v1 department.
You're just a TA bias caster over here. No, but that all makes sense for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good way to start the day. I get to watch Mikoto on his TA, definitely a player I'm a fan of. But the other lanes are going to be exciting too. They put the Witch Doctor up top against this tanky lane of Doom and Undying safe lane.
I feel like this is a situation though where like Witch Doctor's more than happy. Just because of the fact that, you know, he has this Maledict. He is going to be able to spam it over on some of these tankier heroes. Oh gosh, and there's his first blood already. Is KP also sitting very, very low, but
yeah, they get a little bit too aggressive with Nyx there. Nyx doesn't have the best laning stage, and this is a pretty tough lane. The Tiny and the Visage. He just got beat down really. The tree grab and the Soul Assumption is what did him in. So no toss back or avalanche or anything like that. Just a little rock with a tree in his hand.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't opt to put the Witch Doctor with Yatoro. I mean, usually we talk about you want a range paired up with your melee core, but I guess they figure it's more value in the top lane when you have the Doom and the Undying to be able to put that pressure down.
It's both that, and also Witch Doctor doesn't do too well against Tiny in lane. You can get tossed back into a Visage. That would be very hard to survive, at least when Nyx has level 2. You can spike Carapace immediately after and just try and walk out of it. So I think the pairing is pretty smart here by Team Spirit.
Poshka taking a lot of attention here. Hyde just chasing after him the entire time, but I guess there's a little bit more space here for Collapse, who is having a nice time here in lane currently.
Yeah, Poshka has to be careful though, taking so much of a beating, but he will be fine. He has Magic Stick, he has Tangles going.
He's got like 440 max health. Oh, 360 max health right now with all the stacks of decay. He's got 12 stacks of decay on him.
Yeah, he's being chased, but
He is
he's
indeed. Hyde popping the mangoes.
1
One
HP.
hit point.
Literally
oh
1
my
HP.
god, are you serious?
Yeah, he's gonna go down to the next one. He has no way to quickly heal. Doesn't have a tango running right now, and even if he did, oh my god, 1 HP
He's
again?
still alive.
Are you serious? 2 times?
the high five. Oh my word.
What was
Maposhka,
that?
god.
I can't think of a single time I've seen someone back-to-back surviving with 1 HP within that short amount of time. That's hilarious. His natural HP regen keeps him just barely alive there.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't believe that he managed to do that. And I'm surprised also that he didn't opt to suicide to creeps.
Oh, actually, yeah, I forgot about this. This is actually not even about that. It's the decay actually has 0 damage on level 1. Sorry, I'm being stupid here. They changed to have 0 damage level 1, so it's only stealing your strength. Of course, he's gonna live with 1 HP.
Got it. It's still very frustrating for this Undying to not be able to get the final hit off on this Witch Doctor.
Yeah, he wished that he was level 2 already, chasing after there. 1 single point in the soul rip. Could pop a mango and use that.
Bottom lane, Avalanche over onto Yatro. Put the nuke out. Yatro is sitting very low. It will end up falling to KP.
Yeah, he got himself into a bad spot there, trying to go aggressive into the jungle. I think he has to stay on the lane as much as possible. Getting caught out, it's so risky. You can easily be tossed back into the Visage, slowed up, and the Soul Assumption does a terrible amount of damage over on you when you have such a low HP pool. Collapse in trouble.
Yeah, he's over in the corner. They've got that little tornado, and they'll be able to collect the kill. So far, things going very well for Talon. They've got 2 of their cores sitting at the top of CS, and they've got a couple kills under the belts.
Yeah, the laning stage is starting out very good for Talon. They're happy with the farm they're getting. Mid lane, importantly, is 24 and 10 against the 14 and 7. So far, Mikoto doing amazing.
Man, Yatro's taking so much harass, though, here. The follow-up with the Sunstrike gonna be off the mark. A little bit more damage to take out Q. Can they get there fast enough? Can they close the gap? Yes, they can.
Yeah,
there is no regen left, though, on Yatro, so this is a little bit tricky for him now.
Yeah, the moment he gets back to lane, they immediately put all their attention on bringing down Terrorblade's HP pool. And this is important because TB will disappear into the jungle at some point. So the short amount of time here in the start of the game where he's showing on the lane, you need to make the most out of it. And I feel like Talon are really attempting to do so.
Mid lane has been pretty quiet. This is one of those games that we haven't seen any sort of rotation trying to secure runes, trying to take them away, in fact. But do have that bottle on TA. So a little surprise. Top lane, get the Malice hit stop. They'll chase after 23 Savage. Sunstrike just a little bit off yet again as they drop the tombstones. Now Maposhka needs to be a bit careful here because he is getting chased down by Hyde. This time they will have the damage. This time the Witch Doctor will end up falling.
Witch Doctor dies, so that's a big kill for them, but Collapse did get the Tombstone kill. That's also 150 gold, so puts him closer to Emblem Dominator. They get something mid lane. Toronto.
Tokyo getting chased down. He doesn't have that Ghost Walk, so Makoto will happily get a kill. And Maposhka will just try to soak a little bit of this experience and put some pressure on TA in the meanwhile.
That's huge. He gets a solo kill right there. Very nicely played.
Do see Hyde rotating over here in the top area.
Yeah, Hyde is just trying to go in and plant some vision. However, he was spotted putting down this ward, so that should be dewarded if the side of Team Spirit paid attention, which I'm sure Maposhka, he's gonna walk over. He has a sentry. Did he see it? Maybe he didn't see it.
Feels like he wants to just make moves over onto Makoto, get some sort of a revenge kill in a sense, right? So he's gonna hold on to it for the time being because in case we get that melt strike, tries to hide, they will have the detection. But Makoto's just gonna back off.
Yeah, he's completely fine.
Only the 2 points in the Maledict.
Seems he didn't see the observer ward being put down. Probably attention was on the TA gank they wanted to orchestrate there, so not gonna get dewarded yet. Hyde might have gone away with it.
With the Undying over in the mid lane, Sunstrike over on bottom. With this rotation though from the Undying, I'm sure that, yeah, there it is. There's the cast coming out, there's the Maledict, and they should be able to claim 23 Savage this time around because there's just no one here to help. And we'll pop the stick, but Collapse gets the kill.
Such a painful death. Really painful because he had Midas on his courier. It's coming out right now. So he's leaving the courier around here. Careful not to get that snipe because that would be a disaster. But yeah, he will respawn and try and get a Midas pop. He has level 4 Devour and a Midas now, so the full Greed build is online.
Ooh, this is scary. Can they get the Impale? Very nice. Mira not going to be able to snap it away from Makoto, though, as there are 3 heroes. Despite Carapace being value, but it's just so much damage coming out from Makoto, even without the double damage getting popped.
Yeah, trying to go in for that rune was a little bit greedy there. You have to expect that there will be a trap on the rune. It's a nice stun, but this is also where you're a Nyx. You can't really go that close because you're obviously going to get trapped. So, nice try, but maybe you didn't expect the rest of Talon to be around there.
We are seeing Yatoro, he's made his rotation. Top does have the Metamorphosis if they decide they want to push the tower. It looks like he will reveal himself. They'll use the meta. They just want to push down this tower and open up the map more.
Yeah, you're using the Dominator as well as the TB meta. This is a really strong push. Don't think Talon can do anything about it, so they're just gonna tuck away and farm and play into their Visage right now. So making a rotation down towards bottom lane. Meanwhile, the TA is clearing out the Ancients. But momentum is definitely faster here for Team Spirit. They already took out the tower, and the last time we saw this happen, they were very quick to make a move towards mid and bring down that tower as well. So we'll see if they swing over, as Talon will be busy with bottom tower.
Yeah, it feels like Mira really wants to get that level 6 online, get the Vendetta, start doing some scouting, but they're doing a great job over on the side of Spirit. They have invaded the top portion of the jungle. You've got Yatoro, who's got a lot of room to be able to farm. But while this is happening, oh, okay, 23 Savage runs into Maposhka. They were able to take a nice stack.
He was throwing up his hands there, pretending that he was going to throw out the Doom, but doesn't commit it there for a little Witch Doctor. Instead holds it.
Feels like Collapse might want to put some pressure over into 23 Savage. It looks like they've got their eyes on this tower, and they'll find Q. The Ice Pass by Carapace. Nice play by Mira. The toss away, but the clicks are there. There goes Tiny.
Yeah, they're coming in mid. They do not want to lose this tower. They want to contest the Beastmaster. Because losing this would be awful. They know the Terrorblade doesn't have meta right now. So he cannot be here.
And this is what we talked about. You have that Scorched Earth. You're going to see the Carapace coming out from Mira. A little bit of a slow, big nuke with Soul Assumption. Mira will eventually get clicked down. As the rest of the side of Talon starts to make their way over to defend this mid tower. They don't want to give it up this early.
Yeah, Mira found himself so far in under the enemy lines there, and he just gets sold. Ultimately, he's going to respawn in just a few seconds and come back. It's not the biggest of losses, but they did do some damage to mid tower, and they're sticking around with the intention of possibly taking it still with these double Forge Spirits. Talon have to be on guard duty or the tower is going to fall.
He was in position. You're also seeing Hyde making his way over. They'll send 23 Savage over. Nice avalanche. But won't go any further than that for the time being.
Yeah, again though, every single time they make these small goals, that was 500 more damage onto the tower. It's almost going down by now. And Beastmaster is meanwhile just farming. TB is farming. So this is a lot of damage done with just Witch Doctor and Invoker pushing mid.
I mean, Makoto is going to have the Desolator in a good timing. So that is something that they'll have to be very aware of coming out from the side of Talon.
Yeah, he has an absolutely fantastic timing. It's going to be a 12-minute timing for the arrival of the Deso here, which in current patch is extremely fast.
Top lane saw this coming. The rotation of just Collapse and Maposhka plus that global Sunstrike will equal 23 Savage dead.
It's very painful. This greed build on Doom, he has so much net worth, so any death he feeds away like this is much more gold than your average carry kill would be. He gives away 550 gold already just by that one death.
Now, my question for you is that we've got the Desolator completed for Makoto, and the next item is going to be the Blink Dagger. But would you like to see Makoto get like a smoke join up with some of these supports and start to be more active, considering how difficult Doom's laning has been?
TA, I would like her to play in the greediest way for herself. Oh, we see Miposhka might get caught out here. There is a toss available.
They still have Collapse nearby, too. Yeah, the little piggy, when pigs fly. It's a moment that's happening, but they still blow up Miposhka.
Yeah, he turns into +2 Deso charges right there. Always a nice feeling to get that scaling immediately. I mean, TA can join for like small engagements like this when the enemy are playing somewhere under your vision, but I wouldn't say that she needs to go and like non-stop fight. She wants to prioritize farming very heavily. Talon are greedy. This draft is very, very greedy.
So how would you like to see Talon play this? Because again, Doom has been caught out a couple times, he's died twice now. And they have put a lot of pressure on the map, taking away this top area, the jungle, from the side of Talon.
Yeah, Doom has died twice, but it is when you go top. Top is the dangerous part of the map. I think they should try and play the safe areas more. If you look at how Team Spirit are playing right now, I made a point yesterday about how Team Spirit use their supports in the dangerous areas of the map. Mira is farming bottom. He's farming the most dangerous part of the Team Spirit map, which is actually down here. So they always use their supports in a very sacrificial way and let their cores have the Vinland, let's call it.
Sunstrike not going to quite align itself. But interesting note, like you said, they are allowing Mira to farm the bottom portion of the map, and they've not sent any of these heroes from the side of Talon to really contest too heavily. He's going to have a really nice Blink Dagger timing.
Yeah, he farmed like 800 gold there on bottom before he left. Now he's coming in towards mid. There is no sentry.
They don't have the sentry over on the stairway. They have one over in the mid lane. But Mira creeping forward. They do have one over a little bit further in though, so it does have to be careful. It's going to get spotted here over in the mid. But it's going to follow Miposhka. They're just kind of pushing Makoto out of this jungle. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, Mikoto's going to have to make a move down towards bottom, but that means this tier 2 tower top is now in danger. The sights are on it, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Terrorblade even move up here to secure it with meta, but perhaps they feel they don't even need him.
A little bit of an avalanche over onto Collapse. Mira. Again, we talked about the placement of these supports, the way that they're sitting.
Yeah, but this is good though. I mean, Q is doing the same thing that we saw Mira do earlier. Oh, here comes the rotation from 23 Savages. BKB.
Oh, they get the bounce here, but immediately that BKB coming into play. The damage is real though over onto Hyde, so they'll end up losing Miposhka. The Doom gets used over on Mira, but he's already cleaned up, so Mira now will just try to scuttle away. Cannot do it. And that is a kill using the Doom.
I get so confused when I see heroes attack someone and you see the Ricky backstab effect, and it's just this Lance of Pursuit. I will never get used to randomly seeing Doom backstabbing the Nyx, like what? But yeah, that's very nice for him. He gets 2 kills. He's now 3 kills, 2 deaths, and 2 assists.
They see this Visage and they want him. They've got the Centaur. They open up with the Roar. They go with the Sunder. Yatoro gets himself a lot of health. Follow up with the Stomp. Toss it back here, and they'll still end up losing here, but they'll lose Collapse too. So a fast response, and that is a kill for Makoto.
Yeah, nice try to toss away, but didn't really have the distance to toss him there. He basically just tossed him to TA, who was standing right next to it. I think maybe if he didn't toss, he could perhaps get the Fair Fire out on Visage. I don't know if it would have saved him though.
But that is the Blink Dagger now completed for Makoto. So these are the primary tools of a Templar Assassin, I feel. Sitting in a very nice position. Also have the Blink Dagger completed for the Nyx Assassin. I believe Tiny just picked us up, so we're going to be seeing a lot more action, I have a feeling, because of all the initiation tools used for team fights and just the ganks. In fact,
yeah,
there we go. There's a smoke.
They have a tri-blink setup here with Doom, Tiny, and TA. All of them are good at it. Might drop a ward for Vision here. Hide. Puts it down. Doesn't see anyone.
Yeah, they read that very quickly.
Dude, that was so close. Yeah, Team Spirit just barely got out in time. That ward almost saw the Terrorblade running around the corner.
Blink being sent out now to 23 Savage. So there we go. Got this reminds me of that 4-staff game that we had the other day where just literally everyone was buying 4 staves.
Yeah, it's also going to be purchased in this game. Undying is going for one as well. It's a great item against Beastmaster. Whenever someone gets ward, you can push them out of position. Might even ruin some Sunstrike combo. So not too surprising to see them go for that. But they do have the triple blink. They want to get some kills now because Talon, I don't think you want to slowly go into this game. Terribly is going to keep growing very fast.
Currently right now, the Doom is sitting top of the net worth, 11k, followed very closely by Makoto, but the other 2 cores on the side of Spirit farming up very, very nicely. And it is just expected, right? When you have something like a Doom, he's got got himself the Midas, he is going to amass gold a lot faster, and the TA with the side blades just naturally will farm very, very fast, especially if they have any sort of stacks.
Yeah, TA, a lot of her good game though is on the back of the fact that she outplayed mid. She got the solo kill over on Toronto Tokyo's Invoker. I mean, that was really hype. So he's played a great game so far. You can obviously see how Makoto is very comfortable on this hero. His absolute best hero, I would say.
Feels like Collapse has not had to leave this lane in quite a while. He's got himself the Ancient Granite Golem. And the way that Mira and Maposhka are playing as the backup does make it a little bit difficult. So mid lane is going to get attacked as they lose the top tier 2. Or to use the fortification, so should go down quite easily when you've got a TA and the Visage.
Something I should mention, by the way, is that this is very old style TA. Oh, they smoke up and they try to go, perhaps going back to that point later.
Gonna be walking into Mira first. Novendep does have the blink though, so he could potentially, there it is, just blinks on out, runs away. See that little courier getting chased. Kodo blinking up, throwing down a trap in case they make it over that way. Yeah, but no, Spirit, they just back off.
Yeah, they managed to dodge and disengage there, but they're TPing in with Travels. They want to take the fight.
Alright.
A lot of vision in this area for Dire though. Talon have great vision.
Also making his way over. There's the initiation. They're going to get the jump on Mira, throwing out that Impale. Get the Roth on the backhand lines over onto 23 Savage. So even though he uses that BKB, some of that duration does end up getting wasted. Witch Doctor not looking to be so lucky as he does get jumped upon, and that's kill for 23 Savage. Somehow Mira surviving that despite being the one who was initiated upon.
Yeah, I don't think Team Spirit recognized that there's that much vision in the area. Kind of funny with, you know, Miposhka saying the wards are too easy to de-ward nowadays, but there was a lot of good vision here for Talon that they were playing under. So, good jump immediately there. They also had a haste rune on TA, so very beneficial. And I want to get back to the TA. She went for this Desolator and Blink. She had a BKB queued up, but now going back for Dragonlance. But seeing a no Dragonlance first 2 item build is quite rare these days. Normally it's either first item or second item.
Is it just because Makoto feels like he needs to be super active?
I mean, he's an old school TA player, played for a long time as well, and this used to be the best build, and it is a very, very active game. So, like you said, if you want to stay useful to your Blink Tiny and be able to burst people together with him, this is the best build to go for. But that means he's less prioritizing farming up. And I think that's the correct read. You're playing as the Terrorblade. You don't want to play slow and farm. You want to play high aggression and join a lot of fights here.
Alright.
Even taking away the Dragonlance now again and putting the BKB back in the quick buy. So he's like, no, I need to be team fight ready, and we need to close out this game before the Terrorblade gets monstrous.
Well, Makoto making all the right decisions and moves, honestly, considering that he has 0 deaths on this TA and has been very active. So, yeah, definitely can see that experience as a top number 1 in SCA.
Oh, big smoke here by Talon. They want to try and find Terrorblade. They haven't really killed him beyond the laning stage, so they're looking for him in the Ancients, not going to find him. They just go Roche.
Go right into Roche, though.
Yeah, they take it fast. I think they get away with this free.
23 Savage still smoke. End up popping. So walks into the Witch Doctor. Immediately Collapse following with, or sorry, Mira following up with that Spike Carapace. Still gonna end up losing Maposhka. But they're gonna try to put some more damage over into 23 Savage during all this. And the Roche will go over to the side of Makoto. Mira tries to teleport out, not gonna be able to. Spike Carapace is buying him a little bit more time, but this is looking like he's not gonna survive this.
he's not going to survive, but he is buying some valuable time for Collapse to do more split pushing down on bottom. So took a while to bring down that Nyx, and look at bottom, the bigger trade. If you can trade HP on a tier 2 tower for a Nyx, you'll take it. Oh, he has the Devour can target Ancient, so he just casually walks up and eats that Granite Golem. Yeah, Helm of the Overlord, not that useful when Doom has level 15 talent ready. That is a good counter that they have in this game.
Is that a typical one that we see picked up, or is this specifically for the fact that they have this Beastmaster who's going to be taking them?
No, you only pick it because of the Beastmaster. If there was not a Helm of the Overlord, you would certainly not take this talent, because he didn't even want the aura. He toggled off. He wants to keep the stun. The War Stomp is more valuable to him than any ability he gets from the Ancients here. He's building towards a Linken's on the Doom, giving himself some protection, but actually opting to go for Octarine first. He even bought the components first for Linken's. Then he was like, you know what, I want Octarine. Man fell to the greed. Devour, Midas.
Poshka hiding in the trees here. Makoto, though, spotting out Poshka. They put their attention over onto Hyde, but he was not expecting Makoto to be there. So they'll get the Doom off over onto Collapse, and Witch Doctor trying his best, but not going to survive, as now their attention is over on Collapse. They were trying to set up a gank, trying to bait, but we're not expecting the full force and fury of Talon.
Yeah, that was very useful invis for Makoto there, just running in and finding the opportune time to initiate. So a bit unfortunate for Spirit. They do bleed some kills. Only a 3k gold advantage for Talon though, and they are running Midas Doom. This game is still very even. And the Terrorblade now finished up the entire Skadi, also going for a Linken's as his next item, which I think is fantastic if you're going into a Doom. Having Linken's is very useful, but you have to watch out for, if Doom switches into Aghanims, that Linken's, what is it even going to be good against? Like, look on the side of Talon. If Doom gets Aghanims, what is your Linken's for at that point? There's not really that much anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Again, 23 Savage. The nice Force Staff, though, from Hyde.
Radiant structure
Be able to get him away from Mira's hail. Pressure being placed on the bottom. I feel like we haven't seen much of Toronto, Tokyo, and Yatro during all this, whereas Talon is being very active. I like to see it. It does feel like the other cores on the side of Team Spirit have been pretty laid back aside from Collapse.
Oh, watch for Toronto, Tokyo with his Hex. He certainly wants to fight as well. This is going to be a skirmish here.
Yeah, there's a haste rune over on the TA as well. There's a jump forward immediately from Mira over onto 2 Spike Carapace, and there it is, the BKB from 23 Savage, but over here on the top, Hyde trying everything he can. We'll end up losing Mira, but these hits here from the Death Ward doing so much, as now Makoto jumps forward. A couple of hits should be able to just burst down Maposhka. So now you can see the Skadi is doing a decent amount over onto Makoto. Toronto Tokyo still waiting patiently, has the blink. He's got that sheep stick like we talked about.
Complicated fight into the Aegis.
Make something happen. It is an Aegis, correct?
Yeah.
Tower goes down. Okay, the jump forward here from Q, get the roar off, and they'll also get the Doom on Yatoro, and they just want to get out of here. That Ice Path doing so much to slow them down, making it a bit difficult. A nice tornado tossed out, landing over onto multiples. Throw out an EMP. There's the toss back over on 23 Savage, as Q says, get out of here, and he gets a nice blink away from Mira.
A nice attempt by Spirit to defend there, but it's a hard fight to take. I thought that they had the advantage there, standing on the high ground with the Metamorphosis, TB ready with the Skadi and the Manta, but somehow Talon, they just jump in with the Doom and popping the BKB. They don't really care that much, so they were strong enough to break the position of Spirit, and they also were swooping around with TA, forcing the Invoker back and then jumping the supports and killing them. Makoto in trouble. Hex is available. He does have Aegis still.
There's the meatball. This looks like they're maybe trying to burn it off, but still chasing after Mira. We'll get the Spike Carapace, try to hide here, duck around in the tree line, break some ankles, so that way he can blink to safe, because he does not have the TP for another 25 seconds. Toronto Tokyo will have the Ghost Walk in a minute. They have Dust on Q. And KP tries to drop the bird in time, but he already blinks away.
I was very fortunate for Talon that that didn't connect to anyone else. The Aegis carrier is the last person they wanted to see. They didn't even use the Hex. It's like, they could have burnt the Aegis, but it was only 30 seconds. It was going to time up anyway. So they opt to just try and disengage, run away immediately, and that was the wiser move. Nobody really going down though. This was the 4-staff number 2 here over on the side, actually number 3 on the side of Talon, as they have the Hurricane Pike on TA as well. So they now have 3 4-staffs to counter the Primal Roar from Beastmaster, and also to disengage from the Skadi Terrorblade. I think that can be very useful.
Got a completed Octarine over on this Doom. My goodness, he is so wealthy. Top of the net worth. There is a fight though breaking out as Maposhka is going to use the Voodoo Switcheroo to finish off Q. Most likely going to die for this, but does manage to get himself a kill before he goes down.
Yeah, a bit of a trade. Just losing some supports here. Nothing major gonna come of it though, as both teams are just fighting for position. We see Team Spirit doing a good job on the side lanes, using their Beastmaster as well as their Invoker to shove these lanes. You can use the Helm of the Overlord and also the Forge Spirits to push lanes safely. But Doom also continuously being pretty great against Beastmaster, so he can't just use his Dragon to push, because Doom could just come and eat it.
Looks like, okay, so we did end up going back for the Hurricane Pike on the TA. The BKB is the next item.
Yeah, I think it's a bit delayed, the BKB, but still works out great, as the Hurricane Pike provides so much value. And he also got a nice neutral item drop. He got the Mindbreaker in this game. The Silence can be really useful. If you're jumping something like the Witch Doctor, who wants to immediately Voodoo Switcheroo, being able to get Silence on the first hit can allow him to kill this POS 5, actually.
God, that name Voodoo Switcheroo, it like messes with my brain half the time. Like Death Voodoo blah blah blah, and just Dead Witch Doctor over here while we're discussing this.
Yeah, he goes down quite easily there, trying to get a D-ward.
He will take control of the outpost back again.
It feels like Talon, they're being very contained here, though. Team Spirit are doing the best they can at keeping them pushed back on their own side of the map, allowing Yatoro to get so much farm on his own side. But I think there will be a nice timing for Talon soon, though. If they just keep farming and building up their Doom even more. He is at 1200 gold, 1400 now, building into the Aghanim Scepter. And Yatoro did commit for the Lincoln Sphere on Terrorblade. So the power spike will be when Aghanim's completes. I think they can take a really great team fight.
Lincoln's completed for the Invoker. I think this kind of makes sense because of the fact that he's probably going to sit fairly far back in these fights. He's not going to be quite as up front and center. Because we talked about, you know, if they end up getting the Ags or whatever, that he's going to have that AoE Doom. But if Toronto Tokyo can keep his distance throughout, then it's not going to be quite as much as a problem as some of these other guys.
Ooh, scary.
Popping.
Scary positioning here. But looks like Talon, they want to get something more. I think Invoker might fall victim to the same thing, though. The double Lincolns could just get countered when Aghanim's is out. None of them are useful. I truly think that could be like nearly 10,000 gold put into possibly blocking some soul rips and some grave chills at that. You know, like, this is very, very risky for them if they just wait until Doom is allowed to farm up the Aghanims.
That's possible. Still sitting at the top of the net worth, 24k on 23 Savage. But on his heels again is Yatoro. Working on towards that Sonic.
Yeah, even though he's behind in net worth, I mean, Terrorblade is still stronger at this stage. He's, you know, less net worth, but just much stronger hard carry towards late game. Playing Doom carry is like playing Alchemist. You're gonna win by your net worth advantage usually, but if you can't close it out early enough, then it can be a problem as the game continues to go later and later here. We're 31 minutes in.
We do have a smoke up from the side of Spirit. They'll reveal Collapse. This is something that they expect to see him up here, but no one else is showing. So I'm sure that Talon feels like something must be a little off the way that they're grouped up together. They seem to sense that there should be perhaps something coming their way, and they do ping out that the pressure is being put on this top tower.
Yeah, he's gonna force some form of reaction here. Collapse. And usually he hasn't had anyone with him when he does this. He's been doing this alone all the time. So maybe they think they can catch... Oh, the illusion.
Oh, the illusion does manage to land over onto Q though here with that spike. Carapace, a couple of these bounces trying to force Staff away, but Q still will die. And now Mikoto stuck in all of this. They try to go for the Soul Rip. Will be able to BKB. There's that AoE Doom like we talked about. Toronto Tokyo staying pretty far back though during all this. The force over onto Yatoro, trying to keep him alive a little bit longer, but it's so difficult because they end up losing Miposhka. They end up losing Yatoro. And the chase is on. They would like to get themselves Mira, and it's looking like he's not going to be able to survive.
Yeah, as prophesized here, the Lincolns didn't really help him much once this item comes out, but that was really on the back of an illusion bait, forcing the Invoker to blink forward, using the Hex, realizing immediately, oh shit, this is not what I wanted, but good reactions immediately by Talon. Tiny just blinks in, catches his enemies, he does go down, and initially the fight looked like Spirit could be okay. The cask was fantastic from Witch Doctor, but not quite enough to stop the full advance of Talon's aggression there.
I think they need just a little bit more damage because Makoto sat so very low, but because he was able to get the BKB off, ends up surviving, and now he is the holder of that Aegis as they are looking to put the pressure down and push out this top.
Yeah, Toronto is fighting to keep
right
map
into
advantage.
Q. Uh-oh. A little bit scary here because now Doom is making his way over. They'll pop the Lincolns.
He is dusted.
He is dusted. Yeah, dusted another time too. They definitely want this if they can get their hands on it. The toss over. 23 Savage goes, throws down the Doom, and it's a dead Invoker.
Man, Doom being a 99-second cooldown spell for him is so useful for them as well in this game. It's so low cooldown. Wait, it's not even 99. It's still showing as 99 when you read it. It's like 70 seconds or something. Why is the tooltip not updating? Oh, it's showing for the observer. Strange. For me, it says 70 or 99, but in the I see on the server. Okay, 74.2. I guess tooltips are privy to the observers here.
I don't know. Dota is an interesting game, you know. There are a lot of things that aren't actually written. You just kind of have to know how some of the mechanics already work, or...
That's true. Secret knowledge. Dragon gonna try and defend here best he can.
It's just so much damage, though. I don't know. A little bit of the ward off over on the side, but the jump forward immediately from 23 Savage. They're just gonna blow up Miposhka. That was an easy, quick kill for them. This aggression is real. We talked about earlier, like throughout the DPC, Talon tend to play quite slow, but I feel like they have hit such a nice timing with these items, with Makoto and 23 Savage getting what they need, and now they just have not let their foot up off the brake. There's an overwhelming blink over on 23 Savage, so he's just waiting patiently for any moment, and with all of these blinks on their cores.
Overwhelming blink, Doom ready to jump. He gets spotted though.
Does indeed. Don't know how you go forward right now. If you're Spirit, you kind of have to rely on Toronto Tokyo to throw as many spells out as possible. In fact, there it is, but again, the jump forward from 23-7. They try to force Toronto Tokyo forward. Won't be able to quite finish him off, but definitely a fright here. Seeing all these force staffs getting him out of position. And now Yatoro joining into the fight. He's gonna use that meta to slow down Makoto a little bit, but again, Makoto does have the Aegis. Just throw out the stun over onto Yatoro. They'll turn their attention to the KP following up. They use the roar even, the sun strike, so they don't have to worry about those pesky birds now as they'll take down the tombstone.
That's sort of the only way that they're getting kills right now on Spirit. They need to like go on multiple targets, force out the usage of all these Hurricane Pike, Force Staffs, and different saves. Even the toss save, right? We saw the toss back by Tiny there. That was really nice. But after all the different saves are used, then they can finally catch someone. So they commit the roar at the very end there. So there was nothing really to do for Talon anymore to save that Visage. But still, fantastic damage done by Talon. They brought down the tier 3 tower mid, and they got the top racks in one fell swoop. And now, in a fantastic fighting form, they're ready to go again with the Doom having this overwhelming blink as well. He is looking so strong.
23 Savage, his reaction times have just been on point. It's been really fun watching just how fast he recognizes a situation is going to be favorable.
Yeah, he's I mean, very, very talented player. Going straight towards mid now.
There's going to be an altercation in the mid lane. Yeah, throw clicking away over onto Q, but again, they have the Force Staff. They'll drop the Doom. In comes 23 Savage, though. He'll use the Doom, get that AoE, jumps over onto Collapse. Makoto to follow up. So much damage coming out now as there's the slow over onto Yatoro. They'll turn their attention around, though. They've got Mira over in their sights, and they'll still be able to get the kill as the rest of the side of Spirit makes their way back into the safety of their base.
Spirit saw the Doom up top earlier on the ward, so they tried to take this fight quickly before the Doom has a chance to get there. But Doom was still there in good time, and they couldn't burst anyone due to all these saves coming out on the side of Talon. Just smart itemization.
Jump forward from Mira, nice and pale over onto Makoto, burning off all of the mana. Again, 8 seconds left on this Aegis. They have to be so very, very careful.
Yeah, he's gonna go back, heal up with it.
It's gone. MKG gets put back in. So there's the butterfly over on Yatoro. Jump forward from Q, lands over onto 3. It's beautiful. 23 Savage trying to get these hits off over onto Yatoro, but now perhaps Q too far. No, they have the Force Staff. They'll throw out a couple of the axes, throw out a tornado trying to catch him, but won't be able to quite close the gap. Toronto Tokyo throws out the meatballs just a little bit too slow. They're just too mobile over on the side of Talon. Mir does find the opening on 23 Savage, but
Doom is ready.
He jumps right back in again. He blows up Maposhka. There's the Doom coming out from 23 Savage, landing on Mir, landing on Yatoro. They'll blow both of them up. Collapse, trying to run away. He's not going to be able to do it. These heroes on the side of Talon are just too powerful. And they call GG.
Yeah, they called beautiful first game here by Talon. They played really, really well. I think they itemized super well, and they took good engagements. All the later engagements were very clean, and you know what? TA, beyond godlike, not a single death. Mikoto putting on an absolute performance here on TA, showing why he's definitely one of the best TAs out there as well. And that was beautiful by Talon. They showed up in strength here in game 1, and honestly, I know I'm harping on it a little bit, but Team Spirit, this double Linken's purchase they made, it had no real use in this game after the Aghanims came out. Doom just dominated.
And we saw that firsthand in the game. As we go back and look over the highlights, we can see too Makoto over in there and that mid lane. And, you know, we were surprised with some of the builds that he had decided on. It was a little bit of an older sort of style without getting that early Hurricane Pike. But it does end up working out perfectly for him, because I'm trying to think, like, how many deaths did he have at the very end of the day?
Mikoto?
Yeah.
Like I said, he has 0 deaths. He was beyond godlike.
Oh
Yeah, and no, he didn't die a single time. He played a perfect game. No, that was definitely a great performance by Mikoto there. His itemization, going for the Blink Dagger early, worked out really well. Not going for the BKB as well. It was interesting to see his decision making throughout, and there we see him with a nice swoop around. This was the illusion bait, where the illusion got hexed, and then Spirit just scrambled to try and get out.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake over just...
The first AoE Doom as well. This is the Aghanims coming in. Yeah, sorry.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, you can see that power, though, as we talked about. And it just started to happen again and again and again. 23 Savage, seeing these openings, being able to put out the AoE Doom, it does so much, and was able to really help secure them this victory.
I truly, like, I'm still baffled. Like, this is the last kind of fight that secures the game. Beautiful Blink in here with an overwhelming Blink and Doom, and they just clean up. I don't think I've ever seen a game where there are 2 Linken's purchased and there's so little to use it against anymore. Like, of course they bought it against Doom, but I feel like this was a big blunder, because he was so rich with Octarine Midas. You know he's gonna have the money to buy an Aghanims, and yeah, it just seems like a good itemization game for Talon. Of course, good performance, but Team Spirit, they could probably have built differently to try and prepare better for this game.
Yeah, like you said, now with the advent of the Aghanims for Doom, it does feel a little weird that they opted to go for the Linken's. A lot of things to break it. I'm not sure exactly what the mindset was there. Perhaps they just were falling into some old habits, but yeah, very impressive performance from 23 Savage and Makoto, and the rest of the team too. Q had some really nice initiations with those avalanches. It was very, very handy. In fact, we can take a look over here at the board. Have about 14 assists over on Q, 17 on Hyde, and the big boys over here, 23 Savage, 10-2 and 12, Makoto 10-0 and 7. I'm curious how much damage Makoto got off in these fights, because it felt like a lot.
Yeah, he did quite a bit of damage. Actually, the most damage in the game was Doom, though. He came in with so much AoE damage towards the end with the overwhelming blink, followed by the Terrorblade as well. So the game was a really nice showing, though, by Talon of how they played together. How many fights did we see? Like Q in one of the second to last fights there got caught out, got force-staffed once by himself, force-staffed by the Undying, force-staffed by the TA. So he just kept sliding away. Like, it's ridiculously hard for Team Spirit to get a grasp on Talon in this. And this is not the first game where we've seen this many force-staff purchases. It seems to be a trend that hasn't been really meta for a very long time in Dota. Force-staff kind of fell out of favor for a long period, but during this group stage, we're seeing more and more picked up.
And there we go. We have 23 Savage as our MVP, 10 kills, 12 assists, and that big GPM of 885 as expected to see on a Doom, especially a Doom doing as well as he was.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty good GPM going in right there, and also nice kill participation for a carry right there as well. 71%. He was definitely staying active on his Doom, playing around his timings, and I think this was very exciting to watch how Talon approached this. I was not really a full believer in their draft, but their execution and their itemization was beautiful. They really played it well. And of course, I have to go back to the solo kill mid. Mikoto solo killing Toronto Tokyo's Invoker. I mean, that's a big feather in your hat right there.
That is indeed. And both these teams, though, you know, Talon needed this victory, quite honestly. Like, if you were looking about the group standings earlier, I believe they were sitting quite low. So it's got to feel good, right? It's got to feel really good that you were able to take a game off the reigning TI champs.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that was very impressive by them. So Talon probably feeling happy, but they're probably hungry for more as well, as we have game 2 coming up soon.
Yes, we do. So, yeah, we'll get to see if Talon will be able to keep up this momentum, if Team Spirit are going to make some adjustments, but we are going to go to a quick break. So go grab yourself a drink, a snack, and meet us back here in a couple minutes.
shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
We are back over here on the C stream. We are covering the TI-11 group stage, and we had quite the game one coming out from the side of Talon versus Spirit. I think Talon surprising a lot of people considering the hot streak that Spirit has been on and that Talon has struggled a bit. But I think it's been really fun. What do you think, Waga?
Yeah, it was super exciting, but we talked about it before the game as well, that they have so much individual talent in that team, and they have a lot of experience as well, so obviously they're capable of cooking up something very powerful, and what they had was not something that Team Spirit were ready for. Perhaps it's too early in the morning for them, who knows, but they need to come back and play sharper in Game 2, because Talon were in very comfortable control of that game. Despite not shutting down the Terrorblade early on, they just hit a power spike towards the later stages that was insane. Not just about the Aghanim's Doom either. The multiple Force Staffs just completely mitigated any form of kill potential that Team Spirit were trying to accomplish there.
Yeah, I was loving the aggression coming out from Talon. You know, they tend to sit a little bit further back during the DPC, but we watched 23 Savage had like a 71% kill participation rate. This guy was like everywhere and was still racking up the gold, still having an excellent GPM. We saw also Makoto over on his Templar Assassin. I know that you were a big fan watching him play that, and he made all the right moves. So a couple of times we were looking at the build and we're like, huh, that seems like a little bit older, but clearly knowing exactly what he's doing. And really just they all ran away with the game. Very impressive play coming out from Talon.
Yeah, there was a moment where I was a little bit concerned about the carry Doom going for the full greed build, and then he died twice in the fairly early stages of the game. You feed away a lot of gold if you die when you have the highest net worth by far on the map. So that was a bit concerning, but he did get he did get back into it and didn't really get caught out any time after that.
We can see here a little player-by-player comparison. 23 Savage versus Yatra. I think this is based off of that last match that we just saw. A lot of damage coming out from, you said, the overwhelming blink, the AoE Doom. And, you know, Yatra was doing the damage, but just wasn't able to keep up, wasn't able to stand his ground against what Talon was throwing at them.
Honestly, a big thing for me in that game as well, I know it's not between these players necessarily, but you can see the 24,000 damage here on 23 Savage. If we compare over, like, against Toronto's Invoker in this game, he was playing still an Exort Invoker, trying to have good damage with Sunstrikes and helping out his team. He only did 10,800 damage in that game. That is less than the Support Tiny. Support Tiny had 12k damage in that game. So, really, we saw Invoker not coming into play here, and a lot of that is because of Doom. The, 23 Savage gameplay, the way he ran in, but also some credit, of course, to the TA who laned against Invoker and did a great job there.
Yeah, they had that solo kill early on, Makoto versus Toronto Tokyo, which set it up for a very nice game for them, for sure. What do you want to see this time coming out from Spirit? Because clearly, Talon, they're in TI form, they're ready, they're very aggressive. But what do you want to see Spirit do in this game number 2 to try to even it out?
I think overall they were looking pretty good, and their draft looked solid. I'm on board with that. I think they played good overall, but I think that game was both won by and fell on itemization. I mentioned it multiple times, but can't really be stressed enough how those two Lincoln Spheres were actually completely useless the moment the Aghanim's was completed on Doom. I think that was a big blunder by Team Spirit. I don't think you can afford to make a mistake like that. I also think that Talon had a good understanding of how to keep themselves safe, playing into the Nyx and the Beastmaster. Just 4 staffs are enough to keep people alive. So definitely I think Spirit, the draft is good. Their overall gameplay at the start of the game was good, but they itemized into a bit of a corner and found themselves just lacking. And I expect them to play a bit more dominant on the map. Like they were split pushing the entire game, but they didn't really feel like they were threatening Talon that much.
So, would you like to see something like Toronto Tokyo playing something maybe a little bit more active? Not that his Invoker was, you know, too slow by any means, but we have seen him really pop off on some of these heroes that are a little bit flashier. In fact, I think we have a head-to-head of Toronto Tokyo here in the mid lane versus up with, it's 23 Savage, just to show that damage discrepancy. Still active, though, 70% kill participation, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he has kill participation, but if he doesn't do damage as Invoker, who else has to do it? You know, you have a Nyx, he's not going to do any damage. Beastmaster is not the highest damage dealer either. You know, the second highest damage dealer on their team was their Witch Doctor, so I do think it's a big point. I don't think that it's a problem that he played on Invoker. I want him to play a different hero. I think any player can have a game where they don't really come into effect that greatly. They just need to play better to enable each other and get some form of threat going on the map. Because Team Spirit, as much as they are a team that generally has really good wards and good aggression, in that game it felt like Talon had pretty good wards down for the majority and were able to play with more confidence on the map.
All right, well, we're going to get the chance to see if they can figure out, you know, a different draft, different playstyle, because we do have the draft. Everybody is back in their seats, so we'll be able to see what they're going to cook up this time.
Yeah, we're starting out. The draft is already sort of underway here. Talon are the ones with first pick, and they're going to start by banning out the Primal Beasts. Also, Pango being removed here by Team Spirit, or we're going to see the Marcer remove from Talon here, or going to try and force Team Spirit to remove it, more likely, as they have first pick themselves.
10 spirits turn to ban.
Yeah, and the Leshrac ban, something we saw as well previously. Unsurprising ban here, and I would be very surprised to see if they let that through here.
Sorry about that. I had something caught in my throat. But yeah, we do see the Leshrac get banned out this time. Pango banned out. We're just not going to see the Primal Beast. I feel like this hero is just so incredibly strong recently.
Yeah, it's powerful and it's very popular right now. But, oh wow, that's big respect going over. Team Spirit banning out the Doom. It was a first 2 pick, but that slips through the Marcy, which Talon immediately pounds on the presented opportunity. I've said it myself that I am not a fan of letting Marcy through. I think Undying completely fine. I think Primal Beast is a risky one to let through. I think Marcy is the last one I want to see a team give away because I just think she's straight up broken. I think this hero, she is busted and will get nerfed hard after TI. So giving this away is a good opening for Talon, and she fits so many drafts too.
I feel like any lane that has a Marcy in it just automatically has such an advantage because of the kit that she presents, right? The ability, they did nerf her, they did change things around, right? Dispose used to be a stun, it's now a slow. But I think the big thing that you were unhappy with when we talked about, you know, how you would balance her was the rebound, having that extra speed burst.
It was a nerf, but yeah, that's true. I want to go back to what you said in the start there, though, that Marcy, they nerfed her by making her W the stun and not the slow. But in all honesty, with how a lot of ganks play out, you initiate by jumping in, and then you use your Q afterwards. So it works out better that you stun first and then slow, because otherwise you would have to jump them and they get slowed, and then immediately toss them into a stun, overlapping the stun and the slow. But now the way it works, you jump them, they get stunned, you wait for a stun duration, and then toss them back at the end of it, getting full value from the stun and the slow. So while Marcy was reworked to get nerfed, it honestly makes it easier for her to get full value out of her abilities, though.
That's a really good insight on that. I wasn't thinking about, you know, necessarily the order of operations that would use it, so... Seems like... Oh, okay. Get the early Shadow Fiend pickup over on the side of Spirit, and that is a hero of the patch for sure. Speaking.
Yeah, I was calling for Spirit to pick this first phase Shadow Fiend in the last game, but they didn't go with it then, so they do go for it now. I'm happy that they're listening, of course, to my calls. You know, I'm the coach here. Little did you know, but no, I think Undying and SF. Undying SF makes a lot of sense. It's a good opening. It's also blocking a bit. The SF is a usual counter to the Undying. But Talon gets the hand on Marcy Enigma. That is a very strong opening as well.
Yeah, Enigma has been banned I don't know how many times. He and Marcy are probably the two top heroes that have been getting picked or banned. Maybe Primal be sliding in there now a little bit more, but yeah, these two Pyros we haven't seen much of. I think EG got it one game recently that we casted. They definitely got it twice in one game, which I don't understand how you make that mistake happen, but you know, whatever. I'm not a pro player. I don't know what the you know, IQ plays are on that, so.
There's a lot of details and nuances, though, that, you know, can be revealed from scrims between the teams, but sometimes, you know, only waits to show up in the drafts in officials later on, and people can scratch their heads about. But the teams know each other quite well from having played, so letting through certain heroes against certain teams is understandable. However, I will say KP is happy to play Enigma. He does play Enigma. He's played it a lot in the past. So this is a bit surprising to me that they're banning out the Pango and the Doom against them. But that's just so much respect over to the Pango.
They know what they want to play against, they know what they don't, and those are definitely the heroes that they're most concerned about over on the side of Spirit.
5 seconds.
Do have some nice tower push coming out from the side of Talon. You've got big team fight. I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like whenever we see this Enigma, usually, oh, you can't. Never mind. I totally missed out on the fact that Rubik has already been banned, so that will not be an option.
Yeah, they're shielding their Enigma pick with the Rubik ban. There's still Silencer, though, which I feel Team Spirit would probably be happy to run. Silencer and Undying is quite a good combination as well, just good fighters. You would lack stuns if you go for it, though. So we'll see if Talon are concerned about the Silencer, or if they let it through and then play on the fact that Team Spirit would be very low on disable if they go for it.
Do we want to see something that has a BKB piercing stun coming out from the side of Spirit? I know a lot of times when we see things like this Enigma, we'll see things like the Winter Wyvern, because she's got pretty good range on her Winter's Curse to cancel out black holes, can be in good positioning, or something like a Beastmaster.
I think Winter Wyvern is gonna get banned. Yeah, that hero is very, very strong against both Marcy and Enigma, so it would fit extremely well. Good call on that. And yeah, I think that would be a hero that Team Spirit would be very happy to pick. There are still options for them, but Talon getting that last phase, last pick in the first phase Enigma allows them to really shield the pick with the bans. They're really tailoring the game to fit KP a little bit better here.
Could also see something maybe like a Magnus that would give them some more team fight over on the side of Spirit. And another magic immune piercing spell. But, oh, okay, that's another option. We have not seen too much Venge in the games that we've casted. I don't think we've seen her at all during the group stage. I think we got one during last chance quals.
Yeah, we got one that we saw, I think, and I think it was played somewhere, I'm not sure. But Vengeful Spirit and SF is a classic combo. It's also a very popular Eastern European hero just the last few years overall. In Eastern Europe, we've seen a lot of different experimentations with Venge as a support, as a core, as a mid, as a carry. This is very likely just going to be a support Venge with the sole purpose of disabling the Enigma. And quickly, we see Talon responding here with Drow Ranger and Tusk.
Yeah, they're going to need something to jump onto the back lines and go after this Drow. That is going to be very, very important. Because they have some very tanky people that they can throw up front, and they can also reposition heroes as well with that Marcy. This is an interesting conundrum. What would you like to see picked up here? What's the best option that fits within their draft?
For Team Spirit now, I would like to see them lean in heavier into their auras a little bit, and there's still the possibility for going Beastmaster as well with this. It is a bit rough, the laning stage against Drow, but I think it could be a good fit with Venge and SF. They're going to go with the Mars instead, though. Also a good hero against Drow, as you can block a lot of their damage when you put down the arena, and a good way to get in there and close the distance.
That is a really good point, the fact that when you have something like a Mars, you're able to just separate the fight quite nicely. So you have to be very, on top of your positioning, or else you're going to end up getting cut off from everyone else. Very similar to like a Clockwork, right? With the cogs, except with just more area that gets covered.
Yeah, it's more AoE controlled than the Beastmaster would have been as well. The Beast would be great for having one more BKB piercing disable against the Enigma, but it would not be controlling as much of the area as Mars does. So this can be useful to lock down more people in the team fight instead of just singling down on one guy. And I do think they were lacking a bit in that department.
so we've got most likely going to be the collapse on the Mars.
Turn to ban.
Do have some flexibility if they did want to shift things around, but I feel like collapse plays such a good Mars that you really want to put him on that particularly. Probably Yatro on the SF, so the mid is still open for Toronto Tokyo potentially.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's definitely Toronto Tokyo's hero being held to the last here. As Talon ban out Sven, though, they seem to be in disagreement a little bit. Banning Sven feels like they are expecting this to be a mid SF then.
Well, again, a lot of these teams have been scrimming for a while now, so perhaps they have this this knowledge that, you know, oh, they like to run this more on this particular position, so let's just cover all of our bases. But
yeah, Sven also a great hero against Star Ranger because he can provide armor to the entire team and protect them against Dra in a great way. So and that, along with the fact that he charges in very aggressively, and I think overall Talon are very physical damage oriented right now. Having Drow, Marcy, and Tusk, they all do so much physical damage that Team Spirit would be happy to have some form of damage mitigation against that.
it's not damage mitigation, but what about something like a Batrider that can jump into the back lines?
I think Batrider would honestly fit really well still, but seems like Talon are insisting on banning out carry heroes. We'll see if that's going to be the case, if it is going to be Toronto Tokyo on his SF here, because I'm leaning more towards it being Yatoro, but it is curious to see that they're not deciding to ban out possible mid heroes here for Toronto. Banning out the Puck as well, like for me it feels like Team Spirit, that Puck ban is them, you know, like it's not a hero that I would have banned if I wanted to run a mid SF, and especially not a Storm Spirit ban. I would not ban. Sure, they play a fantastic Storm Spirit on the side of Talon, but Storm gets absolutely handled by a mid Shadow Fiend. So I feel like this is a carry SF now, and I feel like they're telling it with the bans that they're doing as well. So Talon should be expecting that they're coming out with something else for Toronto. Possibly even something like Lina still would play so well into Mars and Venge with the disables, get them more physical damage into the minus armor. Something like that could be a big threat here.
Yeah, I'm a big Lina fan. We've been seeing a couple different builds recently, not just the physical, but also the magic build. Does give you a little bit more lockdown, and that range is always very, very nice. My only concern about that is, are they just a little bit too squishy then, if they pick up the Lina?
I don't necessarily think so. Lina is sort of squishy, but she's not very squishy. She also plays pretty far back in the team fights due to her long range. So for how far back she sits, she's rather tanky generally, and she can scale into a late game very well. We'll see what Talon want to go with here. The Storm Spirit ban out is a good call by Team Spirit. I think they want an active hero, so it's going to be Queen.
That is quite an active hero. I've seen a lot of her cropping up recently too. I think one of the top mid heroes that has been picked in this current professional patch through the last chance qualifiers up to now.
Yeah, great Queen game too. You have so much utility from Blink here, being able to blink out of the Tombstone or towards the Tombstone and kill it quickly. The swap doesn't really work that well against Queen, who can just blink away, and same against the Arena. So repositioning is really valuable here. And Gyrocopter comes in, so it is indeed looking like Toronto Tokyo going mid on the SF. We have SF versus Queen. Matchup we cast twice yesterday as well.
How do you feel about the pickup of the Gyrocopter? I know it's a lot of just early aggression. Like, that's one of the reasons why we see this hero picked up, but haven't seen it be like super popular recently.
It's one of the best heroes against Enigma in lane. So if you're going to let through Enigma to the enemy team, then having Gyrocopter lane against it is absolutely fantastic. It's also a rather aggressive hero. Like you said, he can activate early and join for a lot of fights. I like it because I think Team Spirit were a little bit too slow in the previous game. They were mostly just split pushing. This looks more like Team Spirit are coming into battle. They will fight against Talon a lot, and they could fight on lower cooldown than Black Hole as well.
That's true. That is a big deal, being able to take these fights and be more skirmishy, especially when you have such a big ultimate like Black Hole. Also going to have to be very careful about their positioning, though, all right? That's one thing that Mira's going to have to be especially very cognizant of throughout all of these fights, being able to get the swap off if necessary. How fast do you think this game is going to go? Because we saw the aggression coming out from Talon in game number 1, and Spirit held on for quite a while, but are we going to see something even faster this time around?
I feel like it. I feel like this truly will be a quick-paced game. I think, my prediction is that I think Team Spirit are going to strike back here with some really high-paced Dota, and I think we're going to have like a sub-30-minute game coming out. Even though Talon played fantastic in game 1, if they play like that, and if they dominate Spirit like they did there, I mean, obviously that's not going to happen, but I think Team Spirit are not going to let Talon get away with it twice.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times our first game of the series tends to be the longer one, and the second one is when like all the teams get into overdrive, and we usually see these very, very quick games. Could be totally wrong on this too. We could see Talon be the ones who take the aggression, win the lanes, and put the pressure down, but a very fast draft, especially picking up with a gyrocopter. So I'm excited. I would like to see, you know, if Talon can continue the streak or if Spirits figure them out.
Yeah, this will be very exciting to see here, and you know, the first game was first game of the day. Hopefully, you know, the boys had some pubs in them before going into their first tournament game of the day here. But now you're warmed up, and let's see if Talon can repeat what they did in game 1. Very impressive achievement in the first game.
We've got nothing.
How oh gosh, I just lost it. My brain just went and booped on me.
That's so funny. Both of them were smoked, and they kind of like circled around each other as they dropped those mid wards. But yeah, that ward gets pinged out. Yeah, they did identify that this big camp here seems to be blocked. So SF goes in, has a sentry.
30 seconds to battle.
And that's a bit of gold going over the side of Mira, so he's happy on his bench. Gets a return on the investment of the sentry.
They'll get their
That's
own
same.
D ward. Does seem like there's very limited spots to be able to place wards at the very start of the game. Every single team pretty much picking the same spots over and over.
Generally, nice runes here for Team Spirit. They're gonna get an advantage from the start. I mean, the teams, the way they run out when they start, the game starts, they smoke out, and they kind of cover every single area with their bodies. So they run out and try and give themselves info on where the enemy are warding. But yeah, you can't really get that deep into enemy jungle to get creative wards. That's how we saw that got dewarded. He just tried to go a little bit too far.
Interesting with this top lane. You have Q on the Marcy, KP on Enigma, and Enigma to, you know, level 1 doesn't do a whole heck of a lot, but already you're seeing, you know, that capability of Marcy being able to just move Mira around. And even though KP has ended up losing these Eidolons, he put out a decent amount of harass onto this Vengeful right off the bat.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. You don't want to get thrown back to the Eidolons. They do a lot of right clicks on you during that time. And Marcy overall is going to win the harass trade between the bench and Marcy a lot. But same for the lane.
Look at Q. He's just running after Mira, just punching him. Does have the dispose available in another second, but again, we're seeing this power of the gyrocopter, who's just like, yeah, I'm not going to let you have Eidolons here. I'm not going to even let you have this courier. But Q uses the dispose, says, please don't touch him. And just throws out the punches.
He desperately wanted to get in there and get some last hits.
Another dispose in about 3 seconds. And Q's pretty fast.
Yeah, he's chasing, but I don't think he can really do it on his own. No Eidolons available right now to help him.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of cutting those down immediately whenever they pop up.
Bottom lane, bit of trading happening as well. Miposhka on his Undying, trying to keep Collapse happy and last hitting.
Mid lane seems to be going fairly even. Right now, Toronto, Tokyo, a little bit of that advantage, 12-1, and the Queen of Pain sitting at 8-3.
Mikoto, though, he's bullying him a little bit. He goes for the rune, so he's blocking where Toronto, Tokyo can go for rune control, and having that blink on Queen, she is the spirit here to catch runes.
He ended up using the tombstone on the bottom lane. Didn't get the kill on 23 Savage. Hype needs to be a little bit careful, though. So they'll dish back some of that harassment.
Yeah, they get the tombstone gold as well. Nice bit of gold for them. Oh, this is
Get
dangerous.
the harass up here in the top lane. They have the Eidolons. Then that is going to be the first blood going over to KP.
Yeah, that was a good catch, and we see just why Marcy is so dangerous. Toronto Tokyo is just behind the tower here. All right, gets the courier.
A little bit unorthodox, but doesn't seem to mind as he's landing some of these raises over on Queen.
He has to watch out. Marcy is coming in.
There it is, it's a rebound. There's the dispose, and this is a dead Toronto Tokyo. Very nice.
Yeah, this is looking like the average Marcy impact, just killing people left, right, and center. Showing exactly why this hero is a fearsome monster of a hero that I feel genuinely afraid for any team that lets it through in the draft, because it's just so strong in the laning stage.
I just love how terrifying Marcy is, but how like happy and like wholesome she looks. If that makes any sense.
So cheerful whistle.
I guess that's even scarier though, right? When you have the super happy looking ones and they're the ones that you have to watch out for. They will absolutely murder you.
Yeah, she enjoys it too.
At least in the anime, she's just protecting people, you know? It's not that she's just a bloodthirsty maniac. Just protecting
justifying
her friend.
it.
Look, at least she's not Luna committing war crimes, okay? It could be much worse. Those poor, poor elves.
Bottom lane, 15-3 against the 19-4 here. Drow Ranger falling a little bit behind to the Mars and Masters, but that's expected. Offlaners usually pull out ahead a little bit in the CS, but she's getting good farm. And the battle, the two supports just duking it out. A hard battle for Hyde though. Winning against an undying laning stage is pretty much impossible as a Tusk. You can't really trade with him.
Oh, the courier, Maposhka, he wants it. Might finish him off though, as they do jump underneath the tower. This is not looking for 23 Savage. He's trying to slow down, trying to get out some damage before he inevitably ends up dying. But they drop the tombstone. Snowball coming into play. The rotation from Q should be able to punish push, but they still end up getting the kill.
The spear?
And now Q is looking a little bit scared here. He's still taking so much damage from the tombstone. Collapse says, yeah, I'll take another kill. I'd love that. As just slowly clicks him down. Eventually dying to the tower, but it took some doing.
That is terrible for Talon. They have 3 heroes down there and all of them die. Meanwhile, top they're getting bullied now because he's alone. Enigma needs some help. Tosh TP's in.
I'm gonna try to punish Mira here. Doesn't look like there's too much that they'll be able to do to try to save Mira, but the snowball comes in. We'll slow down Yatro. KP hiding into the tree line. They still have the vision,
Queen
though.
is coming.
They want to get this kill. Queen of Pain, though, making her own rotation. KP sitting so very low, but the Shadow Strike, the clicks are there, and they'll be able to punish Yatro.
Yeah, they tried to go very aggressive top on Team Spirit because they saw so many rotations down towards bottom, but still good reaction. And I mean, Queen is happy to TP and join if people are diving on the tower. That's a haste rune.
Does have the haste rune. Has to be careful with those shards. Snowball is going to try to get out of there as quick as possible. Does have the Undying nearby. And that'll be the end of that engagement.
He could maybe have found that kill on Mikoto there. He did have the ulti, and SF was like 150 HP towards the end of all that. Maybe he was worried they would be able to heal up.
And Collapse just does not care. Just tanks all that multi-shot right to the face. Does force 23 Savage to use the guns. And they've actually rotated Q down. I like this. I think having him be very aggressive and have these early rotations are a great use of this Marcy.
Yeah, it's a good way to use it. However, that does leave more space over to top lane. I know they just died, but this top tower might fall quickly, and your offlane tower falling is never a good thing. And KP needs to get back to lane right now. He's got TP out. Has a hard time as he's being left to his own device.
A lot of pressure being placed onto Toronto Tokyo here in the mid lane. 2 supports wandering through. And whenever Marcy's not on the map, that is a cause for alarm, depending on which lane you're in. They go for a smoke play, too. So you're going to see the Tusk and the Marcy making these rotations. And they're headed top. perhaps to alleviate some of that pressure on KP.
Yeah, they're moving towards the lane with KP as well. He's coming with his Eidolons, so he's ready to fight.
Mira
They
just
took
TP's
it
out.
Oh, he's in trouble, and
He's
Yatoro.
in so much trouble. Yeah, Hyde getting to position, throws out the shards. Follow up with the hit here. There it is. And it's just a dead Yatoro. Very unfortunate that... Oh gosh, Makoto's here too. Do they decide that they want to jump on this Undying?
Wow. Okay, so Talon really being cautious there. They still had all their spells on Marcy. She could have jumped and disposed the Undying back into them, but they were happy. They got a kill on the carry. Didn't see many people on the map, so a bit careful.
Makoto gets hit with that magic missile, but is going to end up getting caught in the shards and disposes there. It's a dead Mira. Makoto is on a killing spree. Already 3 kills on this Queen of Pain at 8 minutes in.
Yeah, it comes from the rotations, though. I mean, Q has been in 6 out of the 8 kills so far, and he's looking to make it more.
He's looking to get another kill on Yatoro as all 3 of them go forward. Couple clicks, and even the Sonic Wave getting used just to make sure that they can get the kills. Now Baposhka is just getting tossed around. Yet another kill from Makoto. 5 kills on this guy. And, you know, I heard that, you know, this is a team that gets carried by Makoto a lot of the time, but my god. These supports making these really nice rotations and helping to enable Makoto. Just looking so good early right now.
Yeah, I like the way they're playing overall. They're getting stuff done. However, it should be mentioned that the overall farm is still going the way of Spirit. They have great last hits on the SF, who has been jungling quite a bit. And Mars has just quietly been sitting on bottom lane. He's doing his job. He's taking this tower out bit by bit. And he has really great CS as well. And even though Gyrocopter has died a few times, his farm is on point. He's still ahead of the Drow, or just even with the Drow now. So, while Spirit having a pretty bad start here, they're not in terrible form, though.
I feel like that's a bit expected, though, when you have something like a Gyrocopter, that he should have pretty good farm. Because of the fact that he does have the AoEs.
Yeah, he was also a last pick. He was a last pick into a favorable lane. Gyro against Enigma is a fantastic lane, and dying 3 times is not what he wants to have happen. He wanted to be like 2,000 gold ahead of where he is right now in farm.
I do like how active Makoto is. See that the item is going to be picking up first is going to be the Witchblade. So it's interesting to watch Spirit be put on the ropes, because like we haven't seen a lot of games where they get outpaced, and usually, you know, they're able to recover very well. So I'm curious to see if Talon's going to be able to keep up this pressure, because you don't want to have a couple deaths on Makoto, right? He kind of loses some of that momentum. But again, this is a guy, #1 SCA, very good at knowing his limits and pushing them.
Yeah, Makoto's a fantastic player, but no, I think it's dangerous when you play Queen. If you make one misplay, then people usually say that one death on Queen and you just lose the game. That's a drawback on the hero. And it's not exactly true, but it's sort of true that you're not allowed to make too many mistakes on this hero. And for now, they're doing fantastic. And I think the solution to this game for Talon is just to keep playing around Marcy, play into your strengths, and utilize her to catch people off guard.
The pressure's being placed on the mid tower. You've got Q in position. Makoto also just going to give a couple clicks to the side. Go for a little bit of a dive. Just breaking some trees. Maybe give Mira a little fright. Do have that one Cardi here. Do have a little bit of an opening as they jump onto Maposhka, who's dropped the tombstone. So now Hyde gonna have to use the snowball, go over to one of these camps. Collapso coming in hot. Does have the arena if they want to use it. Doesn't look like it's gonna be necessary. As should be able to kill on Hyde, but Toronto Tokyo chasing after KP, going to try to ensure that he is not going to do much in this fight.
Haste is so strong at this stage of the game. There's nothing he can do really on Enigma there. Can't get out of that situation. Haste even allows him to get back to defend mid as well.
And Q thinking about going back in, but gonna be a little bit short on that rebound.
Good fight there for Team Spirit, as they were just farming their Gyrocopter as well. Meanwhile, of course, Drow is hitting creeps as well, so both of them are just prioritizing their own farm.
And as we said earlier, with Collapse, having a lot of free farm in that bottom lane, the Drow leaving, do have a Blink Dagger picked up on him now at 12 minutes. Shards get tossed over onto Mira. He's still sitting at level 5, so not going to be able to get any sort of cheeky swap plays here for the time being, but Talon just focusing over here on the tower. Not going to go for any ridiculous dives. Not yet anyways. As you can see, Drow is starting to move over.
Yeah, that was really good use of the tree line. Mira just staying safe under the trees. Even as they tried to dive him, they couldn't really get good enough vision to kill him. And now he's level 6. Goes for a deny. Nice. Nice deny on tower.
Niall, it's still going to be a very dead Mira. There it is, though. That's the arena we were looking for. Q and Makoto caught inside. They'll end up losing Q. Makoto, trying to survive a little bit longer, does manage to blink away. He's gonna get off a couple of these little clicks onto some of these zombies. And Drow sitting on the high ground, though. Nice positioning. He's gonna be able to just throw out the damage onto Miposhka. One more hit should be enough to finish him off. And now Makoto surviving for quite a while. The Sonic wave coming out as Toronto Tokyo ends up popping in the mid lane.
Yeah, they just barely TP out as well to safety with Collapse. Gets away, but that was a fantastic turnaround there. Good positioning by Hyde going in for that kill on SF as well. Good reads overall by Talon. They're out fighting Spirit right now.
Yeah, again, it's very surprising to see Spirit getting outpaced. We're seeing the early Crystallis picked up on the gyrocopter.
Yeah, he went for the first item, with brown boots even, and it surprised me a little bit. It is, you know, a good damage item to farm jungle, but this is a very passive approach to playing gyrocopters, going for the full farming build, no points at all in Rocket Barrage. That's not too uncommon, but going for the Crystallis before Power Treads or something to be stronger in laning stage as well. I feel like he's turning on ultra greed mode here on Yatoro. He just wants to farm and get absolutely huge.
Is getting some room to be able to hit the creeps, so perhaps it is paying off, but not exactly the most orthodox build that we see on Gyrocopter.
No, this is not really the norm builds, but the early Aghanims is really common though. And we even have seen, you know, a lot of people go for otherwise the Maelstrom into the Aghanims build on Gyrocopter. Crystallis is just a little bit cheaper and allows them to quickly switch in to go for the Aghanim Scepter.
Wraith Pack completed now for KP. And he's just been shoving out this top lane as much as possible. Do have Collapse. He's smoked up with the rest of the team. He's got himself a double damage, just about to wear off. And it's just ships passing in the might. They're just a little bit too slow to grab up KP. They might go for the dive though underneath the tower. Mira getting into position, thinking about a swap. But they're going to be patient.
Yeah,
the smoke is going to wear off.
Don't really connect, but he does reveal himself in the end with the God's Rebuke as the smoke times out. But that was very, very close to KP dying, but his read was on point. He backed off in time. And has he taken an Overlord creep yet? I feel like he has this Helm of the Overlord, but I can't see if he has taken one creep yet. I think he should get one. Keep an eye on the Ancients.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't think he has one yet. I think... I'm not sure why. Oh, wait. I'm silly. He's, of course, Wraith Pact.
There's something he could pick up eventually, though, the Helm of the Overlord. If he wanted to go for it, will assist.
No, I just get them confused sometimes, the two symbols. I'm still not entirely used to the icons. Old man Dota here.
I was thinking that you were talking about, like, oh yeah, eventually, you know, get something like that. But a little bit of initiation over onto Mira. Tag team getting used by Hyde. Collapse in a nice position. And the Tombstone. So it looks like Talon realizing, okay, we can just walk away from this. Well, we can't walk away from it when we do get swapped in. So Hyde throwing out the Snowball. They will be able to blow up the Vengeful Spirit. Now Hyde, these zombies might be able to finish him off. Yeah, he'll be able to get taken out there by those residual zombies from the Tombstone being placed on the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, they only trade down support, and the farm on the Ancients is still being committed here by Yatoro. He's getting very close now to shipping out his entire Aghanims. In fact, it's coming out right now. So this doesn't necessarily make him want to look for fights super badly, but it does put him in a better fighting shape. And having Aghanims on Gyrocopter is a fantastic counter to Enigma. Not just... You know, Gyrocopter doesn't only counter Enigma in laning phase, but being able to build an Aghanim Scepter and later down the road already has queued up the Satanic. He can be life-stealing during the Black Hole, which is great. Move coming in bottom. They're looking for a catch here. Q gets the catch on Mira.
Oh yeah, while this is happening, they find Miposhka off in the other lane, but they do manage on Mira. So both the supports on the side of Team Spirit end up falling. I'm
yeah, very nice, making 2 rotations at once there. Good kills for them.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if Yatoro because, you know, again, he's got the Ags. It's going to want to go for that BKB for his next item, but Toronto Tokyo has finished his own BKB. Do they try to, you know, make some plays where just Yatoro is farming in the general area so he can join in the fights, doesn't have to commit? Because I feel like the BKB on Toronto Tokyo is a big deal.
I think they have a huge power spike right now, and it's going to be a long time until their next one. They don't have any big item that's coming up very soon, so the Blink on Mars, the BKB on Yatoro, and the Aghanims completing on Gyrocopter, they could look for some fights right now just by having all these 3 items complete. And over on the side of Talon, they are closing in on BKB soon as well on the side of Drow Ranger.
Bit of the Walrus Punch here from Hyde. He's just caught out. It's going to make them work for it. They have a little bit of a chase, but will ultimately fall to collapse.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I like it. They're starting to recognize their power spikes, so they're going towards Roshan, dropping down the Tombstone, fighting in this area. And with 2 BKBs close to finishing on the side of Talon, they just got the Drow, but they're close to the Queen as well. I don't think they want to fight yet, so this is Aegis just going to safely go the way of Team Spirit.
Trying to put that final pressure on this bottom tier 1 once the fort is up, but again, yeah, we will see that Yatoro gets that Aegis very easily. And this is a nice little insurance policy because he doesn't have the BKB just yet, but this is going to make it so if they decide they do want to take a fight, it's a little bit less risky for the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I think BKB is very good for him, but also wouldn't be completely against him going for even greedier items when he has this Aegis in hand now. But he probably wants it because they have so much magic damage and disables between Marcy and Queen of Pain. I think it's smart to just go for it. So he sends out the Mithril Hammer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Queen, BKB, Drow as well. Right now, Talon feel like maybe they can make something happen. They're only 200 gold away from a Blink Dagger on Enigma, so that's going to be their big power spike, I would say.
There's a Blink completed now for Toronto Tokyo that's being shipped out to him right now.
Yeah, he's going for more of the caster SF, it seems, in this game.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Curious to see who's going to make the first moves. I feel like Team Spirit, they're kind of in the driver's seat right now because they do have this power spike, but also the aggression from Talon has been real this entire time.
Talon just wants to set up a bait and get a big black hole off. That's basically their gameplay, but there are so many ways to cancel a non-BKB black hole. You have, you know, homing missile, you have fear from SF, Venge. There are so many catches. So overall, we're going to see Team Spirit just keep taking towers and dealing damage here.
Yeah, positioning has to be just right. There's the Blink Dagger delivered to Enigma, though, so these next fights are going to be very crucial in the way that the positioning occurs.
Yeah, I like that they're pushing bottom, and meanwhile Mikoto is cutting in the mid creep wave. We see the same thing also being done over on the side of Spirit, of course. They cut the mid wave and shoving towards the top tower, but they don't push fast enough, really. There's a chance to defend this if Talon wants to smoke over.
Don't know if they, yeah, okay, they'll go for the smoke. Dakota leading the charge.
Yeah, even catching stragglers is possible.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
This could be big. Again, this is the reveal of that Blink Dagger. They do ping out that, you know, they have had, oh, Q. Smoposhka, first one that they're going to run into. Again, it's a support, so it's not the end of the world. They don't want to lose people, but if they're going to have to lose someone, Smoposhka is the optimal person on the side of Team Secret. Sorry, Spirit.
It's the classic Spirit play, though. They always fall on the sword with Miposhka or Mira sticking around in the area. So, I mean, him dying there, it is a little bit costly, but not really. He respawns so fast and he gives so little gold that him sort of intentionally tanking that gank gives them an information. Okay, we see where Talon are. They reveal themselves, and now immediately they smoke up again, looking for a fight with that information. They also have the ward down, of course.
I don't think... Have they spotted that Enigma has the blink, though?
They've seen
himself? Okay. A little bit of the skirmish starting off as they'll put out the pressure on Collapse. The rest of the team, though, good positioning. Staying pretty split out. Another hit over onto Collapse. Sonic Wave landing onto multiple, as now 23 Savage. The positioning is very nice here. It's just hiding back over here on Yatoro. They'll drop the tombstone, but the shards making it so Yatoro cannot quite make it over to the side. So there it is. That's going to be the Aegis. First death. As the rest of Spirit starts to collapse. They are grouped up. You have to be quite careful against this Enigma with the Blink Dagger. But
very clean pick there. Fantastic shards to lock out the positioning, and they all still stay disciplined. They don't clump up too much to get caught in a good arena. There's no chance for a big SF ulti, and they still stayed ready with their Enigma to counter-initiate if there was more aggression coming out by Spirit. But they take down the Aegis, equalizing the field a bit. And a second smoke being popped here. Immediately Spirit want to go again. They smoked under a ward though, but they saw it. They dropped the sentry, and now it's like, do we go? Awkward.
Again, Mira being the one to break some of these smoke gangs. Collapse waiting nearby. The positioning has been really interesting in a lot of these fights, especially around the Roche Pit fight. The way that Makoto approaches from one angle, and then the way that 23 Savage is also just at a completely other. So like, it's just being pincered upon, which I think is very interesting.
Yeah, they're spreading. They don't want to get caught by big ultis.
It looks so good though. Like, okay, there it is. Jump, there it is. Followed up. Dead Mira. Unleash gets used during all of that. It's funny because Primal Beast is pulverized, and sometimes I have this moment where like you think about Marcy's punching, and it also seems like it would also be a very apt name.
Yeah, that's true. It does do some pulverizing damage, that's for sure.
A lot of punchy boys in Dota nowadays.
Yeah, that's what it's become. It's very, very brawly Dota lately. Overall, it seems like Talon now, if they keep playing the fights they do, like spreading out in the way that they do and positioning well, then it will be very hard for Spirit to take a good engagement because they rely on that Mars ulti so much. And there's also a big power spike coming up down the road for Team Talon here, as they are building BKB on Marcy and they're building a BKB on Enigma. So they're gonna have a quad BKB timing.
That is a huge deal. It's
yeah, at that point, I mean, yeah, it's back and forth, but at that point, it will be difficult for them to get much done between Mars and the SF, who's going for a caster build.
If you look at like the win probability, this game has stayed fairly close. Just a little bit of a advantage going over to Team Spirit usually, but feels very neck and neck. It's the kind of games that you like to see.
Yeah, I think there's an advantage overall for Talon though as the game progresses. They're just gonna scale better, I think, into late game. Yes, Yatoro on his gyrocopter is getting really, really massive. He's closing in on having the Daedalus now, and of course once he gets Satanic, Eye of Skadi, Daedalus, like he's gonna start punching real hard on gyrocopter. But there are just multiple ranged cores, or like the Queen and the Drow are gonna be difficult for him to get close enough to, and he can get kited a bit in the fight.
A little bit of a duel getting tossed out here, you know? Like to see the guys having fun. But
yeah, first hero to die loses.
Grouping tightly together. I feel like Q's a little bit of a disadvantage here on this duel, just because of the fact that is being the primary initiator alongside with Hyde.
Well,
not sure how fair
is he at a disadvantage? He can just dispose the Marcy into the enemy. Let's see who wins the duel.
That is true. That is true. BKB completed though for the Marcy, so we're seeing these timings and these power spikes starting to come together now. I like the early pickup of the gem over on Hyde. I think that's very nice to be able to just remove any of this excess vision. Collapse over in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's cutting that wave, not allowing them to get to a tier 2 tower. That's a pretty big move because else they could have pushed like top and mid, whereas Team Spirit would only be pushing bottom. So by doing that, he saves the mid tower from being a possible target.
We're just seeing a trade on the tier 2s. Spirit will grab theirs first, but right behind them is of course Talon.
Yeah, pretty synchronized. Both teams are now happy to keep this farming going later into the game. Moving towards mid, just sending the Eidolons over. Spirit's gonna try and shove mid creep wave as well. Neither team wants to fight right now. It's like nobody flinching.
It's a lot of posturing. A lot of control too up here top. They want to make sure that they control this area.
They have a huge timing here that they're hitting on Team Spirit before the BKB on Enigma. They're finishing up the Mystic Staff soon for SF, and that will be his entire Arcane Blink. And Arcane Blink can come as one of the biggest surprise timings in Dota. He hasn't revealed the components to it, of course, only having the Blink. Talon have to expect it to some degree, but this is a massive, massive item. Oh, he gets a Ceremonial Robe as well, so his ulti would be very high damage and very long duration. The standoff.
Roche won't respond for about a minute, so Talon, you know, getting themselves in position here. They've already taken down as much of the vision as possible that Team Spirit has had. I just feel like it's Collapse and Makoto just constantly staring each other down here on the rivet. They can't see each other, obviously. We have the God view, but...
This is so funny. They're actually in a complete mirror position right now. Everyone playing close to each other. Nobody wants to go alone and get caught out. And they're just holding out to the enemy jungle and cutting mid-creep wave. Every single wave now for the last like 5-6 waves, they've been doing the same thing here. And neither team wants to flinch. But now, Team Spirit, they have enough. They've had enough of this. They want to go high ground and try and force their reaction.
I think that's a fair play here. You can see
there's a lot of damage from Jaro.
Chewing through it. Yeah, you're going to see the TP come out. They realize that they have to respond to this. They can't just give up this tower for free. So, Team Spirit and the standoff will be the ones who get the response.
It's a good play, but they are not in control of Roche area, so they're gonna smoke immediately to try and bring themselves over there. They forced people to come bottom. Now they're realizing, okay, Talon might be split up. If not, everyone went back to base, which probably not. Now they're looking for whoever is gonna come towards mid.
Positioning though here, one on the high ground, one on the low. We'll be able to just rebound off if necessary. And you can see the other heroes on the side of Talon. They're beelining over because they don't want to allow Spirit to get this Aegis. A couple of words.
I love this positioning by Queen of Pain. Mikoto just with a great smoke reveal position and just playing under her ward. And right now, vision advantage to Talon.
Another smoke over on the side of Spirit. They're going to try to make a wraparound play.
Look at Queen. She's
very
still
wide.
Yeah, she's still smoke revealing. I think they suspect that she is sitting around there, so they're trying to go all the way around here.
This is going pretty fast, though.
Yeah, Roche goes down too quick for this. They don't have time for this move.
And they know exactly where they are now that they're changing over the outpost. Collapse does have the blink, throws a spear in, sitting very low. It's still going to be the Aegis going over to the side of 23 Savage. Big call down BKB, but they've already escaped, so it looks like they're going to end up losing High. They lose Miposhka, and that's the last second end up losing Makoto, too. As Q's stuck over on top of the eye spot. A spear will help him get it down, and then, you know, just a subtle hit from the gyrocopter will send him home. And a body bag. Probably not the way he wanted to go.
That's crazy, actually. They managed to kill that. I almost don't need to see a replay of that fight and how it played out. They didn't even need to use the SF ulti in that. He did dish out some damage, of course. The gyrocopter did almost all the damage with this flat cannon, though. The Daedalus coming in big. I thought Queen would be more tanky with her Shivas, but she went down fast.
And we can see that replay here coming in.
Oh yeah, they're already dead in the clip though.
Oh yeah. Well, they died very.
They died too fast. Not even the replay could catch it. It was so fast. The DPS of Yatoro is just insane. It breaks ordinary time rules. And now it seems like Mikoto and the squad here on Talon, they want to go in and try and reclaim their own Ancients area, perhaps. Or maybe you want to go even deeper. They do still have the Aegis. So while they lost the fight handedly, they did secure and get away with the Aegis on Savage. It was close to it being stolen there. But Collapse could not get his hands on it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that last little burning bit of the spear would be able to go and get the kill on Roche, but still ends up going the way of Talon.
Yeah. 23 Savage just looking for a fight right now. He feels like farming is not what he wants to do anymore. He's looking for any initiation he can get. But Team Spirit are respecting the Aegis and playing very carefully together right now in their own jungle.
It is going to hurt. They ended up losing the gem in that battle, so going to have to be a bit more careful with positioning because there is the Silver Edge over on 23 Savage, and also all their hard work and like warding and whatnot is going to get deleted. Although there's a double damage rune over here. Yeah, the bottle handed over to Yatoro. Gonna make sure that he can save
good
that for
savings.
later. That is some scary stuff for right now.
Yeah, that's actually insanely good to have a bottle up D room for him. Now they're looking happy to fight even into Aegis. They feel confident. They see Queen on mid lane, so they're going behind.
Oh, okay. Toronto Tokyo was there. That's a pretty big pick off, honestly. But
They
the
still
follow-up
wanna
now
fight.
from Collapse. BKB gets popped. You can see KP, he's trying to find this opening, but it's looking a bit hard. There it is. He jumps in with the black hole. Swap comes out. The 23 Savage will lose the Aegis and now hide too much damage coming out. Makoto with the Sonic Wave will push them back. Up comes 23 Savage, but Yato, he does so much damage. He's got himself a safe. Doesn't even need to use it as they just melt.
He has BKB on Mikoto. Cannot allow himself to get stunned next to his gyrocopter. He would actually shred him.
This is a very farmed Yatoro, and that was a lot of damage dealt throughout that battle.
Yeah, he's the entire damage source. Right now, they don't have a great solution to him. They would love to have something like Halberd or something to deal with the gyrocopter and his right clicks. Of course, he has BKB, so if he pops that early enough, you can't even deal with it. And I love the itemization. There we see they got the pick off on the SF, they back out, but Yatoro just slides in around the black hole here. The swap comes out to cancel that as well, and then he parks himself on the Aegis respawn, and there's no way that Drow Ranger can win this battle. I think maybe she could have tried for a TP out during it, because swap was on cooldown, but she still died so fast.
And you're thinking that that would go maybe a little bit better for the side of Talon, considering that SF did get just picked off very, very early on, but you can see the power of the gyrocopter. It makes it very, very difficult for them. Especially the way he just shredded, you know, Q jumping on the front line at the start of that fight. Just, even though he had a BKB, it did not matter.
No, it doesn't really do anything to protect him. The raw physical damage of Yatoro is extremely high right now, and I love the decision for him to go Blink as his next item. He's going for his Swift Blink next, because he's recognizing he can kill anyone very, very quickly. And the main position, or main issue is something I said earlier. He might get kited, he might get controlled. You know, shards can block him off. You can have, you know, Marcy tossing him away or something as a dying action. But no, he goes for a Blink Dagger. Gonna be able to jump in and get deep into the team fight. And that makes it really hard for Drow Ranger. 23 Savages positioning now is gonna be a struggle against Swap, against that, against the SF Arcane Blink, and the jump of Mars. Who, by the way, went for a Basher in this game. Pretty cool to see. Collapse has a Basher, Mars, and going for Abyssal Blade next item.
It's another way to deal with Enigma if needed, and also just great lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, if you get one lucky random bash on a BKB Queen of Pain or Drow Ranger, that can definitely catch them by surprise and perhaps lead to some kill. You are playing into 4 BKBs, so I suppose Basher has increased value because of that.
Yeah, looks like Marcy will eventually be picking up a Basher herself to pair along with the Unleash.
Yeah, that's her dream, but I'm not sure. It's pretty far away, so we'll see if she manages to get there. They would need some good fights, and right now Team Spirit are the ones taking all of the control on the map.
Yeah, and you can see they did pick up a second gem. Hyde picking it up. It's in his inventory stash right now. Just trying to get some of that control back. Because the map's dark. It is so dark for the side of Talon, which makes it difficult to get out there, especially when you've got squishier heroes, stuff like Makoto, Queen of Pain, and then of course 23 Savage.
Yeah, it's costly though. Costly to buy a second gem like this for him. It's rough. I'm sure he wishes for the old bug to still exist, where if you bought a gem and the enemy got it and they dewarded, you got the gold still. That was the first interaction of that. Yeah, I literally saw someone intentionally give away a gem to the enemy team and let them deward them just so he made money off the dewards. That was some clowny stuff in the initial version of it.
The jump forward over onto Toronto Tokyo, but he's got the BKB, so he's going to be able to get the Requiem off Q. Forced away. Should end up falling here, no problem. A nice attempt by the side of Talon, but they were so ready. That was some fast button pushing on Toronto Tokyo's half.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he sees Marcy flying in. That's a terrifying thing to see. So pressing the BKB quickly there before she lands. And Queen doesn't have a Hex in her items yet. She is going for it. So if she had completed her next item already, that could have been a kill on SF. Most likely would have been, but she still needs a bit more gold.
And SF has completed his own Scythe of Ice, so even more lockdown coming out from Team Spirit.
Yeah, Abyssal is up, Hex is up, and the Gyrocopter with his full Swift Blink as well. They're hitting a lot of timings here. And Talon, they just seem like they're unable to stay on the map for too long. Right now we have 80% of their team sitting in their own base, as Spirit are just running around doing whatever they want. And the only one they have on the map is Mikoto, like hugging the tree line, trying to stay safe on the top.
I mean, that is the one person that's able to get out on the map. Does have to be careful though, because they do have the sheep stick, like we talked about. They've got methods to be able to just instantly lock down this Queen of Pain so she cannot escape. But it is necessary for her to get out. And the rest of Talon have smoked up. They're gonna look to cross the river. They're gonna run it. Oh, look at this. Hugging that Roche pit so that way they don't run into Mira.
Oh my god, ships in the dark. They really don't see each other. They were so close.
But look at the sports. Again, we've talked about this. Miposhka standing over here on the side is going to be the one who breaks the smoke. Keep backing off. They see the Gyrocopter and they just feel uncertain, like they want to take this fight. They do have a ward down. They've got the sentry to the side.
Yeah,
KP's
it's a
being
dangerous
very
thing if Yatoro gets vision on people. He could just pop Satanic and Swift Blink in with BKB on, and I'm not even sure he can really die if he blinks on top of someone. Like, yeah, you can try and commit Black Hole, but he's gonna keep Satanic lifestealing from you because he has not enough range for that.
That would be such a Chad move.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very Yatoro to do it, though. He is a pretty Chad carry player for sure.
We do see collapse over on the creeps, but rest of the team grouping up. Yatoro, smoked. Does have the ninja gear, which is very nice for this positioning. And they'll check out the eye spot, make sure that there's no vision over on the side. So it definitely feels like Talent, they want to make something happen, but it's just proving to be too difficult to figure out. How do we get in there? How do we get the lockdown needed? Because there's so much lockdown coming out from the side of Spirit.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect from both teams, though. And Hyde trying to smoke reveal here, the way he's playing, the way he's sitting right now.
A good collapse. Waiting patiently. Tokyo standing right next to collapse. It's a matter of who gets the initiation on who. But it feels like Talent, they want to go in, but they're just too uncertain, so they'll back off.
Both of them, though. Roshan is up, and right now Talon are closer to Roche, but they can't just go in and take it. They don't know exactly where the dire vision is, but Team Spirit, they know for certain that there's a ward on that cliff. They're staying outside of that cliff range. Of course, they know about the ward up here, though. The sentry is gonna get it D-word perhaps by the launch, but no, gonna protect it. Gyrocopter comes over.
Collapse, moving forward. Miposhka, Odo. Needs the sheep stick. They're gonna get rid of Miposhka instantly. It's gonna be the buyback. Now Makoto pinned over to the wall with the black hole set up from KP. It's beautiful. It's gonna be able to put a decent amount of damage, but it's just not going to be quite enough. Like you said, they have the Satanic, they've got the BKB, they kill Makoto, kill high, KP and Q to fall to Yatoro. 23 Savage, he's trying to stay alive. The swap comes out from Mira, perhaps trying to close the gap, maybe trying to cancel out a TP or something, but still alive, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be alive for much longer. It's a triple kill now for Yatoro.
It's such a tricky fight to take. You get a nice two-man black hole there, catching the Mars and the Gyrocopter, and Drow is next to it, dealing damage into it. But the Satanic, he popped it before the black hole came out, so you don't bring down the Gyrocopter. And if you don't kill Gyro, I don't think you win. You use the Queen ulti for this undying kill, and then Queen doesn't have anything to contribute into this. So look at the HP of Gyro. It just keeps going up to full all the time. Every single time he gets an attack out, especially if it crits, he's just healed back to full HP. And of course the chase down. I like the swap there, by the way. The swap back allowed Gyrocopter to get his Swift Blink out, and he was hiding behind Vengeful from the multi-shot to make sure he could blink in. Nice little detail there.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because it felt like there was definitely the reasoning, definitely a reason why we saw the swap, but I wasn't entirely clear, so...
Yeah, he felt like maybe he could catch, but on top of that, the Swift Blink as well. You know, he can't use it while they're still hitting each other.
Right.
He was gonna die no matter what. There was no way out for a Drow Ranger once Gyro's on top of him like that.
Yeah. Alright, well, the top tower gets gets chewed down by the gyrocopter.
Radiant structures are
We'll
fortified.
push out the fortification on the side of the Radiant.
Yeah, they are respawning. They have everyone alive. They have Refresher on Enigma, but I just don't see the opening. Against this Aegis on Gyrocopter, I think he's just gonna go for everything here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Seems to be the play. They have so much
Misplay.
damage, though. The hit off. All right, that's going to be the Aegis. A nice decision coming out from Makoto, but the follow-up from Collapse and Toronto Tokyo on the back line, but he ends up getting bashed up. He'll be able to get 23 Savage as KB was trying to find this opening, but not going to be able to get in there. It's a fast strike
with no
from
buyback.
the side of Spirit. No buyback on 23 Savage. They've used the buyback on Hyde. No buyback on Q. This is
I
proving...
mean, they got a freebie there by Miposhka. He mistimed his Force Staff to when Yatoro turned around, so forcing their carry into the enemy. Goes down once, but he had that Aegis. But now without the Drow Ranger, I don't think there's any reason for Team Spirit to stop. Collapse is already in. He's just standing there.
Yeah, I don't think they have enough damage to get Team Spirit out of this base at this point.
No, not really. They have Black Hole, but they don't even have Sonic Wave and no Drow. I think this is just going to be it. Team Spirit are going for the finish right here.
And they've got the Megas. Drop the Tombstone down.
Yeah, they're sitting in base. They can't really find an angle to take this fight. They have the Hex, but no matter how you disable him, the Aghanim's keeps hitting. And of course, all of Team Spirit are quite strong
have to
now.
do
Swap is
something.
ready.
All right, there it is. Makoto, he is going to be the one who jumps forward, tries to get their attention. Toronto Tokyo off the side, though, will just push Hyde back with that ultimate. Now Q, running for his life, does end up getting some attention, but it's a double kill for Toronto Tokyo. And the writing does feel like it's on the wall. We'll see 23 Savage coming up in about 9 seconds, but I just don't feel like they'll be able to do it without these supports. PP waiting here. There's a BKB from Makoto. Do have the Black Hole in the blink. If they want to go in, he's going to jump in, but they just don't catch anyone. KP forced back. As now they'll put the pressure on Miposhka. Again, though, it's just the Undying. How do you get... All right, that hit Miposhka. The big target, though, obviously, is Yatoro. He is the one doing so much damage. Right, nice arena over the back line. So Makoto, he's going to have to buy back. Down forward again. Collapse taking a lot here. Does have the BKB, but they're just hitting this Ancient. Yatoro says, this is what we're here to do, guys. This is Defense of the Ancients, and they will get themselves the victory here in game number 2.
Yeah, strong play. GG comes out from both teams. 1-1 is going to be the result between Talon and Spirit, but that was a pretty damn strong showing here. Yatoro, we can see why he went for that greed build in the early game. As mid and late game came around, or late game I should say, he was just completely uncontestable. They had a lot of tools on their team. The double Black Hole Refresher, they have the Hex on the Queen, but none of it really matters if he can keep lifestealing throughout all of it with that Satanic and Aghanims. And yeah, here we see some of the highlights from the game as well. The early kills looked great from Marcy. I mean, so many rotations that worked out really well, and they were killing Gyrocopter multiple times. He died 3 times in the early laning stage, but still found his way back into the game.
What was the pivoting point here that really kind of secured what was happening for Team Spirit? Because it was pretty neck and neck for a while. There was a little bit of the advantage going towards the side of Spirit because of the farming that was occurring. But what was the big key moment for you, do you think?
I think that highlight right there that we saw just now, with them being very close in farm, the Aegis going the way of Talon, but they did lose 3 heroes. They lost Mikoto. That was the start of Team Spirit just being in control of everything, and then the attempts of killing got more and more desperate. He actually gets the courier right before dying there. What a clutch little courier kill.
Gotta get something for that. Yeah, here it is. Like you said, with the Satanic activated, it looked nice, but they didn't have the damage.
No, I mean, you need a lot of damage. They did have the Skadi for some heal mitigation, but even with Skadi, I'm not sure if the Shivas was close enough as well, because between the two of them, you can mitigate a lot of the Satanic lifesteal. Right. But even so, the damage was probably not enough to initially burst him even once fully there, never mind the heal. So Queen using her ulti on that Undying kill, I think could have been a big reason why they were like losing that last fight there. It's tempting to take the free kill when you see it, but Undying just happily bought back immediately, and suddenly Queen is without ulti that fight.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it looks like, Spirit were able to make the adjustments here, and it was very neck and neck for a good portion of that game, but you did see the itemization choices, being able to think far ahead, the pickup of the Crystallis on Yatoro early, really paying off in this game.
Yeah, I think Yatoro definitely was the MVP of this game. He played a really clean farming game. Like, bad laning stage, died 3 times, but then turned into not dying a single time for the remainder of the game. He also got 40,000 net worth when nobody else even breached the 30k mark. So, fantastic amount of farm. His damage was also insanely high this game, 34k damage done. Again, nobody else broke the 30k mark. So, he was putting on a good carry performance for sure. He looked like just a puzzle that couldn't be solved in this game.
That is for sure. And again, it was a little surprising to see the gyrocopter picked up at the very end, but the idea of him, putting the pressure on KB during the laning stage, it just ended up being the perfect pick, even though not the most popular of heroes currently. And definitely proving why Talon, they put up a good fight. They were able to secure themselves a victory here, which is something I think that they definitely needed. I'm not sure what the standings are currently right now, but I know that they were sitting closer towards the bottom of their groups. So we'll end up going with split, and I feel like that's pretty respectful.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, I think they were 1-3, and now they're going to be like 2-4 after this. But they did clutch out a draw here against Team Spirits. I think Team Spirit were the expected winner in this matchup, and definitely they shouldn't feel bad. Even though Game 2 they couldn't really beat Yatoro's carry Gyro here towards the end, I think they still played a good game overall. And yeah, there we see Yatoro with his 888 GPM on this gyrocopter. Absolutely huge.
Feels like the cores are hovering at around a 70% kill participation in a lot of these games. I think we saw the same thing earlier in that 40k tower damage. This guy just dishing it out. But yeah, it was a very interesting series to watch. It's always in my mind a interesting thing to see, these other teams going up against the former TI winners, because we have this expectation, right? After, say, especially, when you see Team Spirit at the last major, how well they did. So it almost feels like a barometer of, how are these other teams, settling in for the actual rankings themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of today, we're going to have a pretty good idea of how the groups are going to form out, because we're still very early in the group stage here. Today is a very important day to get yourself into good placements here. I mean, this group stage is more important than ever. You can get upper bracket, you can get lower bracket, you can get nothing. You can get eliminated. So every single game matters a lot, and there are so many games to go through.
Yeah, nobody wants to get sent home. You've already made it. It's a long flight for a lot of these players too. And if it wasn't a long flight, you want to make sure that you're there for the Southeast Asian TI. You want to hear that home crowd just screaming out for you. So it is extremely important. But that is, of course, the end of that series. Best of 2 here for group stage. We're going to have another series coming up for you very shortly. It's going to be Royal Never Give Up versus Soniqs. So some Chinese Dota facing off with of course, the NA squad. Pretty excited about that, but we do need to go to a break first. So we're going to go and just get up, stretch, if it's late at night, you got to stay energized. If it's early in the morning, maybe go do some chores, have some breakfast. But when we come back, we will have that match here.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back here to the C stream. We are doing the TI-11 group stage, and we have another exciting match coming up for you. We've got Royal Never Give Up facing off with Soniqs, and we have had the chance to watch some of the Royal Never Give Up games, right, Wagga?
Yeah, we cast them before. They played pretty good so far, I would say. They certainly look in form. I'm a big fan of them. I'm a big fan of X-Nova, so exciting to get to see them watch. We actually have the play intro here, and of course we see Chalice. You know, we got Kaka. Chalice had some really good games as well, where he was performing really solidly. Just looking formidable together. And also exciting for me because I haven't seen them play like that much ever since the addition of Ghost. But seeing Ghost and X-Nova, two Malaysian players playing together, is always a lot of fun for me because X-Nova has been playing in the Chinese scene forever in the past, and he's almost always been, you know, the only Malaysian with 4 Chinese players. But now, bigger mix here in RNG.
Does Santos have a bloody nose? He's got a tissue sticking up it right now.
Yeah, I guess they were fist fighting before the match here about first pick, perhaps.
That's possible. But yeah, you mentioned that you haven't watched a lot of them since Ghost joined. I've been very impressed with the way that he's played within the squad. And you also touched upon Chalice. That's another one of those players that I'm very fond of watching. I feel like he's really proven himself in the last couple matches that we've seen, especially the way that he was able to play. I think Centaur, one of the games, he was landing 3-man stomps multiple times. But, you know, we have to talk about Soniqs over here, formerly known as Quincy Crew. This is one of the pride of NA and SA. You have Leslau, a Brazilian player on the team. And yeah, this is a team that I think a lot of people have some high expectations for. They're very interested in seeing what they can do here on this international stage, especially now that they have themselves a sponsor and a coach. Clairvoyance is joined the squad most recently. I think it was announced on the 13th. And as Stormstormer says, he thinks that teams that don't have a coach tend to be 70% less, or just not as efficient, like 70% less efficient. So we'll see if this helps them out, having Clairvoyance join them.
Yeah, I think it's true what Storm said in that interview. He basically said that he can't imagine playing without a coach anymore after having played with it. It's a big difference for the players where you can, of course, work on your own stuff and you can work on whatever you and your team find during the game. But it's great to have one, not really outsider because he's in your team, but he was outside watching you play and can see with a bird's eye view what went wrong and have a bit more of a, disconnected opinion from the game itself. Can definitely help you find some stuff that you can work on. And yeah, the players are already huddling up a little bit as we're getting into the draft here. It looks like we have RNG with the first pick in this game, and Soniqs are going to ban out the Enigma, whereas RNG banned out the Primal Beast first here.
Yeah, I think Jack also mentioned that some of the players have worked with Clairvoyance in the past, and also the fact that Fata and MSS used to be on a squad together. I forget the name, it was something really fun, and it was quite a while ago. Do you remember?
Oh, Fata and MSS. Fata has been on so many teams. I honestly can't remember which one. He's played for a very long time in many different teams, and quite a few of them had funky names, to be honest. So I'm not sure which one that would be, but
trying to go look it up right now.
Yeah, no, I feel like we need to know. But meanwhile, RNG, they are taking their time a little bit here in the draft, and they actually end up first phase banning out Lina, a hero that we haven't really seen picked that much, and definitely haven't seen banned more than once, I think, between your and my casts at least. And seeing it already in the first phase here definitely surprises me, but it leaves the pool a little bit more open. Of course, the popular heroes are getting through. We have the Undying, we have the Marcy, we have Visage as well in the pool. So Soniqs, how do you want to approach this? They're going to remove the SF as well, another hero that we see very commonly picked up in the first phase. So
Yeah, so it
oh yeah,
wasn't
go.
that, as an update, it wasn't that wacky of a name. I'm thinking one of the other teams. But it was Mouse Sports. A lot of old Dota players and esports, fans will remember that org. So that is back a while ago. In 2014 is when Fata and MSS played together. It was along with Misery, Pycat, and Pass.
Oh wow, that's a throwback. That's a long time
It
ago.
is.
That makes me think of like the mouse sports with like Black and Sing Sing, I think, played together as well in mouse sports for a while.
Yeah,
it's
that was the 2015 squad? I know they've got Black, Bulba, Way Too Sexy, Pi, and Koifa. Where's the
yeah,
other
so many different installations of mouse sports back then. Kind of miss them in the scene now. But since they're not here, let's talk about the draft as we see Marcy being first phase picked by RNG, taking it when it's presented, and Lich being the response by Soniqs here. I think Lich is a sleeper hero as well, possibly to the same degree that Witch Doctor is. A hero that is not really prioritized much, but that physical damage reduction from the shield is great for surviving Marcy's ulti, that's for sure. And a lot of heroes tend to clump up with the way people are playing right now, so Lich can make use of that with the Chain Frost.
Yeah, that is a really good point, being able to find something to counter out Marcy. Because again, this hero is just very, very strong. Definitely going to see some nerfs after TI, I have a feeling. But, finding these solutions, and I'll be curious to see if this, ends up being one of those ways that they are able to deal with this particular hero. Because otherwise, I just feel like it's too strong. It shouldn't be able to make it through the draft.
No, I think Marcy will eventually find herself getting nerfed, but for now, what Soniqs are doing here is drafting with Marcy in mind. If Marcy wants to get close and personal, then Leshrac does a ton of damage around him all the time, and Lich can protect people as well. And it's synergetic to have Lich Frost Armor over on the Lesh when he chases people, slows for a little bit, and you can keep him alive better. Plus, they're both blue, so that's a big benefit as well.
We get the pickup of the Disruptor. This is a hero. I feel like the big heroes that we've been seeing crop up recently for support have been the Witch Doctor, the Disruptor, and like the Nyx Assassin. Obviously, Disruptor was very popular during the Last Chance qualifiers, especially that was... Was that Yamich who was playing? No, it was Hakoda who was playing.
Hakoda is what you're thinking of. Yeah, he played...
Yamich is the one who was playing the clock a lot of the times.
Yeah, Hakoda played his Disruptor over and over, and both of them actually played the clock as well. Yamich mainly played it, and then Hakoda played it in some game as well. So they had some flexibility between the roles. But Disruptor was a very successful hero in the Last Chance qualifiers overall. And I think it's a good opening here, Marcy Disruptor. You're opening with what should be two supports. You can, of course, play core Marcy, but I don't think we've seen a single team do that. It's always the support, so you have the option to rotate early and utilize their great ganking tools. I think core Marcy is overall just a waste of the hero's potential, even though it can work.
I think it's very interesting right now, looking at the draft. We joke around saying like, oh, they're both blue, the synergy, but the synergy coming out from the side of RNG, the idea of being able to punish positioning, right? You've got the glimpse on your Disruptor, you've got Marcy who's going to be able to dispose and also have the rebound, the jump forward. It's going to be very scary in some respects for the side of Soniqs with what they have currently. I would not be surprised to see all the force tasks getting built to try to offset some of the positioning. But again, you can't get away from that glimpse if you are stuck in a bad situation.
Yeah, there's also a kinetic field, so the force staff would be useful, but not if the kinetic field goes down as well. So Disruptor, pretty good pick overall, and it's like you said, they're playing a lot with limiting or forcing mobility issues over on the side of Soniqs, since Leshrac needs to move around a lot. He plays similar to Death Prophet in the sense that he just wants to run in and have all the damage happen around him. So controlling his movement is great. Looking into the bans here, Soniqs, they did their homework. Chalice played some pretty mean Broodmother, so banning out Brood and Visage, another hero he has enjoyed. They're targeting the offlaner. And on the side of Royal Never Give Up, they're more looking over towards like possible annoying carry heroes here as the Naga Siren gets removed. Of course, the Monkey could be just a support ban though.
Yeah, seeing some of those targeted, again, we mentioned Lena earlier, that is one of Quinn's, I would say one of Quinn's best heroes. That's a hero that when I first noticed him, I think he was playing on Team Freedom Red Talking of throwbacks, but he was playing a lot of Lina and a lot of Quap at the time, and he was looking very dominant. And with it being in the meta now, I think that warrants a ban for sure. We also don't know what they've been playing in scrims. We have a little information off of Dota Pro Tracker if they've been spamming certain things in pubs, but makes sense. So they'll remove that. They'll remove the Pango, being able to use your roll up and causing a lot of chaos in these fights is very important. So a varied mix of bans coming out from the side of RNG.
Yeah, I've seen Soniqs in the past use the Pango to great success, so just an annoying hero to deal with, and I don't think RNG have great tools to stop it. We've also seen this multiple times when teams pick Marcy, they ban out Pango. This is not the first time, this is like the third time that I noticed this, if a team does get their hands on her, because Pango has that disarm and also has his ulti, which makes him completely untouchable for the Marcy during her ulti form. She also can't use any of her spells, so it's a very frustrating hero to play against. And I think it was a smart ban.
And they ban out the sniper. They don't want someone who's going to be able to sit far back and just put out the damage. I'm also curious, too, if they're opting for something of an initiator that's going to want to sit a bit further back and get these jumps. And that can always be a problem when there is a sniper in the game, throwing out shrapnel or whatnot.
Yeah, like Sniper would be an annoying hero to play against, but they... Oh, Spirit Breaker coming out. Soniqs. Okay.
I like it.
That's pretty high tempo lineup they're drafting here. So far, they really don't rely on any major cooldowns. I mean, Lich Ulti and Nether Strike from the Spirit Breaker, none of these are very long cooldown or very important for you to be able to fight as well. So they look like they're coming in to have a brawl and play high-paced Dota. We'll see how RNG want to respond. They picked the DP into Lesh. We've seen this before. DP does a tremendous amount of damage with the Exorcism. This was used on the first day. I can't remember which team, but it was also picked against Leshrac as a specific, not counter, but it's a solution to Lesh wanting to run in. He doesn't want to run in next to the DP.
This is such a high-tempo lineup coming out from RNG. They pick up the Bat Rider. It's just all about positioning, it feels like. You've got Death Prophet who's going to be able to put the pressure down early with the Exorcism, with being able to take buildings. The Silence, very solid. That's quite the lineup coming out from the side of RNG. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond to this coming out from the side of Soniqs, because right now, you know, we've got potentially the two supports, most likely, and then I would guess that that's going to be a Leshrac going in the mid lane. Do have some flexibility, but...
Yeah, I think this Batrider by... A little note about Batrider is that he was a hero that a lot of people felt going up to TI that this was going to be broken. I talked to so many pro players and they were like, oh, Batrider, man, he's a monster. He wins every mid lane. And then everyone started using Slark mid and these creative different mid heroes that just dealt with him. We even saw Topson using Morphling against Batrider to great success. And before people figured out, you know, different counter picks to put against Batrider mid and be successful with how they played it, he just looked absolutely broken. But he really hasn't been high priority for teams here in either last chance qualifiers or the group stage. So wouldn't be surprised to see Soniqs go with perhaps something like Slark and be able to put it against him. Or maybe they respect the Disruptor and don't want to have Slark against that, because Glimpse is still a problem for him.
Is that a situation where you just would send Yawar on the Slark mid and then move Quinn to someplace else, or do you still think that it should be?
Generally, that's what teams do. They move their carry towards mid, let the carry play the Slark on the mid lane. But of course, that's individual. So here we go again. It is exactly the counter and the reason why we haven't seen this much Batrider. So it's an important point that Batrider just struggles both in lane and in mid and late game. There are multiple aspects to the counter of Slark, not just shutting down the laning stage. Slark has night vision. That really messes with Batrider's initiation a lot, and he can dispel the lasso innately. So he just counters him on 3 different fields. And I think this is a smart reaction by Soniqs, but maybe this is not going to be a mid Batrider, who knows?
That's possible. You do have that flexibility. And we are seeing now the Leslau heroes getting banned out. No Beastmaster, that would give them a lot more push, would also give them a nice way to initiate or counter-initiate, if necessary, using the Roar. And the Vision game, right? The Vision is a huge one. I feel like that's been very, very important. And you mentioned briefly about the whole night vision on Slark, but also if they had those birds, being able to use the Hawks for scouting and then the dive bomb on top of that could set up, especially when you consider there's a Spirit Breaker. So this guy's going to be running at you the entire game.
Yeah, certainly. I hope that RNG were not relying on the Slark pick and that the interaction between DP and Slark was not fixed, because I believe that was fixed a few weeks back. There was a specific interaction, by the way, for Slark. If he used his Dark Pact during Spirit Siphon did like 2,000 damage to him for because you could reapply. You could put multiple Spirit Siphons every time Dark Pact dispelled it. Like Dota thought it dispels it, even though it can't. You could put a new Spirit Siphon on him. So you could put 4 Spirit Siphons on Slark immediately, and that would be like 2,400 damage over, over the time of 1 Spirit Siphon. So, but that, I believe, is patched out and fixed. Otherwise, it would be smart picking like DP and Bat, like, oh, pick Slark, we'll counter you.
Yeah. Not a bug, it's a feature.
Yeah.
No liking.
It's a feature until it's removed.
It's like getting a free trial of something, you'll really enjoy this, but it's over now, so.
Can I say that I'm done with my free trial of Marcy? Can I return her?
I think a lot of people are at this point. I don't know, I enjoy her, but I can understand why you are frustrated and do not want to see her in your games. Just ban it, Waga, then you won't have to see it.
Good read here by RNG as their final pick, picking up the Drow Ranger, a hero that can, first of all, cancel the charge of Spirit Breaker. You also have a way to push back the Leshrac who wants to chase people, and you can silence Slark potentially during his ulti, making it so he can't pounce away. That can be a good added utility here. They now have 2 different heroes with silence as well. But I think the biggest thing is that Drow does quite well against Spirit Breaker. It's a carry that you can't just charge in and catch.
Final pickup is going to be the Centaur. So we've got a lot of mobility, honestly, coming out from both of these drafts. This is going to be a challenge for PDP over there to keep charge of all of these different heroes with the globally roaming Spirit Breaker, with the Stampede over on the Centaur, and then of course you've got Batrider and all of the different ways that they're going to be able to grab themselves these heroes with the Glimpse and the Dispose. So. Very high-octane game.
For me, I'm just super curious now about how it's going to be laned, because we see Yawar taking the Slark, we see Quinn on the Leshrac. That's what you kind of expect. But over on RNG, they do have Somnus on Batrider, so that's signaling that this is going to be a mid Batrider most likely. And do you send over the Slark? Do you play a safe lane Lich here? I think that would be a stronger play for them.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see what they make and decide to do with these lanes. But looking at what they have going on right now, and I know some of this is going to depend on how they lane, because we just talked about it, but which of these teams do you think is going to end up coming out on top?
I've seen RNG have like moments where I feel like they're playing really good. So I'm going to say I think RNG, with a draft like this, probably still going to be able to perform, but it comes down a lot to whether or not they can counter out. If they get the Slark versus Batrider matchup, then I think Soniqs are in good form to take this game. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay, I mean, that's respectable. You give them the reason why you would go for one or the other. I think that Roll Never Give Up have looked very strong in the past when I've seen them. And I am a big Leslau fan, big Soniqs fan here too, coming out from the home region. But I do think that this is going to be a bit of a challenge for them with the way that I've seen, Ghost and Chalice play. But we'll see. We'll see. Definitely would love to see them, surprise me and take this game.
Yeah, that will be... would be fun. I'm definitely hyped to see Soniqs and how they're going to perform in this. I mean, they have a lot of exciting players to follow, a lot of good personalities that have been around the scene for a long time as well. So let's see how they're going to be able to perform here against RNG, who seem like they have a really well-built team right now. As we have the game starting out and the team's smoking out to plant on their wards.
Oh yeah, the classic start to every game. Everybody goes, grabs the smoke, runs to the mid lane, and tries to make sure that the other team can't place them.
You know what surprises me? That we don't see more actual 5-man moves to try and get kills. It's like almost always they smoke down to mid and then just drop down the wards, and it's not like, look at it. They're just standing there, smoke revealing and fighting for this vision. So, of course, Lasloud got there in time, revealed Kaka. He couldn't put down his ward. But now they're also picking out that there's most likely a ward on that side since someone was already there removing their smoke.
Why don't you think that we see these like skirmishes early? Is it because like the level 1 just doesn't necessarily feel that strong for a particular team, or are they just too afraid? I'm curious about that because that is a good point. They're not taking these their action slacks of let's get first blood, everybody, run to the turtle.
I mean, I guess a lot of the teams we see are very equally matched. Let's say in first blood potential, like in this game, there's not necessarily one team that's by far and away stronger. I think RNG have the stronger level 1 draft, but not by a huge margin. So unless you have the clear advantage in kill potential, perhaps you don't want to go for it. And ultimately, it's just about vision. They want as much vision as possible. We saw Yawar scouting a bit for if it's warded on mid lane. Finds out that there's no vision on the lower side at least.
Yeah, and they are going to lane Yawar in this mid lane, so a nice read coming out from the side of Soniqs, realizing that they'll have the more advantageous matchup. Although I'm sure that Somnus... Oh my god, what is that? Is that like a owl bear bat?
Oh yeah, you got Will Smith. Yeah, it's Aladdin.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's Aladdin coming in.
Oh, I was like very confused for a moment. Ah, it's an interesting...
it's Will Smith, right? I don't watch movies. I pretend I do.
I think... No, it's not Will Smith in the live-action movie.
Who was it doing Aladdin?
That was the genie. The genie was played by Will Smith, I think.
Yeah, but that's in Aladdin. I mean,
yeah.
Come on, cut me some slack, please.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the actual character, not the movie. I don't know. I don't watch these remakes. They ruined my childhood.
Of course it's genie. Okay. Fair enough. At least we're in Dota. We know this, at least.
Yeah, at least we have that going for us. So yeah, they do end up shifting Quinn down here with Fata. Do you have to be a little bit careful because of positioning? They have that Marcy, so if Fata gets a little too far forward, could be in a potentially tough spot, but we'll see a bit of that lightning spam.
Yeah.
And a little bit of a pickup on the courier here, too.
Speaking of a tough spot, there he is, tossing him back, but I think he's going to be just fine just running away here. Kaka takes a lot of damage, but look at the CSing on mid lane already. 2 and 1 versus 6 and 6. This is already starting to feel like a disaster, and this is exactly why Batrider stopped being a high priority pick, because teams just started countering it with some of these hard matchups that completely shut you down in laning stage. This is Yawar just owning right now.
Well, that's exactly what you said. They needed to be able to do was to shift over into the other lane and then start getting the CS. Doing a great job of it.
Yeah, and it's not like Lich and Leshrac is a bad combination either. Two of them can lane rather well together, especially once you get, I would say level 3 is probably their biggest power spike here. Get some levels on their abilities. And top lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do pick up the Frost Shield early over on Fata to make sure that they have that little bit of extra survivability if needed, and I think with the aggression coming out from the side of RNG, it definitely makes sense.
Yeah, it's a pretty good lane here for the Spirit Breaker and the Centaur. They're getting a nice little connection here.
Oh, but the bash though! I was about to say, I was like, I don't know if they can quite finish off Ghost or put out that much damage, but if MSS gets lucky with some of that, yes. Fata gets the kill in the bottom lane though.
Yeah, Chalice tried to man up a little bit there with Spirit Siphon, but it's a lot of damage they can dish out between the Lich as well as the Leshrac here. 2 points in Lightning is pretty good against these dual lanes. You can bounce out 120 damage on a 4-second cooldown.
Very respectable indeed. On the middle lane, a little bit of pressure coming out here from Somnus. It's going to force the pounce out from the Slark with 3 stacks of Sticky.
This is actually big. How is he able to bully away the Slark from the lane? He lost 2 range creeps there. Somnus.
He didn't go for the fortification. MSS is going to do a charge forward. We're getting off a couple of these clicks. Going to be able to get a little bit of that agi, but Somnus just walks away. And bottom lane, Kaka. All right, you know, it's a wild thing. We've talked about how strong Marcy is, but this lane coming out from the side of Sonic seems to be working quite well.
Yeah, Fada, Lich was the immediate hero that they looked towards when they saw, top glimpse.
Lasloud? Oh, the glimpse back. just a couple more clicks here from Ghost. If they can get over there fast enough, one more should do the trick, and it's going to be X-Nova who gets the kill.
Not gonna be happy about getting a bit of gold. Charge incoming in by MSS, but he doesn't have a friend anymore, so that's just gonna be a charge and runaway. And Ghost's gonna be able to see us quite happily here. As Fada snipes a courier on bottom.
What's going on in this bottom lane? Feels like there's a lot of chaos that we weren't expecting.
It is, you know, it is a very aggressive lane. You have no carry, really. You have the Leshrac, who's a very fight-heavy hero, instead of having a Slark down here. If it was a Slark, probably would be a bit more chill, but they want to fight on both sides.
Again, there it is. There's that Frost Shield coming into play. And then we'll put a little damage back over onto Kaka. So perhaps you're right here, Waga. Perhaps this Frost Shield is a huge part of, you know, being able to be more survivable and feeling a little less scared.
Yeah, for sure. I think mid lane right now, I'm so impressed by how Somnus managed to get control of the lane again. He's higher level than a Slark, like 21 and 4 versus 20 and 9, but Slark was also outside of experience range for multiple range creeps.
That's
Top
true.
tip diving.
Charge in. Okay, nice gust coming out from Ghost. A couple of these hits up over an MSS. Laszlo got pretty deep over here. He's looking to make a play, but MSS is going to have to teleport out. And he will be just fine.
Yeah, one good thing about Spirit Breaker is they can charge across the map very quickly, but he did TP towards mid, so he doesn't have full HP. Just gonna run to Fountain now.
His lanes are a little bit quiet.
Yeah, for now, not that much to be said, but I think Batrider getting charged up by Spirit Breaker and Fada trying to make a move towards mid. He has been spotted, though, by a ward from Kaka.
They've already managed to snap up the double damage rune, so perhaps just trying to get that rune control. It's a bash off. They've got the Frost Shield. This is looking like they can put out decent damage on Somnus, but seems to not really mind that much. He's got the double damage. He's gonna give a couple of clicks. Oh, they go in for that Sinister Glaze.
Yeah, top,
Gear?
the
No,
killing
gaze?
off
I can't
Centaur.
talk. Oh my god.
Sinister Glaze.
Yeah, I was like gaze or glare, and I was like, well, we'll just combine the two.
Yeah, we always come up with new words when we're casting. That's part of Dota caster's job. But that was a lot of heroes rotating for Batrider, and he managed to stand his ground, and he was extremely close to killing off Lich too. If he just got a little bit closer on Fada, the lasso would have connected, and he would pull them into a tower. So fantastic movement by Somnus, good read as the rotation came in there. I can't believe that Batrider is the highest CS in the game right now, that he's actually pulling ahead of Slark. This is not expected, and not what they wanted at all on the side of Soniqs.
Somnus is a very, very good player. So, while the matchup typically, you know, we'd say should go over towards Slark, it's not that surprising in some ways that he's doing as well as he is. But another charge over into the mid lane. The Disruptor is going to teleport over. Somnus trying to put as much Firefly down. They'll get the kinetic field off. Just gonna weave around a little bit. Fata is here though, and Somnus is needing to be a little bit careful. He wanted to probably make some sort of a play here, but with the addition of Fata having the Lich in the mid, it is going to push him back, and he does not have any regen on him currently, so it looks like he is gonna go all the way home.
Yeah, both mid players really playing to their limits there. Somnus, he's been charged so many times now. He hits them with a wow, and he runs back to base. Gonna fill up his mana, get some full HP. Meanwhile, though, Disruptor tried to control Rune, gets caught out.
MSS will happily take the kill on X-Nova, and now Yuar is making his way over into the jungle. They find some of these stacks, so we'll be able to get a little gold infusion. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, also able to use that regen to farm. He didn't kill the satyrs, though. The little satyrs, if they hit you 5 times, that's the when they're gonna dispel, so he loses the regen.
That's a good point. Top lane, though. Some pressure being placed on Lazal. They still have the lassos they want to use it, but they don't need it. They just have more than enough to slow down Laszlo and get the clicks off. Although Somnus is going to walk right into 2. See, he's starting to drop that sticky napalm. The follow-up with the charge from MSS. The TPs are coming out, though. They're going to try to get this frag over onto UR. X-Nova's also here, going to hold MSS in position, as now UR is forced to use the Shout Dance. It's going to give some clicks off over to X-Nova, though. So if they don't have anything to really ground target, it's not looking good. UR jumps back in again on the backlines. They do end up losing Ghost. As they get the charge, X-Nova gets hit up. That is going to be a double kill now for MSS. And somehow UR still alive after all is said and done. Buzzloud will go, hit the Stampede, and they will just be able to walk away. No, they go back in again. They're ready to skirmish yet again. They've got the Frost Shield on UR, but it looks like RNG, they say no. We don't want to take this again.
Yeah, this is also where Slark is so damn useful against Batrider. Doesn't really have to worry about the continuous build-up of sticky napalm throughout the fight. There was a lot of good individual play there. Kaka coming in with some big body blocks during the Slark ulti. Oh no, Kaka.
Speaking of Kaka, man, alright, I love the way that the Slark is playing. This is very, very aggressive and high tempo.
Yeah, I think they almost switched the roles as well here and have Yawar just be the carry or the mid player in the space creation here as well, and Quinn can take more of a greedy approach and really be a carry Leshrac. So yeah, you swap lanes, but you also swap sort of responsibility here.
I like it though. I like seeing Slark be this active. Top lane Chalice is putting some pressure on Laslau. Fata though rejoining off to the side in case they decide to go for a bit of a dive. So lots of heroes here in this top lane looking to put pressure down. Chalice has the exorcism if needed.
They're pulling the area, and overall, it's a nice move by RNG to not just forfeit this area, I think, and they have Exorcism available, so Chalice is ready to fight with his Death Prophet, and they're combining a DP and a Drow now to try and make a push happen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Catapult is up as well, very good timing to go for this siege, and Soniqs, they're smoking over. It's pretty late, but they might be in time to get a kill.
I mean, they have Stampede, so if they want to just run in, but Kaka in a good position here to break any sort of smokes. They have the Chain Frost here, the run in from MSS, the rebound, they'll use the Exo, they get a glimpse back, but there's a couple bounces over on the creep wave, unlucky. One will hit over onto Chalice at the very end after the initial, but not really the ulti that you're hoping for. Again, it is level 1.
Yeah, we also saw the great reaction against Spirit Breaker here, both the glimpse and the gusts. I mean, there was no way he was going to connect and get anything really done there. Tries to catch RNG, but they have good solutions for Spirit Breaker in their team.
I'm not sure what Quinn had over there on the courier, but it does get sniped, so he's gonna be a little bit less effective not having his items. He does have to be careful because Kaka and Somnus are making this rotation. They have the charge over onto Kaka. Quinn holding on here, looking to just dish out the damage. Doesn't even have to bother with that split earth.
Man, Kaka is having a tough game. He's zero kills, 0 assists right now, and died 3 times. Just getting a little bit caught out in a bad spot right there, same as Top earlier.
Nice double damage run secured by X-Nova. Just bottling it up. We'll save it for later. Now, they don't have Exo anymore. Do you think that Sonic should try to go and grab a smoke, make some plays, or should they just kick back for now, continue farming?
I think they should wait for the Slark's diffusal timing mainly, and just keep building up your farm. Looks like Leshrac has a full Kaya, and that's gonna be him ramping up his farm speed even more, of course. A little bit more mana to work with, and also a spell amp.
Yeah, that courier is gonna be back up in a moment as well.
Yeah, for now, they're letting Kaka sit mid on RNG and try and get to his level 6. And then they're mobilizing towards bottom around the DP. Stark, though.
There's the jump immediately over onto Chalice. A good stack start. Ends up smacking him over a little bit further, and UR is in some danger as they get off the silence. That Chain Frost doing absolutely nothing. As MSS realizing he has got to get out of there, and he's got to get out of here fast. Fata is just getting chased down by Somnus. He does have that double damage, so should be able. He even drops those seeds of serenity. Gets the glare off. Quinn joining in. Feel like they still want to go. They've got 5 stacks of sticky. MSS though charging in. Quinn getting into position. Plenty of damage coming out from this Leshrac as they do eventually end up losing Fata. But they get the kill on Somnus, and now Kaka has to be a little bit careful. These ghosts though doing so much. We'll glimpse Quint's right back in again. He is going to get burnt down by all of these ghosts. A beautiful play coming out from the side of RNG.
Interesting to see Chalice going for the Spirit Vessel build as well. I've seen it before quite a bit, but haven't seen it in a little while. The kill potential of Death Prophet is very, very high, so you can easily build up a lot of charges by going for this. Oh no, Drow gets connected
Oh boy, Drow in the bottom lane. Ghost getting caught out by UR and MSS, the hit squad. There was a Drow there. She's not there anymore, though. This is nice. They have a nice ward over here on the side. It will spot out Somnus and X Nova, so Soniqs can play further back.
Bit of credit to Fata, by the way, when he was being chased by Batrider there. He turned around at the exact right time, so the flame break actually missed him, and he landed some slows on Batrider. Somnus ended up overcommitting, and well, he died, and in the end, Death Prophet came in and cleaned up. Batrider going down is a huge deal, because he had such a good start to the game.
Well, the smoke breaks because of MSS's positioning, and they have a ward as well over onto the low ground, so she's gonna charge away, and that smoke ends up not being successful at all. But RNG are making their moves towards this mid tower. They'll place that frost armor on the tower as well to protect it.
The charge away there. The Glimpse was ready, and he has level 4 on it, but he could not get vision for long enough time there to see him and get him back.
Waiting patiently.
I think RNG are a little bit stronger in the 5-man scenario, so they're just grouping up and playing around with their team. That's a great spray. What is this?
That's Papa Lelis. That's Papa Leslau right there. He is, so if you've ever had the chance to see his tweets on Twitter, he is the proudest Papa. He, like, makes these videos whenever Leslau is playing of him, like, making barbecue, all of his Leslau gear. He's got, like, a too easy for Leslau thing, like... usually having, you know, a couple beers. It's great. This guy loves to watch his son play, is super supportive. It's awesome.
Wow, that is actually really cool.
Charging over on X Nova. There's the hop forward from Kaka. They end up losing X Nova right away, but Fata does end up getting some clicks in, gets off a Chain Frost. They'll be able to kill Somnus. Now Kaka trying to run away. They have the Exorcism. RNG will respond. They did buy back on the Disruptor, so they managed to get the kill on UR. They'll turn it around, get a kill on MSS.
Yeah, and this is the team fight that I was talking about. RNG, they have so much damage coming out between the Death Prophet ulti, and the Drow Ranger can feel pretty shielded here. Batrider, Death Prophet, and the Marcy all act as good frontliners, so Drow is able to sit behind as well in a good way. We see a connection. It's like you're catching a or a Disruptor, sure, but he did get the ulti out before he died as well, just dropping anything he can, and nobody's going on Drow Ranger.
I do like the fact that they went for the buyback on X Nova there too, because that kinetic field really ensuring they were able to finish off UR and get the kill on MSS. So very value and a good call coming out there.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of the reason why during the drafting phase I was saying I wonder if they're gonna go for the Slark or if they're respecting the Disruptor. Because Disruptor, that glimpse and his kinetic field, they're really obnoxious to deal with when you're playing Slark. You don't get to move around the way you want to. And even the Static Storm can silence you and be super good as a lockdown for him.
See that Fata runs into Chalice. I don't think he saw Kaka off on the side, but it looks like RNG, they'll respect it, and they'll move back.
Yeah, just gonna take their time here. It looks like RNG are sort of waiting up a little bit. They just finished up the Hurricane Pike on Drow, but their timing is not now. They want the full BKB before they're non-stop going. So Batrider, his BKB of course, when speaking of, he's gonna be the tempo setter. And meanwhile, on the side of Death Prophet, though, she also has a full Yule Scepter with her Spirit Vessel.
I like that, especially, you know, she's prone to getting burst down and has to be careful when she's near Quinn, so this is going to give another solution so she can keep that Exorcism, you know, in the middle of the fight where she wants to be, but not take as much damage. There's still smoke here. Somnus. Okay, there's a blink forward coming out from Leslau, jumping onto Somnus. They'll go and drop that Static Storm, though, over onto MSS. A couple of these nice Chain Frost bounces finally coming into play. Somnus gets the lasso up over onto Fata. Should be able to get enough. And over on the back lines, though, you can see UR, he gets disposed, he gets clicked down. That is a kill going to Kaka.
fantastic reactions there immediately by Xnova. The moment that the Stomp came in, he's there to protect. He puts down the kinetic field and stops the Spirit Breaker as he charges in. He's not able to do what he wants, and the initiation is sort of broken. Slark got left alone and deep in there, and his team couldn't really connect with him.
Perhaps just a little bit too far coming out, and you can see that fight again. Leslau sets up nicely, but the immediate response from Xnova. Looks like he wanted Ghost, but changed his mind. Saw Xnova sitting a little bit low. Ends up getting stunned by Kaka, and he's just too separated from the rest of the team at that point.
Yeah, and in the game we saw them, they managed to bring down Roshan, of course. That's Aegis over on Drow now, so not being lazy. The moment they win a team fight there, they're close enough to the pit, they go over, get full use of the Exorcism for taking Roche. And Soniqs, that was a costly mistake. They tried for an aggressive jump close to the tower, but ended up getting punished really hard.
Okay, we've been seeing this a lot recently with disruptors. Usually we like to see them pick up some sort of utility item, like a Glimmer Cape or a Force Staff, but Xnova is just straight up, you know, aside from doing, you know, wards and smokes, going for the Ag Scepter, it looks like.
Yeah, he's gonna go towards the Aghanim Scepter with, but I like that he's going for the full Tranquil boots. We've even seen some, like, brown boots into Aghanims, like, attempts, very desperate at going for the Aghanims as soon as possible. It is a very useful item if you can reach it, but until then, he's not gonna have the benefit of going for some earlier item. But I think they can get away with it in this game. They have good momentum over on RNG.
Well, they smoke up on the side of RNG. They will show the Drow on the creep wave. Somnus, though, leading the charge. There's you are. Smoke breaks. Doesn't have a blink dagger, but they have a glimpse, and you know what? That's going to be more than enough here. As you are, he's trying to get out of there. Will be able to do it because he used the Shadow Dance, but a bit costly for him.
Yeah, that was actually a misplay right there by Kaka. He should have stayed more patient as the bring back from the glimpse came in. They do have a stun against his TP out on Slark, but that is only the rebound. It's the only way they can do an AoE stun if he TPs like that. So he has to hold it, very important.
This is going to make it more difficult for them to defend this tower, although they have a fresh BKB on Quinn. So there is the potential. It's a little spooky.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They know Disruptor has no ulti. I mean, even without Slark ulti, you might get an idea to defend here. I think Soniqs want to.
Quinn hiding in the tree line. Somnus still has a lasso. It's going to get drawn in by MSS, and they have a lot of damage. But there it is. There's the BKB Chalice. Using these Ghosts, still holding on to the Yules. Could opt to pop it if needed as Quinn pops his BKB, and Ghost just clicks him down. He doesn't really seem to care. So, RNG will defend this ground. Like you said, they had the shard on the Lich, but still not going to be able to protect their tower.
That Somnus Batrider was too tanky, so much HP on him. They almost chain stun and burst him during the Lich ulti, but not quite enough. If they had more levels, only level 3 in the Sinister Gaze, perhaps level 4, maybe they would be close enough to burst him there. A bit longer disable to prevent that BKB coming out, but still, RNG with the DD rune on Drow Ranger, very, very high damage output from her. They take down the tower and they go back and take map.
A 3k net worth lead going over to the side of RNG.
Yeah, for now, Soniqs are sort of in an anti-timing where they're close to but haven't quite finished. Oh wait, what? Is it changing? What is the Slark? I'm looking at Yoar. Is he actually going Aghanims before? Is this a misbuy? What is this?
I don't know. He's just got a casual staff.
This is a misbuy, right? Oh, did he? What? There's no way you don't go BKB before going Aghanim Scepter. Did he buy that just to not lose gold or something? This is not worth it if that was the case.
I can't honestly tell you.
This will generate a bigger window for RNG. This item, I mean, he currently has so many items that are not quite online and useful. BKB would be a huge power spike for him, but now he's going to delay it even more. It's not too far away, though. He only needs 700 gold, but RNG are not playing lazy. They're going in right now.
Right side, they do not have the Exorcism up for another 20-something seconds or so, but Somnus waiting patiently in the tree line, popping the arcane rune, realizing that if anybody comes up here, he would love to get a nice lasso.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way Soniqs can fight right now, not having their items completed. I think they just have to let go of this tier 2 tower, and that's a big thing to lose. They already lost tier 2 bottom, losing tier 2 top as well. We're only 24 minutes into the game.
Take the tier 2 on the side of RNG. And they do manage to take the tier 1 bottom. But I think it was more of a situation of... Oh! Sam just popped his BKB during that.
Yeah, he was gonna drag his bottle over, and he must have misclicked and instead clicked the BKB. So yeah, that was a bit unfortunate there, but they do get a bottled up DD rune. A good thing amidst all this is that he had Arcane rune while he misclicked his BKB, so it's extra short cooldown, so it's not that costly. But that was his 8-second BKB kind of wasted there.
Yeah.
But at least he was efficient while misclicking, you know? The efficiency is appreciated.
The mark of a true Dota 2 player. Absolute efficiency, I mean, even when you make the mistake.
Yeah, Soniqs is just so damn good. He's good even when he's bad. It's insane.
They wanted MSS down here. They were sending over the TP, but we'll just teleport out and dodge away. So how close are we
Tier
now
1
with
mid
the
tower
Slurk?
is looking like a nice treat here for Soniqs. The Slurk does have his BKB finished up, by the way. He does have it now. And that's why he confidently goes up and starts pushing. Not really that scared of Disruptor anymore. The Glimpse is not gonna be a guaranteed catch against him anymore.
Sonic's doing a nice job of just kind of continuing to farm, dodging away. The BKBs are on everybody's minds. One on MSS, one for Lazao eventually. Already
Yeah,
got.
MSS was actually queuing up a Blade Mail, but I'm happy he didn't go for it. I think Blade Mail, while good against RNG, RNG making a move with Batrider here, leading the way.
There it is, there's the lasso onto Quinn. Should be able to lock him down long enough to collect the kill. A little bit of a glimpse back over onto Yuar. Will pop the BKB. Doesn't want to get caught out, and that is why we see that for sure. Fata gonna be able to teleport away. So the only casualty in the top lane is going to be Quinn.
Yeah, and at least they force out the 9-second BKB duration on Slark without it having, you know, any real value for that long uptime. But Jawar, he stays alive and he's going to be able to push out bottom, get some farm for himself. RNG now eyeing up the last tier 2 tower. They have a catapult again. They're really timing their pushes to the catapult waves really nicely in this game.
Chalice being very patient too. They do have the range creep and the catapult, but not opting to use that Exo just to push down on the tower again. Exo doing a little bit less to buildings than it used to, but realizing that he wants to hold it in case they decide to come in and just defend.
This Radiant Ward is big. They have huge vision over Dire right now. Soniqs could definitely take a fight just on the back of this ward alone.
Fata playing the bait a little bit. There's the BKB coming out from Chalice as MSS dives into the back lines. You are giving the clicks up. They do manage to get the Static Storm, so that's a nice opening here for RNG. Ellis just taking too much damage. They'll end up getting the kill on Yuar. And on the back lines, MSS, he is going to be the next one to fall as do get a couple nice bounces here thanks to that Ice Spire that gets dropped by the Lich. Quinn, the lone survivor out of all is said and done. They end up losing the Death Prophet. They end up losing Disruptor. They may end up losing Quinn. Yeah, they will because they have Kaka here. They managed to get the hold over onto Quinn, but the buyback now from Fata trying to protect them is going to prove to be a little bit... Yeah, Drow Ranger just sitting so far back. He's so slow with all of the sticky napalm. There's the lasso up again. Quinn's going to die a second time. 70 seconds.
I wonder how many auto attacks he took there before he went down in the end. Nice try with the buyback from Fata to try and keep his Leshrac alive, but it does not matter. So he expended his buyback as well. And of course, at the end of that, the ward gets dewarded by RNG as well. They remember how the fight started with the charge into what should have been Fog of War. Looked like a good start for Soniqs, but they got clumped up under
really
Disruptor ulti.
He's really going to chase after Kaka here. All right, as Yuar is giving some clicks over into Somnus. They'll land the pounce, they'll use a Stampede, they're looking for this kill, and they will be able to get that one. I was just surprised to see MSS charging over at Kaka, but they found themselves a better find, for sure, on the Batrider.
Yeah, that's fantastic to get something at least, because the last team fight was really disastrous for them. So being able to get, we get a rerun of the rerun here, and yeah, how they got caught up, all of them clumping very closely together. That multi-shot did a tremendous amount of damage.
Looking to already skirmish again. Look at the positioning, sitting on the high ground. They have Chalice down below. Oh my god, look at just the slow coming out. It does force Yuar to use the BKB. Bata already just crumbling. He's gonna have to pounce away. Kaka trying to get a little bit closer. Not gonna be able to quite get it, and you can see Leslau already in position. If they got a little too close, he was ready with a Blink Stomp.
Yeah, MSS takes off towards the bottom lane. Just gonna get immediately split pushing. One nice thing about Spirit Breaker is that once you realize you can't really fight, you can quickly go to another lane. But this is RNG probably gonna go for a straight Roche. They see heroes bottom. I don't see any reason they would keep chasing. They do smoke in and get scanned inside the pit, but
I don't think they're gonna be able to get there
for 30 seconds. No, they're too out of position to be able to be there.
They're not even going to use the EXO this time around. They know that they have this opportunity and they can do this at their leisure.
Yeah, I like the choice by Ghost on his Drow Ranger, by the way, to go for Linken's in this game. It's so useful against the Spirit Breaker. You don't get charged, you can stay safe on the Drow Ranger, because while she is good at cancelling the charge from Spirit Breaker, that isn't really enough to guarantee safety. But now she can tell whenever she gets targeted.
She'll snap up the Arcane Rune, and they'll regroup over in the mid lane now with the Aegis over on Ghost.
Yeah, looks like they're going for this tower that they started on before. Again, they're hitting it with catapult timing.
Bata continuing to do his job, is just putting the Frost Armor on every tower, trying to slow them down a little bit, but not going to be able to slow them down enough, because we've got 3 of the heroes over on the side of Soniqs. Just looking maybe to make a trade here.
Yeah, Soniqs are probably going to get forced home soon here, though. I mean, they're trading for now, but they won't be able to get a favorable trade. There are a lot of Spirit Vessel charges here, too, for Chalice to heal up if the tower does a lot of damage.
Look at the positioning from the side of RNG too. Somnus just waiting for anyone to show up. He's got the Blink Dagger, he's got the BKB. Firefly ends. But again, how do you... Somebody force Ghost out here. Fortification gets you.
EXO is over now, so maybe RNG should back out. This is dangerous to take the fight without EXO. So probably back out and reset, because you don't want to take a full 5v5 without DP having your strongest tool.
You're not seeing Yuar. He's playing off the map currently. So is MSS. And
Yuar, he's super close now to getting into full Aghanims. Finally, this Staff of Wizardry is about to turn into something. He's had it for quite a while now.
He's playing up very forward. I'm a little concerned about this because there is RNG nearby. Yeah, look at this. They can see him on the creeps.
He does not have TP, but he should be pretty safe. I mean, BKB Slark is very difficult to lock down. They could try and force him with Glimpse here.
They do have the Glimpse. It's thrown back into the tree line, but doesn't feel like they want to go and just hard commit on this at this time.
Yeah, good nerfs by Yuar to not use his BKB there as well. He's like, no, I'm probably fine. Indeed he was, so not wasting that. They're still capable of fighting now with the BKB.
Invis available bottom. Doesn't look like anyone spotted it, but Somnus TPing on the creep wave. They're ready for round 2. Still have about 2 minutes left. And they're gonna... Oh, they still aren't gonna have the EXO, though. So they have to be careful because they're shifting around. Soniqs coming from the other side. Chalice, though, is gonna be the one who pops the smoke. Let's jump forward from Leslau over onto Kaka, but the drop immediately holding onto Quinn. Kaka taking a lot of damage here, but Quinn turning his attention over to Ghost. They want to go and pop that Aegis. It'll get taken down the first time. They've lost Kaka. Somnus still making his way over. Chalice, though, he's doing a decent amount of damage. He's pretty far in this base, but Yuar is forced away. Really staying alive. The Yule Scepter coming into play for Chalice. He did manage to split the fight a bit, but they didn't have the damage to get any more kills beyond just Bata.
That was extremely close to Kaka actually surviving. He had the BKB, popped it, and of course with ulti and sidekick, he could maybe have lifesteal on his way back, but they burst him in the end on Soniqs. not really the fight that they were hoping for. They probably wanted to get even more as they got a good angle of initiation there. But RNG, they lose the Aegis, and they're going to be pretty happy to just fend off, or Soniqs are going to be pretty happy to fend off RNG for now.
It's kind of interesting the way that they position Chalice in that, because I feel like a lot of the times, again, Ghost did have the Aegis, but I feel like you usually see Chalice like frontlining, and it almost felt like they might have known that there was some sort of wraparound play. I don't know. What's your read on that, Wagga?
No, he was frontlining. They were suspecting that they were getting wrapped around on. Yeah. So him sitting towards that tree line and sitting what, you know, technically is the back is actually shielding towards that smoke around. So he was very much intentionally doing that. Mm-hmm. You could see he was hiding in the trees. So even though he was the first one they connected and broke the smoke on, he was not the one getting jumped, but he was the deepest on the enemy team. The only downside in that fight was RNG didn't have Exorcism. They had 30-second cooldown Exorcism when the fight started. So Chalice in good position, but unable to really deliver the full usefulness that he would if he had ulti.
I really like the way that they position that, though. I think that's something that I think a lot of people might not necessarily be aware of, and it paid off for sure.
The use of tree line was good. I think a lot of teams generally try to do this where like they put the right player towards the right side of the fight, but his exact positioning between those trees there was very, very good for just breaking the smoke and still being in good position to react.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke play coming out from the side of RNG. They're just barely gonna miss Quinn and MSS off to the side. They do have a gem now on Batrider, so they'll be able to rip down any vision that's been placed by Soniqs.
The Disruptor with 2 items. He does have boots at least. This is not one of those Aghanims only. He has the Tranquil boots.
This is big.
But, full Ags completed.
Can they get the jump though? Ships passing in the night. Smoke over on the side of Soniqs. The smoke going to run out very soon here for RNG. Will reveal themselves. Still hiding this Disruptor. X-Nova with the completed Aghanims. They're going to come from the backside again. This time, though, be careful. Hooked up a little tightly. And X-Nova...
Yeah, this is very similar to last time.
It's so similar, but this time the position... Okay, so Kaka, they're trying to figure out, where are they? No one is defending.
They can tell something is up, for sure by now. This is very sus. Why is the base empty?
Exactly.
They're like... They're not falling for it. They're sending in Ghost, like, you can go. We'll protect you.
Pop the Lincolns. I like the way X-Now is playing. He's got this ward that's going to be able to give him
Catapult is doing it. I mean, double Catapult. The Rax is falling slowly. Soniqs have to do something.
They'll show themselves, finally. The jump forward, the lasso over onto Leslie, just going to hold him into place. And we get those BKBs popping over here. Ghost hiding a bit further back. You can see the damage coming out from the multi-shot. They need one more hit to finish off Yuar. They just don't have it, but they'll drop the Static Storm on top of MSS, looking for these Chain Frost bounces, but they're not going to get what they want. So they end up losing the Spirit Breaker. Almost managed to get the kill on Yuar.
DP still has ulti going in a little bit now.
Laszlo looking for the opening, gets a jump onto the backline, over onto Ghost in the hop forward. They'll get the Sinister Gaze off Kaka, moving around, jumping around in circles, still chasing after Ghost, trying to get onto these back lines, but they're just not getting enough damage off in time as they'll turn back around. Somnus with the BKB, dropping the Firefly. Can they get the kill on MSS with the jump over on back again on Ghost? Again, another save coming out from Kaka. Ghost, they can't seem to kill him. He's going to be able to survive this. The split, though, coming in from Quinn. They finally managed to kill the Drow as you are running around, trying to get away. They've got some of that damage, but not quite enough. Chalice, X-Nova, and Somnus. The last one's alive and kicking. You are looking to make the play again over onto Chalice. A good flame break back, protecting Quinn, chasing after Chalice. Now, not a lot of mana left. Not anything for spells. Should be able to get the... Can they close
so
the
much
gap?
sticky napalm.
The Force, though, not going to be able to quite finish him.
Oh my god, finally Somnus is gonna pull out and retreat here. There is the Aghanim Slark, but only has 1 pounce.
Oh, he uses the Fuse Charge too. He wanted that kill.
Definitely wanted it. A really fantastic fight there coming out from both teams. There was a lot of things that went right for RNG, but they still ended up losing their Drow Ranger in the end as Quinn came in and finished the job there. It took multiple attempts to bring down the Drow Ranger due to the protection coming out from Kaka. But overall, this Leshrac is starting to look more and more like a force to be reckoned with in this game. And I think Drow Ranger has a hard time killing him on her own. She needs Batrider to probably target the Leshrac more. We see the initial jump there.
Yeah, Laszlo, eyes on the prize, trying to just close the gap, but Ghost, very survivable. Somnus trying to split up the fight with all the Firefly. A hop in again, though. I thought maybe Ghost was almost about to survive here as he's trying to just give these couple clicks. But with Quinn jumping in like that, with that split earth, and all of
the repeated goals on Drow Ranger, like they just target her. The moment they see her, she is the target priority, and I like that. It's a good approach by Soniqs, because Batrider, especially if he already used Lasso on Centaur like he did in that fight from the start, he's not really important to focus. He will do some damage, but it's mostly Drow Ranger. If you win against her, then the fight will be in your hands.
I just realized there isn't a 4-step. It was actually the Ogre Seal Totem over on Chalice. So having that...
Oh my god. I just saw Kaka's items. Kaka is not going for the Basher here on his Marcy. He's actually going for a Nullifier. So BKB and Nullifier going to be very useful against the Frost Shield of Lich to remove that.
It's a charge coming in on Kaka, MSS. Land, blink forward from Quinn. We have a lot of lockdown, so we'll be able to finish off. But there it is, there's the drag, but not going to be able to quite finish as Quinn does get glimpsed back. You are looking to see if he can get anything else. Pounces forward, manages to land over on Chalice, giving a couple clicks off over onto Somnus. Get the charge, that's the Exo getting popped from Chalice, the slow over onto MSS, the rest of the team trying to get over there. We'll get the flame break, BKB gets used, they got the static storm, but Quinn, he's already managed to get away. But there is a decent amount of damage coming out from this Exo with Chalice chasing after Quinn. He is going to die there, thanks to the physical damage of the Ghost. But over on the back side here, Somnus, he's looking not too healthy, he's gonna try to get away, but they use the Stampede, they finish off Somnus. These Ghosts, again, Quinn managing to get out with very little hit points. Will go for the glimpse back over onto Laszlo. But again, here comes the Quinn. He's looking to get this damage to put down as Chalice, the Ghosts are returning. Almost managing to get caught by Uar. X-Nova gonna try to teleport away. Do they have the vision? They do not. He will barely escape.
Fantastic spot to TP out there. Good read, and wow, they managed to get out after those buybacks coming out from Soniqs. Ghost still looking for a pick here.
Yeah, he's got Kaka, and they've got Dust, so they'll be able to get themselves a quick pick off. But Roche
this
is
turned
up.
into a very hectic game and hectic fighting. The Exorcism is truly the strongest player on the field right now. Is just the ability of Chalice just running people down. But overall, we're starting to see Drow Ranger become more and more of a threat. Soniqs, they try to catch her, but there's so many players just focusing on keeping her alive between the Force Staffs and the Kinetic Fields and her own Hurricane Pike, of course. Chalice.
Oh, there. Oh my god. The amount of damage. Uar just ends up dying. They drop the Static Storm to boot.
Yeah,
That's what happens when you've got that
during his own
nullifier
ulti.
completed.
Yeah, he died during his own ulti there. He couldn't seem to heal enough during it. There is, of course, the Frost Arrows upgrade on Drow Ranger, and he got shot quite a few times, so the regen reduction per stack built up. And he wasn't actually gaining as much HP as he perhaps thought he would. I think he even had BKB ready when he died there.
That's a Refresher, Shard, and Cheese going the way to RNG. There's an Arcane Rune even as well. Chalice says, yeah, give me that. He's going to have that Exo up in about 3 seconds.
Yeah, the pass of the Refresher over to Batrider. One Exorcism is probably enough, but having 2 Lassos in the fight, double BKB on the Batrider, this is absolutely massive.
Clark's still down for 19 seconds. Does not have the buyback, so RNG.
Yeah, what mid and top. They're going
Chalice
through.
in with the Exorcism. Ghost focusing over on the top.
Watch for Somnus. He's looking for a grab.
He is. This tower. Clark is back up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, they're angling, looking for a way to defend this. Trying to keep the barracks alive with Frost Armor.
Keep the charge forward over on Chalice. The BKB immediately coming out, and they're grouped up over here on the side. As now Chalice goes for that refresher. The chase is on. Somnus dragging back on Quinn, realizing that this is a huge problem for him. Tries to drag over to the Static Storm as MSS is indeed caught. Couple of nice bounces with the Chain Frost, but just not gonna do enough here as these ghosts just chew through the buildings. No Quinn for 115 seconds. No Spirit Breaker for 40-something. They'll just turn their attention towards this bottom area, or perhaps they're gonna go just for the finish.
Yeah, they still have the Aegis, they still have Exo going for a little bit longer here, and no Leshrac. I mean, Slark has to go in and try to make something happen, but he doesn't have BKB, so he's so worried about going in. It doesn't seem like it's possible to delay it this long, but we'll see what Yawar can pull.
They still have the cheese online here for Kaka, too. They've got Aegis, they still have the cheese. This is looking really tough for them. Just throwing some of that sticky napalm down. A glimpse back on Yawar, but they get back into the base.
Yeah,
Pounds off over onto Kaka, but they're just poking a little bit. Nice pull forward by Fata over onto Somnus. Chase after the bat rip, but now he just takes too much damage, and now MSS will be the next one to fall. This little fishy boy trying to hide over here in the corner. They're still hunting for him. Might be able to actually get a kill on X-Nova, but this is happening. They're just focusing down on the Ancient. Eventually the lasso comes out. They'll hold Yawar. They get one more kill. Team wipe on the side of Soniqs, and that's going to be the game.
Yeah, that was beautifully done there. A lot of these team fights were very satisfying to watch. RNG have a lot of synergy, and the way they play, their coordination is really good. It felt a little bit more like Soniqs were flailing, trying to reach that Drow Ranger, trying to get on top of her with multiple heroes at once, but always somebody got stopped. Like, someone gets glimpsed back, someone gets blocked off, and of course the Force Staffs coming out to keep people alive. I like some of the itemization as well that happened in this game. The Nullifier and Marcy, we haven't really seen on support Marcy, but this was a fantastic game to bring it up because it works against Spirit Breaker too. One of the best ways to deal with Spirit Breaker as a hero is to stop him from having his W going, and Nullifier does dispel that.
Oh, very smart itemization choices. We saw how long it took for them in one of the highlights, actually, to get after Ghost. You saw, Leslau targeting onto the back lines. You could see them trying to get further in a couple fights, actually, right? Because you saw that there was one over in the mid lane. Particularly, I remember, where you saw the Slark split up so much, and they just weren't able to quite finish off Ghost. Very nice positioning, very good place from Marcy. I feel like you don't let Marcy through again.
This was also the fight where everything started looking really grim. They got caught out and they get completely wiped. They buy back as well on Lich to try and save Leshrac in the end, but they hunt him down and do get him under his own tier 2 tower, as nobody else had buyback there to help him other than Lich. But yeah, this felt like overall Marcy is still a very strong hero, but it was more the impressive play from Somnus that was the takeaway for me. Like, I expected him to be pretty shut down in the lane against Slark. Slark started out the lane fantastic, but Somnus had massive impact. He got a lot of farm. At one point was even the most farmed in the game. So the idea to counter out Batrider with Slark didn't actually work out as well as it usually does.
You see, again, the jump into the back lines, just trying to get their hands on Ghost. They knew exactly who they had to go after, but just proving to be difficult, getting kited. Again, the reinitiation of Leslau and Yawar. Kaka trying to save Ghost, just survive a little bit longer. But then, of course, in comes Quinn to clean up. So that fight, we see just the power of being able to reposition. We see the way that Somnus is able to split some of these heights. And then from there, it's just all downhill for Soniqs.
I think usually when you want to single target down one hero that badly, it has to be the only important hero to kill, or it has to be that you have solutions for the other heroes. But a problem in this game for them was Chalice. Chalice on his Death Prophet was definitely dishing out some absurd damage in these fights. He was just running around with his ulti going, and yeah, you keep chasing Drow, and she does hurt the most if you leave her unattended, but perhaps they would have needed something like an SD with a demonic purge against the Death Prophet to slow her down or something if they're gonna ignore her to this degree.
Yeah, I thought it was a very impressive performance on Chalice. Death Prophet, not necessarily known as being the most flashy of heroes, especially one. It's placed into that off lane, but very survivable. We saw some excellent positioning, and that was one thing that like I really feel RNG did excellent and continues to do whenever I see them play, is the way that they kind of make a ring around, you know, whoever is going to be doing most of the damage. You can see just how fast Somnus responds. Chalice, Kaka, X Nova. Again, that little play in the mid lane, I love the way that Chalice is frontlining, but at the same time not in a position that's going to make it where he just immediately gets blown up. Very, very cool stuff, honestly. A lot of high-level things to dissect off of that game.
Yeah, it was really coordinated, and overall we also saw a big counterplay to the Leshrac as this multi BKBs. Actually, this game is crazy. That has to be a record for the ones that we watched. 8 BKBs in a game. That is certainly quite a few. So many BKBs, and once that comes online, Leshrac struggles to do that initial burst of damage, and he needs a drawn-out fight, but the drawn-out fights against Batrider can also be very difficult, because Stick and Napalm builds up, Exorcism keeps dealing more and more. It's not the easiest thing to take those long bursty or long fights instead of bursty fights.
And I mean, you can see how reliant they were on Quinn towards these later fights. They needed him to be there. They needed him to be dishing out the damage. And if he got caught out too early, things just got so much harder. Because he's doing good damage, and he was very active, which I love to see early on. But they just had too much control and too many ways of being able to, you know, kite and just put the damage down.
Yeah. If you were to, I'm going to give you a little bit of a hard question here. If you were to guess who was the second highest damage inside of Soniqs, who would you say? There was the MVP, of course, Chalice on his DP, dominating in this game for sure. But on the side of Soniqs, who lost this game, who do you think did the second most damage?
You know, the way that you're saying this is making me think it's like Lich or something and not a normal suspect.
It is Lich. It is Lich,
I figured. The bounces.
Yeah, Fada did
cuts,
22,000 damage, and only 11,000 from the Centaur, 11,000 from Spiritbreaker, and 18,000 coming out from the Slark. But yeah, of course we see our MVP here with 33.8k damage, which is the second highest after Drow Ranger, with a 43 despite how they chased her. So Ghost, amazing performance as well. But Chalice, he was playing such a solid game. He only died twice this game too, with all those fights happening. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And again, you mentioned Somnus also, you know, having that mid lane. We didn't think he would do nearly as well as he did, but he really ended up popping off. So a great performance coming out from the side of RNG. Soniqs, they had a pretty decent start, it felt, especially having those early kills, but in the end, just not going to be able to close it out. So for this first game of this Best of 2 series, it's going over to the side of RNG. We are going to have a second game, and I'm pretty excited to see, you know, what the sort of just adjustments going to be coming out from the side of Soniqs, or if RNG is just going to continue to run over this NA team. But going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will find out.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to Soniqs versus RNG over here on the C stream for the TI-11 group stage. First game of the series here going over to the side of RNG, just becoming too powerful for Soniqs to really contend with. And now we're going to make our way into game 2. So what do we need to see this time around, Waga? What's going to be able to put that pressure down on the map that Soniqs kind of lost momentum?
I think maybe they were a little bit awkward in how the game ended up playing out because they were trying to counter out the Batrider with that Slark mid, and initially worked out quite well. And we saw some good early fights for Yawar coming on, but they didn't really have something to fall back on, like, oh, Slark is going to get really farmed and then we can just hard carry with him. Whereas over on the side of RNG, they were building up that Drow, having a solid late game, and Soniqs were much more committed to, if they didn't win those early fights, there wasn't really a plan B. Like, Quinn was farming on his Leshrac, but he was never going to be out carrying a Drow Ranger towards the later stages. So maybe they found themselves in a spot where they were just a little bit too reliant on good outcomes from the early skirmishes. And I would like to see them not be so stressed from the draft and from the gameplay. Whereas RNG, I mean, they did what we expected. They look strong and they play in a very coordinated way, very structured Dota. This was probably one of the most methodical pushes that I've seen as well, where everything was, you know, very, very controlled. We saw it when they were pushing high ground. They felt like, okay, nobody is in the base, let's just take our positions, and they just hold, they lock down and wait for Soniqs to make a move.
Yeah, so basically shake off game number 1, come back, and maybe don't be quite as reliant, have like a backup plan sort of thing going on for Soniqs. But yeah, I'm curious to see, you know, what's going to end up happening. RNG playing extremely well. We've seen them do just excellent in most of the games that we have watched. I think they did split. I forget which game that was that we watched them play in, but could have a chance to go for that 2-0. We will see.
Yeah, RNG, I think they split. Did they split against Liquid? Was it Liquid they split against? I can't remember. But I don't have the results for yesterday up right now. But they played very strong yesterday overall. And
yes, it was
coming in here, they look like they're ready to take a, you know, not just a split here against Soniqs, because the way they played, RNG were in pretty firm control over this game. Even though they got, you know, a little bit, what I would say, countered in the draft, their overall idea and execution still came to fruition. They still got what they wanted. And Soniqs just have to be... They have to be wary of letting RNG get this strong of a 5-man, I think. And again, slipping through that Marcy and the pick face, I just think the hero is too strong. I really don't think you can slip it through. It's a very, very powerful hero.
So we do have a little bit of a head-to-head here. Important to note too, Quinn was not playing the mid lane in this particular game. He ended up shifting down to the safe lane, and we had Yawar mid against Somnus. But still, you can see some of these stats coming to play. Quinn had lots of experience per minute, lots of last hits, but Somnus being extremely active and was able to assist and just break up a lot of these fights by putting down all that flame break, and also just the threat of a lasso, right? Even when you have all these BKBs, you still have to be so aware of that lasso coming out from a Batrider.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to quantify like an impact from Batrider necessarily with these numbers alone. He felt like a big threat in the game, even though he didn't really go for grabbing Yawar at all. He instead went for reliable targets. Sometimes he would just lasso the Lich or just pull out the Centaur. Doesn't really matter too much who he catches. He just went for whatever he could grab. And we do have the players finally now loading into a lobby here as well. So getting ready for game 2. The draft is about to start up.
We have the matchup now with Ywar. And again, the Slark was very active early on, but definitely was not able to be as productive. Did have some nice solutions to the Slark. They had the Disruptor, always one of those heroes that will prove to limit the movability of a Slark, and then also just a lot of ground targeted stuff that Ywar had to be very careful of throughout that game.
Yeah, also 387 GPM, like Ywar was pretty poor in this game. Even, you know, if you're mid or if you're carry, doesn't really matter. If you're playing Slark and you're not getting more than that, he was really struggling. Only got 3 kills throughout the game. Early game looked kind of promising, but no, he had a very hard time, and I think a lot of that comes down to playing against that Disruptor. Disruptor had massive impact, just glimpsing him back and catching him, or even just forcing out the BKB sometimes.
Yeah, both of the supports on the time we talked about at the end of the last game, who had the second amount of highest damage on the side of Soniqs, and it was the Lich. Just having, you know, as much impact as possible, because a lot of the times the cores are just being controlled. So pretty interesting to note, but we do get our draft up here for game number 2. There will be no Enigma, and again, this Primal Beast, people do not want to see this hero. I'm curious though, does the Marcy slip through?
Yeah, I think if you're Soniqs right now, you do have first pick, so you can leave it. But I would expect RNG to probably get rid of it. Then again, maybe Leshrac is a hero that they want to target. We've also seen some teams going with that ban. Of course, Soniqs already showed that they're happy to play Leshrac. But I think right now, for Soniqs, maybe they can ban something that they're just not wanting to play against outside of Marcy. Expecting them to drop through the Undying, but yeah, they don't seem entirely sure yet.
God, I don't know what Quinn's been doing with his hair, but it looks lustrous in that shot. My goodness, I know we always say like, oh, Tofu over on Gaming Gladiators, like best hair in the Dota 2 scene, but Quinn's getting up there.
Yeah, he's certainly looking great here. Gotta look ready for battle, right?
Looking good, feeling good, playing good.
Yeah. Over on Soniqs, they ban out the Lina. Lina
Okay.
again getting a first phase ban here.
Will not see the Marcy this game. This time it's going to be RNG who ended up banning it. They don't want to let it get into the hands of Soniqs. They value it quite highly. So I will not be seeing that. I don't know if they're going to feel like they want to pick up Undying. I think from my notes, they haven't really focused much on that particular hero. Yeah, in fact, they go for the SF.
Yeah, it's a pretty common hero to go in the first phase. He's very reliable, but it's curious to me that we see Soniqs banning out the first phase Lina, by the way, because last game, I had to double check because I wasn't sure. Last game is RNG banning it against them. So this is something between the two teams. They both respect the Lina a lot. RNG banning it first phase in the previous game, and here we see Soniqs banning it out.
Yeah, I'm curious what those scrims look like, that they're so respectful of each other's Lina.
Yeah, bit of insight, you know. I mean, that's the only insight you usually get as a caster into it, unless you have very close connections with a team, is to pay attention to the drafts, and you're going to see some hints of what's happening in their scrims.
All right, well, with the Shadow Fiend picked up, now it looks like RNG heavily trying to decide what they want as their first pick. And how they want to hide their draft,
multiple ways. Yeah, they have multiple ways they can approach this, but RNG is a pretty methodical team. I would expect them to either, like, they would reveal an offlaner, either Brood or Visage probably, is what I'm sort of expecting. Mm-hmm. And into this Shadow Fiend, I don't think you necessarily want to pick Brood, because I think the laning stage is okay for SF against Brood. You can probably bully her quite a bit just by races being so strong.
Oh, interesting. Okay, they pick up the Lich for themselves this game.
That is definitely a bit of a shift. We haven't seen this in our... I don't think we saw... Did we see Lich at all yesterday, you and me? I don't think we saw a single Lich pick.
No, I know he's been picked up. I think I saw a game with him in it, but it wasn't the games that we casted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's curious to see, and he is being picked early here as well. So, again, good shielding against the Shadow Fiend. Usually gets tremendous right-click damage, so having that physical protection is nice. They go with Tiny as well, so showing off what most likely will be their support duo on the side of RNG.
I like it. I like how they're ready. See that energy over here on the side of RNG. Got a couple punches going on.
5 seconds remaining.
Ready to fight. Ready to go.
Yeah, very focused faces. And Soniqs are still going to go back for the Undying. I think that's a good call. Undying still works very well with the SF, because usually when you have SF, you want to put down a lot of stuff around him and allow him to just stand there and right-click stuff. It's similar to Draw Ranger and how it executes. And SF putting, or Undying putting down the Tombstone allows SF to stand near it and control that area.
God, I'm already so sick of seeing Undying. I think he's been in like almost every single match that we have cast or banned, this hero.
Yeah, at least you're not forced to play strength heroes against it, you know? Some of these players, they're like,
That's
oh,
true.
yay, let's play a double strength lane against Undying again, just because that's what our draft wants to do, and we'll just have to deal with laning stage being rough.
Perspective, for sure. No, they're still going to ban out the Broodmother, though. They don't want to see that in this game, despite the fact that you said, you know, SF should do just fine.
Yeah, he should be fine, but it's still playing as Brood, and that alters the game quite a bit. It's probably one of the offlaners that, in the most significant way, changes how you have to approach the game. Because of the areas she takes over with her webs and how she sort of infests your jungle, and then you have to go through some serious trouble to root her out of there.
So they have run the Tiny Lich before on RNG, and the rest of the draft that they picked up was a Leshrac, a Lone Druid, and a Lycan. So they went really heavily on that push strat the last time that we saw these two heroes picked up together.
Yeah, we'll see if they want to opt to do that again. Soniqs this time is shielding quite well against something like that, because usually the good things against push is to have strong team fight, and SF and Undying is building up to be a good team fight lineup already. Whereas RNG have, you know, certainly a good team fight in a Chain Frost, but Tiny is usually more about those skirmish and pickoffs. He's such a good hero at catching people off guard.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm curious too, like some of the teams really have a high value on Chen and Enchantress, trying to put that pressure down, and it seems like with these a lot of the games that we've seen today, they've been kind of ignored, or, you know, in one case, Spirit, you don't let Miposhka get that hero, but it's interesting to see how these metas kind of develop between these two teams.
Yeah, I don't think, exactly, it's just, does your team prefer to play Chen and Enchantress or doesn't it? Because those are pretty defining heroes for support players, and not every team is going to have necessarily an Eng player in it, or even a Chen player. So for now, going by pretty unnoticed here could still be an option for either of them.
Probably not going to be for the side of RNG, since they do have the Lich already picked up, but...
Yeah, you could still run it together with like putting the Tiny as a mid potentially, but now they're going back for Leshrac. Like you said, the research here, so they're following a script according to what they played before, the Lich, Tiny, and now Leshrac in it. Of course, very good synergy.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm curious if they're going to go for something like the Lone Druid pickup again on the side of RNG, because they don't have the best ways of dealing with that just yet, and it is kind of a little bit of a gotcha pick, I feel, if they're able to slip it through.
If they're able to just do something that they've, you know, pretty much hero by hero done before against Soniqs, then Soniqs has to draft in good preparation for this. I would like to see Soniqs, by the way, go for Nyx Assassin here. A hero that we see a lot of people ban out early when they want to pick the Leshrac, shielding themselves. You can pick up a POS 5 Nyx, or even play POS 5 Undying. Either is fine. But I'm not sure if Soniqs are thinking about something else as a better option for him here.
I'm trying to think of what they've picked up previously that could fit. Go for a Rubik. Get a little bit of a steal of some of these nice spells.
Yeah, there's some really great stunts to steal. If you get the Split Earth, that is an absolutely insane ability to get, and even just tiny spells are good. So that's a good start. They picked that to buy themselves some time. They were ticking down on the reserve, so not quite sure what they want as their last yet, or fourth.
I could say that they definitely need some more push onto their lineup. I gotta go for the Doom. Okay. It's a lot of kind of single target stuff going on. I guess you do have the big ultimate, right? You've got the Requiem of Souls over on Shadow Fiend, and potentially any spells that you can steal from the side of RNG. It's a nice, you know, get the Ags online. Leshrac does not like being doomed. Neither does that Lich or the Tiny, who are reliant on the spells.
Yeah, Doom is a fantastic tool to get here. It's pretty damn good against Lich, and it's going to be hard to guarantee safety. I mean, they picked Lich in tandem with Leshrac here because of the shielding, so that he can go in and be aggressive, but Doom can just slap down the ulti onto Lesh, and first of all, he can't continue casting his lightning and his stun, but it also prevents any form of protection for the Lesh during it.
Visage pickup now for the side of RNG. It's a nice way to provide more push, some nice nukes, and also some vision with the birds.
10 seconds remaining.
That was one of the two heroes we mentioned earlier. Either Brood or Visage would fit well for them, and it's going to play into exactly like you said, that push combination. It really does look like they want to add possibly a Lone Druid or something similar. They do ban out the bear, but it could be the wrong teddy bear here as they ban out Ursa. Are they really gonna like sneak in the Lone Druid as well, I wonder? It would be a good hero against Doom. It actually is really, really good against Doom. So now the Soniqs could fall for a very similar draft to the previous one.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of deliberation going on.
5 seconds remaining.
They're trying to decide, because they also, you know, I'm curious too where the Shadow Fiend is going. If that's going to be a safe lane or if that's going to be a mid. Part of me thinks it's going to be mid, considering that you already know what's headed mid with this Leshrac most likely.
I think I would prefer to see them do a mid SF, and yeah, I would even like to see them do a mid SF and then curveball the Doom as a carry. We've seen it done before, like 23 Savage Doom, and try and play something along that line where eventually you get farmed enough that you have the Aghanims on Doom as well, and running into a team fight. I could see him being very big impact towards late game, and that gives you the opportunity to pick a late offlane pick here.
Oh, they ban out the Slark.
Yeah, so that feels more like banning out the Slark. They don't want to lane Doom against Slark, so probably this is an offlane Doom. Not very likely that they're shifting that one around.
All right, final pickup here for the side of Soniqs.
For some reason, I feel like they might go for something even like. I think the mid SF would work well. I think they would go Troll or something carry, but.
Okay.
But of course, they can run that safe lane SF. Invoker was banned by RNG, so they suspect that it's going to be a mid hero coming up, and it sure is. It's Void Spirit coming in, so that's going to be a carry Shadow Fiend. Void Spirit's going to be the tempo hero they want to play around with the Rubik and the Undying.
Quinn Void Spirit, also one of the one of his most known heroes most recently. That, and he plays a lot of Ember. I like all the mid laners see that. There it is, there's the Lone Druid. Man, they got like almost a full run back for the side of RNG. The only difference is that Visage pickup instead of a Lycan.
Yeah, that is, and honestly, this looks scarier. I think Lycan would be, you know, a little bit slow perhaps in terms of the greed level with Lone Druid, but Visage comes online in a little bit better way earlier on. So RNG doing a strategy that they have performed before and has been available to see, and Soniqs now, and see if they're ready. Of course, you said Quinn on his Void Spirits. That man is very, very good at all the spirits, I feel. Perhaps not Earth Spirit, I haven't seen that too much, but his Void, his Storm, his Ember, all of them are very, very good. But he has his work cut out from here because this push is going to hit hard around the mid game.
Has to be very careful too that he doesn't get bursted down by any sort of rotations. They have really good setup and lockdown, right? You've got Kaka, who's going to be playing the Tiny, being able to land those avalanches. You've got the Sinister Gaze, not the Sinister Glare, not Sinister Glaze, as I said earlier either. But that is also a great setup for the Split Earth. Like, you've got a lot of nice ways to be able to lock down, and that's potentially very scary. So yeah, I don't know. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for the side of Soniqs, but I'm hopeful that they're going to be able to, you know, make it competitive. Maybe we'll see Leslau pop off on that Doom. We'll have to see.
Yeah, he certainly looks ready to pop off. He's got that guitar set for his Doom as well. I think that one looks so badass. Best weapon for Doom for sure. But no, I think the draft here from RNG, again, like last game, looks like it has a clear intent. It has a structured plan, and that's very much how we see them play Dota. Soniqs, they're going to have to make a lot of stuff happen to buy time here and get to a point where SF is strong enough to fend off like the bear, kill it quickly, or even bring down the Leshrac if it gets too close. But they need a lot of time.
The usual shenanigans going on as everybody is placing down their wards and trying to shore up their sides. Who is the hero that you want to be watching during, or the heroes for both sides during this laning?
I think SF usually finds an opening at some point to just make stuff happen with his races slow talent. So want to see if he's going to have the good lane that I'm used to seeing him in this patch have. But also Quinn on his Void Spirits, see if he can get an edge on the mid lane.
Yeah, you can see on the sticker of Papa Leslau, he's got the shirt, America, Brazil, Leslau, take my energy. All the little GIF.
The battle begins.
I love the sunglasses too, it's beautiful.
3 runes going over to the side of RNG. So a nice start for their team. But,
Avalanche proving to be very good for taking runes. You just drop it down, walk in, even though there's 2 heroes. You can just walk in calmly, take the rune, walk away again. Kaka getting a bit of an advantage for his team there.
Interested to see how this matchup is going to go here in the mid lane between Somnus and Quinn. Both highly skilled players in the mid lane.
Yeah, both are really good. I think I'm gonna have to expect that Somnus is gonna be able to win this lane as he has Leshrac against Void Spirit, but Quinn, he does know his way around this hero, so we'll see if he can pull some tricks.
The top lane feels like they're pretty survivable up here, unless like X-Nova gets really out of position. Probably not going to have any issues, especially once he gets to that point of the Frost Shield.
Yeah, just has to be careful about taking engagements when you have too many creeps on the enemy side, but he wants to go in, secure that range creep. Gonna use the Nova for it.
Just a little bit of that harass back and forth. Plenty of regen though on X-Nova, realizing that he is just going to be the one who has to put those clicks out.
Yeah, so far in mid lane, by the way, really nice last hitting by Quinn. He's 7-2 against a 4-1 on Leshrac, so done a good job.
I mean, like I said, this guy very much known for his Void Spirit. Knows the insides and outs and the limits quite well. Not to say that Somnus does not, but again, just very interested in watching this mid matchup.
Yeah, it's very, very skill-based. Bottom lane, we see Fada also doing the skill-based Undying gameplay, spamming decay on his opponent. No, but he pulls the creeps over.
We do get a separate lane over here on the side, not the typical one for sure.
Yeah, just building your own little lane, and it's without carry players, so you can farm Fada. This is your time to shine. Get some last hits.
Both the mids being able to grab water runes. Probably not going to be seeing any rotations for a little bit longer, because it is still early on. But Kaka, again, continuing to do these lane shenanigans.
Yeah, they're chasing top with Lone Red Bear, just praying for some entangles. You want to get as many hits as possible on the enemy heroes when you're playing Lone Red. Give yourself a chance. Or if you're a good Lone Red player, you just need 1 hit, and there it is. That's the route.
I used to make that joke with some of the other players. Just be like, you know, the best mid player always gets the rune. Used to drive Kyle crazy because he's like, no, it's totally, you know, luck based. But at the same time, can you argue? Oh, Quinn, Somnus. There's the first blood. Solo kill for Somnus in the mid lane.
Speaking of the best mid player, Somnus again showing why he was respected for a long time as just uncontested the best mechanical mid laner. And his laning skill is just so damn good. Even on a comfort hero like Void Spirit, Quinn goes down 1v1.
Very nicely done. This is going to give him a nice advantage. Almost level 5. Quinn going to be a bit behind now. I would like to see some sort of rotation eventually, like I said, though, when we get the action rune up. To see if they can perhaps slow down Somnus a little bit.
Yeah, it would be nice. They're already moving over a little bit because these creep pulls are happening and Fada is chasing after it. So he's in a neighborhood control rune, but instead it's going to be Kaka holding bottom as the mids fight over top rune. But Void Spirit does have a nice little tool there, the Ether Remnant.
We'll end up leading the bottom rune for Somnus.
Oh, Topless now is in trouble.
Yes, he's sitting a bit low. We'll get the telekinesis off, but there's the last blast.
Yeah, gets brought down by the ex-Nova.
This Kaka continuing to bring these creeps around, just right through that neutral camp. Neutral camp's like, what? What just happened? Fata trying to get a little bit of the body block, trying to get them to re-aggro.
Yeah, he's doing a good job attempting, but Chalice comes over as well, pulls the creep the other way around.
It's pretty wacky.
And now the lane... Yeah, now the lane is in a great position, though. Just some chill laning on mid lane, bit of harass, but again, top lane not so chill, chasing after with the Frost Shield and Lone Druid hitting.
Get the entangle. Again, MSS trying to save them, but this bear just chasing after the Doom. So you can land some really nice telekinesis, but if you don't get the bear in there too, he is going to just keep charging.
Yeah, this top lane is starting to feel very one-sided. The Doom is getting good farm, but he's not really able to stay alive against this Lone Druid and Lich combination. They're too strong, and Rubik, despite his best efforts with telekinesis, is not able to save Doom once they commit on him like this.
Yeah, there's only so much they can do. X-Nova making the rotation. Oh, the regen rune gets snapped up by Quinn. He uses both of those step charges to get it. It's a very sad Somnus. He would have loved to have that for sure. Kaka does rotate over.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they were a little bit too late with the rune control though on RNG, so allows them to get that regen. Good advantage. Now they're just sitting around mids. Perhaps they can connect an avalanche and get a chain combo.
There it is. There's the avalanche. Use the pulse. Toss up into the air. Oh, they didn't actually go for that split earth, so Quinn gonna be able to regen right back up again thanks to the regen rune that he grabbed earlier.
Yeah, he used it, but they don't have enough of a combination kill. Like, they need more damage. The two of them can't really kill him there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So he gets back to full HP on Void Spirit. He's happy. Meanwhile, bottom, as the rotation came in towards mid, they understand that they have some space, so SF trying to deal damage to the tower when he can.
They're making the moves against Laszlo. Again, just throwing out the harass. Turn his attention over to MSS, because X-Nova's here. The blast, the entangle. Kaka's here, though. They should be able to get this pick off.
Yeah, they should be happy that they didn't lose more there, honestly. With the tiny rotation, that was close to him getting an angle for Avalanche and toss back on Doom, but instead they settled for a kill. And again, this Doom is far behind on top lane. Usually when you play Doom, you want to play him into a way of getting high advantage in net worth, but right now he's the second lowest farmed core hero, despite having Devour. Of course, Visage is even more shut down in this game. Chalice, we haven't talked too much about him, but he is struggling against the SF. It's a hard matchup.
A bit of converging over into the mid lane. Kaka getting drawn back by the Remnant. Frost Shield gets placed on Kaka though. It's a little bit more survival, but they do eventually get that kill. Avalanche into the split earth. Somnus just running around, just getting off as much damage from this Pulse Nova as he can, and will be able to collect the kill on Quinn. He's hasted too. He's chasing after MSS and Fata. Have to be a little bit careful. It's 8 stacks decay on him. Is this gonna bottle back up again?
Some cute tower dive there. Just goes in, one auto attack, and then runs out again. Like, I can be here, and you can't stop it. And then it just gets out.
And then
the
the bottle
refill from his team. Yeah. Happy to be back to full mana quickly, pretty much, I guess. After using all that fighting, having a full bottle, he's going to be more than ready to fight again.
We're seeing the supports, though, clustering in this mid lane. Step forward, draw back on Somnus. Not even sure that Fata needed to be there, but they'll be able to get this kill. Bit of invasion, too. They can see that there's probably some stacks over here. And Yuar says, oh, yes, I will help myself to these. Thank you very much.
That is so much value, stealing this away. Meanwhile, though, on top lane, they lose Doombringer.
Yeah, they do end up losing Doom, and now Kaka, the toss back. He's just stuck up on the side, so will end up dying, and they do lose a stack.
Yeah, I'll trade a stack for an offlaner, but that was a big juicy stack too, and taking that away from Leshrac slows down his farm, but look at him. Lesh has another stack up his sleeve in the other jungle. There's more farm.
That does feel very good, getting some of these neutral items too. And then when all said and done, oh, we got 2 neutralized. Fairy Trinket, very nice.
Yeah, Fairy Trinket, of course, S tier when you're playing any hero like Leshrac. Very, very nice drop for him. I would like to see RNG make moves towards bottom lane next with this rune.
Avalanche onto Quinn, the toss up. Good lift though from MSS. And they'll try to use that Sinister Gaze, but won't be able to lock Quinn down.
Yeah, Telekinesis stopped it immediately, so very value Telekinesis there.
I feel like we've seen some nice play. Like MSS, even though he wasn't able to save Doom a lot of the times, he is on point with those Telekinesis lifts.
Yeah, he's also not level 6 yet. I mean, Rubik, you're kind of just playing half the hero until you get level 6. That is such a big power spike for him, and he's very close to it now. So he's trying to leech some experience, try and get there.
Converging on the top lane onto Leslau. He's got that tumbler toy, but can't escape all of these heroes. And now with this creep wave push forward, they could opt to put the damage down tower. Yes, that's exactly what we're seeing. The Edict chipping away. And top tower will go down.
Yeah, and that's one tower falling, and that's the first of many according to RNG's strategy here. They want to definitely punish the towers in this game as they have Visage just kind of building up slowly on bottom lane. He's going to build into that Vladimir's as well, which will be really good for Ghost on his Lone Druid. Once they start moving together, the auras will start benefiting them really nicely.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kaka, only level 4 on his Tiny, so he wants some experience here mid.
Yeah, I figured they was going to make the jump forward, but again, X-Nova is here. Sinister Gaze, followed up with the Avalanche, the toss. Need to do a little bit more damage. Split Earth does land on Quinn though, so they'll get the kill. They'll drop the Tombstone. Now Fata running, but the spare. Zentangle, a couple more clicks over onto Fata. He'll be the next one to fall, and they should be able to farm up this Tombstone, no problem.
I wasn't sure if you said despair or despair, because that was truly despair there for Void Spirit as well as he get caught out. There's so much chain stun on the side of RNG. You get caught by one thing, and they just combo it to everything. Tiny, not using Avatos immediately, just overlapping them slowly so that the Leshrac has time to come in, and the Split Earth finishes the job. And weren't they just in there stealing a stack? How do they have a triple stack already again on the same spot? Leshrac getting some really good jungle farm.
That's efficiency, baby. You are going to teleport out, move top, which will open up this lane for Chalice a little bit more. And we're seeing that this Lone Druid is just getting so much farm, being a part of 4 kills and 3 assists also, helping out quite a bit.
Yeah.
Also over onto Fata. Sinister Gaze, couple more hits. They'll toss out the tree. Somnus doesn't want to take these tower shots. They've got the piggy pole, but in comes Ghost's Bear. They They're ready to put down this pressure and just remove this mid tower. All according to plan. We'll see the teleport come in from Leslau. Does not have a blink or anything like that to jump onto RNG though for now.
I'm very surprised that Xnova didn't commit for his Chain Frost there, by the way. When they held the Undying, I mean, sure, there was a game recently where we saw a Queen waste an ulti on an Undying and then they lost the game, but this is a different situation. This is like very early on in the game. Just drop your Chain Frost, get that kill for free, and then like tower will fall within just seconds. But he really wanted to stay ready for the team fights in case Soniqs came and initiated, I suppose.
Kaka hiding in the stream lane is going to walk into Leslau. The rest of the side of Soniqs converging up. They toss out the tree. And they'll be able to snipe the courier. Nice little cheeky play from MSS. They drop a ward though. They can see so many heroes. In fact, we're seeing the TPs coming out. Jump forward immediately from Quinn. He's pretty deep here. As now they'll follow up with that Avalanche. War, he just can't do anything. He just immediately pops. Do end up losing Kaka. Now the chase is on. Use the roar after Quinn. They're hoping to get an entangle anything. Not gonna be able to quite find Xnova trying to get within reach for the Sinister Gaze. But Quinn, he's very fast. So being able to run gets that little bit of that remnant to draw them back while this is happening. Down. They end up getting the kill on Leslau. And they're still hunting, but won't be able to get their hands on Quinn.
Man, that was the Soniqs feeling like, oh, there's just a support under a tier 1 tower. The safe lane tower, usually teams don't defend it as valiantly, but no, RNG have no intentions of giving a single tier 1 tower over the way of Soniqs here. So RNG just punishing that movement. Tiny stayed alive for long enough, and Shadow Fiend really diving a bit too deep for that kill there. He was walking into very dangerous territory under a tree line.
Feels like they weren't expecting to see that many teleports to the top lane.
Yeah, certainly not, but that cost them a lot. That was all their momentum they had for getting that tower. I think if they position a little bit safer, then they could probably still have pushed that tower, perhaps without defense. But since they dove in a very risky way, RNG are quick to punish.
Smoke play coming out from RNG, looking to get a wrap around. Do have Quinn, he's the first one visible here over in the mid lane. Kaka just trying to get into position, looking for an avalanche. Soniqs will just play around here in this mid lane. Again, you've got Leslau, you got MSS nearby. They don't have a very easy way to jump onto these heroes, especially not with the way that Kaka has been so fast with these reinitiations. So looks like we'll just walk into the Roche pit, and doesn't seem like Soniqs is gonna make it there in time. They're trying to get over there. Couple hits though.
Yeah,
there
I
it
don't think
is.
they're in time. They're
done.
trying.
Kaka, tumbler toy forward with the avalanche. Couple heroes there drawn back. They'll drop the tombstone. They grab Leslau though over on the side. He's not going to be able to go and get this tomb off until the very last second. Over onto Somnus. Will end up dying. They lose Kaka. And Somnus just walking away here. It's going to be absolutely okay.
They have to respect the high ground tombstone. So hard to fight into. There was a nice little play there by Doom trying to stay alive with a hurricane that he has devoured, pushing himself to safety, but at the end of the day he got caught a little bit too deep. And of course this Arcane Rune might be big though. Quinn with a little bit of an advantage because right now he is looking like he needs something. He's only at 6k net worth, we're at 16 minutes. There's definitely a lot less farm than I'm used to seeing him, and over on his opponent's side, 8.6 on that counterpart.
Top lane, they're making the play on Yuar. They use the Chain Frost to get a couple nice bounces, and just another nice hit and run by RNG. Quinn, though, is going to run right into Xnova, gets the Sinister Gaze off. Kaka's here, he's waiting patiently, looking if they can find the reinitiation, get the kill on Xnova, but they'll get those entangles. This bear, my goodness, he is a hungry boy.
Yeah, gets the entangle, and of course nice use of Savage Roar as well. And we just see Void Spirit struggling to stay alive in these fights because of the amount of lockdown that they have. He did a great job in the previous engagement to get in and get out, even stealing the Arcane Rune during it. But just 3 heroes alone have so much chain stun between them.
While this tower is getting pushed by the Deso Mask of Madness Bear, we'll see that fight replayed again.
Yeah, the Tumbler's Toy is making big impact, by the way, from the Tiny, allowing him to close the distance faster, and then he has Blink as well now to of course, jump.
Do you think this neutral item is going to stay in the game? Like, I know that they like to rotate out neutrals. This one feels really strong.
I think it will stay, actually.
One moment, though. The Avalanche, a toss back over on MSS. They do get a nice telekinesis off yet again, but they're still giving chase. Jumping right in here, following Lizelle, dropping the birds. Entangle gets used. Throw the Frost Shield down. This is not looking like this team is going to be able to survive. RNG, they have hit a timing, and by God, they are just going for it.
Yeah, they're super strong at this point, and Soniqs, they're not really ready to fight again. Just trying to buy some time, but there's no time to be bought. This is
But they
just
didn't
a
even have
push.
Somnus during this. The toss back immediately. Fata just pops. And now this damage being put out with this Diabolic Edict, with this Bear, with the birds. This push strat is just looking so dominant. Yeah, the now this is meta. That feels like a true statement for sure.
This is meta. It is a strong push strat, but I think the catalyst that makes it work as well is Kaka and how he plays on this timing. He's really enabled so much of their catch, and he wants to go for a little catch on top again.
They have that ward.
Greedy, but be able to.
They see Leslie, the blink forward, the avalanche, the toss, the gaze. Slav's not having a game at all today. Does buy out before he dies, so he'll be able to have a blink dagger. And while this is going on, Somnus just puts his eyes on the objective here in the mid lane. Still have that Aegis for another minute and a half. I don't know. I feel like they're just struggling so hard to get these initiations on the side of Soniqs.
Yeah, I mean, SF is still farming right now. He's far away from a key item, but he's trying to get some gold for his BKB, but still has quite a way to go. He's not going to get it before this push. He has to come home and defend.
Yeah, he's going to teleport in. Pull forward onto Quinn. Oh my God, they're just so fast in the way that they hit these buttons. He had no chance there to be able to try to survive that.
Yeah, and the Shadow Fiend tries with the Requiem, but it's just too late. The Void Spirit already died. He does apply the fear to him, but they already got the kill, so it doesn't matter if they get pushed back.
Does not care more. Just chewing through these buildings. Now, saving grace is they still have the tier 2 bottom. So RNG is going to back off. Looks like they'll probably go and just grab that final tower. Final outer tower, and they have 30 seconds left on the Aegis too, so it feels like they're happy with what they got. They got themselves 2 lanes and multiple kills.
Yeah, RNG just playing a very structured push strat that comes online really early, and Soniqs, they were not ready for it. Trying to smoke out and take the fight.
Kaka immediately landing the avalanche over onto 3. The toss back. They'll end up losing Kaka. They grab Fata. He's a bit tankier. They want to try to get this kill on with a couple bounces with the chain frost. They'll get the kill now. Now you are going to get tossed to safety from the side thanks to the Rubik. He'll end up losing his life. Will be able to push back the bear. The buyback now from Tiny. And we'll see the buyback from MSS jumping back here. Tiny teleporting over to that outpost. Wants to be a part of any other engagements, but they know they're so strong. They're 16k ahead. They're 21 minutes. This game has just been absolute mayhem.
Yeah, it really has been. They need to send someone down bottom now. I think Chalice might go. They're going to travel over instead with a Leshrac just to get this catapult killed so they can start pushing and take the final tower. But this is just RNG having way too strong a push strat, and Soniqs don't have the tools to deal with it. The best anti-push they have is like Fade Bolt on Rubik, but the rest of them are so weak. They're going out not to try and take the fight. They cannot wait.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So it does have the blink this time, so they could potentially get the blink doom, but look at the positioning.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
There's so much that he has to get through in order to get to like the optimal target.
Yeah, RNG saw that they were approaching, so they dropped down the Wraith Pact and are completely ready for the fight. They committed their cooldowns.
Fighting in the tree line. They have a ward though right on the other side. So he's not going to be able to get that pick. They said, oh, well, there is the Lich, but he's a little bit too nervous. They just don't have the vision.
Yeah, he can't really solo kill Lich as well when he has the Glimmer Cape. It's a bit hard for him to get that pick there. But they're going to have to keep waiting. And RNG, they're not stressing about this. They're like, okay, we took 2 sides. We can just back out. Soniqs, you made a lot of smokes already. They do have another smoke ready on Undying. And they're gonna go with it right now. So Soniqs, this is our last hurrah. They're trying to get some form of way to stay in this game.
They have a beacon. Look at X Nova's positioning. Oh my god, he drops these Ice Fire immediately, grabs Quinn. So they just aren't going to have the advantage. So Leslie, he dies immediately. Quinn, just too many nukes. And now he does that fresh BKB. He's going to try to use the ultimate. We'll be able to force them back with some of that fear. Fata running away with the pig pole. They'll take down the tombstone. Kaka waiting patiently. There it is. The GG gets called. Beautiful, beautiful game coming out from the side of RNG.
Yeah, what a positioning by Xnova there as well. Sitting behind the tree line, again, close to his own high ground board. This is usually how you want a smoke reveal. Hide in the trees somewhere or on a ramp, and then have a ward on a high ground nearby. So you just see the enemy come, he gets the drop on the shard, and what a beautiful Lich ult. He bounces around over and over. That was a very, very one-sided game, and RNG take the series 2-0. Game 2 was not even close at any point, I felt like. This was just a mismatch in the draft. I think Soniqs weren't prepared for something this high octane. Like, RNG had a very, very fast pushing draft.
Yeah, I felt like Laslau never really got a chance to even come online. I think we saw maybe one Doom throughout the course of this entire match. Quinn doing the best that he could. They did get, decent amount of farm over on UR, but just the way that RNG played, and again, I think a lot of it did come down to the draft. The Lone Druid just, you saw how powerful that this bear was, and they had this great positioning. The lockdown that they put out too, we mentioned that during the draft. I have to say, Kaka's positioning has been absolutely phenomenal on this Tiny too.
Yeah, Kaka had some outstanding plays in this game. I think overall, like, the Lone Druid played perfect though. Ghost was 11, 0, and 8, and he did exactly what he needed to do at all points in time. But Kaka was truly the catalyst, allowing them to get some of these pickoffs. And yeah, we see the highlights here where overall RNG in 5v5 engagements just looked way too strong. It's a well thought out draft. And they kept catching.
That was the one Doom we saw too. Was that one fight back there?
Yeah, they really didn't get to ever initiate or chase people the way they wanted. This was the saddest Doom I've seen in the group stage.
Yeah, definitely just see there's the positioning. I think this one, I'm just seeing that RNG has this fantastic way of positioning around in fights. Definitely gonna go back and watch this replay from the perspective of these supports, because it's just super fun to be able to analyze it and see, how they prepare, and almost like the telegraphing that they notice on how the way that they're going to move.
Yeah, overall they were really structured. Yeah,
that was huge. The immediate grab, the positioning over by the wards too, because it could have been potentially, might not have gone the way that they wanted, the way that they had split up, but the grab on Quinn was just massive there. He just wasn't able to be a part of the fight.
Yeah, no, it's multiple times they caught out the course of Soniqs as well. They were just setting up traps for them, either by Xnova or using Kaka and his initiations. But this draft certainly served its purpose. It was a fast surprise draft, you could say, in the sense that it pushes at such a high pace. And Soniqs, I think they didn't really do a good job recognizing what was happening here. When they picked the Doom, and they're picking into a draft that already RNG have played previously, where they added Lone Druid. Wow, I said that in a terrible way, but this is a draft. they had the Lich early on, the Leshrac as well with it, and the Tiny as well. These heroes are already building into what you said. They had played Lone Druid with that before. Then they picked Doom into it, and Doom is terrible against Lone Druid. Absolutely awful. Even though you have percentage-based damage on Infernal Blade, which is, cute against Lone Druid, because he has such high max HP, you never want to Doom a Lone Druid. It feels awful, it feels terrible, and that's just -1 good target for him to jump on. So, no, this was a little bit of a drafting loss, I feel, game 2, whereas game 1 was closer and overall was outplay on the side of RNG.
Yeah, it was rough because, the optimal target for the Doom is, of course, Somnus, but they had to get through such a wall with just Ghost alone with the Bear, right, and the Lone Druid. But then you've got Kaka, who's got these great initiations, and if he doesn't initiate, you've got, Xnova in a good position, who, if anyone jumps in, he immediately gives that Sinister Glare, Gaze, rather. Just incredible play. And here we go, Xnova. We don't normally, get to tote and celebrate the support players unless they've been very flashy, but I have to say, he had some really good moves in this game and very good support.
Yeah, I mean, Xnova played fantastic. On the other hand, though, they between 4 players on their team, they had a grand total of 2 deaths. One was on Xnova, one was on Somnus. Ghost never died, Chalice never died. Kaka died 5 times, but he was just acting as the initiator. So they all had a clean game here. I think for me personally, I would have said that Ghost was the standout MVP for me, but they all performed amazing here. And Xnova, I like his finishing move though. Hiding under the ward, protecting against the smoke move, and gets to finish the game with a beautiful Chain Frost.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite teams to watch because I always feel like I learn something new whenever they play. And Soniqs, you know, they're one of those teams that has potential. This time, like you said, though, it might have just been a bit of an outdraft with the pickup of that Doom. But, you know, there's still more games here for the group stage. Just because you end up losing this one doesn't mean that the rest of your games aren't going to go exceptionally well. And this one, unfortunately, is just going to be the, RNG taking it 2-0. But we have more games here on the stream. It's such a busy 4 days of Dota, honestly. The next game coming up here for the stream is going to be some more NA Dota, facing off with Team Secrets. That is going to be super, super hype. Waga and I will be here to narrate that, but we are going to take a short break. So, yeah, make sure that you stick around. You don't want to miss this next game.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
We've got another dose of NA Dota over here on the C-Stream here for the TI-11 group stage. This time it's going to be TSM FTX, and they're facing off with the last chance qualifier champs here, Team Secret. What can we expect from this series, Walga?
We can expect some absolutely fantastic, though. Team Secret looked very strong in the last chance qualifiers, so even though they are one of the teams to go through the qualifiers, I think that they are in good shape right now. They played good, played strong, and it was also fantastic to see them and how happy they were at the moment that they qualified. So for Secret, I would say overall, an important thing is that it seems like Crystal is being utilized in the team better as of late. There was a period in time where people were talking about how like Crystallis wasn't really shining as much within Secret as he was before when he played with Entity, and that maybe, you know, him joining Secret didn't really mesh that well. But they seem to have found their groove in a really good way as of the last few weeks here.
I mean, this is the time that you want everything to mesh together. I know people were saying something similar with Evil Geniuses a while back, saying that they just could not seem to work together, but they managed to find it clearly, and now it seems that, you know, Secret have got a really good dynamic, especially with Zayats and Resolution. We've heard a lot of stories about how it's just a little bit more comfortable for them when they're doing laning together, being able to talk in a different language together, really making it a bit more seamless. So be very interested to see how they're going to face off with TSM FTX. And also, I don't think Zayas is going to be able to get that Nyx assassin that he was looking so fancy on. But we do have, of course, the NA team TSM FTX. Got Tomato representing Peru over here. I think we have the most amount of Peruvians ever in this TI, and I think they're one of the highest represented groups. But
I think I saw that. Yeah, I think that's correct, that stat. And yeah, I mean, that's cool for them having a big representation here. I also see, you know, all the players there. Saberlight looking charismatic as always a fun guy.
We got the one Korean. We got Dubu. Shout out to my Koreans. There are dozens of us who watch Dota.
That's true.
That is not Tomato. That is they're playing musical chairs over here. I think they're messing with us. Tomato and Moon Meander. They're probably trolling, knowing the two of them, honestly.
Yeah, Moon Meander looking a bit different than I'm used to here. But I'm sure being in TSM would be probably one of the best experiences, because if you have TSM and you're going to TI, I can only imagine you're going to have so many motivating speeches coming out from Moon Meander. I mean, this man and his speeches is just amazing. I don't know, if you haven't seen them, you need to go and find them if you're a fan out there. But going into this matchup here against Secret, I think it will be very exciting, because this matchup is also where we have Nisha, who's very, very mechanically skilled on the mid lane, and something that a lot of teams struggle against Liquid against Secret, is that they have such an advantage. They even win matchups that they shouldn't win on the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that'll be very interesting to watch. I'm trying to remember one of the interviews I was reading. Oh man, I've watched and read so many interviews at this point. But it was just saying that, I think it was Stormstormer actually. He said that Nisha is very, very difficult to play against. He has a lot of respect for him. Whereas you've got, we've got some of the younger blood over here on the side of TSM. You've got Bryle, right? He is a bit younger, but he is making a splash. Has very specific heroes that I think also lend themselves very well to this patch. The Lina, the Queen of Pain. Like, these are heroes that, NA honestly typically shines on. Same thing for like Quinn too, one of the best out there. But we'll see what they ban. In fact, look at these bans coming out. The Marcy immediately, Secret doesn't want to see that, but it's the Lashrek and the Silencer that ends up getting that first ban, not the typical ones that we see.
Yeah, I have to swing back to something you mentioned there very early because it made me laugh a little bit. The fact that Stormstormer would say that Nisha is one of the hardest ones to play against makes sense because Nisha notoriously won with his puck against Storm's Ember on mid, and he also won with his Ember against Storm's puck on mid. So he played that matchup back-to-back one-handedly twice in a row. And I would say overall, puck versus Ember is like nearly unwinnable. It's such a bad matchup for puck. But Nisha has that great understanding, probably one of the most skilled mid players there is. But going into this matchup quickly through the drafts, no Marcy, no Primal Beast. Like you mentioned, the Lesh and Silence are also removed here.
I like this. They take the Chen for themselves. They say, we're not letting Puppy get this Chen. He's far too good. We'll be able to play it and force them into something different. So they are going to... Oh, they do get the Nyx, though. They didn't end up banning it, but... Knowing Moon Meander, knowing the way that he preps, because this guy is insane. Not only does he prep for like actual in-game, like he made all of his team read The Art of War, I believe. Like he makes sure that like they are just warriors, inside, out, in Dota, out of Dota, always thinking. So very curious because that's definitely not a slip up on their part. That's definitely them knowing they're gonna pick Nyx. We will have a way to deal with this. And this is very interesting too. They go for the Drow immediately.
That sounds like a meme from Moon Meander. There's no way he actually put his team to read through that. That sounds like something he would say, but I think he says so many things, this man. Did he actually make his team read?
The team has said that they've read like a bunch of books because of Moon.
Okay. All right.
I mean, he is a memer. Let's be meme Meander, but
he definitely is. I guess he's also a great motivator. So if he hypes up how good it is, and like this will really improve your gameplay and stuff, I suppose he could motivate his team to do that. That's very interesting, though.
Yeah, this is a man that has, like, how long has Moon Meander been playing? He has devoted himself to Dota, so he takes it extremely seriously and has great passion. Very much like Puppy, Puppy has been around for how long? They're just doing karate kicks in the background. You're really ruining my whole thing about how you guys are, taking this super seriously, but you like to see them have fun. It's Tomato and Saberlight. That's pretty normal, I feel like, between the two of them. Tomato during DPC was, like, folding clothing and vacuuming his house and like doing all sorts of things during draft. So,
well, they read too much of the Art of War. They want to get into battle now. They're ready. But yeah, in this draft, quickly want to note that Team Secret, the opening they have, the SF and the Nyx, feels very comfortable. It feels so typical of what we see a lot of the drafts look like in the first phase here, especially with them having the most notorious Nyx assassin, I would say, out of any team here from what we've seen recently. And Shadow Fiend just being such a comfort pick in the first phase.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they're going to deal with Zayas on this Nyx assassin, because he's been so incredibly just powerful and has a great win rate with it, so...
Yeah, he will be the lookout player for us to keep an eye on here. And also against the Drow Ranger now, the multi-shot, I mean... Of course, they picked a Drow into Nyx, but even so, that's something that you can spike Carapace off. Any form of projectiles flying around or lingering effects on the ground, Zayats is great at just catching them and getting initiation stuns. When we were watching Last Dance qualifiers, he played against Carry Luna and just used the glaive to initiate and made it look very easy to bring down the enemy carry.
Ban out the Indigo. It's funny because Secret are going for very traditional bans, things that you would expect to see, right? The Enigma's a big one, the Primal Beast, the Marcy, Tiny's been very, very popular, and TSM's just like, yeah, we're gonna ban out the Brood, which that one, makes sense. Been seeing some Leshrac, a little bit of that Silencer. He has been building, more and more, and having that burst damage during laning, it makes him a lot stronger. The Mirana ban too, I can see, why you wouldn't want to see, some of the creeps ending up just getting arrowed or just having that Moonlight Shadow become an issue. But they're not the traditional bans. All right, the Naga, a little bit more traditional this time around.
Yeah, Naga is a smart ban as well when you're playing into Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend Naga, in my opinion, it's a lot of AoE armor reduction. You have the Riptide, you have the SF Aura, and then you also have possible sleep into SF Ulti, which, is a strong kill potential against anything pretty much. So, smart ban, and also a hero that Drow Ranger doesn't really want to deal with.
I'm curious who's going to be the frontliner for the side of TSM. Because you definitely need something that can position itself very forward, so that way the Drow does have, the freedom of moving around and kiting. I did like the ban on the Tusk just because of that snowball save could be very, very handy and also makes lane very strong with the tag team. Crystal Maiden, though, that's a hero that I don't think we've seen on our
the Puppy Maiden
castings yet.
coming in. He has always enjoyed playing this hero as support. It's a Puppy classic. Maybe we will see some Heart of Taras coming out for the old days. I remember he went for Heart of Taras first item, I think, even on his support main. Oh, some ridiculous days. But I would like a summon strat here coming out from TSM.
Okay, no, they will oblige.
Yeah, so going with Visage, we might see something similar almost to what we just saw RNG execute, because now you have Chen, you have Visage, you have Drow. This can turn into a pretty fast push lineup. Shaker can also fill the role of the Tiny, pretty similar. So if you pick a mid hero that's pretty push heavy as your final pick, then Team Secret have to really be careful about not getting run over. Granted though, their lineup is better against push. Sorry.
Right, no. I see the Shaker and all I can hear, because the last couple of days I've just seen Kips mention, like, teams love Earthshaker, but they always lose with it. The allure of the Earthshaker during TI is so strong, but she just thinks that it's a disaster.
Yeah, it had like 30% win rate during last tennis qualifiers. It was, you know, not very successful overall. Could also just be that the teams that like playing it were not the teams that happened to be successful. As we didn't really see, you know, I don't think Secret ran it much at all, or that I can remember. And same for Liquid, they kind of avoided it a lot.
I like this Dawnbreaker a lot, right? Because Drow is wanting to sit further back whenever possible. And also, you know, this Dawnbreaker can kind of jump into the middle of some of these fights, but also if the Shadow Fiend is off farming, and they try to make, you know, these rotations or ganks, they have to be very aware of that Solar Guardian jumping in at any time.
Yeah, I like it as well as a way to combine a little bit with Nyx. Anytime a team drafts Nyx, I like if they have something to globally help the Nyx get a pick off. Be it, you know, Invoker mid, a Zeus, a Dawnbreaker, or a Spectre. It doesn't really matter what it is. Just something to help Nyx have a chance to find people that can die quickly. But Dawnbreaker does pretty well against Zeus strats in general. She has, you know, 3 AoE damage abilities, which is pretty fantastic.
Why aren't we seeing Dawnbreaker picked up more? Because I feel like there was a time where obviously she was very, very strong, but it's not a hero that we see a whole lot of like we used to.
I think some of the nerfs just made her fall off a little bit, and then also teams kind of figured out how they wanted to, you know, deal with her in the early phase, and less people got caught out by her. I even feel like just a simple thing as positioning in lane, people are not as bad about where they're positioning against her, because she is tricky. She jumps towards you and then she uses the Q. But even now, like if you happen to be right next to a Dawnbreaker, you can just walk to the other side of her while she's using the Q, and rarely does she land the full combination.
All right, so we're coming down to the last couple bans. What do you think we're going to... So you're saying that you want to see a stronger push coming out from the side of TSM? Is that the general consensus?
Yeah, I think I would like for them to add something here that increases their push capacity even more and just lean heavily into that. They don't necessarily have to stress out. Their late game is completely valid if they want to take this game later. That's possible for them. But I think they just have a good setup here, and I'm always a bit concerned about Chen, right? I've just said this multiple times when we're casting together. I feel like that hero gets to a point where he starts falling off more and more. So a push lineup would utilize the pre-minute 20 timing harder, and that's when Chen really thrives. After minute 20, he falls off pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Dubu Chen because he does collect such an interesting group of creeps depending on what is needed. He also likes to send creeps up to certain parts of like the map to try to aid depending on what's needed as well. So I feel like they're going to be very efficient with this, but they're going to ban out the Puck. And this is it's going to be the Brile hero most likely.
Yeah, it feels like Secret with this Puck ban are protecting that they want to pick an elusive last pick hero. So I'm expecting it to carry SF and that they want to have something, maybe even down the roads of a Spirit hero who can jump in and get on top of Drow Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
But TSM have to reveal first what they want to go for.
Yeah. You have to be careful when they have that Nyx Assassin too. You can't go too squishy.
See them deliberating a bit. They still have a full minute on the time, so take your time here. You can think it over. Like, they don't seem completely sold on what they're going with yet. Take the time and discuss it, as you've got plenty of time over in the draft here.
What about a Death Prophet? That's a fairly tanky. Oh, they go for Browse Queen of Pain.
Yeah, that is a very action-heavy hero as well, so it can enable the push that they already have just by fighting a lot and then be able to capitalize on that and get control on the map. I like the approach of the Queen here. It's a bit dangerous against Nyx. Again, Zayat, very good Nyx player, and if you ever find yourself like throwing out the Sonic wave and it gets returned on you, that can really hurt quite a bit for the Queen. So that's a bit inconvenient. Also, Shadow Striking Nyx feels bad because you know he can, whenever he wants, just trigger that Spite Carrots against you. So that's the only thing I don't like about it.
Is this enough frontline potential for this Drow Ranger to be able to sit back?
I think Queen has to take a pretty shielding role and be up there, but Visage, of course, is going to be very frontlining. You have the Chen creeps that you can play behind as well, but Shaker tends to be a little bit more of a sideliner, just throwing in a Fissure and like being occasionally in there. So Queen probably has to play a very active role in this game for TSM.
Oh boy, woo!
Okay, it's the Nisha Sniper coming out. He's played this before. He certainly is no slouch on his snipers. Laning stage is, like I said, extremely good. And Sniper versus Queen. That is not a good matchup for Queen. I'm worried here. If I was a TSM fan, I would not be feeling too comfortable about this.
No, that is a great pickup to round off the secret draft. Again, it's a lot of high momentum coming out from the side of TSM, but it's also just so hard to push into something like a Sniper, too. They're going to have to be very, very active in jumping onto the back lines to make sure that they can just get him removed from the equation. But this is Nisha. He's an amazing player. It's going to be very difficult for them. Yeah, I don't know here.
Totally true. Nisha will definitely be, also protected by, like we mentioned, that Dawnbreaker, going to be ready to, jump in and do some extra healing for him as well if he does get caught out in the mid game. But in the early laning stage here, Brawl is pretty much on his own. Like, when you get to the lane and the lane starts out, you're going to have to fix the first, 4 levels or so on your own on mid these days. And it's a pretty tall order. I think we'll see how well he can play it, how well he can position, but I think this is very Sniper favored.
I think the one nice thing about what they have drafted for TSM FTX is that they do have the Chen, right? Chen is going to be able to, perhaps assist a little bit, maybe send a creep over once in a while to perhaps put some of that pressure down on a Sniper, because Sniper doesn't have any way of being able to, escape, right? It's not like he has a blink or something like that. Eventually we'll get that little grenade, which can be pretty annoying, but I think maybe they can make those rotations.
I'm expecting it's going to be one decisive rotation where they come in with both the Shaker and the Chen at the same time and try and get a Fissure cut off and then swarm in with the creeps and Queen can do the damage. Around minute 6 is when Sniper has to be careful, because even in your average game, that's when the supports happen to go mid. So for sure, then we also need to see Secret be ready to protect their mid laner, because Sniper, like you said, no real way of escaping a bad situation.
Yeah, and again, they do have a lot of tools to try to deal with that. You can have the rotation from the Nyx, rotation from Puppey, and then, of course, eventually this Dawnbreaker has a lot of power and potential to be that save if needed. But yeah, very interesting draft coming out. I'm curious to see how they're going to be dealing with the Nyx, how they're going to deal with the Sniper.
Yeah, and we don't see TSM doing the smoke out that pretty much every team does. They're not smoking down to drop their wards, they just walk out. So they're saving their smokes for later. They're ready to do some Fissure blocking on the top lane. Looks like Moon Meander is planning to hold back the creep wave a little bit there at the start. So he doesn't really want to fight for the runes then. He has to be over there. The high five spam.
High-fiving the tower nonstop. No one's going to take the bait, Bryle.
Yeah, no, they're not falling for that.
Do Gets a couple clicks off over here onto Rezo, but Tomato needing to be careful as well. Doesn't have any way to really shove them off. Not with those frost arrows picked up. So 3 runes going over to the side of Secret, and only 1 for TSM. But
they expected this though, because they're playing with the Shaker wanting to do the block top, so they're trading, you know, having presence for the bounty runes in order for him to be able to do this this block to set up the lane in a favorable way. And look at what they're doing as well. They're running the Drow to the top lane, getting a Drow versus SF matchup, and over on bottom lane, Saberlight just gonna sit under a safe lane tower instead.
all right, we get those 2 fissures, and do like the swap. Teleport down from Moon Meander. See a lot of spam coming out from Puppey on this Crystal Man. Look at his life. He's got just all of the mangoes that he has brought to lane because he knows that that is going to be his primary objective.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Crystal Nova over and over strategy. This kind of what you have to do if you're gonna play on the offlane like this. Only way you can trade hits, really.
Yeah, those little slushy snowballs, well, they're very satisfying to hear for those clicks. Don't do a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, no, they're barely doing anything on the 4 armor of the Shaker here. He's pretty happy. Mid lane we see quite a bit of trade. Oh, a good creep here for Dubu as the smoke camp was not blocked. That's always costly against a Chen if you can get a good creep like this, and this is pretty much the best one you can get. It does tremendous damage.
I was about to ask, can you elaborate for the viewers why this is one of the best ones to pick up?
Yeah, so he has 3 mana regen per second, and he has a 50 mana cost spell called Chain Lightning, doing 140 damage. So spamming that over on SF over and over is going to make SF's life a living hell. He's going to have to spam so much regen to try and stay alive. Bottom, the courier gets killed by Puppey. Just those CM slushy auto attacks. Strong enough for a courier, at least.
It's got to be good for something, Waga.
Probably
CM
took like
player,
6
it
hits.
feels so bad. But they're trying to get rid of this Chen creep, and they are protecting it quite well. And like you said, this is a little bit of an issue. You know, we do have a ranged paired up with a melee on the side of Secret, but there's only so much that a Nyx Assassin can really do, especially against the ranged attacks coming in.
Oh my god, the Shadow Fiend's lane is going to be so rough. He's microing it really well on Dubu as well, just sending the Stormcrafter to safety after it uses his nuke.
Yeah, Dubu is one of my favorite Chen players to watch. Very, very good. The one, of course, being Puppey.
Dead even on the CS right now, but with 2 creeps left to kill here, 11 and 5 versus 10 and 5, so bit advantage.
Yeah, a little bit of a jump over onto Tomato, but the Gust already prepped and ready for when they got the jump, so we'll be able to just back off.
Yeah, so far I have to say Bryle is laning it really well, but this matchup is really difficult. It only gets harder as well. He's done a good job until now, but it's getting more difficult.
Bottom lane, there it is. There is our first blood. It's Puppey, he'll get it. We'll end up most likely falling for this because Moon just gives him a couple taps. But they will end up losing that Visage. And Dawnbreaker, even though she's got some nerfs, still very powerful. So I have to be a bit careful. Is going to have that Starbreaker back up. So if Moon's not careful, could see some jumps here with that Celestial Hammer. Yeah, in fact, that's what we're seeing. The slow Rezo just continuing to harass a little bit, but
it's the combination. The combination is very, very strong. You have the level 2 power spike of Dawnbreaker plus CM, both of them using double nukes. That's very, very difficult to survive against.
These water runes are coming up soon. Bryle will snap up top, and you can see Zayats was sitting on the other one, but he's going to be able to take that away here. Nisha does have to be careful. He's got tangos on him.
Puppey chasing Moon, but oh, can he get him?
Gets the frostbite off. There's a little bit of vision. Moon Meander should be eaten. No, he's not going to be able to walk away. Not with that last hit with the Nova.
And Puppey's gonna walk away. I think he's safe too. Just making stuff happen on his Crystal Maiden. I mean, Puppey is one of the OG CM spammers as well. As far as CM players go, I think he's definitely one of the most fearsome ones.
This will, of course, give the opportunity for this rotation to the mid lane. So a little bit of a bottle refill for Bryle, trying to make make something good out of that death, but it does make it difficult for Saberlight now because he said this is a very potent lane, and so because the Earthshaker went to the mid lane, Secret realizing that they can make the play on Saberlight bottom.
Yeah, Saberlight is struggling a lot. I mean, getting left alone there as well after the death. And mid now, Nisha against that bottom refill gets a little bit bothered as well by bottom lane, you know, doing so well. Nisha unfortunately gets punished a bit by Bryle getting bottom refill. Still doing fine though.
He's got some regen flying out to him right now. He's got that salve. Bottom lane, they're trying to make the plays over onto Saberlight again. This Frostbite combo, along with all the Dawnbreaker spells, is just very, very scary. Moon Meander trying to run, but they have the final hit with that Celestial Hammer. Bit of a disaster here for TSM in the bottom lane. It's just too strong.
Yeah, this combo, and look at Puppy, he's just diving in.
Yeah, Puppy just does not care at all.
Yeah, so they keep the catapult alive. It's very important that they go in there and force back the Visage so they can't kill the creeps and get the tower off the... or get the catapult off the tower.
Meander TP's back in, does land the fissure over on Crystal Maze. She's gonna take a couple of these tower shots. She's gonna hide over in the corner. Moon running right over. Totem. They'll finally get their revenge on the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, Resto gonna back up, respecting. There are so many creeps that are low HP though. You don't want to leave all those creeps, that's so much farm. That's a deny fest over there for Saberlight and Moon Meander. Getting a little bit of salvation here on this lane that otherwise was struggling a lot.
Yeah, it is needed so badly. This middle lane, Bryle does have the double damage bottled up, and we didn't see that rotation like I was hoping over here in this mid lane, but the two mid laners definitely keeping each other highly occupied back and forth.
Yeah,
see a bit of better CS over on Nisha, obviously, for the sniper. 36 and 22, and only 19 and 7 on Bryle. So it looks like he is going to
he's joining bottom. He can't lane mid.
He's got the double damage. Sees Rezo. Open up with that Shadow Strike's gonna try to break away here using that hammer. A lot of slows coming into play. Still holding on to that Sonic Wave. Use the Scream. Sonic Wave. They'll get a kill on Rezo.
He had to make
Puppy
this
though.
move.
Oh,
Sniper.
Moon Meander is just dead. Just a couple plinks coming in here from Nisha. Saberlight's like, no, 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 not again. Hasn't even hit his 6 yet.
And Nisha comes in and gets the rotation here. Doesn't get the kill though. Puppy gets the last hit on that one. He's sitting at 3 kills, 2 deaths and 2 assists right now. But Nisha is gonna take the farm bottom. And that means
there's a
Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker. Beautiful opening onto Tomato. They will punish him very, very heavily.
That was convenient for him. He just respawned and he can just ulti towards top as they initiate over there.
I have to say, a couple of these, like I feel like the rotation from Nisha in the bottom lane, as Puppy looks like he's not going to be able to survive this one, not this time, but perhaps Nisha can go and even this out, get a kill on Moon Meander. Yeah, with the Impale from Zayas, absolutely. Over in the mid lane too, Rezo is hoping to land the Star Breaker onto Bryle. Definitely gets those swipes off, they hurt, but not going to be able to finish him.
Yeah, overall, I mean, Queen is looking for ways to have impact on this game right now, but if we go over to net worth, we can see the difference here. And even using the ulti now to try and zone her out, forcing a blink back. The 0-4-3-1 build here coming out from Nisha is very, very annoying to lane against. Bottom Saberlight's in trouble.
Yeah, this guy is just not having a game here. It's too good of a lane. Zayas also making his way over. He manages to land the birds, but they can just go and cancel out this TP. If they find him, they didn't manage to get there in time, so Saberlight will survive.
I can't believe he got the TP out there. Zayat's not going for the blind stun. He was waiting for the Crystal Nova to try and see where he was, but they didn't get vision on him there. So very nice spot to TP out from. Can't believe he lived in that TP out.
I can't believe he TP'd out. I felt for sure they were going to be able to stun it, but well, he's going to survive. And now Bryle was forced out of lane, had to go all the way home. He is having a difficult time against a sniper. Nisha sitting at the top of the net worth right now. It has not needed to leave this lane. We haven't seen really much for a rotation to try to slow down the sniper. We'll see the push though up here in the top lane with the birds, with the summons.
This should be a tower pretty easily for Drow and Visage together with Chen. I don't think that Secret want to fight this really. They're just playing on the other lanes instead.
Gotta I am scared for Moon. Like, I get what he's doing down here. He's trying to soak. Realizes that this is a lane that's very, very scary. But you have just Puppey and Rezo alone, and now you've got Crystallis joining. I don't think he can stay here. Yeah, look at this. They try to go for the vision. They use Nova. They can see him. A little bit of a fissure, but he is going to end up falling. And again, it's going to be Puppey. Puppey's got 4 kills currently. That is not what you usually see on this Crystal Maiden.
Somehow he's always getting the last hits here as well. Even though he's going for 1-2-2 as a skill build, I mean, he's not like a high-level Crystal Nova last hitting everything. He's actually just happening to get these kills. But bottom tower does go down to Crystallis in the end, so both the safe lane towers are now removed.
Okay, so we're out of laning stage now. What are the moves that we're going to be seeing coming out from TSM, and how is Secret going to be playing going forward?
I think what TSM need right now, they need to get level 6 on their Shaker. He's halfway away from level 6, and that's like getting his ulti is a big power spike. On top of that, they need to enable the Queen more. She had such a rough laning stage. Just look for ways for her to get into the game and get kills. So I think they need to make perhaps smoke rotation together with Chen to find that, and generate space for Drow to sit back and farm. Because Drow right now is not ready to siege up all the towers. They're not dominant enough to do something like that. But the rest of their team can maybe... I think they have to fight between Chen, Queen, and the Shaker, and let Visage recover a bit and Drow recover. Or, Drow is doing great, but Drow wants to keep farming. Visage still needs to recover.
Yeah, Visage had a really rough time. Is playing in the top now that they've taken the tower. Now we're starting to see Zayats making these rotations, trying to get in from spot out Dubu.
Yeah, he's thinking about doing something here. He
but they
did
see
walk
bigger.
under the outpost.
They want Bryle. He's gonna open up the Vendetta. Nice Impale. Immediately follow up with this hit from Resolution. Not gonna be able to quite land the Starbreaker then. They already used the Hand of God. The result is coming back really quickly. They're going to just respond, see if they can get the kill onto Resolution. They'll be able to find it. So nice rotations immediately coming out from TSM to protect this Queen of Pain.
That's exactly what they needed to do. That's exactly what we said as well. Use the Shaker, use the Chen, use the Queen. Drow did TP in as well, but wasn't even really needed, so just back to farming immediately. And Visage didn't even flinch during that. Saberlight knows that he needs to get some farm going, so he doesn't fall too far behind in this game. But that's what they need to do over on the side of TSM. And the good thing for them is they didn't have to expand their Queen ulti. So she's still ready to take more fights.
Puppey farming very forward here. Bravo just wants to hit the creeps. Over the screen. Frostbite over from Puppey. Crystallis is nearby though, so I feel like Bryo wants to hard commit. Alright, so that's how TSM needs to be playing the next couple minutes. What is the play here for the side of Secret? How do they want to move?
I think Secret are very, very happy to just keep farming and getting, you know, slightly more farm as they have been dominating mid lane so hard. For them, an objective they want to keep an eye on is that mid tower, but they're just using Zayats to scout out, keep the tabs here on what TSM are doing. Look top.
They have a sentry
can
ward
find
if they
Moon
want to
Meander.
plop it. Yeah, they do end up plopping it, but they should be able to finish off Moon Meander here, even though the birds are trying to buy a bit more time. In fact, yeah, they're pinging it out this rotation now. Should be able to Frostbite and finish off another one of Saberlight's birds. So even though he doesn't die, those are his summons. He's not going to have them for another couple seconds here.
Yeah, it's really painful when you're playing Visage. It's your children. When they die, you're just left alone here in the world. But that was an uncharacteristic miss there for Zayats. He usually lands the impales quite often when he tries to find someone like this. Still, they bring down the kill though.
Meander back top again. I hate this ward. Just because with the blue coloring, it just always looks like a sentry.
Oh yeah, the sentry and observer ward.
They're just so similar.
Snaking approve.
Yep.
Just rename them.
That's so smart.
Just rename the observer ward sentry ward and the sentry ward observer ward, and if they look like that, I mean, who's gonna doubt it? You know, that looks like a sentry to me.
I like this play here coming out from the side of Secret. They smoke up and they're rotating with Puppey and Nisha. They're on the hunt and they're going to be able to find Bryle. They just immediately jump on. They're even going to use the Solar Guardian just to make sure that they clean up. But that is going to move all of their heroes from the side of Secret other than Crystallis down to this bottom area. So they could attempt a further invasion. In fact, Tomato, they need to be careful because it's just right around the corner, not even hidden. We'll end up using the Gust to run away, but this invasion coming out from Secret, the moves across the map, very efficient.
I like the way that Zayas plays when he plays Nyx. He just walks in and is not that scared of getting caught out. If he does die, so be it. He hasn't died a single time this game, but he walks in with a lot of confidence that he generates space by the deeper he walks, the more safe his cores can play behind him. So he's always trying to keep tabs on what TSM are doing, and when he has ulti, he's always lurking in the shadows somewhere. Yeah, again, deep wards, planting that observer behind the tier 2 bottom. That's preparing for an objective, right? It's saying we want to take the tier 2 bottom within the next 5 minutes, or 6 minutes. We have an idea to go there.
Bryle sticks around. He needs to be very careful. There's always a Nyx assassin lurking, and they've dropped down a sentry to help try to protect as well. But
finally, first item coming out for Queen, getting that Witchblade delivered. We also saw the Echo Saber there on the Dawnbreaker. Some item progression coming in for the players here.
Zayas, he's got himself a haster. He's gonna say hello to all the menagerie and wander right back up. They see Moon Meander. They see the visage. Oh, Saberlight. A nice little fissure, but the follow-up here from Rezo gets a slow down with that Starburst, and then Puppey letting it go with the ultimate freezing field, just kind of zoning them away. They don't want to lose all of these creeps. Moon Meander, though, nice gust over onto Puppey. Be able to get that slow. The Impale being thrown out as well. Moon Meander, Hand of God, will come out, trying to save them a little bit longer, trying to heal Moon Meander, still holding onto that Echo Slam, but he's just getting poked away by Zayas, and there's the ultimate, the Assassinate coming through to take out the Earthshaker.
Man, that was beautiful though by Dubu. The start of the fight there, he has the had the Wild Wing Ripper and used the Hurricane to throw someone over. He threw Saberlight over the Fissure to keep him safe, and then they try and reinitiate over that. But good play by Secret to hold the high ground and take the fight on the high ground with Shrapnel, making it impossible to walk up.
Just really nice positioning coming out from Secret this entire game.
Yeah. Secret should really make a move to play bottom. Look at their observer wards in that area. It's absolutely nuts. This area is where I think Secret should move at least 4 or 5 heroes down here to take over it.
Looks like they're on the way. I think the Shadow Fiend is just, you know, farming and making their way down. But Bryle again getting caught by Zayas. Nisha's here just giving these couple little plinks. Not going to be able to quite finish off Bryle, though. Oh, the Wild Wing coming into play again over onto Nisha. Go for the Echo Slam. And they'll be able to follow up with a Sonic Wave. Finally getting the kill on Sniper.
I wonder if Rezo misclicked there or something. It looked like he used his Q towards the wrong direction. Because he didn't connect the chain stun there, and suddenly the Sniper is just hard committed in a little bit too deep of a position there. And suddenly it's TSM with momentum now, going towards mid lane immediately. I like the tempo they're playing with.
Be careful, Zayas. He is nearby. They use the fortification.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Send over some of the creeps.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, they're not even going to bother trying to defend here in the middle lane.
No, they're not going to get it. And meanwhile, they also get a chance to de-ward at least one of these wards that are down here. There are 2 more. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find those as well. They're sending over the courier to scout the cliff, but not going to find it on the cliff. And of course, the ward behind the tower also staying safe.
That's a very early behind the tower ward. But makes sense considering the amount of control that they had in the bottom part of the Radiant jungle. We're looking at here for items. Looks like Nisha went for the Hurricane Pike. It's working towards the Maelstrom. Crystallis gonna have that BKB very soon.
Yeah, also that Wraith Pact completed over on the Visage, so he's quite ready to fight now. Saberlight has been working hard to recover in this game, and he's definitely in a spot where like, he's the least farm of the course, but he's able to do what he needs to, which is drop that Wraith Pact in team fight and just use his birds.
Reminds me a little bit of one of the games that Zai had where he had some difficulties. He ended up just being the the Zayats. Sees Tomato. No, they're not going to go for it. Just the way that he was kind of like the quiet foundation providing the utility. Not the flashy visage by any means, but definitely very essential in these fights.
Yeah, I think he's just a little bit too underfarmed to really be any form of foundation necessarily for his team. Oh, spikes.
Oh, the jump over! They've got Tomato in their sights! And there's so much damage. The Force, though, might be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. The Sonic Wave knocking people back. Bit of a nuke over onto Rezo. Gonna try to put some more damage on Tomato, but he's still alive. It looks like Bryo might have gotten left behind, though, as they just stun lock. The follow-up, though, from the multi-shot to be able to take down Rezo, even though they end up losing Bryo. The Birds now trying to save themselves. It's gonna prove a bit difficult, as there is one
Zayat's
left.
just over and over. Such a high impact player on this Nyx.
I'm surprised that they let it
Stunts
through.
coming out.
I really am.
Yeah, that's not really giving due respect, I think, to Seeker. I mean, maybe these teams that are just watching the Last Chance qualifiers, like, oh, these are Last Chance qualifiers teams, you know, win rate there doesn't matter. But he had an amazing win rate on his Nyx Assassin in Last Chance qualifiers. Are they gonna catch him now?
They're hoping
Not
to.
really the biggest kill.
It's a pesky kill that'll make them feel better, probably. But there is Nisha down over onto the side. Get the Gustav over onto Zayat. The rest of the team, though, they teleport almost immediately. Tomato having to back off now. Don't have that detection. Do have the detection. Can see Zayat's here. Impale, though, still going to land over onto Tomato. Get a couple of the raises off. Trying to save Tomato. Looks like he's going to be able to sidestep again. Another assassinate placed over on Tomato. And just this Hurricane Pike being so useful in these fights. But they crowd up over around the Roche Pit Secret. They want to take this. Gonna have the Solar Guardian up at about 6 seconds. Still have a couple seconds on Puppy's ultimate.
Yeah, Tomato is too low to fight right now, so they wanted to try and maybe go for a Roche, but it's a bit too much to just go straight into Roche Pit here. So instead, taking the farm, there was a lot of farm bottom. Nisha can't resist it, just too much to give it up. So goes bottom, get some more farm going. I mean, Secret are playing with no stress here because they're scaling harder. There's a farm Drow Ranger, yes, but I think TSM are the ones who are stressed to make something happen. Drow won't be able to outcarry both SF and the Sniper, who are both currently ahead of her in net worth too.
Wow, working hard to finish this BKB. I think that's going to be very essential. Moonmeander also just very, very poor this game. Would like to find these entries into these fights, but it's going to have to be more responsive than the one who initiates. Crystallis sitting on the high ground, side sitting low. They do have a sentry ward down, so if it gets a little too close, and we do get the spike Carapace. Follow up with Resolution, jumping in the assassinate on Tomato. Hand of God comes out, but they're still able to get that kill. As Saberlight gets left behind, that Wraith Pack not going to be able to do quite enough. They also hunt down his birds and will force Dooku to teleport away.
Man, that's just too risky, and now that he has Blink Dagger, he can easily catch stuff with Spike Carapace, but it's too risky to use your multi-shot there. You just saw the Nyx. Literally 5 seconds ago, he was revealing himself on the lane. To go for the multi-shot there, to try and push out the lane, you have to be worried that that Spike Carapace is around, and again, Zayat, he will be looking for these opportunities to catch you, and we see the combination now with him blinking in to chain stun, and Dawnbreaker following up, and Sniper ulti laying into it too. This is a great draft from Secret. I really love the way they're playing it too.
Right, that's going to be the Aegis for Nisha. He's already very difficult to kill. They've only managed to kill him once this entire game so far. Now it's just going to get even more difficult. A bit of an altercation here in the mid lane. Perhaps trying to put some pressure on Puppy, but he just kind of wandered away. And look at the
Clarity's
convergence.
popping off immediately after the fights. This Clarity's going off everywhere. It looks now like Dawnbreaker is actually finishing up the entire BKB coming out. He has the recipe flying out and can of course disassemble the Echo Saber here to complete it.
A lot of ways to cover himself now. Having the shard, giving that magic immunity during the Starbreaker, and now the BKB. It's going to be hard for them to kill Rezo and lock him down.
Yeah, there's a BKB on Queen as well, so she has her own sort of ability tool as well here. Drow Ranger wants one, but only has 3,000 gold. There are no discounts.
Meander. Gonna get jumped upon by Zayas. They'll use the Solar Guardian. They want to get rid of him. He just tries to walk away. Just managed to land the fissure, but the follow-up here for Casas. Oh gosh, they even go and they use the Echo Slam. Bryle is not looking like he's gonna survive this either. He's just immediately blown up. No chance to even use that BKB. As now Saberlight, he needs to get out of there, as the rest of his team is already left. And
Zayas hit him with the Talentless. He returned the Sonic Wave onto Queen of Pain, stunning and damaging her greatly, of course. I mean, this Nyx, this is the Nyx show. This entire game has been a Nyx show. He's all over the place and dominating everyone. Everybody is getting caught out and getting outplayed by him. And TSM, they can't get proper footing this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane now, getting caught as well as Saberlight.
Yeah. Surprised that he's still up here, honestly. He'll drop the Wraith Pack, drop a couple of these birds, but again, Crystallis just waits patiently. He's like, alright, you know, you can be stone form. I will just use my ultimate on you. Easy peasy. Some shrapnel getting dropped in the mid lane. I don't know, this is looking hard. Okay, they're gonna get the jump over onto Nisha. He does have the Aegis though, so they're gonna have to kill him twice as Bryle again whacking away over here onto the sniper. They kill him once. Can they get him a second time? They'll place the centaur over in the area. Beautiful play by Zayas though, opening up immediately onto Moon Meander, onto Tomato, but it's still looking a little bit scary here for Nisha as he tries to get out with the Hurricane Pike, sitting on almost no HP, but they'll be able to follow up after the kill. They'll kill off Bryle. They've got the BKB on Tomato. He's gonna try to man fight against Crystallis over here. They know that he doesn't have the ultimate. As again, Moon Meander though caught in just the clutches of 4. Multi-shot coming through, has to be careful though. You still have the Nyx Assassin. There's the BKB from Rezo Starbreaker over onto Tomato, trying to lock him down. They have it. Saberlight joining into the fight. Immediately you see that Spike Carapace. They just start farming these birds though. This is looking really bad for TSM.
One already dead, and the second one might go down as well. They want to try and protect it, but they can't really.
No, they just have too many ways of being able to lock him down. Oh, the jump forward from Zayas with a nice impale. The follow-up is here from the side of Secret. They just have no mercy this game.
The Visage, he joins his children in death, but 90 seconds for the resummon, 40 seconds for him to come back up, and Secret just absolutely dominating there. They did get the kill on Nisha. Nisha almost lived, by the way. When he respawned out of the Aegis, he was... Puppey was around trying to save him, but he was facing the wrong way. So Puppey had a Force Staff. He was staring at his carry like, please turn around. But he was, of course, immediately stunned when he respawned. So Puppey was waiting to get a chance to force him to safety, but couldn't do it quite in time there. It was interesting to watch, actually, because he almost lived from that.
I thought he was going to survive that. It was very, very close.
Yeah, if he had died facing the other direction and respawned facing that direction, then he would actually have been able to stay safe there, I guess.
So this is one shred of hope over to the side of TSM. They do at top lane. They're poking away Bryle and Rezo. They have the Blink Dagger. Okay, a little bit of a slow. Nice fissure coming out from Moon Meander. They'll put the nuke over onto Zayas again, but the Spike Carapace, they just immediately lose Saberlight. Got the Assassinate over onto Dupa, who's going to try to walk away. And again, they have Solar Guardian, so even though you have the Dawnbreaker here in this top lane, she can join anytime she wants.
Yeah, it's one of the huge benefits of having Dawnbreaker is that she can split push and be able to be able to fight immediately. I mean, yeah, you have heroes that can split push in this game, like Visage is pretty good at it, but he can't immediately be helpful if he does, so he has to always choose when to join his team. Oh, Secret.
Jump for her. There it is. BKB immediately from Tomato. We'll see that Rezo is jumping in, but that Hurricane Pies gonna be able to push up Tomato to the high ground, so they'll have to back off on the side of Secret.
Bit of a forced BKB there though. Tomato just standing on the low ground instead of standing in his own base. So they get an easy force on the BKB on Drow. Now they can push for more as well. They can go for top tier 1, tier 2. And only 2.5 minutes until Roche spawns as well. So if they get these towers first, that would set them up to control that area.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A couple nice items. The Ogre Silk Totem. Enchanted Quiver is so good on the Shadow Fiend. Could also be good on Nisha if opting for it, but he's holding onto the Mindbreaker and the Pupil's Gift at this time. Tomato. I'm so afraid every time he uses this multi-shot when they don't have vision on the Nyx. I just feel like it's such a gamble.
That's risky. And Nyx right now, though, is looking for where the rest of TSM are. He will run into and find Saberlight, so no stays farming jungle over here. Also sees the Queen on bottom lane. Could be a big pick. She will nuke on the creep wave, so maybe he wants to set up a spike on that.
Look at the TPs, they want this bad. And there it is, the opening, the Impale. Puppey with the Frostbite. Gonna use the ultimate. Brow's trying to just finish off Zayats. You should be able to get enough clicks off because he uses the BKB, so a good response. But now it's gonna be able to teleport out in time. Ooh, very close here from Rezo trying to find the opening. Looking forward though from Moon Meander. Sees himself Puppey and Tomato joining into the fight. BKB gets used from Crystallis, but the BKB is already here on Tomato. We'll be able to get the kill on Moon Meander. And Tomato, he just barely is able to finish off over here. Throws out the guts, but not gonna be able to run away because Nisha just has too much range on this back line.
Fantastic fight still for TSM, though. I mean, you're losing your Drow Ranger, but getting these kills, especially when you're this far behind. They're 16,000 gold behind right now. This has to feel really good for them that they managed to get this 1-by-1 engagement there. And yeah, Secret just, they didn't have Sniper over there. He didn't TP immediately either. He was still farming, and then he realized, okay, wait, this is an entire team fight. I probably need to get over there. But he's a little bit too late, and SF goes down in the 1v1 trade.
Still feels like the game is firmly in the hands of Secret. It's been, you know, oh gosh, again, Zayats. You can just rinse and repeat every time that you know that this is on, his BKB's on cooldown.
Okay, you need to get rid of that. There's no way you can have that. He currently is carrying the Cloak of Flames on Queen. I think just trash it. That item.
Uh-oh, Moon. Bye-bye, Moon.
Having the Cloak of Flames allows Nyx to do exactly what he did. He can literally at any point blink on top of you, and Spike Carapace insta-stuns you. So that opens up him to have like a 2.5 second or 5 second stun on you whenever he wants. I think you gotta pick one of the other items, Prowl.
I just feel like
there's Quickening Charm is a good alternative.
Zayats just paying the neutral creeps, please. Here, I'll give you a couple gold. Make sure you drop this neutral. Let's see if they take the bait. They did take the bait. Puppey immediately forcing away the Scarapace, though.
Yeah, Zayats is just having so much fun, and he's not even playing with many items. He has a Blink Dagger and he's building towards an Agnes, but it's mainly just a Nyx and his Blink, just doing so much in this game.
Trying to just burn one of these Hellbear Smashers down. We'll be able to clean up. Roche is going to respawn in about 45 seconds, so you can see the way that Secret is playing top. They've already got some nice wards in place. They want to ensure that they get this, and that TSM does not.
Here comes the smoke. Immediately after a creep wave, they're gonna go. They have a smoke on Shen, popping it now, and they already drew the line. They want to go for a big swooping motion and get behind it. Draw it again for us. Reminder for us observers here, so we can remember where we're going.
Yeah,
watching the path. But Secret seem pretty ready, though. They don't see anyone on the lanes, and look at their positioning. Look for smoke reveals.
Nice fissure, jump forward immediately. Can they blow him up fast enough, though? Rezo, it's going to be able to get the kill, but over here, Zayats is going to get left behind. These BKBs coming in handy now. They need to close the gap over onto Nisha. Crystallis, though, waiting patiently, gets off the Requiem, turns back around over onto Saberlight. They'll be able to get that kill. Still trying to put enough damage over to Nisha, but they can't quite close the gap as they're going to end up losing Moon Meander. And now Dubu. These clicks, they hurt so much as the Revenge of Zayats. He bought back to be a part of this. And now the Roche is up. And they are down.
You couldn't really ask for much better of a start. Like, you get a clean jump over on the Dawnbreaker. It would be even better, I suppose, if you find a sniper, but they get a clean pick on this really farmed Dawn before she came and used her BKB pretty much. Uses it right before dying. But even so, TSM, if you cannot get on top of and kill Sniper, it will not be a one fight. They have to find him. They have to, like, get in there somehow, and it's very difficult for him.
Yeah, you can see there's the little bit of not sure what we're exactly watching, actually. Just a kill on the bird. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the bird died.
Yep.
Play of the game.
Bryle gonna teleport out. Does have the completed Kaya and Sanj, so he's recovered decently considering how terrible the laning stage that he had. He's been struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. It's this game. Oh wait, okay. Mid.
All right, the jump on Puppey. They'll use the Solar Guardian. Moon Meander though off to the side. We'll attack one of the illusions. Still gonna end up losing Moon Meander though. He's just a little bit too far forward. The rest of the team was not prepared.
I mean, I'm all for being aggressive when you're behind. They're currently like 20,000 gold behind, so that looks like a bit of a feed by Moon Meander. But honestly, at this stage, if you see a chance to get any kill, just go for it, because if you play safe, you're gonna lose. You need to take risks. So, of course, easy to say for us that, oh, what is he doing? But I honestly respect that play.
This is looking like a very dead Saberlight. A little bit of ring around the rosy, though. It's taking a bit of time, and eventually Rezo just says, enough with these trees. Just keeps running around the way.
He's gonna turn into a stone, though. You have to keep waiting.
There's a little bit of space, but not unexpected. And this is, again, making a little bit more space, though, for Bryle is trying to put, you know, push in this bottom lane. He's also got the gem on him, too, so he's able to get some dewarding if necessary. Oh, man, this spike here is just so annoying against a Drow.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying for the majority of their heroes, and Zayat makes this hero annoying for anyone. His Nyx, he plays it real good. Reminds me of like Jarek's Nyx, back when he used to be dominating on OG.
I can't believe they're just gonna let Nisha do this. Puppy's just cleaning up some creeps over here, alright. Meander. There's out the fissure. The follow-up, though, the blink forward immediately from Crystallis, and just from long range, Nisha with these clicks, Assassinate gets used over on Tomato. They'll finish off mid.
They used ulti on Queen. She's trying to kill Dawnbreaker, but didn't really get her. She BKBs and runs away.
I don't know. I'm not sure if this is the right play.
There's not much hope for them right now. I mean, they're kind of drawing dead. They're falling behind really hard.
Yeah.
Their base is just crumbling at this stage.
Moon will buy back.
One big shaker ulti, maybe? Look for it.
Yeah, but look how fast they just back off on the side of Secret. Bryle has rejoined the rest of the family here, but damage has already been done. And Rezo, again, this is a global Dawnbreaker. You've got the Solar Guardians, so even if you think that you've got this advantage with the 4v5, Dawnbreaker can be there in an instant. Well, maybe not an instant. It takes a little bit longer than that, but fast enough.
Pretty fast travel for sure. And TSM, they have no way to stop the sniper from sieging high ground, especially with him having Aegis. Even if you were to jump on top of him, I don't really have a foreseeable way that they can bring him down twice there. Like you said, the Dawnbreaker being ready as well to support him. So they lost mid, they lost top melee racks. And right now, they can't wait for the siege to come. They have to get on the map.
Bryle's got to get the heck out of here because they're just collapsing so quickly. Hiding into the tree line. Has about 19 seconds on this TP. Has attracted enough attention though, so that way the rest of TSM can get out of their base and push a lane.
Yeah, TSM are doing what they can, but they only have few seconds here before the siege comes to the high ground right now. Aegis timer is still in 70 seconds, so has enough time to get this final lane sieged up. All hopes are on Moon Meander right now. He's literally the only one who can turn this game around, is if he finds a huge echo somehow, but that requires Secret to get forced into a bad position.
They've been splitting up so perfectly. They're very quick at their reactions. Okay, alright. They're taking a lot of damage to the fissure, landing over to Nisha. Again, still has the Aegis though, not who they want to jump on. Get the gust, but look at this range. Forced to use the mech. They just can't get close enough to Nisha. Dude just crumbles. We've got Zayas over here. He's got the Ags. They jump onto the back line. Bryle trying to click away over at Puppy. They do get the Aegis Rezo. A little bit deep here. Hand of God does get used. These clicks looking pretty good. As now they'll turn their attention. But the follow-up immediately from Zayas, from Crystallis. They'll turn right back. A beautiful ultimate coming out from Crystallis. They'll clean up 3 heroes.
That's the Arcane Blink, and that's the GG. They call it. First game here between Secret and TSM. Secret with an absolutely dominant performance. Looking in control and very calm and calculated here in game number 1.
Yeah, very, very impressive moves coming out from the side of Team Secret. I feel like A, you need to respect Zayats on this this Nyx assassin. He's just
100%.
Far too good. Like, I get you think maybe we can handle it. This game proves you cannot handle it. This game says you ban that, which is a really big boon for Secret. That opens up a lot more heroes. And then also, I feel like the sniper, just the cherry on top of the sundae with this draft, it just made it way too hard for them to get anything done.
Yeah, that last pick mid, I mean, picking Queen looked pretty good overall for TSM there, but there is the drawback of picking a hero that can get hard countered by stuff. Maybe they should have gone for something that is even more stable and capable of laning against all kinds of things. Like, I think Lina was still in the pool if you're not sure what you want to go for. But Queen of Pain, she does get pretty destroyed. I mean, credit to Brad. He played the matchup as good as he could. But yeah, here we see some highlights. The Nyx ganking around, Dawnbreaker following up.
Yeah,
that was actually the one where he didn't land his Q. Yeah, Resolution kind of missed his Q there, and it turned into Nisha dying. But here, 2-man stun and Dawnbreaker follow up.
Yeah, it's just way too powerful. Just in general having this Nyx Assassin, but also when you pair it up with Resolution on the Dawnbreaker. It's a hero he loves, very skilled with it. It's just way too difficult to try to survive in these sorts of situations, and we're seeing that power in this game particularly.
Yeah, I mean, they're even Brawl thinking they can get some auto attacks in on Nyx, and the last bit of auto attack there, Spiked Carapace just came off cooldown again, gets the Spiked Carapace into the stun. How many times did we see the same thing happening with Nyx just setting up? This is the one time that he dies, the first time he dies. Probably felt pretty good for Brawl to get that kill there.
It also felt like Saber just didn't have much of a game at all. It had just way too difficult of a time facing off against Crystallis in that bottom lane. Especially because we saw those early rotations coming out.
Oh, Crystallis was top though. It was the Resolution and Puppy that he was...
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, but he got pretty handled there on that lane. The kill potential of the Dawnbreaker and the CM is so high. And it was nice for Timado getting farm on top lane. Like, Drow Ranger was the most farmed in laning stage. But yeah, I like seeing Zayat there just sitting, made his little home with Nyx.
Yeah, that's what happens when we're watching the replays. Brain starts looking at all the heroes going on. But yeah, you know, they put up a really... Oh, man, that final fight there. Just beautiful.
Yeah, that was a
from
3-man... Yeah, 3-man stun by Zayat as well as the SF ulti landing on everyone there. But they were so far ahead. At that point, the fight was pretty much impossible. TSM just, you know, they battle it out because it's TI, you gotta try and win. But in a lot of games, you probably would already have called GG before that point. So it was sort of a formality to finish it up at that point.
Yeah, and I think Secret, they're sitting towards the top of the group. I'm not sure exactly where they're sitting currently because we've had a lot of games going on, but they are in fine TI form. They've had the chance to do like the massive warm-up of making their way through the last chance qualifiers. And, you know, this is a very, just a very experienced team. Whereas TSM, you know, they put up a really good fight, but just feels like you have to respect the Zayat Nyx and the draft coming out from Secret just fit together a little bit better, in my opinion.
I think the laning stage win was too big. Like, top lane was a draw. You basically traded farm on the Drow and the SF. Mid lane was definitely a big win for Sniper. Nisha was like... Brawl did the best he could, but he still did get dominated because that's what happens. Sniper just wins against Queen. There's not much you can do. And bottom lane was a disaster for TSM, where Puppy got so many kills. Even got the solo kill on Moon Meander. Like, CM solo killing stuff usually doesn't happen in laning stage, but Puppy knows the limits of this hero very well. Used a lot of mangles, cast a lot of spells. And there we see Zayat, definitely the MVP in this game.
20 assists, 588 experience per minute. This guy is just everywhere, all over the map at any given time. Very, very impressive, especially when you consider that I think Team Secret had 37 kills total, and 20 of those were assisted there by this Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, he was all over the place, and I mean, the amount of vision that he kept on his opponents just by walking around, and the amount of setups that he made, and all those cute little plays with the Spiked Carapace. This man, I wonder how many more games of Nyx he's gonna get, because surely it has to be a priority to the point of respecting it, maybe like even in first phase. But also honorable mention to Crystallis. I mean, 11, 1, and 13, great performance on the Shadow Fiend. He had a great game as well. So strong showing game 1. We'll see if Team Secret can do a repeat here against TSM, or if TSM will bounce back.
Yeah, of course, this is a best-of-2 series, and we'll get another chance to watch TSM duke it out with Team Secret, but we're going to take a short break, so make sure that you stay here. You want to catch the second one. Lots of Dota going on today, and we'll have that match when we come back.
With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello again. Welcome back to the C stream here of the TI11 group stage. We have another exciting match for you. We just saw Team Secret duking it out with TSM FTX, and Secret just having a fantastic draft. They got the heroes that they were hoping for, including the Soniqs, and Waga, I think they should ban it this game.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that does leave the problem that you're going to have to let more things through, but honestly, against Secret, they've relied so heavily over and over on this hero, and I think you just gotta start giving respect to it. I wonder, I would be very surprised if I see TSM, especially after how much he made happen in that game, if they either don't address him massively with their own picks, or if they don't just straight up ban it. Because you could also pick heroes that don't suffer against Nyx that badly. Like Drow Ranger does have that AoE nuke that he throws out that's very telegraphed, and Nyx just took advantage of it multiple times. We saw him set up and get kills on Timado or on the Queen of Pain even. Even taking the Cloak of Flames against the Nyx. Like, this Nyx is destroying you. You have to respect it.
Yeah, not really the play there, unfortunately, for Brile. But I do think that if they end up banning Soniqs, the other hero that he gets handed is, of course, the Earth Spirit. So definitely have to keep that in mind. But I do think the Nyx Assassin warrants a first phase ban, because if you don't ban it, they will pick it up again.
Yeah, probably. We'll see, though. We don't have to wait too long because the teams are getting into the draft. So shortly we will see if TSM are making some adjustments there. I think Team Secret probably just going to keep going with, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They seem to have had good success in general with just this first phase SF pick and pairing it up either with Nyx if they're allowed to get it, or with something else. Like you said, they can also play the Earth Spirit down the road. And they can also get their hands on something better if Nyx is banned.
This is true, and so far, the only thing that we're seeing banned is the Enigma, so that'll be coming out from the side of Team Spirit. Oh, sorry, Secret? Oh my gosh, my brain. We've done so much Spirit games, so many Secret games. But TSM now, they are taking their time, and I think they are probably deliberating. Do we bother banning out the Nyx? Probably going to see something, I would guess, like a Marcy first. Ah, there it is, yeah. Marcy first, but I'd be curious to see if the second one isn't the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, Marcy, it gets banned out, but it is first pick over on the side of Team Secret. So if you ban out the Nyx Assassin next, then Team Secret could let through something like Primal Beast if they want that, or they could get their hands on something else that could be favorable too. So Secret have a bit of a luxury here of choosing how they want to approach the ban. If they ban the Primal Beast, I think they give an option for TSM. But no, okay, no hesitation, they're just banning the Primal.
So I guess TSM figuring they're more afraid of the Primal Beast, more afraid of the Marcy. I wonder if Zayas is just there like, puppy, please, can I pick something that's not Nyx? Like, no, absolutely not. You're doing too well with this. You will continue to be playing this.
Yeah. Zayas is just standing behind watching the same way he stands behind watching when he plays Nyx Assassin, you know, just keeping an eye on things. But Puppy is like, yeah, no, we're going to go with Essa first phase, and then you're getting Nyx.
Oh, I want to see content like this now. I want to see Slacks. I don't know if Slacks is watching, but I definitely want to see him make this content of Zayats just basically being a live Nyx and creeping around all the other teams.
Honestly, I think it's happening. We see even a sniper pickup too, so there will be shrapnel on the ground probably. That's again a good setup. Puppy is thinking though. He's considering. He is like, but Nyx is so good though. Just play it again. They are deliberating a bit, taking their time. It's not a given for them. And an issue could be that Broodmother early reveal. Nyx Assassin, while he is good against a lot of things, he's not the best hero at catching Broodmother and setting up. But yeah, ultimately, it's Nyx. And there we go. That's the face of, yep. Again. I mean, if you didn't want to play it, don't be so damn good at it. It's your fault.
It feels like the special big brain play, right, with Team Secret, you know, probably the situation where they're just like, all right, I want you to get really, really good at one particular hero, so that way, you know, either they have to ban it, or we're just going to place it on you every single time and make it a very specialty thing.
Yeah, if you're going to get really good at something, make sure it's a hero that you find fun to play. But Nyx is pretty fun. I mean, you get to spike Carapace, and then you can chain stun stuff. I think Zayas is probably having a blast in these games, to be honest. Yeah, Team Secret go with the same solid opening here, and TSM are trying to find a better approach. Can I just say I love Zayat's hat, by the way?
Yeah, there was a whole, oh gosh, I can't, is it Kyrgyzstan? Was that it? No. Someone had posted asking about his hat recently, and it's, I can't remember exactly the details on it, but it is very special.
Yeah, sadly, I don't know the lore behind it, but I just think it looks great on him. I like that he's having it on while he's playing here.
That man pulls off one heck of a hat, that's for sure. Some people just aren't good looking in hats. Are you good at looking in hats?
I'm never good looking.
Oh, don't say that. Oh my goodness. You are a very handsome man.
But you know who's also not good looking? Undying. And he gets banned out in this game. That's what happens to us Uggos. Amber Spirit also being removed on the side of TSM. So TSM, though, this sniper pick they have is very different from the sniper that we saw last game by Nisha. That was the last pick sniper into a very favorable matchup. This early sniper reveal, I'm very curious. Do TSM have a history of flexing it or something? Because I don't like a first phase sniper pick for the mid lane, if that's going to be the way they run it here.
I feel like they do have a little bit of flexibility with it. But it is like
I suppose they could put it carry as well. It's always an option to run like safe lane or mid lane sniper, but revealing it early gives more time for Team Secret to build an appropriate ganking draft, and Nyx is already an amazing ganker against sniper.
Yeah, I'm curious why they felt so confident with that particular pick. But again, you do have the option to flex it. And so I found the post, actually. The hat that Zayats is wearing is called, I'm going to probably butcher this, apologies, an Ak Kalpak, which is the national headwear of Kyrgyzmen. It has roots in nomadic culture of Kyrgyzstan. And that is the lore behind his hat. So that's very cool. Shout out to him.
Educational. I'm learning.
I
didn't
love
know
it.
that,
I
but,
love the fact
you
that
know.
we see the little bit of the cultural influence, right? I think that's really neat.
Yeah, nice to be able to have the players show some you know, some of their culture, some of their representation here.
I mean, I'm used to South American Dota. They like wrap themselves in their flags when they go out a lot of the times. The Brazilians, the Peruvians, they got it going on. But we'll see a little bit of a run back this time here from Team Secret because they do pick up the Chen. This is a hero that Dubu really enjoys, and that means that Puppy's going to have to go back to playing that Crystal Maiden. But it seemed to be a very good solution and fit their draft perfectly.
Puppy looking hella smug right now, but you know he also can because CM is kind of handed into them here. The Chen already makes CM look great, and they're really running it back. It's this Dawnbreaker as well. 4 heroes that we saw in the previous game here. Okay, TSM, you get round 2 of showing if you can beat what Team Secret are doing here.
10 seconds
We can't see a full repeat though. It's literally impossible, Moxie.
5 seconds remaining.
I just can't believe that they're getting a full this whole run back. Like, what?
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to fight something instead of a sniper because he said he's switched teams now. He's a traitor.
Yeah, Moon looks a little stumped here. Does decide to go for the Monkey King. I don't know. I don't like that though. I feel like the value of this Nyx is just going up further and further, right?
Potentially, yeah. The Spite Carapace is... I mean, I said that either they ban Nyx or they draft a lineup that works really well against him, and honestly, I can't really say that they've fully done that. Broodmother, I think, is quite good against Nyx for a number of reasons, but the Sniper and the Monkey, they do struggle a bit against it, and Chen is decent against Nyx, but yeah, I don't think they've fully respected that. They also haven't stopped Secret from literally doing the same thing they did last game so far.
I mean, what's to stop them from just getting another ranged core and just basically doing the same thing just without a sniper? Like,
yeah, but it doesn't even have to be a range core. The sniper was mainly so crucial because it fit very well into the mid matchup. So expecting Team Secret to you know, pick something that's not gonna have a hard time in the lane, just get either a winnable or a favorable lane for themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
so I guess the question is, what doesn't Nisha want to play against in the mid lane?
Yeah, they already removed a lot of those heroes. They seem to have some confidence here, but yeah, I think possibly being against Tiny mid is something that I've seen Nisha, you know, with his mechanical skill and his level of performance mid, Tiny can be a sort of boring hero to lane against mid because he has so much lasted damage and very high HP. But
He's already removed, so we're not going to be seeing that.
Yeah, okay, so they're expecting this to be a core Winter Wyvern then, or a core Monkey King then, with a sniper mid and carry Monkey King.
I don't know about that because Moon Meander plays one heck of a support Monkey King. I don't know if that's necessarily the route that they want to go.
Yeah, but they're banning out to Winter Wyvern, so either they expect, you know, a mid Winter Wyvern coming out, which I haven't really seen if TSM have been running on Braille, but
they've run it before. I mean, Braw's played a lot of weird things mid.
Yeah.
Being perfectly honest here. I don't know.
They're taking their time now. They have a lot of time on the clock again on TSM. They do draft pretty fast. Last game they had plenty of time to think about their bans and picks at the very end. So with 90 seconds here on the clock, gonna ban out the Storm Spirit. Concerned about more gank potential, I agree. Anything that plays into Nyx would be dangerous here. I think Dawnbreaker generally is very nice, but something that catches Broodmother and plays into Nyx is probably the big concern.
For the side of TSM, what about something like a Puck?
5 seconds remaining.
Puck, I think it's too weak against Nyx. We keep going back towards it, but
Yeah,
I honestly think
There's...
Puck gets even more destroyed by Nyx than a lot of the other heroes.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking in terms of like having skirmish and like lockdown, right? Because they have just the Wukong's command, but there's no way to hold them in place. I mean, maybe you could go for potentially a Mars mid. That would give you a little bit of hold, so that way you can grab it. It's not an int hero, so Nyx isn't going to have as much of a field day against it, but... Mirana.
Okay, so it's going to be a Mirana. They're mixing it up a little bit on Team Secret. Is this going to be mid Mirana, or are they going to throw the SF towards mid is the question here. Mid Mirana against potentially a mid sniper, I don't imagine should be a very good matchup, so... SF, though, could definitely deal with Sniper a lot better than Queen could.
Oh, Mars is banned out. They can't get a Mars.
Oh yeah, they went for that early.
That would have been really good, honestly, though, like being able to create the space away from the sniper, holding them in place for Wukongs or whatnot. But yeah, no, they end up banning it. What is the play here? What's the... Something that's not going to get destroyed by Nyx Assassin, something that's going to provide some lockdown.
I would just take a pause 4 here, or just take like Tusk or something here and play the Monkey King carry.
No,
but
go for the Morph.
They're gonna run Morph. Okay. Morph did make his way all the way to the last pick here. A hero that has pretty good success overall in the last few weeks. And it's gonna be Tomato playing up on that. Nisha is taking the SF, so he's gonna be going mid against Braille on his sniper. And Rest are gonna be playing the Mirana as Crystallis is taking the carry Dawnbreaker.
Oh, I like this actually. Okay.
That's a good solution to Brood, honestly. The carry Dawnbreaker, it can kill spiders very easily later on, and it can man-fight pretty well against the Broodmother. We saw how strong they are at the level 2 power spike. I'm expecting they're gonna run the Dawnbreaker and CM and try and match it up against Saberlights to give him a bad laning stage again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Saberlight's nightmare right there after the first game. It was just so difficult for him to do anything on that Visage, so... yeah, I like the way that they shifted this over on the side of Secret. Do see a little bit of that TSM flare coming through, though. Again, we talked about Moon Meander. Plays an excellent Monkey King 4. He's going to be able to do something very similar to what Zayats will be doing with the Nyx Assassin. Obviously, not in the invisible sense, but being able to keep tabs and have that vision. Something he does quite well. Tomato loves his Morphling. He's a big Morphling player. So we're getting a little bit more of that comfort and the NA flavor from TSM this game, but I'm curious to see if it's going to be enough because we see some very secret flavor too in terms of Crystallis playing things that are not necessarily always the traditional pick in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, we also just see them running back the same draft by using the heroes in a little bit of a different way here in reference to that Dawnbreaker switch. But yeah, Secret very much just getting away with utilizing the same draft twice here. We'll see if it works out against TSM as we go into the game. Smoke out again from Team Secret, and TSM again not using a smoke for dropping out wards immediately.
Gotta fill out my predictions here. Player with the highest net worth by 25 minutes. I'm thinking maybe Nisha? What are you thinking?
Yeah, Nisha could... Yeah, I think Nisha is probably going to be having the highest net worth. Tomato might have on Morphling, though. Depends how his game is going to go.
I love that Saberlight has just been like using voice. Granted, he uses them more sparingly than a lot of the other players, but in the lobby, I think they asked like, "Oh, TSM ready?" And Saberlight said yes, and then they didn't respond. He's like, "Oh, even the admins muted me." Admin had not actually muted him, but it was funny to think about.
We see a lot of high-five trades on the mid lane here. The Braille Sniper and the Nisha SF high-fiving 3 times in a row. But I want to swing back to one thing, that they don't go for this smoke on level 1 on TSM. Really confuses me. Like, every other team that we watch pretty much goes for a smoke at the start, and they're going to get dewarded right now because they didn't smoke out and plant ward. And meanwhile, on the side of Secret, they didn't get dewarded. So I just think it's worth it. It's definitely worth it to use the smoke at the start.
What is this courier? I don't think I've seen this one before. The one that Moon Meander keeps turning into? It's like a little mouse in a boot.
Yeah, he's switching now. Now he's monkey form.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just usually know a lot of these couriers, but this one's a bit different. So yeah, you do see Crystallis and Puppey in this bottom lane. Going to try to put the pressure onto Saberlight. So how does Saberlight want to play this then? How do they play this lane? Because they can't afford for him to have a disastrous lane like he did in the first game.
No, they can't really, but he has good help here from Monkey King this time, and it's not quite as... oh, yeah, the damage he took immediately, losing so much HP. I was gonna say, it's not quite as hard level 1.
Sorry, Soniqs was taking a lot of harass there.
Yeah, dropping a bit low. A lot of trades on both lanes here.
I interrupted you. What was, you know, the trades at the level 1? You're saying, having to be careful.
I think he has to rely on Moon Meander, and that's what's happening here. Moon Meander tanking the hate here. He's gonna stay alive. Has a Fairy Fire. But just use your support to take some of the harass off of you and try to get to level 2. Once he has level 2, that insatiable hunger can allow him to get some HP back.
Harass is very real. Just gonna jump onto the back lines. Looks like they're still gonna get the first blood on Saberlight. This Moon was poking away at Puppey. Has to be careful. This lane is just too strong. They're gonna be able to close the gap here. That's gonna be a double kill now for Crystallis. A great start to this lane and a disaster for TSM.
Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the CM Dawnbreaker lane looks disgusting when Secret play. It's this combo, this 1-2 combo, is so hard to fight into. And Brood is a very weak laner until she gets a few levels, so they're completely abusing her right now. And being as the double melee, they can't harass Crystallis without getting close. So wait, that died? Is that safe, Moon?
Moon? Alright, he's got the Boundless, but look at the like he has such little health now, and he's gonna have to use a salve again.
They were 4 mana away from, or not 4, they were 14 mana away from using a Celestial Hammer as well. They could have chased after him perhaps, but they're sending out more items. The side of Secret, they did go through a lot of mangles and use their spells like, I don't know, 5 times already on this lane.
This is a very high action lane down in the bottom area. I guess the name of the game here is just to survive for Saberlight, because every time he gets too close, he's immediately punished by the Frostbite, Nova, and then of course the Starbreaker and the Celestial Hammer. Just too much going on. Puppey is a little bit forward, but again, Crystallis can be there in a hurry if needed. The Boundless here, slowing down, but the follow-up with that Hammer, not enough here to get the Starbreaker, but they're just tapping away at Saberlight. And he's got, does have a salve, but that's it for Regen. They're gonna have to constantly be ferrying out Regen if this. Yeah, there's another salve on Moon now. This lane, very
so many times that they are like close to getting the kill, but they're just a little bit away in mana on Dawnbreaker. But now he has the Magic Stick, gonna have an easier time getting both his spells off after getting some charges as the lane progresses here.
Nice little impale onto Tomato plus the arrow. Continue to see harass going back and forth. You get the Satyr Banisher picked up for Dooku. This Tomato is just gonna work on regenning.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about mid lane, but so far it's looking like 19 and 7 over on the side of Shadowfiend. Oh, are they gonna get him?
This Dawnbreaker is gonna be a huge problem.
Yeah, this lane, there's so many creeps coming in on the tower too. It's a really bad time to die, and the courier dies for Moon Meander.
Yeah, this is raindrops too. This would have been pretty nice to have in lane.
Yeah, but Mother does have TP, so she gets herself back to bottom lane, gonna be able to get that farm. But yeah, this bottom lane is so far a complete disaster.
How do they recover from this?
I'm not even sure. Wait, big commitment.
Feeling very strong here. And takes a couple of tower shots. They've got the shrapnel. Almost trying to juke away. Uses the Fairy Fire. Looks like Bryle not going to chase after him. In fact, walks right behind the tower here. Oh, but Moon thinking about TPing. He cancels it out.
Yeah.
Did he cancel it out or did he get cancelled?
Nisha is in a strange position here. No, he got cancelled by the Frostbite. I believe it was the Frostbite that caught him. Puppey was close enough. But he gets, you know, a little bit of a trip into the enemy jungle there on his Shadowfiend. Finds himself a bounty rune and kind of regen up using the bottle charges. So he's again fine, but yeah, this bottom lane certainly worth keeping an eye on. Where all the kills have happened so far.
Yeah, this is currently a 3-0 Dawnbreaker. Hop down over onto Poppy, but jumping right back up again. Frostbite into the freeze. Boundless gets used, so it's a couple of those big spells. Still have the Celestial Hammer, but they don't have the Starbreaker, so it's going to be a little bit safer for Saberlight to approach.
They were just a little bit too slow there. Moon Meander gets the jump out, so they used their spells, didn't quite catch him. He jumped in and jumped out again quickly, and he's gonna stay safe. But I think if they connected his spells there before, or the spells on him before he jumped out, I think he would have died again. Because once they start landing these spells, they just keep you in place forever, and I don't think he has to sustain against that.
Nisha managing to snap up a regen rune, saving it for later, and the supports do rotate towards this middle lane. A little pressure on Zayats, but we'll just join up with the Cardi, try to put additional pressure down.
Yeah, using the little center Mind Stealer there, keeping the catapult alive for some extra time, but the races come out, and quickly SF is gonna get this catapult off his tower. Monkey King.
And they're just poking away here. They do have some wards down. Be able to walk away. They're just trying to keep tabs.
Yeah, top lane, what we haven't really talked too much about is that Rezo's doing a pretty good job CSing. He's 41-3 against the 39-7, so certainly Morphling is still getting good farm, but Rezo is scaling up pretty well here on this lane on his Mirana. Going for the Falcon Blade build as well. Very good hero for Falcon Blade. That mana regen, bit of HP, and of course the damage. Very nice for him.
Moon Meander dropping a sentry ward off to the side is going to, if he goes too far forward, yeah, they'll be able to see Nisha here. They do have the observer placed. But interesting with the way that they're designed to put these obs down, trying to keep tabs on where Nisha is, and if they have an opening in the mid lane, because they have set Zayats over here just to soak. They don't have the sniper over in the lane, so not gonna be able to
it's
do
time to
much.
start clearing jungle. Just using all those shrapnel points, and same for SF. Both of them just flash farming a little bit, and supports get space on mid lane.
I'm trying to go for a little bit of the dodge. The raises, they hurt. Spike Carapace again coming in. They have a long range stun for Moon Meander. I kind of like this. So we had the Earthshaker, which provided the long range fissure. The Monkey King plays a little similarly, just because of the fact that, you know, if Puppy is getting off this big ultimate, or if you've got, you know, Nisha channeling up, you can have that bit of a reach to go and cancel. I like the Monkey King a little bit better just because he has that mobility move, like, built in, and I think that was one way that the Earthshaker really suffered in the first game. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so, but you know, if you think back to last game, it also didn't work out in the end. They need something that cracks the code this time, because it's a similar draft here from Saiga and the boys.
Meander got vision on Zayats. Continues to tree dance, got a bit deep here.
Tower is going down pretty quickly to Sniper and his Illusions.
Oh, look at this. They're not aware that... Are they aware that Moon's over here? Getting a lot of information. Positioning. Puppy making a rotation to the mid lane too, to be able to protect Nisha, as Monkey King's just gonna leave the area. It does walk over the wards though. Finds the bounty, snaps it up, heads on out.
Good D ward there. One thing we haven't mentioned as well that is pretty important is that Dubu, he played a good Chen game last game, but this game is so difficult. You're not only against the CM here, you're also against Mirana. So both of them have great ways to kill your creeps quickly. The arrow insta-killing and of course the frostbite, you know, good as insta-killing as well.
Yeah, they banned out the Mirana after they... Was it after they picked up the Chen or beforehand? But that was definitely a hero that they placed value on. They just didn't want to have to deal with the arrow, like you said.
Yeah, but in this game it will be having that impact. And for now it seems like TSM a little bit on the back foot. They're trying to recover their Broodmother in bottom.
Oh, they're hunting. They do have a sentry in place though. So they'll immediately see, but again, this Spike Carapace, nice impale, arrow comes in. Honestly, Crystallis doesn't even need to be here, but they might as well, you know, rotate to the top part of the jungle for a little bit. Ice is gonna teleport back down to bottom, keep the pressure on.
I feel like you're just handing it to Zayats when you pick the sniper though. The second pick sniper, you see there, you drop down the shrapnel, he can just walk in and easily get the chain stun over on Nyx. This feels way too easy for Zayats.
Yeah, I'm A little baffled why they keep going for these heroes that have the sort of AoE that they do, because it just makes it so easy, and especially like the squishier heroes, right?
Yeah, you could also have played mid sniper, you know, the full headshot take aim build. So you could have avoided this, but he has 4 points in shrapnel, so he will be using it quite frequently and a lot. Bottom now, attempting to push.
Just knocks Meander down. I see you, but they are making this move to push.
Yeah,
This will
nice
give
value
TSM a little
glyph.
breathing room.
The Radiant Glyph there, protecting bottom tower, simultaneously saving the catapult up on the top, allowing them to push back onto TSM as well. So just going to be a safe lane tower trade here. Mid tower though, almost going down. Crystallis is there to defend now.
Zayat's just keeping tabs on Tomato. Drop the sentry. So he's got to go right on the cuffs. Yeah, they see him now. He's going to just get his own little D-ward off. Scooty booty through.
Yeah, you don't want any sentries on the map when you're playing Nyx. That's just annoying. So he goes in and takes it out immediately. His own sentry was hidden behind the tree line, so that's going to stay safe. And some stacks being built on Ancients by Puppy. He's preparing for his team to farm up. Doesn't seem too stressed in this game. Secret definitely playing pretty calm and calculated as they're sitting on top lane pretty much the entire game with the Resto just getting farm on his Mirana. SF is very happy. But over on the side of TSM, they do have things brewing as well. The Morphling is 3rd in net worth right now, and Sniper also getting a pretty good game.
I feel like Secret's got to be pretty happy with the way that this game is going. They've got multiple kills on Saberlight bottom. They managed to get a couple kills on Moon too. So Crystallis having a really good game so far.
Yeah,
and
the
Rezo
one kill
was
they
just,
got on Sniper was also really crucial, I think.
Yeah, and Rezo was able to just hit heroes like Dubu, Arrow. Crystallis, he always joins in and then just immediately TP's out here.
It's so low cost for him to do that. Sure, you don't have his TP or his ulti ready now, but he doesn't waste much time doing that. That gank took him like 7 seconds total to channel ulti in and then TP out again, and he was part of a kill, so happily just back to farming. I mean, that's the dream for a carry. You don't have to waste much time and you're back at it, hitting creeps. Best part of the game.
We're gonna see some of these spiders trying to get more vision, playing their own game, you know, bug v bug. Zayat's, of course, being able to get a lot of information with his, yeah, like this Nisha just walking right into them, those pesky spiders. Just clicks away at him.
If he ever dies, he has an easy access to get souls back at least. He can kill some spiders, that's going to help him. But he hasn't died a single time, and neither has anyone on Team Secret, as TSM are not really playing very active style here, more or less farming up. Tomato.
Yeah, gets those leap charges, but doesn't have detection, so Mirana will be able to teleport away. Ooh, nice arcane rune here for Nisha.
Hurricane Pike first item, by the way, a good item when you're playing against both Sniper and the Monkey King. Gets a way to get out of the Monkey ulti if he ever gets caught out. And also just a great disengage against Sniper, or a way to get yourself an Arcane Rune in this case.
It's just like the item of the tournament so far, just seeing all the Force Staffs getting picked up.
Yeah, that's really true. Way more than I expected as well before the group stage.
My friend Eddie will be very happy about that. He absolutely loves the Force Staff. But it has always been a very good item, especially on supports. Anything that you can do for positioning. I just love seeing all these spiders just running across the map. Castella's just stomping them like, ew, 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 gotta get rid of them.
Yeah, I think Force Staff in general is also an item that gets better the more of them you have. We have a smoke coming up here by Puppy and Zayats. They want to try and get the Morphling. They have not killed Morphling a single time this game yet. Waveform's in.
Yeah, immediately followed the Impale is going to be this time Crystallis joining into the fight, landing the stun. This time, this kill belongs to this Dawnbreaker.
They're pretty much just playing on like Dawnbreaker cooldown, right? Like in 2 minutes, meet same place, same thing, you know? It's a very rinse and repeat show here for Team Secret.
I mean, if it's working, then why change it?
Huh. Force Staff pretty popular, but Puppey has himself a full Ether Lens on his CM, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so able to catch people from a little bit farther back. I like the choice when you're playing against Sniper and Morphling, these heroes that can be dangerous to get close to for a CM. Well, I suppose that's every hero in the game, but if you're playing against a Sniper in particular, you really have to be so far back, and this allows him to cast his Crystal Nova and Frostbites without putting himself fully at risk.
I think he's going to want to go for that Frostbite cast range. Just does get jumped on here in the middle lane, so they won't be able to get themselves a little pick off.
Yeah, first kill, TSM, welcome into the game, finally. Moon
Oh
Meander.
god, it is their first kill. Oh.
It is, 16 minutes in. That's a very late first blood for them. Their own first blood, that is.
Solace, bottom lane, seeing an opening, doesn't have that Solar Guard. We'll see the TP coming out from Zayats, but they just do too much damage onto Crystallis. They still see Zayats, they've got the dust, gonna go for a bit of a dive here as they boundless. Okay, we'll be able to stun, but look at these body blocks coming out from the spiders. Spiders were hungry, they wanted a bug for dinner.
That's beautiful. They didn't get a kill for a very long time, but get 3 in a row, quick succession there. The haste rune on Bryle made all the difference, able to chase in there, and now that could be tier 2 tower falling. I think they will be fine though with Glyph. Yeah, they're just gonna force them back with Glyph here.
Do ping out the Crystal Maiden joint down. Little tiny spider just wandering over.
Just sitting there, Moon Meander, just chilling on the trees.
Top lane still trying to get kills on Rezo, but not quite managing it yet. It's been a little bit of a gentleman's agreement at the top lane between Tomato and Resolution.
More than a little bit, I feel. They're just farming. Both of them are trading farm back and forth, but you know they're sitting at 7.7, 7.6 net worth, the two of them, respectively. So I think Secret are happy with this trade because Rezo is building up to be this backup carry in this game.
Feels like Nisha hasn't been pressured this entire time. He's been allowed to hit creeps. He's got almost all the pieces of his BKB. I'm a little worried here. They have put pressure down on him.
205 CS minutes 1750. So yeah, he's flying ahead in the farm.
Moon jumping down. Finds himself Puppey, uses that, oh god, they just blow up Puppey immediately. As now Hand of God gets used, leap away from Resolution. They're chasing, also drop the Wukong's command. Looks like they're going to be able to walk away, but not Resolution. And Bryle, with nice positioning, will be able to finish off Zayats as they walk right into this pit.
Fantastic confidence there. They just go in, and I also like how Timado was able to solo kill off the Mirana there as she kept leaping away. She cannot get away from Morphling. He has equal amount of leaps, and he also has waveform. So he chases down. He tried to TP out on Mirana, but he gets arrowed by the Morphling, and TP cancelled.
Motto? Motto just trying to fight here and follow up from Saberlight, the Boundless. Gonna follow here in with the Solar Guardian. They're gonna try to go and punish, and they will be able to turn it back around. Saberlight, Moon Meander looking like he's gonna be the next one to fall. There's Bryle. He's trying to run away from Zayas, but they have the Impale. The follow-up is here. The lockdown is definitely nicely looking. Nisha trying to get some of these hits in too, so they'll end up losing 3. Just a little bit of an overextension.
Yeah, they were looking really happy there. They got the Aegis. They still do have the Aegis, at least, on Morphling. He backed out in time on Timado. Not going to die with his brothers there. So he sits back, but Zayat's now invading, looking for any form of setup he can find.
And they are hugging the sentry pretty tightly on the side of TSM. They realize that they do have to be careful. Although Nisha just walks up to Dubu, gets a nice little stun. They'll be able to follow up the Boundless. Over onto Crystal's not going to be able to quite follow up with that hammer. Dodging away a little bit of that damage. Moon, though, is just going to get tapped down. But they do manage to find the kill on Nisha. And now Tomato giving a couple clicks. Chase after here. Again, the arrow coming through over onto Saberlight. He's going to try to just dodge away. He cannot do it. Crystallis will get the double kill.
He has the gem. They want him
They're
so badly.
still chasing after Zayats here. Yeah, they want this. Despite Carapace, though, is using that courier, trying to keep tabs, but not going to be able to go and get that kill.
half a second I thought that he was going to turn around with the Impale there as well. He got a really nice bite carapace on the adaptive strike. Could have killed off the Aegis if he turned around, but he is just wanting to survive. Getting away with that gem is amazing for him. So still, even with SF dying, I think Secret are happy to take that trade at the end of the day.
6K net worth lead going to the side of Team Secret currently. And again, Nisha did end up having his first death. Oh, we can see that replay.
Yeah, look at Dawnbreaker in this fight too. He was just going in with this Deso, getting so much done. The amount of damage that he was dishing out. Nisha. Yeah, he wanted a clean game, but you know, he died for the greater good of his team. Sometimes you're the sacrificial person. Bottom,
Nice
Dawnbreaker
jump
ulti.
again. We've seen this happen before. Oh, Hand of God gets used, trying to keep Saberlight alive, and he's actually too tanky for them to burst down. Follow up here on Crystals. They've used the dust. They have this vision. Trying to get into position, but they just can't do it because Rezo already waiting. Puppy joining in, throws down Nova over onto Brile. We'll hold him into place, Rezo. Okay, the follow-up here from Zeiss. They've been trying to kill Saberlight. They'll find it finally, and now Brile's gonna get taken out as well. Triple kill now for this Resolution Mirana.
What a beautiful arrow at the start there, and what a catch by Puppy as well, going deeper to chase even more with the Ether Lens catching out the sniper. But that arrow, when the monkey was jumping in, was really beautiful. Now that... oh my. Secret are just starting to run away with the game again. This is looking very reminiscent of game 1.
Full Gleipnir completed now for Mirana.
Yeah, Gleipnir is a very, very good item for her, getting more lockdown. Also fantastic against Brood. If you ever try to chase Brood and she starts running away, just being able to Gleipnir her, also a good way to be able to kill the spiders, paired up with Starstorm.
A nice haste stream picked up for Nisha. He'll bottle that and save it for later. So, Secret taking over this part of the map. Zayas leading the charge, getting all that info, still holding onto the gem like we talked about. Sees that there's a sentry over here in the mid lane. Moon Meander positioned nicely in the trees. Try to slow down this push a little bit, but Arrow landing over onto Saberlight again. The boundless onto Resolution. The waveform forward. Tomato is just gonna blow him up. Throw the hammer out. Oh, the spike. The Carapace, when Tomato steals it, they realize the value of this. Puppy trying to run away here. Do they have anything to cancel it out? Yes, they do. So they'll end up losing the Crystal Maiden. Jumping back onto the back lines, they find Brio with that Solar Guardian. So a little bit of misdirection as they're going to try to follow Team Secret. Moon Meander with the tree dance, finding himself Zayat. Zayat's already clicking that Spike Carapace. The Boundless comes through. The follow-up, can they kill off Nisha a second time? It looks like they'll finally be able to do it.
Getting some good kills here over on the side of TSM. They were really far behind, so any form of fight where they manage to kill off Nisha is going to be good. But they did lose Sniper again. That hurts a little bit, and the tier 2 tower did go down. But still fantastic for them. If they can get Morphling this Aghanims now, then his impact is going to be much, much bigger. I think he has it now. Yeah, he's finishing it up just now. Courier's going to fly it over. This is the standard build for Morphling these days is the Aghanim Scepter pretty much in any single game. They were see the catch where they went out, turned around for the sniper. Yeah, SF going down. Not too much he can do to save himself as his Nyx already blinked to safety. And yeah, well, what can you do? I like seeing his player reaction there.
Again, he's playing very well on the Shadow Fiend.
Excellent. Yeah, he's playing great. I mean, ultimately he went down there. I think he has to, you know, he has to be able to commit with this team, and if the team is faster than him at getting out because it's a losing fight, then all he has to do is really the Hurricane Pike. Hurricane Pike and Blink is all he has to try and reposition.
Anchor Warrior does end up hitting against Shadow Fiend, but Tomato now getting locked down. They'll use Hand of God. Tries to go for that little bit of a dodge with the Manta. They have a lot of damage, but he's able to waveform out. Turns himself into the Dawnbreaker, uses the Celestial Hammer, and will survive. Now there's the Gleipnir though for the Marauder. Rezo, he wants us. They have their eyes on Tomato. They'll be able to get the kill off Dubu on top of that. and just be able to finally close the gap on their prey.
The fantastic Gleipnir value right there by Mirana. Really nice catch, and they keep chasing. You see how much chase there is on Team Secret. Very hard to get away from these heroes. Same thing can almost be said about Morphling, like turning into Mirana and chasing back, but generally it has been Secret just dictating the pace of the game ever since the fantastic start they had. Zayat.
They know Saberlight's here, they just watched it. Yeah, look at Crystallis making his way over, drops another web.
He keeps looking. He's gonna find him, maybe. Oh my god, he's right there. He doesn't see it.
No, he's gone. Saberlight's out of there.
Yeah, good dodging here by Saberlight. Not gonna get found in the end. He's still digging.
And eventually Zayat just said, not worth my time anymore. I'm out.
Yeah, very persistent on the hunt there, but patience by Saberlight.
Staying in the trees.
Yeah, trees are your friends. But for now, it looks like they're going towards the top area. Roche is gonna spawn in 1 minute from now.
Rezo has the gem. They would like to get their hands on that. Yeah, the Boundless, the Silence, the follow-up, near Zayat, though, jumping forward with that Spike Carapace yet again. Beautiful setup. Ryle is not looking like he's going to be too healthy here. They're chasing after him. You can see Nisha, though, getting clicked away by Tomato. Waves rush forward. Biz managed to get rid of Nisha. They end up taking out Ryle, and this Wukong's command does separate the fight a bit. They'll finish all Zayats. They'll chase after Puppey. Puppey's buying a little bit more time for the Ghost Scepter, but it's a triple kill now for Tomato. Wave forming forward. Can't quite get his hands on anyone else, but they'll take this top tower, and they've got themselves a couple very nice kills.
Okay, TSM, they're getting back in it. Really nice there by Tomato, addressing that they were only going over on the side of Monkey and the Sniper, giving free reign to the Morphling to do full damage in that fight. Also, Saberlight was completely unstopped, so I'm not sure how they didn't get a chance to go in with the Dawnbreaker there, possibly playing around her a little bit more. But anyhow, the teams, TSM, they're just starting to connect with their timings now. I think the Orchid on Monkey King makes a big difference. We saw how he initiates by silencing off the Mirana and getting a catch for his team. And finally, TSM looking like they're maybe able to claw this game back.
What else do they need to do to be able to secure themselves this victory? They're not out of the woods yet, right?
No, they're not out of the woods, but they're in a position where they are the ones going to scale better into the late game here. They have Morphling and they have Sniper.
Yes, the setup with that arrow. They felt the Scolded Guardian. Tomato, is he going to be able to survive this? I don't think so. Not this time. Not with 4 heroes on the side of Secret, putting the damage on him.
Yeah, those are the ganks that are so tough to survive. The Nyx and the Dawnbreaker over and over, all the way through Game 1 and Game 2 as well. Really painful to lose the Morphling there, because he is the hopes for them. The hopes and dreams are that Morphling and Sniper will both scale to be strong enough carries that they can turn this game around. And Sniper's getting there. He has his Mask Command, his Crystallis, Hurricane Pike, going for the BKB next. Meanwhile, Morphling, of course, with the Aghanims wants the Skadi.
It's trying to do some scouting. They do have the sentries in place. A little bit of science placed over into Zayat, but Moon Meander, he is caught off here. He's going to try to fight through, not going to be able to do it. Already dropping the Wukong's command, now Saberlight. He's going to try to just get out of here in a hurry, dropping the webs. Rezo, though, still following. So is Nisha, trying to get some more of these hits, trying to get the razors off. Crystal's following up, but again, Saberlight going to be able to just get a little bit out of range.
Yeah, nice Force Staff from Dubu coming in to protect his Broodmother as well there at the end. Just doing whatever he can to protect. But this means that Roshan is up, and right now the Desolator, Dawnbreaker, along with the SF going into the pit. There's not much time, but they're smoking over. TSM, they want to make a move for it.
Can they get over there fast enough is the question. All the spiders, maybe giving some of that vision, some of that information. It's going to go down too fast, though. They're not going to make it in time. TSM,
Yeah, they just have to back out.
They ping out. There's someone here. We'll play around the wards. Now Zayat is over. Thanks to the wards that they've placed. Puppey wandering over. They're trying to make a play here. Open with the Boundless. Silence. Follow up. Alright, Puppey's just absolutely toast, but it looks like Saberlight might be the next one. Gets pushed forward. End up losing Saberlight. The buyback on Puppey is As now TSM finding Zayats on the back line will be able to clean up another support.
No,
Meander.
still not over.
Nisha, they see you. Making the moves over onto Tomato, seeing what they can do. But again, this Hand of God coming in clutch, and the distance that Bryle's able to sit back from. Doing so much as they're able to go and pop the Aegis. It's going to be coming up a second time. Are they going to be able to line up? Waiting patiently. He goes forward, though. Has the BKB. Requiem of Souls will go off, just pushing them back. Moonmeander, though, rejoining here. They don't have the BKB anymore. Bryle trying to fight. Crystal's not going to be able to do it. As now Tomato and... oh, my screen has frozen. Sorry about that, guys. There's a balance,
being caught up.
Yeah, yep. Over here, Puppy does get evaporated by Tomato. Leap forward, though. We'll end up losing Dubu. So Tomato's still alive. Is getting chased by Crystallis, by Resolution. Turns himself into the Shadow Fiend. Managed to go and get that arrow into place.
What a play by Nisha to turn around. After he respawned with the Aegis, they were blinking in, deciding to take the fight. I was thinking they was going to blink out, and it didn't look like they were really ready to take the fight there. So TSM, they felt the same. They were definitely camping around trying to get the second kill on the SF when he respawned, but he turned it around on them instead. Blinked deeper, popped the BKB, dropped the ulti, and then they took a good fight from there. Also the buyback from Zayat, recognizing that he needs to rejoin his team.
Yeah, I love that cough. I love that call from Nisha. I like that instead of trying to escape, he doubles down the BKB, the fear pushing everybody away, and it really just opened up the fight.
Yeah, blowing it wide open, and for now, it feels like, yeah, we can see a replay there. That's the moment he blinked, and you can see how disjointed everything gets when the SF ulti comes out. And they chase down the sniper. Morphling comes in to try to help, but the Hurricane Pike keeps the SF safe. Meanwhile, Puppy got surrounded by the weakest creeps I've ever seen. Little Kobold, Kobold the Wolf. He goes down in the end to a nuke, but he almost survived there.
Alright, Moonlight Shadow does get used in the current game. And you can see that TSM, they're in position to defend this top tower if they go too far. Moon hiding in the trees, Bryle as well.
Pretty much just see Zayas licking his lips when he sees a shrapnel go down. He's like, I can initiate, guys, so I can go, but that's a bit too much under a tower. And TSM have shown that if Secret take a fight that's not in good positioning for them, then the Morphling and the Sniper together can become a problem. They can't stop both of them at the same time.
Okay, this is a big deal. We have a BKB completed for Bryle. They've smoked up. Zayat's in a good position here. Immediately, they'll ping out. All right, there's some vision. Go for the dust. Lands over onto Zayat's. In comes Saberlight Nisha, sitting on the low ground, dodging away, but still going to manage to land the arrow. So they'll go and cut down some of these wards.
Yeah, they get the D ward. Right now, Secret would like to wait a little bit more, by the way. They don't really want to force a fight immediately because they're so close to the BKB on Crystallis. So for him to finish that would be nice. He's at 3k gold right now, and he can sell his... I think he would probably sell Orb of Corrosion just to stay full mana, but could sell Soul Ring as well.
Yeah, what a luxury item nowadays, the Soul Ring. Moon Meander. Zayat seeing the opening over on Dubu. The follow-up is immediate, though. Even though they managed to get Dubu, Moon Meander, they're going to try to punish Zayat, and they will be able to do it. The blink away, coming from Nisha, Gleipnir, holding down some of these little spider babies, but they'll get another D-ward.
That's more than fine for TSM, though. That's the dieback on Nyx. He bought back in the last fight, so he's dead for 80 seconds still. This is a pretty big window where they could make a move, and pretty good timing as well. So we'll see if they want to group up and smoke. They do have smoke ready on Moon Meander.
It does feel like it's a little bit safer to move around the map right now. And yeah, they recognize, like you said, there is no Nyx assassin. Let's make a play. Let's find someone. And there is...
Resto in danger. He's farming.
Yeah, he is revealing himself over in the mid lane. Down the silence. BKB comes out. They'll use a Gleipnir. And just like that, it's over. But they do force out the BKB on Rezo. Throw out a casual arrow from Tomatoes. He turns himself into Piranha, but not going to be able to go and land it. They have the little spider over there for the vision.
They don't have the best ways to kill BKB heroes on the side of TSM. They have the Monkey Stun, and they have high damage.
Moon raises. Okay, the Boundless. He's going to survive this.
Good save by Chen, popping that Hand of God right there. I love this. TSM are definitely recognizing like the time window they had here of Nyx being down and making the most of it. They go in, invade, drop some vision, try and get kills, and they steal the Ancients. This is a very important move as well, as Roshan is a priority in this game.
Scotty online for this Morphling, and completed like a full Mage Slayer on the Monkey King.
Yeah, it's really value. His ulti can apply the Mage Slayer, so you can lower the magic damage output quite a lot on the side of Team Secret.
It's gonna be a while before the next Roche, though. May respawn in about a minute 40. And there's going to be the Moonlight Shadow. They do have sentries placed. They've got this Alpha Wolf forward too. I like the positioning. Get that little bit of vision. Casual, a little bit of arrow, gets blocked by a spider.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, it seems like they're doing a good job on TSM, just staying under their own ward right now. They're still at a disadvantage in farm, but they want to fight this. Smoke revealing by Brood, perhaps.
They know they're over there. You can see Saberlight throwing out some of these spider nukes. Reza will happily clean up all of those, thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna see this this mirrored position appear again, I think, where both teams just go and take control of the other side. Actually, Secret wanna draw their way into TSM's jungle here.
It's a very wide swing.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, but they have double catapult top, so TSM, they can go here and they will force someone to come home. This is a lot of damage.
Tomato just a couple clicks down. Gonna back off. See if anybody wanders over.
Yeah, they got Mirana come home, so they can now go out and try and take the map again.
Nisha. Still hidden over here. It does have that smoke. Oh, it breaks immediately. Someone's here. Don't see exactly who, though. All right. Blink away immediately from Nisha. He is separated from the rest of the team. It's very dangerous. Zayat's, though, opening, finding a nice stun. The follow-up over onto Zayat's, though, and then in comes Krystal. He blows up Dubu. Not going to be able to skip the save. Now Moon Meander to fall. Zayat's over on the back line here, next down, and the Saberlight getting clicked away by Nisha. Tomato getting frostbitten. There's the BKB and Nisha, but again, waveform comes out from Tomato. He's gonna try to make his way forward, tries to leap, has himself that Mirana change here. The chase is on though, they really want this.
Oh my god,
Got
so fast. He's just getting out of here.
Very value morph into the Mirana, but 3 dead on the side of TSM, and all they really managed here is again, Zayats is dead.
Yeah, Zayats had to play the sacrificial initiation there. Beautiful goal by him. Forces out the sniper BKB super early in the fight as well. Then he just got run down, clicked by the Mirana and the Dawnbreaker.
Fortification is going to get used. They don't have buyback on the sniper. Down for 20-something. Do have buyback on Saberlight if they want to potentially just save these racks, but pretty sure they're just going to hold it.
Minus 21 armor on this this barracks here. The Assault Cuirass, the SF Aura, the Desolator. So much damage when they push.
It's like the BKB is the next item for Morphling on his wish list.
Yeah, Morphling probably wishes for multiple items as they're 20,000 gold behind. They need a miracle to turn this around at this point. They're still in it, but it's just so damn difficult. And now with the DD rune as well, over on the side of SF, Roshan has spawned. I think Team Secret, they're not going to waste any time.
Looks like they're thinking about trying to get a pick off first, perhaps? No, Nisha. Yeah, they're sending the Spider Baby army.
Yeah, they're respecting that TSM are strong enough to fight them, so they're looking for a chance to get any form of initiation first.
BKB is completed now for Morphling. This could be a big change in the next fight, although Nisha just hits so gosh darn hard.
Right now, the Broodmother is invaluable. These spiders, this bit of vision right now during Roshan, you're finding out so much. And even Chen as well, sending his creep in to scout the Roche, just making sure that they're not starting it yet. So DD rune is not gonna have any impact there.
They smoke up on the side of Team Secret. Look at all these spiders, they're everywhere. Casual
Yeah,
arrow,
TSM have to know. Yeah, they have to know that a smoke is coming. They should definitely play more together now and try and hold.
Tomato, the opening immediately. Hand of God's gonna get used. They're gonna try to keep Tomato alive, but they just cannot do it fast enough. He's down for 88. The chase is on. The damage is being put over onto Bryle. They'll follow up with the kill. Resolution chasing out after Saberlight. Crystallis turns his attention, and that is yet another. The only one alive after all is said and done is Dubu on this Chen, and this Roche with the cheese with the refresher shard is handily going over to the side of Secret.
Yeah, that was a very nice goal there. I mean, smoking in, dropping Sentry and Ward on high ground, they just find the ideal target. Seeing the Morphling, that is the dream right there. They go in with Zayats, putting down the wards, and no hesitation. If you see Morphling, everybody jumps in, and from there on the fight is just extremely one-sided. No buyback as well for 40 seconds now after Roshan was taken. I mean, that wasn't even a fight. That was just a complete rundown.
Yes.
But they had to have felt like a smoke was happening. I'm surprised that they put Morphling to be in basically a smoke reveal position. But maybe you didn't expect them to drop a high ground ward like that.
Well, the pressure's getting placed in the top lane. They are going to be without Morphling for another 20-something seconds. They make short work of it. Yeah, look at this. They just start to... Oh, are they going to go for the... They're going to go for the safer play.
Yeah, they're not messing around.
Go tier 4s.
Everybody up now in 8 seconds here from TSM, but they are going to lose their racks. Megas are going to be up for Team Secret.
That is... This will get popped. Still holding on to the refresher shard on the Shadow Fiend for once that ages, or if that ages, I guess is the big thing. If it ever ends up, you know, getting popped, as they just blow up Bryle. He is a non-factor. So it's looking scary. Tomato doing everything he can. Saberlight ends up getting stunned by Crystallis. Tomato turning over. They got the Scotty. They're trying to put as much damage as they can over onto Crystallis. It goes, does eat the cheese. They have a lot of damage, but now it's Tomato versus World. Okay, does manage to get the kill. There's a couple leap charges coming out from Tomato as he turns, but the Frostbite coming into play, following up over onto Moon Meander. They end up calling the GG. TSM, they put up one hell of a fight, but at the end of the day, it is just going to be Secret who dominate this series 2-0.
Yeah, didn't even need to use the refresher shard that they had there on the SF. He also had Aegis, of course, wasn't even popped. Very dominant performance, I would say. Game 2 looked like they had some moments here to possibly turn it around, but overall they ran, you know, 80% the same heroes that they played in the first game, the same draft all the way up until they picked the Mirana last pick, and it worked twice for them. They were absolutely crushing with the CM Dawnbreaker lane. TSM just didn't have the right heroes to deal with it. We probably have a few highlights from this game as well.
Yeah, we can see, let's see, follow-up and the chase. I think this fight did end up going... No, this is where I think they get the Aegis, right? They get the Aegis and then Nisha doubles down, so does get taken down the first... Nope, that's
This is actually the one where he just dies. There was another fight in the same area, though.
Yeah.
There was the Gleipnir catch by Mirana. And just the chase potential from Team Secret was very high in this game.
Having that global capability with Crystallis, and I think that suits his playstyle quite well.
I think this is the fight.
Okay,
this
so
is
he had
where,
already died, and then he blinked in with the BKB. He doubled down. I don't think they were expecting him to go back in there like he did. It really turned this fight.
Yeah, very impressive stuff overall by Secret. Really nice performance. I mean, you could see the synergy between the heroes they played and understand why they played these heroes basically back to back.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I just still feel like Zayats does so much with this here. Again, the Dawnbreaker and the Crystal Maiden lane did really just open up the whole game. Oh God, this is the play that ends up just pretty much ending the game, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's the final nail in the coffin. Getting the Morphling there, finding him, it just makes the entire fight very straightforward. Just run in and everybody click down TSM. They're also super far ahead already at that point. And yeah, here they're just finishing up the job.
Yep, the final last hurrah. But at the end of the day here, you know, Tomato, he really wants that kill. Chases after Crystallis, does manage it, but still ends up getting frostbitten, held into place, and Nisha just hits so gosh darn hard.
Yeah, well played by Team Secret, and I mean they looked very confident, so definitely didn't look like a last chance qualifier team here in this performance against TSM. They looked like they were here to dominate.
I was about to say, I was like, you know, for a team that came up through the last chance quals, they're looking pretty gosh darn scary. I think they're still sitting at towards the top of the group, which is pretty impressive. Because I think a lot of people, there were some disbelievers. There are people who wrote off Secret. They're like, yeah, they didn't really make it. They haven't done great during the season. But yeah, they're proving that they belong here in TI.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they look in form, let's say. And overall, I mean, EU, between the Team Liquid and Team Secret, the last chance qualifiers teams, they're really coming in swinging here, it seems like.
Who was your MVP of this match, if you had to pick one?
If I had to pick one, probably Castralis. I think he performed really well on his Dawnbreaker, and he had some cool itemization. Went for a little bit earlier Blink Dagger as well there, but getting to see them play the carry Dawnbreaker as well was definitely enjoyable.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is the first carry Dawnbreaker that we've seen in the group stages, or if anyone else has run it.
Yeah, I would have to consult with the stats man on that, you know, but there are so many games. We haven't seen it in our games, at least, that's for sure.
Right. No, this again, I feel like this playstyle suits Castralis quite well, being very, very active. You know, in the past, he's known for his Monkey King playing, a very active core as well. But Nisha is going to be the match MVP, did so much damage, very nice positioning. Did end up, I think he only died twice the entire game, and
he got 3 in the end. He died a 3rd time as well, but yeah, he certainly had a fantastic game, and his turnarounds on the Aegis respawn was really good. No, he showed that he can play the SF matchup into the sniper and be very comfortable with that. So first he dominates with sniper, and then he plays completely fine against sniper as well.
This guy is extremely formidable, and no wonder all the mid players say, you know, they have a lot of respect for Nisha, and he's very scary to go up against.
Yeah, he was shining there. I was looking a little bit confused because I think I saw different stats for his XP rooms per minute in the game, but yeah, he definitely was shining a lot. I mean, what a confident performance here overall by Team Secret. They made it look easy against TSM.
Yeah, definitely feels like they're in TI form. TSM trying to hold on there. It had a couple moments like where it looked like they could potentially bounce back, but again, Secret just realizing, okay, this is what we need to do now. Let's not make these mistakes again. And in the end, you know, it was just really unfortunate that they were already kind of on the ropes, and then Tomato just getting scouted out by those wards with that positioning there. Really just kind of the end of the beginning of the end, I guess is a good way to put it. But yeah, so Team Secret, again, they look very, very dominant. That is the end of this series. We have more coming up here on the stream, but we are going to have a little bit of a change of the casters. It's going to be Snare and Fluke joining you and being your storytellers for the rest of the night, day, afternoon, depending on where you are. So thank you so much for watching Maga and I. We are going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have a fresh new series for you.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, here to Stream C. But more importantly, welcome back to TI11 group stages, as we're going to be continuing to see exactly which teams deserve the upper bracket berth, which teams get relegated to the lower bracket, and of course, which teams will find themselves eliminated from the tournament at the end of the 4 days of group stage play. My name is Snare, and I'm joined yet again by the Emperor of Aussie Dota. We've got our boy Fluke here. Good sir. EG disappointed you earlier on, but we've got a new series here. Things are refreshed now. You know, your bias is done. You get to be clean and clear. How are you feeling about the games themselves, and how are you feeling about day 2 of TI so far?
I think the games so far have been really, really good. I'm glad that my my title in Australia is slowly getting better and better. I was the God King before. Now I'm the undisputed Emperor of Australian Dota 2. So hopefully by the end of day number 3, maybe I might be something a little bit different. But the games have been great today. That series with EG versus Liquid, albeit it was a 2-0 going the way of Liquid, and my little EG heart did feel quite sad about that. But it was still an amazing series. That 64-minute banger between Liquid as well as EG just goes to show that these two teams, no matter at what state of the game, it's going to be a good back and forth between them, and Liquid proved that they deserve that 2-0 as well. But I mean, jumping into this series, man, RNG versus Gaming Gladiators. RNG have been one of those teams that coming in towards TI, I was expecting them to do a whole lot of work, and I mean, they've shown up today right now. They're sitting at the top of their group, 7-1, going into this series against Gaming Gladiators, who are sitting more towards the middle portion of their group at 4-4 right now. I mean, it's going to be a hard tell for Gaming Gladiators to be able to take down the Juggernauts in RNG.
RNG certainly are going to be the team that a lot of us are favoring coming into this one, myself included. But Gaming Gladiators, yesterday they demonstrated the propensity for coming back by having a banger of a series for our opening group stage games. But we'll be seeing if they can do the same up against the side of RNG, who have been hot. This Chinese squad seems to be harkening back to TI 4 days. We've seen a lot of death balling coming out of them. Very quick games and quick wins from RNG. We'll be seeing, though, if they can achieve the same end yet again up against the side of Gaming Gladiators. As we get into the draft here, Fluke, game number 1 between these two squads. If RNG win, in the advent of EG losing out their series earlier, they'll go even further ahead at the top of group number A as it stands right now. And of course, Gaming Gladiators, given that Marcy Primal Beast was banned by RNG, they took out Tiny Enigma. That will open up the Shadow Fiend first pick for the side of Gaming Gladiators. This hero has been, frankly, ridiculous, honestly. It's too much. It's in every game for a reason. It's a mixed damage carry. It can occupy so many different roles. Not just occupy different roles, occupy different builds as well. Incorporate into different game plan styles. It's just too good, honestly. So if you don't have an answer for this, you should always be looking to either first pick it yourself or have an immediate response in the 1-2 afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the biggest thing right now that we've seen from Shadow Fiend is how strong it is to be able to be a mixed damage core and be able to be slotted into so many of these different lineups as well. RNG, they respond with the Leshrac here. I wouldn't be too surprised if they pick up the Lich as well. It's something that they played a little bit earlier on up against a Shadow Fiend Undying lane. So they might be looking towards the Lich here, which is another one of those heroes that has been kind of rising to prominence. I wouldn't hate to see something along the lines of like a Nyx Assassin as well for RNG. Not only does it protect their Leshrac, it also enables them to be able to take down the Shadow Fiend. There it is, baby. RNG, we're on the same ball here today. I think this Nyx hero is definitely going to be rising in stock in these next couple of days here, Snare, because we've seen how potent it has been for Team Secret. Zayats has been an absolute god. We even saw what Thunder Awaken were able to do, where Matthew literally hit a 4-man impale. He hit a Ravage on Team Spirit a little bit earlier on today. Nuts plays coming in from these Nyx Assassins, and it is also a good answer to the Shadow Fiend as well. The Requiem of Souls has been one of those team fight abilities that has been pretty hard to try and deal with, and I think the Spike Carapace can really kind of mitigate a lot of that. I can't believe Gaming are absolutely they're lounging about right now. They're feeling good. They're feeling rested.
I mean, they're feeling relaxed, man. They're chilling. It always does help. in this kind of situation when you are at TI to have a good mentality about the situation, right? If you're
Yeah.
coming into this feeling super stressed, oh my god, guys, we're going up against Somnus and them, you pretty much already lost the game in the mental capacity, but coming in clear, chilling, you know, Boom is so relaxed. He's like, man, I'll comb my hair after the tournament, boys. Only when we end up winning the entire damn thing, then I'll pull up and comb my hair. But on a more serious note, looking at this draft, you're very much correct about this Nyx. This Nyx has been quite good. Seb's still enjoying a 78% win rate after 14 picks, most of them from Team Secret, but it covers the Slash very well. Enchantress seeming to also be rising slowly but surely in popularity. She fell off a little bit because she was like in pretty much every other game for a while, but she's slowly but surely starting to re-exert herself, the lane pressure that she can apply to the games, her ability to also get additional creeps to buff up the Shadow Fiend as well. So it does feel like Gaming Gladiators are going to be leading into this uber buff World of Warcraft style carry on the Shadow Fiend. And this is Diracho on the SF, right? So we saw this yesterday from him, that when he does get all of those buffs, he can actually carry your team to victory without a doubt.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an interesting series. I love that you've got this rapid fire kind of banning style that's coming through between Gaming Gladiators and RNG. Gaming Gladiators are banning out kind of the heroes that they like to pair with this Leshrac in previous games. For RNG, we were talking about a little bit off air where RNG had Leshrac, Visage, and Lone Druid, and they pushed Soniqs over in, what was it, 22 minutes or something like that? I think it was like 23 minutes. So they were able to end that game in 23 minutes time. They also had a Lich in that lineup as well. So Gaming Gladiators at least doing a little bit of their research this morning, having a look back at Gaming Gladiators' other series with this Shadow Fiend. They played things like the Pangolier and the Beastmaster, so that's why those two bans are there from RNG. So it's basically just RNG and Gaming Gladiators just being like, yo guys, we watched your previous series. You guys won with this kind of draft. We're just going to get rid of these heroes and see if you guys can find things that are similar to try and to make it work out for you guys right now. So what do RNG want a pick right now? They've come into their second phase of picks. I wouldn't hate to see something like a Disruptor. We saw what Xnova was able to do yesterday with that Disruptor. Once he got towards that Aghanim Scepter, it also kind of forces this Shadow Fiend to have to play around his BKB a little bit more, gives you that little bit of extra lane prowess, and obviously a little bit of extra damage to try and kill this Enchantress. So wouldn't hate to see that coming in from Xnova. That he has played, I believe he's played a little bit of Jakiro throughout the entirety of this tournament as well. Maybe I might be mistaken. No, so it has just been a Disruptor and a Lich for Xnova so far.
You might go for the Visage here on the side of RNG. And Xnova, like you say, he just played Disruptor Lich. One thing I actually have noticed about their Lich pick as well is that it's been slowing down so many of these pushes. So giving RNG the differential option, right? When you use them aggressively, he makes sure that your person going forward doesn't die quickly. When you use them defensively, it ensures that the game just keeps elongating even in a negative situation. They will go back for the Snapfire here. So we've seen this. This is the third time we've seen this today in response to the Shadow Fiend. Large amounts of magical damage from deep in, a way to be able to reduce his armor. I think the idea is that just to make sure that even whilst he's channeling Requiem and releasing the spell, you're always able to hurt him outside of the range of the fear, and always put him under pressure when he doesn't have the BKB available.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way of getting around it, right? Just having these long-range initiations for the Shadow Fiend. If you can play outside of his range or even inside of his circle, it's very, very hard for the Shadow Fiend to kind of play around his little bits of disengage that he has. Obviously, he's able to play around things like his Shadow Razors, but also his Requiem of Souls is always very, very hard to try and mitigate. Another one of these heroes that Xnova has played. He's only played 3 different heroes throughout the entirety of this tournament, by the way. He's literally just played... Actually, no. Pardon me. He's played Chen. So he's played Snapfire, he's played Lich, and Disruptor. They are like the 3 mainstays that Xnova has played here in the entirety of this tournament. To be fair, they have only played, what, 4 series at this point. So it's not like there's a massive amount of games for him to deviate, especially when things like the Lich and the Disruptor have been good shouts for them right now. What does Gaming Gladiators need, though? Usually with this 1-2 punch, you want to try and go for your offlane heroes as well as your position 5, and then try and leave this final pick for either your carry or your mid hero. So we've seen what Jiracho's been able to do on this Shadow Fiend. So they're just going to go with the Earthshaker and what's going to be their ace hero. I feel like they need another hero that can kind of buff off this Shadow Fiend. We've seen the Beastmaster in the past. Panda would have been a pretty good shout. Another one of these aura kind of builders for them. What's something that Ace has been picking?
Let's see. He hasn't played Visage yet, I don't think. Has he? I'm not sure.
I don't think he has. Well, here it comes.
Well, he's playing it now. Playing it now. You wanted auras, my friend. You wanted to make sure that they have this ability. Well, he gets it now. This is going to be buffing up the Shadow Fiend even further. I just want us to talk about this Earthshaker for a second. This hero has not been enjoying life. across 8 games so far here at the TI 22 group stages. He's only won twice. So really, really poor performances from him across the board. But every single time people are really gung-ho about having Earthshaker, they're like, yo, guys, we need some kind of way to block out these waves. We need some kind of way to ensure that we have big counter initiation. But for some reason, it just doesn't feel that strong at the moment. To be fair, this lane does feel like I don't want to play into it. Earthshaker, Visage, there's just like a lot of stuff happening. And if you ever caught out of position as the Snapfire, you get fissured into, you're just going to die, absolutely guaranteed. But
yeah,
I don't know, man. Feels like the Earthshaker hero has just been... I would have preferred like a Clockwork in this exact role for the Earthshaker rather than having the Earthshaker himself, or even the Tiny. But okay, Tiny was first banned, to be fair, by Demon Gladiators themselves. But I suppose we'll see. He could be contributing to the 3rd overall win here at TI so far. Wait, what?
Okay.
Wait, what? With this... Wait, what? How did... Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Got Morphling this deep into the draft, brother. Wow, that's very surprising.
Yeah, I think a lot of these heroes are really starting to... I think now that the fact that we're getting deeper and deeper towards day number 2, like this is series number 4 here. We've already got 1 extra series after this, and as soon as we start getting into day 3 and beyond, this is where we're going to start to see a lot of these specific heroes being banned towards teams, and some of these heroes that are a little bit more general and broad might make their way a little bit deeper in towards these drafts as well. We touched on the fact that Ace has not played Visage just yet. He's literally played Beastmaster and Brewmaster. They've been like the 2 heroes that he's played throughout the entirety of the tournament. So the fact that now they are pushing him in towards his extra set of comfort zone. I like that they're picking the Visage, though. I don't really see the synergy all too much with Gaming Gladiators draft. Like, they don't really have heroes that enable each other or really kind of feel in a good spot. The Earthshaker is there mainly just for that long range stop on the Mortimer's Kisses, whereas you look on the other side of things for RNG, the Nyx Assassin is able to constantly set up fights for the Snapfire to try and get the response coming in as well with the Mortimer's Kisses. Leshrat can get the follow in as well, and then the Morphling is kind of just the backup plan for them. So still not hyper synergy that comes in from RNG, but they at least have good ways of being able to utilize the extra vision that the Nyx Assassin is going to provide for them. We've seen teams combine things like the Dawnbreaker as well, which I wouldn't hate coming in here for RNG. They picked up Chalice, something like a Dawnbreaker at the end here, would just kind of round out their draft nice and neatly. Means that the Morphling doesn't really have to worry all too much about getting gone on by the Visage, because they're never really going to have the burst damage to take him down. They can always just Solar Guardian on top of the Morph. They always have the gank squad with the Nyx Assassin and the Solar Guardian. That's what Team Secret were abusing earlier on today. So them betting out some of these heroes just means that they really want to try and have a good lane for their melee offlaner, whatever it's going to be here for Chalice.
Let's see. What is available that he still plays that's left? I mean, he does have a wide bevy of heroes. But his Brood is gone, his Bat's gone, his Mars is gone, his Brewmaster's gone, his Kunka's gone, his Beastmaster's gone, his Pango's gone, his Primal Beast is gone, his Marcy is gone. What is left here for RNG? Maybe Nightstalker or something? Well, we'll think about it, because they have to respond to what Gaiman does first. And GG certainly need a hero. They need to decide who's going to go middle for Boom. I don't think Boom has played the Shadow Fiend just yet when Gaiman Gladiators has this hero. I think it's mostly been Derecho, but I'm not 100% sure. We didn't watch all of their games. Let's see.
Do they just pick Invoker?
They can, actually. They need another buff up, right? Alacrity would be nice. EMP versus the Morphling Leshrat would be quite pog as well. And it's going to be the Luna. All right, so it actually is going to be the Boom Shadow Fiend. Luna will emerge. I mean, this is going to be the combination of a Luna Visage to try and push down these towers extremely quickly. With that, plus the Shadow Fiend, they have makings of a very high-tempo draft here from Gaming Gladiators, and for the most part, we've seen that the response and the answer to how to deal with Morphling is to just outpace this hero completely. Yeah. And this Gaming Gladiators draft, once they get going, they just pretty much never stop. So I like seeing this Luna. This is a good Darkseer pick, though, coming in at the very end of the draft for RNG.
It's just a beautiful response to the Luna. This is what we've been seeing from a few of these teams. It's just the Darkseer is the instant response to the Luna. You make yourself an illusion of the Luna, you get yourself the Luna Blessing, you're able to actually turn around on any of the auras that they start to float around as well. Same thing if you're able to copy Ace, he gets that Wraith Pact. You don't really have that crazy Wraith Pact builder on your own end, but the illusions this game around are going to be very, very strong. So looking at this draft here for RNG Gaming Gladiators, I like the opener that comes in from RNG. I don't think I can ever predict against the Nyx Assassin, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, Snare. This hero has looked insane. Visage has looked pretty lackluster in a lot of the games that we've been seeing so far, but last time we put a lot of faith in towards the Duraccio Shadow Fiend. This time around, it's going to be Boom on the Shadow Fiend. But I'm thinking RNG definitely just have a whole lot easier, ways. They've got some good answers. It's pretty straightforward for them to get this game going. Ghost gets towards that, that Manta style, that Aghanim Scepter build up. Somnus just does Somnus things, whereas Gaming Gladiators, they kind of have to ball up and they need to make sure that their ball doesn't fall apart. So I think RNG probably have this one in the bag, but definitely Gaming Gladiators, they can put on some good pace and force it out early.
Gaming Gladiators can certainly just win this game in a very short span of time. If they win the game, it'll probably be like a quick rollover. They can go late because these heroes have some decent scaling across the SF, the Luna, having the Visage as well, just to try to keep splitting the map pretty much in perpetuity. At the same time, Earthshaker, I think, has just looked very, very cold this tournament for the most part. The games where I've seen this hero win, it hasn't necessarily felt like the Earthshaker is a proximate cause of why they're winning. And on top of that, like you, right now, Nyx feels super busted. I feel like I don't want to bet against it. But most importantly, I feel like this is not TI5. So betting on a Chinese Leshrac nowadays is essential. So Somnus Lesh, despite the fact that they don't have the usual battery, they don't have the normal save, I do think that Royal Never Give Up will be able to take this opening game here of this 2-0 set and go clear of the group in number A. But that being said, Gaming Gladiators more than once this weekend have found themselves surprising us quite deeply, Fluke. So let us check out whether or not they can surprise us again. I hope they can give us another 70-minute comeback, but we're going to be finding out together as we get into this opening game here between RNG and the side of Gaming Gladiators. If Gaming Gladiators fail to win this one, it's not that bad for them. They're just going to drop out of the top 4. They'll be placed mid-table. They're not yet in complete danger of elimination, but they lose 2 games. Suddenly, that narrative changes in a hurry. These games and these results are coming through thick and fast, and that changes the fate of everybody involved in these groups. But both teams smoked up early. Vision is going to be the name of the game here. Gaming Gladiators realize if we don't have adequate vision set up, we cannot play this game as fast as we want to. And then we're giving Morphling Leshrac time to get going. That is the last thing we want. Pretty much a death sentence. So I like the fact that they're already showing early on that they're going to have the initiative to try and make aggressive and proactive moves into the side of the map that RNG is occupying.
Yeah, they understand that their level 1 is extremely strong, especially if they want to level up the Lunar Blessing. An extra 6 bonus damage for heroes like the Shadow Fiend as well as the Visage just allows them to get those clicks going in a little bit more, but it's mainly just going to be a scouting mission this time around. I really like when you load into a game and you see these players with the extremely high Dota Plus level, Grandmaster and a Master tier for both of RNG. I know it doesn't really mean all too much in the grand scheme of things, but it also does just give you that little bit of extra confidence. We know what Ghost has been like over the last couple of days on RNG. Has been a very kind of good little cornerstone for this team. Obviously, Somnus has been Somnus for the last couple of days, being one of those mid laners that has a whole lot of experience, especially a whole lot of experience at TI as well. So him just being able to be a cornerstone for them and being able to pull some games out of the bag as well. Definitely feels like RNG have this nice little spread of how their players want to play and how things should be getting done this time around. So these lanes pan out though. Xnova is going to be on the Snapfire in with the Morphling, so they don't really have the kind of best way to try and kill this Visage, especially once he's... Oh my god, Xnova.
Oh, wow. He's actually going to get first blooded. Well, Visage might be difficult to kill, but he doesn't seem to have any difficulty killing you. As they get the big turnaround there. That was so much damage, Rook. My goodness. Just came out of absolutely nowhere. One block with the fissure. Instantly the burst is there. I mean, we spoke about this when we saw the draft, right? Earthshaker Visage does not sound like a good time for anybody involved here. But Tofu's actually sitting middle, trying to set up potentially for a kill onto Somnus. I think they want to wait until he goes down, and then they block him in, go for the full raises. Boom. There's expended 2 of them already, but here comes Tofu. Can he find the block? Yes, he does. And the short raise will be there, but will they have this? I think Boom has this. Long range? Will he get it? Oh, just not enough damage. If he found the Meteors first and then got the long one, Somnus would be dead right now.
Yeah, you see what happens when 4 stacks of these Shadow Raisers come on. You just see how slow Somnus turns around. So it's the power of the Shadow Fiend that we've seen so far. If there was level 2 races, there definitely would have been a dead Leshrac that time around. But I like the movement early on coming in from Tofu, because we talked about the fact that this Gaming Gladiators draft definitely has potential to play really fast. They can group up together with the Luna, get maximum levels in that Lunar Blessing. They've just got the Wraith Pack coming in from Ace. And the first 2 items that can come in from the Shadow Fiend as well. just mean that as soon as they start to group up, it's going to be very, very hard for RNG to try and stop that. They have good wave clear, though. They've got the Darkseer, they've got the Snapfire, and they have the Leshrac as well, so it's not like these waves just kind of crashing into the towers are going to be the end-all and be-all for them. It's going to be hard for them to at least try and deal with the ball, but at least dealing with the creep wave should be relatively straightforward. So I'm expecting Gaming Gladiators to play fast. I'm expecting Tofu to make a lot of rotations, whether it be to both of the side lanes or even towards this mid lane to try and get Boom off to a good start. And just try and force RNG to kind of play this slower kind of catch-up style instead of them being on even footing or at least ahead.
Top lane, we actually might see Gaming Gladiators get a kill out of this lane. Kaka got surged up though. So annoying to play into in a lane like this. Surge with the Ion Shells. Kaka, of course, is going to dutifully bring a creep wave over for the Darkseer to be able to farm. Good guy Kaka doing the right thing. Might die for this, though, as Diracho finds him in the midst of this process. 4 seconds until we have access to the Lucent Beam once more, but Kaka, a little bit too speedy. Why Nyx Assassin should naturally have 310 MS? Who knows, but he does. So he gets away from the kill attempt from Diracho.
Also with 6 base regen as well. Now that he's anywhere near his flag bearer creep, he has almost 9 regen, so... Hey, you know, Ice Frog likes Nyx Assassin every couple of patches, so we'll leave him be for now. He's having his Nyx time in the sun. I like seeing it. I'm surprised that teams haven't been picking it all that much, if I'm being perfectly honest with you here, Snare. When we're coming into the LCQ, we saw what Team Secret were able to do with that hero, and now we're seeing what they're able to do with it again in the group stages, and now it's only into day number 2, towards the end of day number 2, the team's just been like, hey, wait a second. This Nyx Assassin here is pretty good. Ace is in trouble.
Ace in danger. Oh, Tofu bailing him out of trouble. X-Nova, they're not able to get the catch-up. They already expended the Fire Snap cookie on a creep, and Ghost has already utilized the waveform. It didn't actually look like the waveform connected there. I'm not sure if he actually got the damage out from that, or if it was just raw right-clicks. Either way, Ace is enabled to keep surviving here. Just stays alive, trying to keep farming. The bottom lane, though, is going quite well for them. Morphling, he is near the top of the CS charts right now. Hasn't really been harassed all that much, so he hasn't had to expend much of his gold on regen, which always feels very, very good. We'll just pick up this young infused raindrops so that in the event that X-Nova leaves him alone, he doesn't just get insta-bursted by the Soul Assumption Fissure combo.
That's always going to be...
Chalice? Does Chalice die here? No! Kaka finds the 2-hero Impale to keep him alive, but Celery finds an even better enchant to slow him down in front of the tier 1. I really thought Kaka was going to be able to bail him out of trouble, but it is only the level 2 Impale at this point in time. Not going to be able to do it, despite how good Kaka is. He actually might die for this here. Spike Carapace will block off some of this damage from the Lucent Beam, but still needs to be a little bit careful. Celery, if he got a little bit more mana there, would have been able to throw in one more impetus shot, which could have been deadly.
Yeah, Warpine Raider doing God's work right there. Taking up so much, just being in front of the annoying heroes for RNG as well. So taking stock of the lane so far, there's only been 2 kills, make it a 3rd on the game. They're able to finally take down the pesky little Tofu on the bottom side of the map did RNG. But where these lanes are panning out, Diracho is doing a really good job on the Luna, 32 and 7, but goes 28 and 9 up against Ace's 17 and 4. There's going to be a fight towards the top side though, Kaka. He's a fast bug, but is he fast enough?
He might need to Mango Impale back. Oh no, it's actually fine. Diracho's out of mana. He's cool. He's fine. Oh dude, now if you die, you're actually so happy. Look how far Diracho is from any kind of reasonable farm. Kaka's playing Ring Around the Rosies with him.
No.
Impales him up with the Mango. He didn't want to have to commit the Mango, but he's bought enough time for his Tranquil to come back online. So now there's no way Diracho can catch him. And even if he does, no way he can kill him. This is... Dude, Kaka's actually carrying this game right now. What a player. There's so much time that Diracho wasted. Right now, Chalice is thanking him, saying, yo, bro, giving me a free lane. Shout out to you.
Doing a really good job at just being this pesky little Nyx Assassin. You can see that the lanes are starting to dissolve a little bit here now. You can see that Kaka's making his rotations around. Tofu was already being relatively active early on, but even X-Nova was trying to get involved towards this middle lane here as well. Understanding that the power run's coming up at 6 minutes. This is kind of going to be the tail of TI, right? Is 6 minutes is going to be very, very important for a lot of these mid heroes because the importance of mid has started to come back with the heroes like Shadow Fiend, Leshrac, Queen of Pain, all those kind of heroes that really want to try and abuse these power runs early on. So we will be seeing a whole lot of rotations, especially towards the power runs at 6 minutes into the game. And nobody has really gotten the advantage early on from that. There's a lot of good warding that's coming out here from the side of Gaming Gladiators, though. You really want to try and understand if there ever is going to be any aggression onto the other side of the map, because you have a Luna on your team, right? So you want to make sure that you have a lot of these stacks. Unfortunately for Tofu, he didn't actually get the stacks in the triangle, so having this vision here in the river just means that they're able to understand if there ever is going to be any aggression towards that triangle. So Dyrachyo as well as Boom can freely farm that out once they do leave the safe lane.
And although the objective is going to be staying in the safe lane, trying to get as much net worth as humanly possible, get these key items so that they can hit their timings without any delay. On the side of GG, they do not want to play this game slowly. Down bottom, though, they might decide to go for an aggressive play onto Tofu if Ghost wants to reposition in that direction. But looks like they care more about this farm. Just chilling. Ace has come under fire a little bit. Then they did see the stone form earlier on, but it is back online now, so there's no point in even trying to aggress into this Visage anymore.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Where is Leshrac? How's Leshrac doing? Somnus just has a pair of arcane boots, just picked up a DD rune. We haven't necessarily seen anybody come middle to try and help him out with a kill so far. Looks like they've just been confident in his farming prowess. Obviously, he's been outstripped by the Shadow Fiend right now. Boom having a pretty good time, but we've seen how good this Leshrac can come with time going. And now Somnus going in to just get a quick D-ward. Tofu drops a fissure down. Unfortunately, because Somnus is on the wrong side of this, can't get low to throw in the split earth. Just finds a young little D-ward. That'll be nice. Gives him a feeling of security here in this mid lane, feeling like he can see everything coming towards him. Just keep farming, but bottom, look at Kaka. He's made a TP in. They wait for him onto Ace. They want this kill on the Visage, and even with the stone form, it's not going to be able to help you out, fam. And Ghost, the beneficiary of this rotation, getting a kill with the Adaptive Strike on the Visage. And Ace is not going to lose any birds, but he will have to play very, very carefully with them. Dude, Ghost is at the top of the net worth right now. Number one, having a very free time in this bottom lane. His tower hasn't suffered at all. I'm starting to get a little bit scared here for the side of Gaming Gladiators. I want to see them come and put pressure onto the Morphling as soon as humanly possible. They cannot allow him to have a start like this one.
Yeah, they are doing a good job at just allowing Ghost to have a free time. Dyrachyo, though, on the other side of the map is also having a really good time. He did just take the tier 1 tower. It was pretty funny where Chalice did just drop the wall of illusion on a fight towards middle lane.
Oh, middle. Quick little jump onto Tofu. Somnus is actually in danger here, taking some impetus shots, but doesn't seem like Boom wants to full commit for this one. Did have access to the Requiem, but the fear would have sent him in a not favorable direction for the Shadow Fiend to come and connect. So just a quick little kill. Bring down this Earthshaker. Who got that kill at the end? Of course, it's the Kaka Nyx Assassin. Yay! Of course.
Sometimes the Nyx Assassin takes everything that he can, especially in these kinds of games where he's doing a whole lot of work so far. So Gaming Gladiators, they can start to kind of get their ball rolling. They've already got Dyrachyo the first tier 1 tower. Now he's starting to just do the rinse and repeat. Yeah, the entirety of the jungle. They want to try and put pressure back on this tier 1 tower mid and this tier 1 tower bottom. They have Ace with his birds up online, getting close towards that Vladimir's offering. And I think when that kind of comes online, and especially once Dyrachyo gets closer to his own Dragonlance, they can really start to shove Ghost out, who has been pretty lucky with the neutral items this time around. Getting the Possessed Mask is always what you want if you're a Morphling player. But now they're just kicking him out with the Enchantress as well as the Earthshaker here. So just doing the right stuff here for Gaming Gladiators. They just want to come in, take these tier 1 towers, take control of the jungle, and choke out Ghost, because he's definitely not going to be ready to fight this ball for a long time.
He's not ready to fight it by himself, as they have evicted him from the lane. However, his allies are streaming in. Smoked up are Somnus, Kaka, as well as X-Nova. They're hoping to try and catch out Gaming Gladiators here. There is an observer ward right above them, so if the smoke pops, they'll be spotted immediately, and Celery is able to back off. Not caught out by the surprise appearance of this Leshrac. So the trap doesn't work out for them at the end of the day. RNG not able to find what they want. They actually get the turnaround with the Impale back onto Celery, though. They still lack the damage to find this kill. Somnus a bit too far to the west. And Ghost has no interest in jumping into a jungle where he could die, doesn't have high ground vision. He's like, I would rather just farm. That's cool.
It was a nice little play there from Celery. Usually when we see these enchants, it's the same kind of deal, right? You just shove this body up onto the higher ground, you break smokes, and you just force people to kind of spend spells when you're with Kaka. He's in a bad spot right now.
Even Spike Carapace won't save him in this situation. There's a big Requiem, but look at the Morty's kisses!
flying in from X-Nova, a double
He's
killer
still
team
alive.
for him. Chalice finds a vacuum wall. Not going to be able to
Oh
catch
my
everybody
God.
though, but the Fire Snap Cookie catches on to 2. And here comes RNG with the
They took his
waveform.
rampage.
X-freaking Nova gets himself an ultra kill. Ghost, you stole your support's rampage. If he'd gotten a rampage, that surely would have made TI history for the first rampage on a support player pre-15 minutes. But X-Nova showing us exactly his strength on this Snapfire. My God, how much damage did he deal? 3,000 damage almost by himself coming in from the Snapfire here. Honestly, that was incredible.
Oh, what a giga Chad. It literally just walked in. They got the impale where Kaka turned around. It was a double Fire Snap Cookie stun, and they dropped the Mortimer's Kisses, and off he went. X-Nova went to the races there, bruv. He got so much gold out of that. He's getting closer to his own Vlads now, and if the position 5 X-Nova gets a Wraith Pact roughly around about the same time that Ace gets his in the offlane, you're going to feel pretty bad. It would have been a pretty awesome moment in TI history if that was a support rampage, but Ghost decided he wanted to get himself involved in this game as well. So RNG did a good job defending their tower and turning it back around.
Unfortunately, GG were not able to get revenge by bringing down Kaka. He's able to escape. There's the Fire Snap Cookie nearby from X-Nova just to make 100% sure. And Game and Gladiators, they don't know, but Kaka left behind some advanced vision as well in the spot where the tier 1 tower was. So even if they're moving around this area, sans the tower itself, they can be scouted. Kaka already tried to do the job of continuing to keep this map completely scouted out. Blocking camps, he might set up for a kill onto Tofu here. They have the Vendetta hit, as well as the Impale. This should be a dead Earthshaker indeed. And Chalice allowed to take him out and get some network towards himself as well. It's starting to come together right now for RNG. It was looking good for Game and Gladiators. They were able to collaborate by bringing down the tier 1s, both bottom and middle, but all of a sudden, after that big fight, RNG looking like they are feeling very, very strong. Some decent items are coming in soon. And I don't think Game and Gladiators want to try and force another big fight again. That's going to scare them off for a while. They'll look for an individual pickoffs, but I think they're going to be a little bit reticent up until finishing off the BKB for the Luna to go for a 4-5 hero fight once more.
Exactly. The invisible laser beam definitely feels pretty good if you're Nyx Assassin. And as you said, it was like Game and Gladiators are kind of in this position where they really kind of don't want to fight into RNG. They've got a Crimson Guard up now on Chalice. They're getting ever closer towards that Bloodstone. Ghost now has his Yasha as well as his Falcon Blade, so he's more than efficient at farming right now, especially once he gets that Mantis start up. Duraccio, though, he has Dragonlance as well as some Mask of Madness, building towards an early BKB here, so they at least understand that they want to try and get this fight going. You know, once they get the BKBs on the Luna, once they get the BKB onto Boom on the Shadow Fiend as well, they should be able to try and get these team fights going, but they understand how strong this this Impale and this Black Carapace is going to be in these team fights, so they need to have these BKBs so they can get their damage out. Shadow Fiend, very big amounts of AoE damage that he can't control. Same thing with the Luna, the Bouncing Glaze as well as the Eclipse. You want to make sure that they're going to be able to hit out on people and deal damage to people as well. So if you don't have that BKB, it'll be very, very hard for Gaming Gladiators to try and get these team fights going. They're almost on the Wraith Pact now for Ace as well. Oh, the laser beam.
The Wraith Pact is going to be delayed, my friend, unless he has a courier right by the secret shop, because he is about to die here. And unfortunately, his courier was not... It was actually in position, but didn't make the read to quickly buy it out. He will end up losing his life. Let's see if he loses birds at all, though. Somnus chasing one down with the Nova. That's a huge kill, delaying this Wraith Pact. That gets, ironically enough, you know who was involved? Our boy X-Nova. He's now getting even more gold, so he's actually going to have a pre-20-minute Wraith Pact on a support Snapfire. Okay, that seems fair and balanced. And this absolves Chalice of having to buy that item as well, right? So he can go for more aggressive items, like the Blink Dagger, after the Crimson Guard. And we saw this Crimson Guard counter to the Visage yesterday. I forget which game it was, but it came out almost immediately, the Pudge game, when they played it from the side of TSM. TSM versus Tundra.
TSM.
Yes. Game number 1.
Yeah.
It worked really well. Visage felt like he was doing practically no damage in that game.
It's also really good against the Luna as well. It's been able to mitigate a lot of the Bouncing Glaives damage as well, so very, very good Crimson Guard game. You usually don't see Crimson Guard all too much from these heroes these days, but nice little choice there from Chalice. Oh no, X-Nova.
X-Nova, this is actually a worthwhile kill. If this is going to end up ending a streak, a lot of gold if they end up bringing him down. A mega kill streak for X-Nova is ended by Celery. And they get a double damage rune. They're actually just going to go straight into the Roshan pit here. No buyback available in X-Nova either. this is a huge opportunity from Gaming Gladiators. I think RNG are aware this is happening, but awareness this is happening is very different from being able to stop it. So Roche will go down very early on here. Boom, now a lot stronger in this game. Yet again, this double damage spawning right in front of the pit ends up being very beneficial for the side close to the Roshan pit.
Yeah, exactly. The Miracle Rune, as it has been coined in the past, having a DD rune spawn right outside Roche pit as you want to walk in feels pretty darn good. They didn't have the Wall of Replica either. They didn't even have the Snapfire Kisses, so it was going to be a hard fight nonetheless there for RNG to try and get out on top, and that's why they want to try and smoke out onto the map now and see if they can force some of these members from Gaming Gladiators. I want to see if they can try and kill Jirachio here. He's about 700-800 gold away from his own BKB. Kaka is standing here just outside of sight of the sentry, so as he walks in, double impale's big.
Double impale yet again. There's the vacuum with all these Morty's Kisses raining in. They didn't get all of them out from Xnova. Some of the shots did end up missing, so Jirachio allowed to live. Now can they catch up with Ghost though? He's being surged forward. He has Adapter Strike at the ready. Just needs a target here. Celery juking and jiving in the trees. Dodges the waveform as well. Celery has 4 legs. All of them used to dance around Ghost. And it looked good for the side of RNG, but they just weren't able to completely get their execution flush on the Wombo combo. Came very close here, Fluke, but they didn't get it. Honestly, Gaming Gladiator was actually in a good position. They dodged the initial gank, anticipating that they were going to make this move from RNG. They even scanned the exact area that Kaka was going to be on. It's just unfortunate they scanned 2 seconds. The scan expired just as Kaka got there, but they were ready. They were prepared for this, and I'm glad that they don't end up dying. Would have been a very unlucky situation for them. So it's a good thing that we still have them have the Aegis, rewarded for being aware of the map movements that RNG are making right now.
Yeah, it was potential for a big Wombo combo, but the vacuum kind of pulled them out of the Mortimer's Kisses. Maybe a few of those direct impacts definitely would have done a lot more damage. Boom though. He's feeling pretty large and in charge, so he's just going to walk forward, and there's not really much that RNG can do, especially now with Kaka being caught.
Yep. Kaka has a Blink Dagger, man. Very early Blink picked up. He gets a Tumbler's Toy into this little alcove in the trees. So should be A-okay. They have 0 vision of him, and nobody nearby has an easy idea of where he's at. Celery does Tumbler's Toy, but in the wrong direction, so they will not be able to catch up to Kaka. And he hasn't left just yet. He might choose to actually wait out the timing on the Vendetta, emerge from behind them, and try to force a fight. He comes out now just to delay their wave push. This is so annoying.
Yeah. So hard for them to try and catch him as well.
A fight's coming. Vacuum into the split earth. Beautiful combination between Somnus and Chalice here. Requiem will come out from Boom though. And yet again, Ace, Boom falling very low, but they don't have the punch necessary to kill them just yet. Xnova was not nearby to throw in the Morty Kisses either. Had he been, we certainly would be staring at several dead heroes here, but that certainly was not the case. But that is a BKB charge from Boom that gets expended, which is a bit unfortunate. It's his first one that he's used like that in the midst of a team fight. But here they're coming back again, Fluke. Can they defend it a second time around, now that they're involving Jirachio in this push as well?
They have no wall this time around. They still have the vacuum combination, so they're going to try it.
Go for it immediately. Will they have the stun? Woo! Morphling is here now as well, so damage issues have all been removed. And 3 heroes will fall quite quickly. Somnus with a double. And Tofu, unlike his compatriot Kaka, not lucky enough to already have access to a Blink Dagger. So he unfortunately will look at himself dying in the trees. As 4 heroes fall in the bottom lane. A double kill for Ghost. Last time around, maybe Gaming Gladiators got a small sense of security. Being like, well, they tried the combo, it didn't work. They've already expended the full wall. We'll be fine. Let's try go again. But RNG ready on the re-engage. And they punish Gaming Gladiators this time around.
Yeah, sick little Wombo combo with the vacuum in towards the split earth. We saw how potent it was the first time around, and the second time around they were able to combine it up with a fire snap cookie onto a melee creep as well. So RNG understand that they can kind of outplay Gaming Gladiators if they're able to get the jump on them with the combinations that they have. And this is what I talked about in the draft, where it feels like there's a little bit more synergy coming in from RNG's heroes, where on the other side of things for Gaming Gladiators, like looking at this replay, like Jirachio and Ace are just standing next to each other being like, oh yeah, this is perfectly fine. Vacuum, split earth with Bam, everything coming in from Somnus, the waveform on top as well. And you actually can't respond to that because you're stunned for the entirety of your life. And at that point, RNG is just able to get themselves a freebie. And I mean, Snare, if they keep doing that, then it's going to be pretty to watch, but it's going to be a little bit hard to watch if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan.
Very difficult. This are clips that they're not going to be wanting to make on Twitch.
Yep.
But they're still in an okay position. It's a hard game. They are definitely on the back foot at the moment on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Feeling very, very bad because they couldn't fight despite having access to the Aegis. But things can take a turn for the better. They've just finished a Chrysalis from Boom. It's flying out now. We've got Diraicho's BKB at the ready as well. And although RNG feel ready to fight, they're probably going to smoke up right now. They know that there's no access to the Aegis, so it's time to make an engagement happen somewhere. GG might be able to surprise them with their newly minted items and potentially get these turnarounds. I don't think they've scouted that these items exist just yet, but they now might just scout the Luna. They see her down bottom. So either her or the SF will make very nice targets, but the Luna is the one that's exposed right now. Diraicho. Oh, Diraicho's out.
Oh,
Diraicho's
no.
dead. Diraicho's so dead down bottom. Blink, Impale, Waveform, Morty's Kisses, everything dropped on top. The Luna has a new BKB, but you cannot activate BKB if you get 100 to 0 in less than 2 seconds. And that's what ended up happening to the Luna. And now RNG, despite lacking in Aegis, they're going to try go up the high ground here. Somnus is level 16, has this Diabolic Edict. It's time to go. It's trying to get a tier 3 tower.
They have a Lunar Illusion as well. So Chalice isn't able to keep that one alive for long enough, but would have been nice for Somnus as well as Ghost to be able to keep that little bit of extra bonus damage. About 18 seconds left here to go in for the Luna. Didn't do a lot of damage. The vacuum is big. Oh my god, they blew up Celery.
Ghost, relax, bro. It's just a game. Somnus and Ghost now trying to combo together to bring down these melee racks. You see that Diraicho is respawning though, so it's kind of dangerous to keep making this move. However, you've still been able to claim a tier 3 tower this early on. You don't even have the very high tempo pushing lineup. They're not the ones playing with the Luna Visage SF combination here, Fluke.
Yeah.
Yet they're the ones able to win these fights, immediately put this Leshrac atop these objectives, and they melt them. RNG, 7k gold lead for them, 85% win probability, and items that are very scary to deal with. Somnus hasn't even had to use his BKB just yet. It's brand new. Ghost is still buying BKB, despite the dominance they're showing all across the map. He's like, I am no fool. I know what happens when you feel yourself too much and you don't buy BKB. So I really despair for the side of Gaming Gladiators here. Once they get the BKB on this SF, Luna's still at the stage where her primary output of damage is magical right now. So this SF is the only one outputting physical damage, but I don't think Boom can stand up to this morphling of Ghost at the moment, especially once the BKB arrives.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why the Ghost is going for this BKB, right? He understands that he's pretty immortal if that BKB comes out. The sad part is here for Diraicho is he's had this BKB in the last 2 fights, but he just hasn't been able to pop it every single time. He's either too low by the time he gets out of the chain stun, or he literally just gets chain stun from 100 to 0. So Gaming Gladiators are looking to try and get a fight on their own terms here. They don't have the Aegis anymore, but they're going to smoke up. They're going to walk forward. They need to try and not get caught out by this Vendetta. They need to try and play around their own vision here. They're going to see if they can bait this top area, bait this top room, but oh, they're coming in with the backstab. Don't know where Tofu is.
They found Tofu first. He's going to be their primary fight starter. Vacuum into wall. Echo Slam does come out, but only onto Illusions, onto Chalice. Nice Requiem though, but all it's going to do is send back Somnus into using BKB. They use the Eclipse as well, coming in from the Luna, but it's not going to help because Ghost just bolos onto the Shadow Fiend, already right-clicking him to death. On the edge of the fight, they end up eliminating Celery. Chalice now chasing down Ace. They have access to the Ion Shells here. Ace knows that he's dead to rights. He's been walked down by Ghost, who double kills him with these right clicks. The lone survivor of this fight being Diraicho. But Gaming Gladiators, worst case scenario, your Earthshaker is the first one caught. Echo Slam is expended mostly on Illusions. You can't actually take the fight thereafter. That it could not have possibly started worse for them, and unfortunately it ended pretty badly. In Chalice, he found Diraicho. Tofu, thank God, has just respawned. He's buying Diraicho some time, but he also blocked Diraicho. He can't get back into the base. Fluke is everything just going against Gaming Gladiators in this one. But fortunately for them, Ghost does not want to waveform onto the high ground, so he is allowed to live. But man, oh man, is it feeling like they are up against it in this game.
I was going to say, if they took down Diraicho there, I was going to say, pack it in, boys. This one feels pretty done. But right now, Gaming Gladiators are at least standing here and getting their fights going. To be fair, they are playing up against the strongest team in their group right now, I would say, in RNG. Ghost is having a pretty good TI so far, considering he is a rookie, right? I don't think he's played at TI ever.
Yeah.
So
first TI ever.
Ghost being one of those players to be able to stand up in a big tournament like this is always a good shout, especially if you're a team like RNG with some very, very old and experienced heads on your team, and the 4 other members. And then, as you said, in previous RNG games, there's the reason why they picked Ghost over every other carry player in China. So it's looking good right now for RNG. It's looking pretty bad if you're gaming Gladiators, but there has been plenty of games. I think, what was the furthest one we had in the Liquid versus EG series? It was something like along the lines of like 96% or something like that.
Yeah, we got to 97, I think, in that case.
Yeah, so like at this point, like the Dota Plus win probability is kind of just there for show. I think we just kind of, especially when you and I are casting these games, Snare, it feels like no number is big enough and no number is too high for these teams to overcome. So we won't pack it in just yet, but RNG are definitely going to try and dot their I's and cross their T's and put this one in the bag.
He's smoked up right now on the side of RNG. Looking for that all-important fight that could end this game right here and right now. Roshan is available, so if they get this team fight win, we know what the reward is going to be. Game and Gladiators know this as well, but their fortunes might just change here. Blink Dagger picked up by Tofu. He has the Blink, he has the Aghanim Shard. If there's ever a time where they're going to be able to make a big turnaround, the time is going to be coming now. But Tofu has to be patient, wait for the fight to start, then counter-initiate. RNG seem to have awareness that GG are here on the high ground, so they'll say, all right, we'll dare you to fight. We feel like we're stronger than you. You're the ones that have to have the impetus to come and stop us from doing this. They're going to try and poke and prod at them, though, with these familiars and some of these creeps from Celery. But there is a DD rune now, the Wonder rune available. They might actually try to smoke again on the side of RNG and go for another wrap, but they definitely don't want to waste this DD. Also, shout out to Ghost. This is not just his first TI. This is his first LAN tournament, just in general.
Oh, it is too. Yeah.
Yep.
Completely forgot that he wasn't able to play in the previous tournament.
Second. He played Riyadh. Yeah, he played Riyadh Masters.
He played Riyadh, but he didn't get to
thing.
play Arlington, right? Was it Arlington?
Yeah.
Was standing in for them,
Arlington.
so it's a little unfortunate. But definitely having a standout rookie TI. Oh, this is going to be the fight. Oh my god!
The Wombo combo with the big vacuum wall and the Morty's kisses raining in over it. Ace is gone. Bursted down his boom as well. Diraicho needs to get the hell out of here, but his BKB is already expired. Fortunately, they can't get a beat on vision onto him. But nonetheless, Gaming Gladiators rebuffed immediately. They smoked up around the pit there, Fluke. They were hoping to catch RNG with their pants down, but Chalice says absolutely freaking not. Initiate the fight. X-Nova throws in the damage with the kisses. And now, of course, Ghost is going to be able to claim the Aegis. Must be nice being a Morphling that doesn't have to do much in a fight like that. Just stand around and looking pretty while your support stars takes care of everything.
Oh my god, man. It's a 5-man vacuum wall, Impale and Mortimer's Kisses combination. I'm surprised more people didn't die. The amount of damage that got dunked in towards that massive Wombo combo was ridiculous. And the fact that Gaming Gladiators were able to walk out of that, Chalice, God, man, he doesn't even change his expression. To him, it's just another day in the office. He's just rocking up, playing Darks here, and he says, "It's all right, boys. Win this team fight. Yeah, go. So, oh, you took Roshan. Okay, sick, man. Let's see if we can try and get another double on the board here in the group stages of TI." So, man, these guys are looking clean. These guys are looking really, really crisp in a lot of their execution. And I think the best thing for me is they're showing a whole lot of different stuff. They're showing, the Nyx Assassin's really strong. The Morphling is still a hero that is in Dota right now. They're showing the power of this Leshrac. Even outside of, not having these, as we said, Leshrac batteries and Leshracs with these saves, they're still showing how potent this hero has been. And the reason why this hero is very, very strong in the meta right now in RNG, up by 19,000 net worth, they're up by almost 20 kills. Gaming Gladiators, they don't really have much left in the tank except for kind of waiting and watching their base go down. It's Diraicho.
Tries to go in with the Eclipse here. Yeah, but that was BKB down as well. That's also Ag's Eclipse already expended. So now what tools are available to fight here? BKB is still at the ready for boom with the Requiem as well, but they have an Aegis sitting on this Morphling. I'm not so sure they're afraid of him, but Somnus gets caught on the high ground here. He's still alive for now. The right clicks will come in and they do eventually kill him. Chalice tried his best, dropped down the wall deep into the fray, and goes trying to clean up the fight right now. He waveforms in, able to bring down Celery. However, the duration of his BKB is ticking down, so he wants out of this fight. Tofu stops it from happening though with the fissure. Forced off, gets him further away though. They will not allow him to die. X-Nova bails him out of trouble yet again. Who is this X-Nova guy? Early Wraith Pact on this hero, an ultra kill in 15 minutes, and now saving what could have been a disaster for the side of RNG. Man, But Gaming Gladiators hold on. Despite losing a lane of racks, despite having to commit so many spells, so many BKBs, they will not let the second lane go. And hope for this game is still alive. We are now at 98% win probability, but the game itself is not over, and that's all that matters.
Yep, game's not done until the Ancient does fall. It definitely is a long road. I've been singing the praises of a lot of these teams today. Kind of hard for me to try and see these inroads, but they are doing a good job at least making these team fights somewhat playable. I was kind of raising my eyebrow a little bit at this Aghanim Scepter picked up by Jiracho, but I do like the idea behind it. If you're able to get the Blink BKB coming in from Boom, he gets a Requiem going off, they can dunk their Lunar Eclipse coming in, and then they can turn around and deal a whole boatload of damage. So they're going to have a lot of team fight and a lot of team fight spells to be able to try and abuse any of these heroes that get caught out by, you know, either a Requiem that gets clipped on the side, or maybe even Tofu just gets a Blink Echo Slam. So this interesting item pickup definitely does have an idea behind it, and has a way for them to get back into this. Big thing as well to note is...
We might actually see the combo top. Sorry to interrupt you, because here it is. They really want to find this. There we go. It clips onto the birds, and that's what they needed. Tofu finds the stun. They were parked in the trees for so long, Fluke, looking for the assassination onto the Leshrac, and they eventually find it. Insomnus has no buyback. This is nice. They actually killed him back-to-back in these engagements. He died inside the base, and now he dies on the side there all alone. And all this does is delay the game, but that's all Gaming Gladiators need. Any kind of delay is favorable for them to try and get to a point where they can fight back more properly.
Yeah, that's very true, and as you said, this is the reason why they picked it up. Also, something else that I wanted to touch on as well is Celery's doing a really, really good job at taking over the Dark Zero illusions. We saw in that last team fight, it was double Lunars. It was a bit more Giga as they were walking outside of the base there. There was 2 Lunars that were beating into Ghost. That's why we saw Xnova had to try and save him out. So Celery's doing a really good job at understanding that his idea in this game is to make sure there's no Luna that they have to try and deal with, and if he's able to convert some of those illusions back onto their side, then you've got this kind of scary illusion that you have to try and deal with. I don't think that I'd imagine that the double Lunar Blessing is not a thing, so hopefully that's not a distraction. So my Celery is probably Giga carrying his team right now, but RNG, they're still very far ahead. But they just need to make sure that they make these next couple of team fights nice and clean. If they get caught out once again like that, if they get Echo Slammed, if they get eclipsed on their head, it can be very, very simple.
Well, they have an opportunity now to demonstrate that they're going to have that execution as they smoke up, coming in to find Gaming Gladiators. They've just lost out on their Aegis, but it doesn't seem like they care. Shiva's God committed by the Leshrac, quick kill onto Tofu, and they try to drop the AoE Eclipse here. It almost killed this Kaka Nyx Assassin, but unfortunately it doesn't, and Tofu doesn't have buyback. Okay, just got it back. He just got it back. Super important. The Echo Slam, it cannot be overstated how important that spell, as well as the Fissure, to control the positioning is for the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're going to try and hold on, so they'll still have the buyback for the subsequent fight. But it's going to be so hard. It's been 15 seconds. A lot can be taken away from you between a Morphling and a Leshrac. Morph gonna look potentially for the jump. Kaka was looking for Jiraicho, but he found the BKB first. Ghost doesn't seem to care about this. He's focusing purely on these racks. Chalice, though, finds the 3-hero vac wall. BKB popped by Jiraicho, but Ghost pops his own, trying to chomp down the Shadow Fiend. He'll succeed in doing so, as Ghost is now on a godlike streak. Tofu does drop the Echo Slam, but it's too late because Somnus got off the BKB first. So Tofu is just dead in a heartbeat. Both supports are lost. Kaka finds a stun onto Ace. They're not going to be able to find the Split Earth, though, from Somnus, as he wants to back off right now in the advent of the dual buybacks from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Also, they've gotten what they really came for here, Fluke. The melee Rax has fallen in this mid lane. They might decide to re-engage. They're thinking about it. But with the Fire Snap Quickie, they just bail the Doxy out of trouble. They don't need to go in for more. They got exactly what they needed, and they just get out. Not a solitary soul lost in the process.
Yeah, they get the melee racks. They force out the buyback coming in from Tofu and Celery. I'm not sure if Tofu got his blink cancelled in that last fight because he Echo Slammed the ground. So I know that he was either trying to Echo Slam Somnus by himself, who'd already popped BKB, or Somnus blinked on top of him with the Pulse Nova, meant that Tofu couldn't actually blink in and get the Echo Slam. That could have been the fight changer for RNG. The fight was already going relatively well in their favor. The fact that they knew that they didn't have to play into Eclipse. They knew that there was not all too many BKBs they had to worry about. And as soon as they got on top of Boom on the Shadow Fiend, they just knew that that fight was going to be theirs to take. So RNG is doing a good job at staying patient. I think that's a good sign for teams here in TI is not getting too overzealous, not getting too kind of hyped up and wanting to, you know, kind of end the game. Just be like, oh, we know they don't have Echo Slam. We know they don't have buybacks here on two of their heroes. Let's just go, 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 go. We're strong, we're strong, we're strong. And then you start throwing the game, and that's why I think some of the games that we've seen so far in the group stages have been like that. And it's a good sign here for RNG and RNG fans out there is the fact that they're playing this nice and slow. They understand that, yo, we got a Morphling, we got a Leshrac, we're happy for this game to go a little bit later. Whatever the Luna gets on her items, that's when, you know, our Darks is able to really come in. Karka's been playing a really, really good game as well, and Xnova has been playing his role on the Snapfire as well, so them just playing nice and slow and methodical is a really good shout here, and it's forcing Gaming Gladiators to have to pull something out of the hat, right? Like, they have to try and go and find this fight and try and get on the front foot to see if they can kill Somnus or even Ghost, if they possibly can. Got no
We
vision,
bought this refresher orb on this Luna so that they can get the double eclipses out. Unfortunately, the Tricore of RNG all have access to BKB, so you need to be careful. Somnus blinks in yet again. He finds Celery. This is going to be a Bloodstone activation coming in here on the back end of the fight. We see Deraito dropping down the Eclipse, already able to melt down the Nyx Assassin, but soon after, Ghost just right-clicks him into oblivion. There is no more access to Luna, and now with Boom out of BKB, Chalice is on top of him with the Vac Wall. They've already killed him. Morty's Kiss is flying in to zone back Ace and Tofu. And Celery, he gets left behind on the low ground. He can do nothing to stop the advance here from RNG. Somnus will continue to blink forward onto the high ground. Lightning Storm to slow down Ace. Impale to stop him in his tracks. And Ghost to completely finish him off. Gets a double kill for Somnus. Tofu at least able to walk into the fountain, but Ghost says, where you going, fam? You're gonna go into the fountain the hard way. GG, well played is called by Gaming Gladiators. It's a team wipe from RNG, and game number 1 goes decisively in their favor. Wow, what a performance coming in from the Chinese squad. They are now 8-1, Fluke, looking like one of the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah, they definitely look really, really good right now for RNG. They're putting themselves up in that upper echelon of teams at TI right now that have a good grasp on being able to play fast, being able to play slow, being able to play these mixed kind of carries, being able to change it up with different things, like, you know, Ghost playing things like the LD, now playing the Morphling, playing the Drow Ranger. Somnus has been a standout throughout the entirety of the tournament right now, and even just the way that they've been team fighting has been amazing to watch. These guys have been doing a whole lot of really, really good stuff, and I mean, Chalice, I think to me has been a big standout in that game, and it's not like Gaming Gladiators played poorly. I think it just got to a point where they just didn't really have a good way at starting these fights outside of Tofu on the Earthshaker, and you can just feel the little bit of awkwardness that they had in their draft, where it was like, who really kind of goes in for these guys? Like, are they supposed to just kind of get this ball going? They didn't really have the network to be able to get everybody together and come into a fight because Nyx Assassin was slowing them apart. Like, it just felt like that there was so many different scenarios where Gaming Gladiators just weren't able to ever be the aggressors on the map and ever be able to be the ones that were setting the pace. And you can just see what RNG do with all this amount of free space. Karka was an absolute menace across the entirety of the map. Ghost had literally his entire playground to be had here today. And I mean, RNG, they're looking very, very strong coming out of these groups, and I do not envy anybody who's going to have to play against these guys in the playoffs.
Whew. I mean, if they can pull off executions like this, 5 heroes inside of Back Wall with Morty's Kisses, with Impale. The only thing lacking was Somnus didn't have Blink at the time, so couldn't lay it over with the Split Earth. But if they can do that and do it reliably, because they kept doing it throughout this game, I don't know how on earth you're supposed to plan to play against a squad who's capable of execution on that level. At the end of the day here, side of RNG certainly showing why they are so feared, and why I'm sure more than one person has them at the top of the TI winning ladder here. One thing that I also really want to commend about this team is whenever they recognize when they're strong, they do not play with fear. I mean, look at Somnus. He knows with BKB, I cannot die here. They do not have any way of killing me. He jumps in far away from the Shadow Fiend, who's the only person who can even hurt him. And he's like, cool. Now y'all don't have a Luna. The fight just keeps going in our favor, because once your BKBs run out, you have a lot more to fear than we do. And at the end of the day, it just feels like Gaming Gladiators weren't able to conduct the kind of draft that would have been able to win this one out. I still feel like this Earthshake effect didn't really feel like it worked out for me. It took him quite a while to be able to pick up that Blink Dagger, but even when it came out, It's like, imagine if they were playing the Clockwork, right, that we spoke about in the draft, at the point where they got the Aghanim Scepter on the Luna, then suddenly you don't have to wait for the blink for the initiation. You just go in with the hookshot, right? It took them quite a while after getting the Ags to wait for the blink dagger before they felt safe making those kind of big moves. So just a little bit of awkwardness in terms of the synergy overall for the draft here on the side of the GG lineup. Question though for you, Fluke. What do they need to do? Obviously, the draft is in a bit of contention, but there were points in the game where it felt okay, right? Things only really started to completely fall apart once that disastrous fight happened around the Roshan pit. It was already bad, but it could have gotten better. What can they do in game number 2, playstyle-wise, to try and deal with what RNG are bringing to the table?
I think playstyle-wise, I think they just need to kind of try and hit some of their timings and just say, all right, we're just going to ball up as 5 heroes and try and take some objectives and try and get a little bit more of this this gold on the map. It just felt like they never really were able to come together as 5 heroes and play around. I also didn't notice that Ace was actually having a Flamekeeper's Cloak up against a Nyx Assassin. That is a giant no-no, by the way. Absolute mega no-no. You don't ever want to be playing with anything that has this uncontrollable damage permanently that you can't ever turn off up against a Nyx Assassin. But I think that's completely beside the point. To me, the support combination of the Enchantress and the Earthshaker, they feel both very passive and weird. Like it feels like they just don't really have any good ways of starting these fights. Would have liked it if maybe Ace was playing something along the lines like an initiator for the team, for them to be able to play a centaur, them to be able to play some hero that allows them to get on top of the Leshrac, for them to be able to blow them up with Boom, or the Luna. But you just saw exactly, you know, kind of what happens when these drafts do come together with RNG. The fact that Charles hit a 5-man vacuum wall combo and then Karkle was able to follow up with a Blink Impale, and they almost blew literally everybody to pieces in like 2.5 seconds. So RNG are really showing that they've got a lot of drafts in their up their sleeves, and really being able to show that I think this meta right now still hasn't been 100% figured out. There is a lot of these heroes that are very, very good, and you know, going into game number 2, I just want to see Gaming Gladiators have some more of these heroes that have a little bit more purchase in the game. Just a little bit more kind of them to be able to do stuff on the map and not have to worry about things like the Blink Dagger, or you know, playing this Enchantress where you're really kind of just trying to soak up some of these ganks and just have a good lane for your hero like the Luna and trying to ball together. So much more active cores. Just try and pick some simple stuns, try and get yourself some pick-offs, have a hero like the Shadow Fiend or the Luna, get them uber fat, see if you can take down some of these objectives and get the game done, and kind of just go back to the basics here for Gaming Gladiators, because RNG, they're proving that they're masters of the basics right now, and being able to pull out some extra special stuff as well. So I think Gaming Gladiators, go back to basics and you should be pretty good.
We'll be hoping that Gaming Gladiators can do that for us, because we love these 1-1 series. We want more Dota, so the more 1-1 series, the greater the likelihood of tiebreakers. However, with the form that they're in, I don't think RNG is going to be giving up games anytime soon. They've only lost a solitary game so far up against the side of Team Liquid. It was their opening game as well. So since then, they have been on an absolute tear. We'll see if that momentum will continue into game number 2, or if GG can make this a much more competitive series, as they have been wont to do in the past. We're going to be back for game 2 very shortly. Snare and Fluke holding it down here on Stream C, and we'll see you very shortly.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the TI-11 group stages. We are going to be continuing the hype here in group number A as Royal Never Give Up takes on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Royal Never Give Up here to try and show why they deserve to be at the very top of the group. Gaming Gladiators just trying to hold on to an upper bracket slot right now, not to be relegated into the lower bracket or, God forbid, elimination territory. Fluke, after that first game, Royal Never Give Up really put the smackdown on them. RNG do not look like they're here to play whatsoever. It looks like a lot of their wins are coming from the drafting phase, though. We saw the impact of this Nyx Assassin. We've seen continually the impact of their Leshrac many times over. What do you need to do? If you're in the drafting chair right now, if you're on Gaming Gladiators, who on earth do you ban? They have so many different looks right now on the side of RNG. How on earth do you deal with them in the planning stage of things?
That's a bloody good question you put towards me there, Snare, and I don't think there's going to be a good answer, and I don't think there's going to be an answer that Gaming Gladiator is going to be able to find fast as well in this game, because you think about it now, right? If you ban like this Nyx Assassin and the Leshrac, then you're going to be leaving the Tiny and the Enigma that's floating around. Okay, that's already pretty bad in and of itself. If you don't ban those heroes, then heroes like the Marcy and the Primal Beast can float around. I think maybe teams need to start playing a little bit more around their Shadow Fiend as being the kind of centerpiece for them, or maybe try and go for what Team Secret has been doing recently with this kind of duo core of their Shadow Fiend. In that last game, they had a Luna as well to be able to pair up with the Shadow Fiend, but Luna had to go for this weird and kind of wacky build because they were kind of just getting rolled over at the start. So I think what you want to do here for Gaming Gladiators as we get into this first draft, they have second pick as well, and they're on Radiant. So the fact that they have some of these kind of rough heroes for them to play around with is going to be a little bit hard, but I want to see if they can try and get, you know, either the Leshrac or the Nyx Assassin for themselves, or either Marcy or Primal Beast. If they can try and get one of these four heroes out of the first phase, then you're going to be feeling pretty good if you're Gaming Gladiators, because we've seen what Leshrac can do, we've seen what Nyx Assassin can do, and these heroes have just been able to kind of blow out a lot of these other games. So Gaming Gladiators right now, they're getting scared of the Leshrac, so they're getting rid of that. So that means that now I'd imagine RNG are probably going to ban out the Marcy unless they want it this time around. There's things like the Enigma that's floating around that has been extremely strong. We've got the Tiny that has been another one of these heroes for RNG. So I don't know, man. It feels like it's going to be an uphill battle for Gaming Gladiators, and if they can kind of play some more of these heroes to just make Dota easy for them, then I definitely feel like they can be in a good spot.
Remember that Team Liquid game, and we're in a similar spot here where RNG could end up in a situation where they get Enigma Lone Druid if they play their cards right here. If they ban like Marcy, let GG have to make the decision. Do we ban Tiny, Lone Druid, Enigma, and then you just pick up whatever's left, or even Shadow Fiend, right? So there's so many options here for the side of RNG to go into this game. And they look quite relaxed in the room there. They look relaxed, but it's still all business. It's like, yo, this is our last game of the day. We need to make sure that we win this. If we do win, then we are top of the group in a very dominant fashion. And I think with the amount of games remaining today, it's not possible for anybody else to catch up. So this is certainly where you want to be if you're on the side of RNG. They're really considering this opening ban here, not wanting to commit too much information to the enemy team. And Super decides to ban out this Brewmaster. All right, so no Brewmaster going to be allowed for the side of Gaming Gladiators. You were saying earlier, right, that Ace has only played 3 heroes now, including the Visage. The Brewmaster, Beastmaster, and the Visage. Visage wasn't that successful for him. The Brewmaster, I think from the games we saw, looked one of the better ones. So I think RNG have probably correctly identified that the source of many of the wins that are happening in this contemporary meta are due to the 3-4 pick. And Ace has been one of the better players on Gaming Gladiators, super influential for enabling Dyraicho and Boom. So putting him in an off-kilter situation really makes the game much easier for them. And RNG now have the option. Are we going SF first? Are we going Enigma first? Are we going Marcy first? What do you think they're going to go here?
I think you just go, okay, so they're going to go with the Marcy here, so probably leaving open. The thing is for RNG that they have in their back pocket as well is exactly what we talked about with Ace, is that he hasn't actually played the Enigma yet. So it has been one of those things where if you float this hero that's kind of like hasn't really been played by Gaming Gladiators, but you also know is going to be one of your better heroes to be able to play as well. So RNG kind of have themselves in this kind of 2 steps ahead kind of version of the draft where they're putting Gaming Gladiators in a situation where it's like, okay, we know that Enigma is a very, very strong hero in the meta right now. We haven't seen you play it, so we're going to give it to you and see how you kind of work out with it. So we're going to get the Earthshaker to get in combination with that so far. Whereas RNG, they've got the Marcy now. They can probably just go Visage for themselves here, or even something along the lines of like a Lone Druid, and then just kind of you know, cover it with a few of these bands going in towards the second phase here. RNG are in a really, really good spot to be able to have whatever hero they want. So they're just going to go for the Shadow Fiend. It was going to be one of those 3 cores, whether it was the Visage, the Shadow Fiend, or the Lone Druid for RNG. And now they're just going to cover this with some more bands. I'd imagine something along the lines of like a Sniper's going to get banned here from RNG. Probably Sniper, Broodmother, Drow Ranger is probably going to be the 3 bands that you want to see here for RNG. Whereas on the other side of things of Gaming Gladiators, you want to try and make sure that you get rid of some of these heroes that could buff up the Shadow Fiend. We've seen a whole lot of Beastmasters that are coming through. The Visage is probably a big one that I want to see that Gaming Gladiators ban out here in this second phase. A few more of these heroes like the Invoker that we've seen. Just heroes that are able to allow this Shadow Fiend to be very, very strong and very, very scary for them to kind of push into. So this next phase of bans is going to be pretty straightforward for us here, Snare. But both these teams definitely have some bans they need to get here, because otherwise it's going to get weird and wacky. We don't want that.
I'm wondering if Gaming Gladiators are considering a Morphling pick deeper into the draw for themselves. We have seen that matchup many times so far, but we did see Morphling in the previous game be able to win out the game versus the SF. Gaming Gladiators could try to utilize it for themselves. Still a lot of time left in this draft. I'm also wondering, is this a game where we're going to get the Lich coming out from Xnova, or is he going to be playing Disruptor? Good ban on the Rubik as well. Looks like the Gaming Gladiators are trying to cover that Enigma, make sure that they don't give away the Black Hole, the big ultimate. RNG, for the most part, haven't really been playing around big ultimates, right? They've been playing these extremely high-tempo drafts with low cooldowns, high-impact spells. There'll be like 1 hero in the entire draft that has a long cooldown. In the previous game, of course, it was Chalice on his big Wall of Replica Darkseer, but they always like having things that maximize ability to just get out onto the map and play Dota. Let's see, GG. What do they need here? I'm still not super happy with the Earthshaker, but it can still work out. So, but I do want a more active hero for Celery. If they are going to be playing the Earthshaker, it can't be with like paired with Enchantress again, I don't think.
Yeah, so it seems like I've returned to the land of the living here in the online world. Seems like I disconnected for a little bit there. So coming back into this draft, I do agree with you. I feel like the Enchantress will be a little bit sad. Silencers.
Fluke's favorite hero, yo. Production, please bring Fluke online on camera. I want to see his face. I want to see his celebration, his hype, his excitement for seeing the Silencer coming in from GG.
I just don't. I don't see it in this draft either. I think it's kind of in the same vein as what we saw with the Enchantress, 2 kind of do-nothing heroes. Like the Earthshaker can be the one that's on the front foot as well. You can try and you know, utilize the Black Hole and be active with the Black Hole here for Gaming Gladiators, but you know, it's just a point here where the Global Silence doesn't break any of these heroes. It doesn't break the Marcy, it doesn't break the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, you get the rebound in and the Global Silence comes out and you feel a little bit awkward. Yeah, maybe the Requiem of Souls is a little bit hard, but RNG, if they just pick one of these heroes that just doesn't really care about the Global Silence, Beastmaster, they can even go in for something along the lines of like a Sniper if they really wanted to as well, have this duo core that we've seen from Team Secret, and try and go in there and be a bit spooky. So, I don't know. I'm not super sold on this draft just yet, Snare. Maybe they might be able to pick these last 1-2 punches to really pull me over, but Silencer and Earthshaker, they haven't been kind of blowing me away this TI just yet.
Ooh. Oh. Well, that's interesting. We get a young Enigma counter.
Oh,
a young way to be able to deal with the Black Hole. Yo, listen, man. Everybody at home. We really need to see Fluke's face. He's not a fan of Earthshaker, not a fan of Silencer. I hate Troll Warlord. I had to deal with a mini rant against Troll just before we started the series. So I know which way you already being swayed right here with this pick, but Tell us, fam, what is it that you dislike the most about this Troll Warlord? And even though you dislike it, what's its pros and cons in this game here for GG?
I think the biggest thing for me is Troll Warlord is just one of those carries right now that he just doesn't really do much that the other carries can't do themselves. Like, he doesn't have crazy amount of burst damage. Yes, she has the survivability with the battle trance, but 90% of the time you can get kited around. They've got Swap, they've got Primal Roar, they've got Requiem of Souls, they've got Dispose. They have so much mobility on the side of RNG that is going to be next to impossible for this Troll Warlord to try and get on top of these heroes. And I think another big thing as well from what I've seen from some of these Troll picks is you need so many items. You need BKB, you need Basher, and you need a damage item. And if you don't have these 3 items, how are you ever going to be able to fight into a Shadow Fiend who's getting buffed up by in a Beast Aura? He's got Wave of Terror, he's got Sidekick behind him. Like, there is going to be so many of these spells that are just going to be able to make this Shadow Fiend stand and fight you. And Troll Warlord is one of those heroes that wants to try and get in these 1v1s with a lot of people and try and win them out in the battle trance, and then just transition that onto a next hero and him get back to like 60-70% HP, and everyone goes, oh, we've used all of our abilities. Troll Warlord's going to run rampant in these team fights. And I just don't see it coming in here from Gaming Gladiators. And we've been talking about it off air. Almost every carry player has been put in Troll Warlord jail throughout the entirety of these TI group stages, and it has not worked out for any of them. So if anybody's able to do it, it has been Yatoro God. So Yatoro was actually able to be one of the players that was able to win on this Troll Warlord. The idea behind it, though, for Gaming Gladiators, albeit I don't really like the look on their draft, is kind of the same deal, right? Is if you get on top of the Shadow Fiend, it's very hard for the SF to try and man fight a lot of these other carries, but Troll Warlord is one of those heroes that you kind of go in, you pop the battle trance at the last second, you've already got your BKB going, and then if these other heroes that you have on your team are able to stop everything else that RNG are able to do, the Global Silence on top, the Echo Slam, and even the Black Hole as people come in, then that's when their idea kind of comes together. I just haven't seen anything good out of these heroes that gives me any faith here for Gaming Gladiators, who are already kind of against the sword, against one of the stronger teams in their group. And I mean, if they're able to do it, we're going to be happy if they can do it, Snare. But yeah, this is definitely, it doesn't fill me with joy. That's for sure.
Fills me with joy because you know, it's going to be fun. If they do end up winning the game on the side of Gaming Gladiators, you're going to have to invoke reasons, like through gritted teeth, I can imagine. Yeah, fine. This actually worked out. Yeah, fine. I see what's up. Gaming Gladiators, they have the last pick as RNG. Yesterday we were treated to Game 2, Somnus, Ember Spirit, and today the treats continue. Somnus on the Storm Spirit emerging from the mid lane here. This is going to be the hero that goes in to start the fight for them, gets that full reach onto the Silencer, onto the Earthshaker, the Blink Dagger, and even the Enigma. Doesn't necessarily enjoy playing into the Storm Spirit. It's going to be forcing him into awkward decisions. Do I use Black Hole or not? And if Vengeful Spirit's nearby, just swaps you out anyway. Okay, I like this. They do have the option of what to lane into this on the side of Gaming Gladiators. There's no Lesh. Do they go for Ember themselves, actually? Because they also kind of need catch on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Like, I'm looking at Boom and thinking that right now the rest of their lineup is fairly static. We've seen in the past couple of games here at TI that Earthshaker is no longer that hero that uber roams for you, doesn't create that much space and mobility. Yeah. So you need it to come from the mid lane here in this game. I don't want it to be like last game where they really struggled to make plays due to their lack of mobility all across the map. So whatever they pick has to be capable of some kind of mobility, even if it's not their key precept.
Yeah, I think something along the lines of like any of the Spirit heroes would be okay. Something along the lines of maybe even a Queen of Pain. We haven't really seen Quap come to prominence just yet. I think she's lost most of her games today throughout the group stages. So we're kind of talking to Boom right now, just being like, all right, buddy, what do you want to do? We've already put Jiracho in the Troll Warlord jail. What jail do you want to be in today for this game number 2? We haven't really seen any mid laners having to pay any hero taxes this time around. So looks like they've made the decision. They're getting themselves up, getting themselves hyped up. They need this game number 2 to go their way as well here. The group stages haven't been going all too bad for them at the end of this. You know, if they do go down 2-0, they're only going to be at 4-6. So it is going to be the Ember Spirit. Exactly like you said, I like this pick that comes in them from Gaming Gladiators. It is a Boom classic. It has been one of those heroes that can have the skill matchup versus Storm Spirit. I remember years and years and years ago, Blitz was talking about the Storm Spirit versus Ember Spirit matchup has been one of those heavily skill-based matchups with the Remnants as well as the Flame Guard. So, I mean, you already know which team I'm going to be going for here, Snare, so I don't think I really have to say it. But RNG looking really good so far, and They've picked probably a lot of the heroes that I really don't like seeing in TI right now. So, sorry, Gamer.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Let me be devil's advocate there for the side of Gaming Gladiators, right? They have Enigma, which has been one of the best heroes that we've seen so far at TI. I'm not sure of the win rate, but it's been looking very successful. Sure, the Earthshaker hasn't been looking that hard. However, historically, Tofu has always performed very well on the hero, so you always want to have some degree of comfort here. All the heroes on the side of RNG, pre-BKB, none of them really buy Manta or want to buy Manta early. We might see it come from the Shadow Fiend. But if he doesn't go Manta, all of them are going to have some susceptibility to this global silence. So there's a period of the game where you can drop this global. You go in with the Troll Warlord. You will be able to kill these targets because Boom's Ember Spirit will hold them in position for you. And then as soon as the global ends, you drop the Black Hole on top of the stragglers and you end up winning the fight resoundingly. Yes, it's very high execution. It's extremely difficult to reliably pull off. However, if you just looked at the draft in game 1 of RNG, we also would have said it's not that easy to reliably pull off that wombo combo, and they did. So the fact that Gaming Gladiators are here at TI tells us that they have the quality, the ceiling is available for them to be able to reliably get off this wombo combo. Whether or not that happens is up to them. The idea is there. It's a difficult idea to be able to pull off, but it's not an impossible one, you know? For example, if these drafts are swapped around, I'd still probably say RNG wins despite the degree of difficulty for this kind of draft execution. So, my friend Fluke, I think I'm with you. RNG is probably going to win, but Gaming Gladiators are going to make this series a bit more entertaining. Game number 2 here. I'm hoping for a 1-1, but in the form that RNG is in, most likely going to be a 2-0. Since you are voting for RNG, tell me, how long is this game going to take, though, if they do end up winning?
Oh, for RNG, I think they can get this one done relatively fast because they've got a Shadow Fiend, they've got X-Nova here on the Vengeful Spirit. I really like Venge, and I feel like she has been one of those heroes that has kind of just been pushed by the wayside just because Nyx Assassin can do relatively similar stuff to what the Vengeful Spirit can do, but she gives you that little bit of extra burst damage with the Wave of Terror, and the Magic Missile has always been a very stock standard kind of start, and obviously we've seen what Swap can do. So I think they can get this done in roughly about 35 minutes as 4 things go to plan. They can push down a lot of these towers, get the first Roche, get the second Roche. There will be a few instances of Gaming Gladiators, as you said. I do like the synergy between their supports this time around. Their supports actually do have synergy with each other, but they are still both kind of do-nothing supports. Like, I don't think you're ever going to be rotating onto a Storm Spirit in the middle lane. Like, I don't think you're ever going to be putting that much pressure on Ghost in the side lanes either. So, like, both of these heroes are really kind of just relying on that mid-game wombo combo that they can start, you know, showing their prowess in this game. Whereas for the side of RNG, Venge is always going to be able to rotate. Marcy has literally been the rotator of the tournament, so it's just going to be a scenario of whether or not Gaming Gladiators can get themselves towards these level 6s and towards these team fights that they can actually start to utilize their draft a little bit more.
See the game start off right now. RNG already going for a first blood here. Kaka with the rebound onto Celery. Oh my god. It's a Kaka, Marcy, Somnus with the first blood on Storm Spirit. Well, I am very glad that I'm an RNG fan right now because this is filling me with happiness, but it would fill me with great dread if I was on the side of GG. Fortunately, though, we have seen games where these kind of comebacks or these kind of difficult starts can galvanize a team to be like, all right, guys, we can't let them start like that and then go on to win the game. We're going to make sure that this is a situation where we remain victorious. This top lane is also going to be a lane that goes well for them. The Earthshaker, Enigma lane, there's no way that they wind up not getting everything that they want out of it, so they'll be okay in that regard. And these 3 lanes, except this middle should go... I mean, they change. I love how they changed Flame Guard just to be able to deal with the overload procs coming in from Somnus at level 1 with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
But overall, I do think Somnus should be fine middle. Should be able to get the out farm here down bottom. Troll Warlord, Jiraicho is paying the hero tax. What can you do? But he might make X-Nova pay the death tax as he's trying to get these final right clicks out. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to run past Chalice with these wild axes, so X-Nova will be allowed to live.
Yeah, to be fair, I was having a look back at some of the Troll Warlord stats. Maybe it was played a little bit more in the last chance qualifiers, but it seems like it's only been played 2 times so far in in the group stages, this being the third appearance of the Troll Warlord. So a few more of these carry players are now having to pay the Troll Warlord tax. At the end of the day, I do understand the idea of the reason why people are picking the Troll Warlord into things like the Shadow Fiend, just kind of what I talked about in the draft, right, where if you're able to get on top of the SF and you kind of pop your battle trance, he really doesn't have a good way of dealing with you, especially if you BKB. And you just stand on top of him, you get the nets, you get the roots, you get the bashes as well, and you can kind of just chunk through the Shadow Fiend before he can actually get to a position where he can stand and fight you himself. So I understand that that counter prowess. He also is a relatively good laner with the Whirling Axes spam, so Troll Warlords can have a good time. Oh, that was close.
It's fine, and the line will be fine. I mean, the 3 games, actually, now that you mention it, it's Dyraicho now. We had the Hawk played earlier, and then as well the Toro from Team Spirit. So maybe it's just the Eastern European thing of invoking the Troll Warlord here at TI. We'll see how that trend continues as the tournament continues and goes on. As in the safe lane, we do see Ghost here on this SF. Hasn't lost many lanes this hero. Fortunately for the side of Game and Gladiators, every time that the SF has lost a safe lane, it has involved Omasi being a support in that lane. And Kaka, he's on his side, unfortunately, but we have seen these SFs lose even with the Marcy on their side. And for some reason, just Marcy being involved can lead to Shadow Fiend losing. So if you're a GG fan, that might bring you some degree of hope.
I definitely think this Gaming Gladiators lane is relatively good up against the Shadow Fiend. Like, the Enigma is never really going to be put into a position where he's going to cop too many of these raises. He can play around with his Eidolons as well. They've got a boatload of magic resist as well. So we saw in the first couple of creep waves that that Ghost had to double raise and then still throw some auto attacks out at level 1 Eidolons. So it is hard for Ghost to just constantly push out these waves. You see how much damage even just one of these level 2 raises do. So Ace should be able to kind of just play around this lane relatively okay. Tofu can always just be there with the Fisher if things ever get dicey. And should be okay here on Ace to just farm up, get that Wraith Pack going. You're always going to have the pressure of the Black Hole once you hit that level 6. And oh, Tofu, you're in a bad spot, brother.
Got disposed, and they dispose of him afterwards. Ends up getting a kill on the Ghost Shadow Fiend, first one of the game. Always feels very good. But I want to draw your attention towards mid lane here, because Somnus, for a while, was putting the screws onto Boom here. Was really lapping him in the CS department. Of course, now things will be different. Both of them are taking 4 raids to pick up some water runes. But Somnus is starting to really enjoy himself on the Storm Spirit. The thing is, as well, unlike when he was playing the Leshrac, you know, he still made movements on the map when he was playing that, but this hero is custom and tailor-made to make aggressive moves on the map, so they need to be fearful on the side of GG as he starts accruing levels in this mid lane. And like, well, he's going to show up somewhere and try immediately find some kills. I think Ace in particular needs to definitely watch himself as soon as he sees level 6, level 7 on the Storm Spirit from the mid lane.
Yeah, especially if they don't get the rotation on the first power rune as well. So I'm going to be looking towards Tofu to try and make his rotation towards his power runes at 6 minutes in, and they're even going to have to probably bring Celery down as well. And you can just see the amount of vision that they want to have towards these rewards, right? They've got the one up here towards the dire triangle. They've got the one that they place at the start of the game, and they've even got one here up on the higher ground, just watching for these wards. So Somnus can control the lane and abuse the fact that he has the bottle, because touching on the fact that this is going to be one of those skill matchups, the runes are going to be oh so important for both these two players. Getting those water runes early on and even getting the power runes at level 6 is going to mean whether or not the Ember Spirit or the Storm Spirit are going to be able to make these rotations. So Ghost gets a kill there onto Ace. Looks like it was just a dispose into sidekick punching, which never feels good.
Yeah, that hurts. That is never a happy time. Enigma is supposed to be one of these lane dominators just doing her thing, but she's really struggling on Ace. I mean, Tofu not necessarily able to apply too much pressure back in the opposite direction with these heroes, because he knows he can't die. He suffered that exact same fate before. So he has to be careful, which does mean that Ace has to play a lot more conservatively than you would sometimes see these Enigmas playing nowadays. This game is already starting to look hard in the top side of the map. Mid, you know, Ember Spirit's close-ish, but Somnus is certainly outpacing him at the moment. And we're about to get the first power runes of the game. What's it gonna be? Somnus parked top, is bottom side.
God.
Somnus got a DD. What did we say, fam? Level 6, level 7, he gets a DD rune, he's on the way. But I think this team told him, dude, there's no way that they haven't pinged John. Like, come on.
Yeah.
He's like, fine, I'll wait, it's cool. Dyraicho, though, a bit out of position here, Fluke. He's going to be trying to juke himself through the trees, get off the Whirling Axes for the mischance, but unfortunately, you cannot dodge yourself a magic missile. And he gets hit in the face by X-Nova. Diracho's down. Top lane, they're not done just yet. Ace getting disposed. The sidekick will be there from Ghost. Tofu has bought some space in time thanks to this fissure. But with the sidekick, they have some damage out. You can't get the full chase going though. Tofu saving the life of his Enigma, but yet again having to respond to a fatal threat happening in this top lane.
Yeah, Ace just wasn't able to hit the Shadow Razors, and now that Gaming Gladiators have brought Diracho back in towards this lane, this is kind of one of the pitfalls of playing the Troll Warlord. Yes, you can be a relatively strong laner with the Whirling Axes spam. Your hero is still one of the very few Battle Fury heroes that are left in the game. Right? Anti-Mage as well as Troll Warlord and probably PA are the three. Mid laners are making their rotation, so...
Yeah, they are, and they're going on to Ghost. The Shadow Fiend might be the first casualty of these mid rotations. He's dead, but down bottom, Somnus trying to make the same happen into the safe lane of GG. They brought down Celery. Diracho trying to escape away to the north side. He sees that Chalice is completely out of mana and doesn't have level 6 for the Primal roll. Somnus zipping over. It spends quite a bit of mana to do this, but has a double damage rune going for himself, so should be able to finish off this kill. The magic missile will be there. Somnus does get the double kill. They are very invested on RNG, on ensuring that Somnus has the best possible game, and with this killing spree, he's well on his way. Top of the net worth right now at the 8-minute mark. Bit unfortunate that they lost Ghost in the top lane, but if they had to choose, I'm pretty sure RNG would take it. Especially since they get immediate revenge on top, killing Ace as Ghost gets the respawn.
Man, these Shadow Razors are so broken. The amount of movement speed reduction that you get per stack is ridiculous, especially when you're playing with a Marcy who's able to reposition some of these heroes to make it so you don't have to, kind of calculate in your head, do I need the long raise, do I need a medium raise here? Will I have the chase potential? The Marcy just says, oh, here you go, brother. Flip them back in front of you, drop the short raise, and you've always got the medium raise and the long range for when these people are starting to walk away. So RNG are doing a really good job at shutting down the kind of key heroes here for Gaming Gladiators. I don't think it's going to be all too sad if they just allow Boom to have an okay game here on the Ember Spirit. Yes, he can do a lot of work by being able to take down the Beastmaster as well as the Vengeful Spirit a lot, but he's not going to be the one that's trying to get in the Shadow Fiend's face. He's not the one that's going to be black-holding people at the start of the game. So making sure that Ace and Diracho are the ones that are down at the start of this game is going to be a rough start here for Gaming Gladiators, because if Diracho is behind, then that delays his Battle Fury. If Ace is behind as well, that means they don't have this kind of 4-man ball behind their Wraith Pack to be able to try and create more space for Diracho, and then it just means that RNG are going to have full control of this map, full control of the area to be able to just send Somnus wherever they need to go, send Ghost into positions to try and get this free farm going, and at this point with 2K ahead at 9 minutes in, they're definitely feeling good. This could be a good rotation here from GG though.
Came in with the smoke rotation with the silencer as well. Ghost is the one caught out by this. Doesn't have access to a Requiem, so you can't even think about channeling that for a turnaround. Somnus has made the rotation top, but he's been scouted by an Observer Ward. Marcy jumping forward, and Kaka, they were ready for him here, Fluke, so they punish him instantly. Boom, getting a lot out of this rotation. A double kill for the Ember Spirit. And so far, he is the shining hope for the side of Gaming Gladiators. 4.1k net worth behind only the Somnus Ember. And these spirits are setting the tempo for both of their respective lineups.
Yeah.
That kill is essential, I think, onto the Ghost SF. They cannot allow him to have a much better game than Diracho. They know that he's going to be probably outstripping him in farm right now, but Diracho, like you said, still needs his Battle Fury. And as many kills onto the Ghost SF to delay that time, the better.
Massive black hole that just came in on the top side of the map there from Ace. There was a TP that came in from Kaka to try and fill up Somnus' bottle, and they just didn't realize that Gaming Gladiators was still up towards the top side of the map, and they just walked in. They both got stunned by the Fisher that came in. There was a Sleight of Fist, and then Ace just black holed the both of them together, and it's a bit of a freebie here at Gaming Gladiators. I talked about the fact that maybe it might be relatively okay for them to just allow Boom to have a free time, but he's doing a really, really good job at being active on the map, at being the strongest hero for Gaming Gladiators to try and play around with, and giving them that little bit of extra space. They're giving a lot of gold in towards Tofu, they're giving a lot of gold in towards Ace by being able to take out this tier 1 tower, and maybe now they might be able to get this 4-man ball going, because Diracho, he's going to take a bit of time here. So now this is the big kind of issue that we've got here, is he's going to be going towards the Battle Fury. He's getting relatively close to it. He's got his first broadsword out as well as the Ring of Health. So I don't think Diracho is going to be too far behind on the old farm table, but he definitely still has a long way to go. Battle Fury, probably into the BKB, probably into the Basher, and then maybe a damage item from there on out. Still a long road ahead for the Troll Warlord, for Diracho to give my faith back into this hero.
He's going to be doing some PvE roleplay for quite some time to fully catch up to the rest of the squad. RNG, after losing the Storm in the top lane, they also know that the Black Hole is down, so they might decide to make a move somewhere on the map. But Boom, adding pressure to the tier 1 tower might force a response from RNG. Nobody's coming over for this. Tiraicho's still farming away. We do have X-Nova throwing in the Wave of Terror, but decent amount of damage done to the tower. RNG didn't feel the need to respond to this as of yet. Might bring in heroes. Somnus is not too far away. He's waiting for the rune to spawn up. He's coming in for the power rune. Will he be able to find it from the top side? Indeed he does. It's an arcane rune that spawns for him. Always feels very, very lucky.
It's always the best when you're a Storm Spirit, you get an arcane rune. I feel like Somnus has had some pretty good rune RNG throughout the entirety of today. He's had some pretty good runes, some DD runes, some clutch arcane runes here and there on the Illustrak, and now this time around on the Storm Spirit. It's been coming out on top. I think with RNG, where they're kind of playing this game, they've still got a good amount of farm already here on Chalice, who's going to get closer and closer towards that home of the Overlord. They've got the Witchblade now on Somnus as well, so he can be the one that's being the aggressor on a lot of these lanes. He can try and take down things like the Silencer as well as Tofu here on the Earthshaker, and just try and link up with Chalice so they can get a bit more of this map control back. They've already taken two of the most important tier 1 towers in the safe lane as well as the mid. They can put their attention towards some of these other lanes, see if they can get a Stranglehold back on this map one more time. The Arcane Rune is about to wear out though, so Somnus won't be able to abuse that this time around. They're looking for Tiraicho.
Dire's middle tower is
They
under
have smoked up. Tiraicho is in a very safe space, and they even come up with Boom and Celery to ensure that there's protection in front of him. The Earthshaker for Tofu though, he's not as safe a position, blocking these waves. They're trying to close in on him. X-Nova and Somnus. I mean, Tofu being dead is actually quite nice for RNG, given how important his Blink Dagger is going to be if it eventually emerges. Nice Tumbler's Toy, though, to get away from the small zip from Somnus. And they don't feel like they want to try and tangle with the tier 2 tower. So they will allow Tofu to escape this one. A wasted rotation from the side of RNG off the back of this. And look what Somnus is doing. He's immediately going back into the outpost up top. They scouted the Enigma. They were hoping he'd stick around, and Ace shows himself once more. They might decide to dive him instead. Kaka already activating the Unleash there, but looks like they had a good read on this from the side of Ace, being like, this doesn't feel like the safest place to be. I don't know where the Storm Spirit is. Let me just take it easy. So RNG have their time wasted a little bit on the map. And the result of this here, Fluke, is that Boom, who's been happily farming away, has been able to finish off a Maelstrom. Still the strongest hero on the map, and also now the most farmed hero on the map. He can start to make even more things happen for his squad and buy more time for Tiraicho.
Yeah, they had a really good ward here that was just spotting out the rotation coming in from Somnus in the top side of the map, and that's why you can see that Boom as well as Celery, they're the ones that are making their aggression towards this top side. There's another ward that's scouting out this rotation coming in from the Ember Spirit, so Kaka should be in a good spot. It's all about whether or not RNG want to try and have a fight that goes in towards this Ember Spirit. He has a regen rune in the bottle. He has his Maelstrom picked up now as well. He's level 10. So if they want to make their rotation over, they can get a Roar out. They can get the Requiem on top of him. Somnus can do a lot of damage towards his Ember Spirit. But it seems like they're just going to let him be for now. They want to try and kill Tofu. The swap goes in. It's a big echo, though.
Yeah, the swap in, that's a huge echo slam, but it's not going to be good enough. Despite all these creeps allowing you to bounce these echoes off, it's not that able to get a kill. Boom, though. He's going in, looking for a way to bring down Chalice. Flame God, he already dropped down the Searing Chains. Goes forward with the Remnants. No more Remnants available, but right clicks and usage of the Sleight of Fist should do the trick. And they are able to get the quick kill back onto the Beastmaster. So they sacrifice the life of Tofu to gain the life of the Beast. But more importantly, this is more gold, more experience, and more momentum going in favor of this Ember Spirit. You want to be enabling Boom as much as humanly possible for this phase of the game. And I must say here, Fluke, it's going quite well for the side of GG in that regard.
They're definitely in a good spot right now with the fact that Boom is being the scariest hero on the map. Usually when you have the scariest hero on the map, you want to make sure that they are being active, because you don't want to kind of misuse the couple of minutes that you have a very, very scary hero. And the fact that this Ember Spirit is kind of walking around the map, yeah, he is having to spend TPs and stuff like that just to kill a Beastmaster to save, you know, his Earthshaker, but him getting these extra bits of kills just means that there's a little bit of extra gold on the map. He's getting gold from these kills, means that Tiraicho is able to freely get his Battle Fury up. He has that Battle Fury up. Now they're going to go into towards the Roche and see if they can get a freebie. The Hawk is coming in, so RNG will be privy to this information. They know that there's no Echoes there, but they still have to try and play in towards the Black Hole.
X-Nova just trying to announce to the side of GG
that RNG is in the vicinity. They drop the global silence to try and ensure that they can cover this, and it looks like they'll be successful. They get the Roshan, they get the Aegis. Boom, also able to jump onto the Storm Spirit and the Marcy. Fissure set him up. The Searing Chains will allow him to kill Marcy. Ghost, though, with the Requiem, fears back Boom, so he can't finish the kill onto Somnus. But the Fissure, yet again, down onto Chalice. They're not going to have Searing Chains for another 4 seconds. They probably don't want to waste the Aegis like this, though. Primal Roar has flown in, and Ghost just right-clicks him down. And that's the first life taken away. They don't have that much more disable, though. X-Nova could go in for the swap into Magic Missile. They know that Boom will not have any more remnants drop down. He has one available, though, to throw out for safety. So they end up getting the Aegis, but RNG also able to melt it away with immediate effect. So that's sort of a wash at the end of the day here, but GG, they still feel like they can fight here. They have Black Hole at the ready. There's no more global silence, which could be a real death knell if they want to stick around the area, but it doesn't seem like RNG has an appetite for this fight either. So they're just going to let it go, move back into the mid and eastern part of the map, and just keep farming.
Yeah, they're more than happy to continue to just hit creeps here. Same with Gaming Gladiators. I guess that's kind of a nice little use of the global silence, just understanding that, hey, RNG actually just don't have a way of purging off this global silence, and the main way that they're going to be able to get in towards these fights is not this right click, it's mainly off the back of using some of these spells. So they did a good job to be able to understand that they can get the Aegis, so they get themselves a little bit of extra gold in their pocket. That's going to be about it for now. Pardon me. And RNG, they are looking to try and enable Somnus as well as Ghost in these fights, right? Like we saw what they've been able to do to be able to give Jiracho this space. He's got the Ogre Club now. He's going to be going towards his first BKB. Still going to be lacking on a bit of the damage items, but Boom is definitely the one that is sitting in that pole position for the damage here for Game of Gladiators. So. Yeah. Maybe once this game starts getting a little bit later on, we can see the Troll Warlord get into his own element.
Troll for now. He's still farming. So is Ace in the top lane, who has access to his Wraith Pact. Super important item. Of course, RNG don't have one for themselves just yet. So they have the advantage in terms of damage mitigation on the side of GG. They're looking to try to bring down this tier 2 tower, which will open up space for this outpost. Let them play in the dire triangle. In the dire jungle, excuse me, not the triangle. The triangle's currently occupied by this Beastmaster. Yeah. But they're chilling. They're making sure, though, here, Fluke, not to over-aggress on the side of GG. They know full well just how quickly this RNG lineup can make trouble for them. Top lane, though, they're going to try to get a quick pick-off onto the Marcy. She will not die, though, as she gets away thanks to this young rebound. Ghost, is he going to set up for this Requiem play? He's waiting for it. Shadow Blade about to finish, but he doesn't want to run too far forward in case there's a sentry ward. And indeed there was, so his game sense correct in that instance. But now we know which angle he's going for. And now GG know that they have to buy many more sentries to be ready for that kind of initiation where he just comes in out of nowhere. We saw in the previous series what can happen if you allow a Shadow Fiend to just walk in under you, get off a big Requiem, and you don't have a response.
Yeah. Can do a whole lot of work. I like the fact that he's going to go for a Shadow Blade a little bit later, the Silver Edge a little bit later on as well. It is very one of those niche kind of items. Sometimes it can really kind of scuff up what an Earthshake is trying to do. The fact that you don't actually have access to the Aftershock can make these team fights a little bit awkward, considering he does have the Aghanim Shard as well onto Tofu. So Gaming Gladiators are doing a good job at just forcing reactions come out here from RNG, all the meanwhile that Jiracho is farming. So they're looking to see if they're going to catch any of these members lacking. It looks like it is, unfortunately, X-Nova.
Oh no, they used the Searing Chains first, so they don't have it available. But X-Nova should still end up dead. Nowhere near an Aghanim Scepter, so no way that they can try and re-engage. I say that, but here's the jump in from Somnus, but he has access to this BKB. Will trigger it off. They've killed the Enigma already. No Black Hole available here. Goes right-clicking the Wraith Kick Totem, and now boom, far away from the rest of the fight. Primal Roar will be there onto Jiracho, who's decided to finally join an engagement. Get off his BKB before he gets feared, but unfortunately, it's dragging him with the Battletrons in front of the tier 2 tower. Chalice doesn't even die at the end of this, as Kaka gets himself a double kill. They've lost 2 cores off the back of this. Boom will be allowed to live, but the big target of Jiracho taken down by RNG. Oh my goodness, Fluke, that's one of the aspects of Troll that really sucks. You get yourself uncontrollable, you run headlong into a tier 2, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do about it.
Yeah, we call that the troll tax, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be one time in the game that you are playing Troll Warlord where you will pop BKB, you'll pop Battle Trans, and unfortunately you are now currently in front of a tier 2 tower, and you are not in a good position. Getting caught off guard there did Gaming Gladiators. I don't think they expected the BKB to come out here on Somnus. He was relatively close to it in the last engagement that they had, but the fact that they turned around, they got the Raw there on a Duracho. They almost got the chain stun with the Fear coming in from Ghost, so if that was able to come out there onto Duracho, he wouldn't have actually even battle tranced, and maybe we wouldn't be talking about this troll tax, but yeah, this is the reason why that Troll Warlord has been one of these heroes that we just don't, I personally don't like seeing, just because you have some of these very, very skilled position 1 players like Duracho. He's been able to show us some brilliance across these last couple of days, and then you just force that player to be uncontrollable. And that's probably the worst kind of feeling in Dota, and now they've got an engagement going in.
Oh, Somnus though finds himself overextending. He didn't get off the BKB. They drop immediately the Black Hole, the Echo Slam, everything in their arsenal. They're like, the Storm better just damn die. I mean, he's the reason why they ended up losing that last fight, so must feel very, very nice to be able to kill Somnus here. But big pickoff. And top lane, Duracho was already positioned in the lane. He's already starting to force this one out. So they're in position to try and claim this tier 2 tower. Chalice and the crew will attempt a similar play down in this bottom side of the map, but it's going to be a difficult thing to be able to pull off here, Fluke. If it's a trade, I think that they'll be very happy about this on the side of RNG, but I think GG, you want to prevent them getting a trade. You want to quickly pick this tower off and then start moving heroes bottom to defend the tier 2. Duracho almost through the tower. He gets it. Boom, already positioned down bottom. Has gotten out some damage on the wave, but it's too late. Unfortunately, Ghost does too much damage with Chalice, so they're going to be able to chunk down the tower anyway.
Yep. Just a little bit too much damage on the board here for RNG, so they do trade tier 2 towers. It's getting now to the point where RNG are going to have some answers to this Global Silence, as well as an answer to the Echo Slam as well. They still don't really have a good answer to the Enigma. They have Vengeful Spirit for the swap to be able to at least cancel that out, but as soon as the Lincoln Sphere comes up here for Ace, he's going to be A-okay with that and perfectly fine with how this game has been going. Looks like he's going to go for the Aghanim Shard first here though, so RNG looking to try and set up here to see if they can catch out a few of these members. I want to try and catch GG lacking a little bit here because they know that there's no Black Hole. They know that there is no Echo Slam either. Might be privy to the information that there is still a Global Silence though. So RNG really just trying to abuse some of these long cooldowns here.
Speaking of some cooldowns and the like, what do you make of this Ember Spirit going for the Lincoln Sphere? Obviously, it's going to help him against Somnus. He can't get Vortexed anymore. He can't get hit with the Primal Roar, but can still get feared in the midst of the fight. Can still get triple raised. Still can get just straight up right-clicked as well. Do you like this Lincoln's, or do you think after the Aghanim Scepter he should still come back for the BKB?
No, I think this Lincoln's is probably going to be all he's going to need in the way of defensive items as well. Oh, there's a fight breaking out.
It's just tofu. Well, I say that, but it's also just Celery. So both supports finding themselves close to death. Celery tried his best with the Glimmer Cape, but miracles are not going to be happening today, sir. That was also Global Silence committed. Somnus used the BKB at first. And I think if it was just BKB being traded for the support kills, you're not happy, but it's we can deal with the situation. But now that you also don't have the Global Silence, we've already seen in this game that this spell is low-key kind of influential for how GG want to approach these fights. So it being down is going to give some confidence to the side of RNG. Look where they are right now. Ghost, he's been scouted. Or do they see him? Enigma does, but unfortunately he didn't see Somnus. So Somnus just zips in over the head. Quick kill onto the Enigma. Somnus out of mana right now. Duracho activated the Battle Trance, but now he doesn't have it available. No. Primal Roar will be there from Chalice into the Requiem. Woo! And the collection of souls. More of them going into the back pocket of this Shadow Fiend as two heroes end up falling after the Requiem. The tier 2 tower will follow them into the grave. And RNG, I've seen this movie before here, Fluke. Winning their fights in front of a tier 2, whilst they're on the low ground of a tier 3 with pushing heroes, we know what's coming. A tier 3 tower is about to be melted.
Yeah, RNG seem to have got themselves into a position where they have been throughout the entirety of today been able to really kind of clean up these tier 3 towers at breakneck speeds. But, Duracho, man. They were able to catch out Ace here relatively early on, and Ghost, you just see the amount of damage that he does. Duracho pops the Battle Trance early. He just gets roared, and then you just see Ghost just goes, okay, 1, 2, 3, bang, see you later.
Oh, dude,
really
that also stopped
the
counterplay. Tofu smoked in on him. He blinked in immediately, looking for the echo, but couldn't get the counterplay either. Feels bad. And they just got the Aegis.
Yep. Gives Somnus a little chuckle there as well. I did notice when we were having a look back at some of these RNG games, I saw a little Reddit thread as well that I don't know why, but Somnus has the cute little cat ears for his headset. I don't know if that's like a personal choice from Somnus or whether or not, you know, the admins are just like, I'm sorry, bro, this is the only headset that we have left. Here you go. And he's just like, I guess so, fine.
No. This is a personal headset that he brought over. He's been playing with it, but we'll talk about it in a second because there's a small fight that might break out here. Ghost has the Aegis. They do not want to jump him. GG, they were smoked up. They really wanted to find anybody but Ghost. Literally the worst possible person to come up on the high ground. But, well, while we have a bit of a quiet moment here, I can tell you for certain that that is his personal pair of headsets. He's been wearing them all year. He had a different pair at the start of the DPC, but once he left Team Elephants and leveled up to RNG, he got a better headset, man. He's out here now. Feeling fresh with the cat ears.
Only real men can wear cat ears.
Pink cat ears
stage of, yeah, pink cat ears, especially on the group stages of TI and playing the way that they have been here for RNG. Somnus is really starting to be one of those players. I think, you know, after these last couple of days, I'd imagine at the end of these group stages, I'm going to be looking at some of these players who have been standouts so far. And I think for RNG, looking towards Ghost as well as Somnus, I think everybody in RNG is playing really, really well, but these two players have been kind of stepping above the pack. They've really been able to show us on a magnitude of different heroes how strong they are, how cool, calm, and collected they are as well. Obviously, looking back at that series we had last night from RNG, goes to show that these guys seem to have a very cool voice in the team and really be able to put themselves in positions where they can win almost unwinnable games. And now they're just putting themselves in positions where they're like, nope, that game last night, we don't want to have none of this 70-minute shenanigans no more. No. None of this, boys. Let's just win in 20 minutes because we've got these ball kind of lineups. And they've kind of been conditioned now at this point to not ever have to deal with those 70-minute shenanigans again. I think they got found out by the Eidolon as well, by that smoke, by the way.
Awareness of a smoke does not necessarily equate to dodging said smoke. So the move is incoming from the side of RNG. Gaming Gladiators. They have some vision inside of the dire triangle, but they haven't caught anybody just yet from the side of RNG. Ace, they don't want to lose Enigma. His Beak Link Dagger is on cooldown, Fluke. Oh my god. Worst possible time. He had 6 seconds left as they scouted him. Somnus just jumps in, gets another kill onto this Enigma.
X-Nova?
Oh no. X-Nova might die on the back end of this, so...
What?
That was really funny, actually.
What was he doing there? That's actually a head scratcher from X-Nova. I'm really not. Maybe he just didn't know that there was like more heroes there, but he knew that Boom was there. Whatever. It's hashtag space. That's all it is. Space created, boys. They got themselves a tier 3, and now Elena Raxon. Okay.
They might fight this though. Global Silence coming in.
No.
Kaka with the Unleash, getting all of his HP back. Deracho forced to go into the Battle Trance, but now he has nothing left to close in onto the Shadow Fiend, who activates his BKB and just right-clicks him down. Troll Warlord gone into the dirt. A death onto Kaka. Not really that big of a deal if it grants you a full lane of Rax and a kill onto the carry Troll Warlord. Things still trending positive here for RNG. They still have some time left with the Aegis as well, so it's not like a panic retreat. It's a very considered one coming in from them. 9k gold lead. For the side of GG, what are you supposed to do? You were mentioning in the draft that you need the BKB, Battle Fury, and the Basher from the Troll Warlord. He's building into the Basher right now, doing his best to try and get there. But is there anything they can do in the interim? Because Basher, this item is like 2,000 gold away, and I don't think RNG are going to give you that amount of space to be able to just play comfortably on the map right now, given how fast-paced they've been moving on the map.
It's just a little unfortunate for Deracho as well because nobody else wants to go in, right? Like, they have an Ember Spirit who wants to constantly play around this Sleight of Fist spam. He wants to try and get in the backline with some Remnants. Earthshaker wants to counter-initiate. The Enigma wants to counter-initiate. And Sansa is goddamn Sansa. So he just wants to press the R button and then take his hands from the keyboard and maybe win the team fight. So the draft here from Gaming Gladiators, it is all about, like, Duracho has to be the guy who's in the front lines, and he's doing a relatively good job at just being in the front lines and soaking a lot of these spells, being able to use his battle trance properly to be able to extend his life long enough, but it's just not enough. Like, Ghost didn't have any issues with him in that last fight. He still has the Aegis of the Immortal. Boom hasn't been able to really get in towards the backline and kill some of these heroes because RNG are the ones that are being on the front foot. They haven't been able to get the counter initiation from Ace or even the Echo Slam, so it's just troubling times now for Gaming Gladiators.
If not for the Glimmer Cape available on Celery, Boom might have been in some dire straits. The Glimmer kept him alive. I don't think they had any quick reveal onto him. Somnus did make a very cool jump. The Aegis now has expired from the side of RNG, so it's time to leave. But Ghost is setting a trap. Look where he's sitting right here with the Silver Edge, hoping somebody comes too far out, then you can Requiem them into oblivion. But it looks like Diracho made the correct read, backs off just as he was actually about to get into the Requiem range. So good game sense coming in from Diracho. But still, the fact that he has to be considering that, the fact that he can't even just push out a regular wave at this point in the game for fear of just dying instantly, doesn't bode well for their overall prospects here, Flu.
Yeah, it really doesn't, because they're kind of just corralled inside of their base. Racho can't try and farm any of these harder waves now with the full smoke up. I'm not sure if they caught the glimpse there of Gaming Gladiators. Looks like they have here on RNG. They know the high ground is the way to go. Ace, need to be in a good position here, buddy.
Somnus is in even better position as he finds Tofu first and foremost. They've brought down this Earthshaker. Boom does get very far forward, picks up an Invis Rune. The dust doesn't connect onto him, but it does connect onto Celery, who will be found out. Woo! Vortex, right click, dead. There is no more silencer available to play with. Both supports taken out by these RNG cores. No Roshan for them to claim off the back of this, and they've already gone through this mid lane of Rax. So they're going to have to start getting in on the side push action, which, to be fair to Diracho, whilst this was all going on, he was manically pushing out this top wave. It forces Somnus to come back because it's just in front of their tier 3. But the main thing is that it will prevent RNG from using these support kills to go high ground. And it gives the troll enough gold to buy the Basher if he wants to forego buyback. If you're him, what's the decision here? Which is more important, having the buyback or having the Basher? And you have to decide now because he's been scouted. There's a Hawk. They're on top of him. They know where he's at. Diracho, run! Run! Dispose comes in from him, and he gets off the battle trance. Oh no, that's not what you needed. The swap back, Marcy gets saved, and now the right clicks after the Primal Roar goes straight into Diracho. The BKB TP out option was potentially available, but he didn't have Vision of Chalice, so it could have been cancelled out anyway. But he doesn't even find the kill onto the Marcy. The Beastmaster Hawk, yet again, proving to be instrumental for RNG taking a good team fight.
Yeah, well, before Dracho got caught out, I was going to say, YOLO, buddy. Just buy the Basher. At the end of the day, if you're going to battle trance at BKB, I don't think it really matters if you have buyback. Like, your hero feels pretty useless at that point. And Dracho, he knew that if he was able to take down Kaka, maybe they're able to hold a little bit of extra time, but they've got the swap, they've got the Primal Roar, they've got Ghost, you can just stand and fight. There's never really going to be able to get on top. And you can even see, just Dracho knows. He's feeling the pain of the Troll Warlord attacks right now. Definitely feeling like this is probably not going to be the hero for the patch. A few teams have tried it out as a counter to the Shadow Fiend. I would like to see teams try and pick up maybe like the Chaos Knight a little bit more. I feel like Chaos Knight probably fulfills a general kind of role for the Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord is just one of those heroes that you want to try and abuse the battle trance and get on top of these heroes that don't want to be on top of, right? Because that's the big thing about battle trance is you have so much extra move speed, and I believe that you can't be slowed as well, and you also get basically dispelled. So the fact you're able to move so close towards some of these heroes that don't like having heroes on top of them is the reason why that we're seeing a lot more of this Troll Warlord, but it just really hasn't hit the mark this time around. Gaming Gladiators are trying their best to at least make it shine, but they just haven't been able to be on the front foot, man, and it's really hard and really oppressive to try and play against this RNG roster who just seem like they're having fun here at the TI group stage. What, they're going to finish 9-1 at the end of today. Yep. That puts them in a really, really good spot considering that they've played 5 series so far. They've only got 4 more series to go in their group stages, and I think at this point they're probably only 1 or 2 map wins away from securing themselves upper bracket at TI.
Absolutely. Haven't done the exact math just yet as to what is the number that puts you in safety, but whatever that number is, RNG are fairly close to it. As they're trying to close out this game right now. Both teams that smoked into each other didn't find one another, unfortunately, but the understanding is clear. Roshan is the next port of call. They can send back the Ember Spirit because he can drop down a Remnant to return to the fight, but they see where his Remnant is here. Oh no, Fluke, it's a trap. They found Celery first. Will there be a global? Here comes Boom. He's returned into it. The global silence will now get dropped into the midst of the fight, but Celery still alive somehow. Somnus eventually ends up killing him as Ace does still have access to the black hole. Fissure connects onto Somnus. He uses into the air. There's a primal roar onto the troll warlord. Here's the blink black hole. Insta swap from X-Nova though. Dyraicho though, putting in the right click damage onto X-Nova. Chalice in the meantime, able to melt down Ace on the side of the fight, but now Dyraicho, no more access to the defensive spells. He does still have access to some allies nearby, but unfortunately he no longer has access to HP as he dies in the middle of this fight. Silver Edge hit onto Boom coming in from Ghost, which will enable them to right-click him down as well. As RNG, despite getting 2-hero black hole by the Ace Enigma on their important cause, the insta-swap will be there. Sure, Somnus does die, sure Kaka dies, sure X-Nova dies, but they all buy back into the fight because they know there's an Aegis ready to claim and ready to feed back into the Storm Spirit and potentially utilize it to win this game.
Yeah, that was a nice little team fight there from both teams. I think Gaming Gladiators did the best with the tools they had available. I was still questioning. I was like, where's Ace with this black hole? He's really trying to hold off, and the scary thing for him is he's only got this Wraith Pact as well as the Blink Dagger. So if the Storm gets anywhere close to him in these team fights, he just loses all usefulness in these team fights, because if he gets found out, they catch him out with the pull, they just get send Ghost onto his head and just right-click him down. But Ace was still able to hit a pretty big 2-man black hole. X-Nova with the swap was able to save his buddies instantaneously. And now RNG, after using a lot of their buybacks, they're coming up here onto the high ground. With Ghost being as strong as he is. Oh, Zag Vortex.
The blue hole comes out from him onto 2 heroes. Ace is brought down and so are Celery. Unfortunately, neither of them had access to their key signature spells anyway. But with them both being dead, that's one fewer hero to defend this Rax. There is a buyback on Celery, but not a buyback available for the Enigma. But Celery, with black, we might wait to buy back just as they initiate so that they don't know the global silence is coming. But how can they start this fight? 15 seconds until they have access to the Echo Slam again from Tofu. Fissure will be there onto Ghost. Buyback into the global silence, but Kaka not dead just yet. Boom trying to initiate onto him, but they're unable to get that kill. And now Boom is the one that's in trouble. Right click down by Ghost with the Silver Edge. Somnus zips back in onto Tofu. Tofu goes down. Dyraicho forced to get off his Battletrons. He's getting off some of these bashes, but Ghost is just way too strong. Tofu does buy back with an Echo Slam on the side. Tries to buy Dyraicho some time, but regrettably these heroes on RNG are just too powerful at this point. They eat the spells, they eat the stuns, but they do not die. Ghost now sitting around the tier 4 towers. They're just waiting for an opportunity to go for the direct jugular. Mega creeps have been obtained. They're waiting for this kill. Ghost still has Requiem available. Didn't even commit it throughout that entire fight. And still has Aegis for 3 minutes. Somnus jumps in, get off the blue hole. Oh no! But they get the stun out onto Ghost with the Malefice, so they can't connect with the full Requiem combo. These heroes thankfully still alive on the side of Gaming Gladiators. But that might change as soon as the cooldown is ready on the Electric Vortex. They're thinking about it. Somnus is considering it, but he has to get forced back because Boom really trying to jump him. But they don't want to care about him. Ghost is inside the fountain. Ghost is following these heroes. Ghost kills the Enigma through the black hole. And with that success, Boom suddenly finds himself all isolated. But it doesn't matter. They've thrown in the towel. GG, well played is called. And Royal never give up, have taken the 2-0. They've gone to the top of the group, and they've demonstrated that they are a true contender here at TI11.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really, really good here. They're being able to show that not only can Somnus carry, but also Ghost can carry. They've been able to show us a magnitude of different kind of drafts in the fact that they're using the Shadow Fiend now, they're using the Storm Spirit, they had a whole lot of this Lone Druid. And once again, for Gaming Gladiators, things just didn't really come together for me. I feel like this series really hasn't been their best showing. We saw what Gaming Gladiators were really able to look like in that first series. We saw them up against BetBoom, yeah, albeit BetBoom probably looking like one of the weaker teams that we have here at TI right now. Just really not performing to their best standard. But Gaming Gladiators, man, it felt like they just didn't have any purchase in this game. It felt like they had no real way for them to kind of take hold of this game. They have a Silencer and they have an Earthshaker, 2 heroes that yeah, they can help the Ember Spirit do a lot of work in these team fights, but you just saw what RNG were able to do, right? They understood that if we just keep this Troll Waller down, if we keep this Enigma down, we're going to be happy with how these team fights are going. Boom did a really, really good job in a lot of these fights to do a whole lot of damage, and we saw this fight here, there was signs of life for them, but Ghost had just been left to his own devices throughout the entirety of this game. Ratio, unfortunately, being, what is he at this point? Almost like 13,000 gold behind the Shadow Fiend. Like, it really feels good to be that far behind a Shadow Fiend. It's like 1 to 2 items at that point. And I mean, RNG, man. Well, what else can we say about this team? These guys look really, really strong. These guys looking like they're in TI form, looking like they have figured out what they want to play and how they want to play in the meta as well. And at the end of 2 days of group stage here, RNG are definitely sitting high at the top of their group and definitely looking for day 3 and 4. I think maybe a little bit more experimentation from them and just try and shore up this upper bracket slot so they can go into the rest of TI and feel happy.
Yeah, they are definitely feeling really, really good after all of these performances and being able to decisively win these games, I think, is the important thing as well. We've seen in the past a lot of squads that are able to do well in the TI group stages. Sometimes they don't win decisively every single time, but not only have they been able to do so, RNG, like you say, they've done so occupying several different looks. So they are looking phenomenal here in group number A of the TI 11 group stages. GG in this one, the draft was a little bit better, right? And they were able to fight better than expected for quite a long portion of the game. Like you mentioned, especially that last fight that we saw in the replay, that fight almost really went well for them when they got that good black hole off. If Ghost was maybe a lot less farmed, the game might still be going in their favor, but GG. At this point in time, it really does feel like they have to find a new idea and they have to find it fast. This is another loss for them, and it's a painful one at that. This loss officially puts them in 6th position. They are now in the undercard, not necessarily looking like they are a top 4 team at the moment, and they still have some pretty difficult games to go here. So not being able to get through this, they still have to play EG, they still have to play PSG LGD, they still have to play Team Liquid, all of whom are squads that have looked phenomenal so far. So what do you think they should take away from this series going forward if they want to have success in those further games?
Don't pick Troll Warlord. How about that one? That's my little bit of free advice here from Fluke. But, as I said, there's a reason why these guys are playing TI, and there's a reason why that I'm sitting in my room. I can't really criticize these guys all too much. It just felt like that Troll Warlord is just one of those heroes that is very kind of feast or famine. Either he is literally unkillable and untouchable and takes over the game if he gets to a very early start. Otherwise, he feels like what Jiracho just kind of had to play there, where you battle trance and you BKB, and then you're kind of like, I don't know what I've done in this team fight. Hopefully I kill everybody. And whereas on the other side of RNG, they've been able to show us a whole lot of good stuff and a whole lot of these different heroes. Storm Spirit still being a Storm Spirit hero. I don't feel like it was as uber broken as what we've seen things like the Leshrac and the Shadow Fiend today. I think Somnus played a really good Storm Spirit and was able to kind of just utilize a lot of the extra kills and a lot of the aggression that RNG would be able to give to him, and showed us the reason why that this guy has been at multiple TIs in the past and has been coined as one of the best mid laners that we have here coming out of China. So I mean, this RNG squad, man, I don't know what else to say about these guys. Going into playoffs, they're going to be a very, very scary beast.
Very scary beast indeed. I mean, Somnus has occupied several podium finishes at TI, several top 4 finishes at TI. I think his lowest showing was maybe top, like last year's one with Team Elephant. That was like his worst TI ever. Before that, the lowest was, I think, top 4, all the way back at TI number 5. But then, actually, I think they got top 3 there. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, he's been performing phenomenally. RNG as a whole have looked very, very good. And GG, some things to work on. There are some glimmers of hope that are available to them, but I'm just hoping that they can figure out a strategy which enables them a little bit more so they can play their natural game style. Because right now, if they continue at this pace up against those very difficult opponents, suddenly their last matchup against Soniqs is looking like not a game between under bracket or the upper bracket. It's looking like a game between lower bracket and elimination, which nobody ever wants to be playing for under those circumstances. But here, the TI 11 group stages are certainly heating up. And the best part about this, Fluke, is we're still not done. We still have one more series to go here. And then this particular series that's coming up, I think, is an entertaining one because we've been seeing these somewhat lopsided matchups, right? Super strong looking RNG taking on a somewhat halfway through the pack, GG. But this one is teams that are both trying to be on the come up. Teams that have looked a lot better on day 2 than they have on day number 1 between the side of Entity and Fnatic. So whichever one of those squads comes out on top will be very much happy because it diminishes the odds that they'll be eliminated from the group stages of TI. So we're going to be giving the teams a moment to go get ready for that game, whilst we also congratulate RNG for ending the day top of the group. Hope that they go have a celebratory dinner before going back to practice, because I'm pretty sure they're going to be preparing for tomorrow as we speak right now. With that, we're going to be taking a short break here. Myself, Snare, joined by Fluke yet again, the Emperor of South African, not South African, of South Australian. But we'll be back just after a short break here for the next series between Entity and Fnatic here on Stream C. Do not go anywhere. This is the TI 11 group stages, and we'll see you soon.
shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the TI-11 group stages as we continue to see who deserves to be in the upper bracket, who's going to start in the lower bracket best of one knockout round, and of course, who will be eliminated at the first stage of the International, the showcase of the Immortals. My name is Snare, and I'm joined by Fluke for the final series of the evening. Good sir, we've seen some incredible Dota today. We're ending things off here between Entity and the side of Fnatic in Group B. It's been a very close affair in Group B. Things have been quite tight. What do you make of this series? Who are you going to be feeling as Fnatic? This is a squad that had some pretty high expectations coming into this one. They were supposed to be the hope of the C region. Hasn't been going that well for them, has it?
Yeah, they definitely have not been performing to the upper echelon that we're expecting this Fnatic squad to be able to do. I think they definitely have a few good ideas being able to try and get themselves out of Group B. They've got a lot of heroes that can kind of play in their back pocket as well, and Fnatic can definitely be a team that can kind of play out some of these hard carries. I think the biggest thing for me is, you know, some of the heroes that they have relied on in the past just really haven't been kind of popping off just yet. You know, things like the Terrorblade, they've relied quite a lot on the Conqueror and all that kind of stuff, and whereas Entity, a lot of the heroes that they are relying on are heroes that are starting to get in towards the meta as well. We've seen a whole lot of Captomi playing that position for Sven, looking really, really good with that Sven with the Aghanim Shard. Pure's been looking insane on his Pudge as well. Stormstormer has always been one of those mid players to me that can pick out literally anything and look extremely strong. So Entity, I think for me, coming into this series going up against Fnatic is they have a very... I don't want to say a small pool of heroes, but they have a pool of heroes that they like to stick to, and a pool of heroes that look very, very good on. So I think that's something that Fnatic have to really take into this series in this first set of drafts, is about, do we want to take away some of these heroes from Entity with bans, or do we want to try and take away some of these heroes from Entity with picks ourselves? We've seen that Entity have been able to almost always pick up the Kataomi Sven. If it hasn't been banned out, they've been playing a whole lot of Arc Warden today as well. They've been playing Nagasar and things like Liches, Leshrac. They've been playing a whole lot of different stuff, whereas Fnatic on the other side, they've been kind of dipping their toes in every other kind of different hero. They've played a little bit of these illusion carries for Raven. They've been playing a whole lot of different stuff for Armel in that mid lane as well. So I think this first draft is going to kind of be up in the air because Snare, for the first time in a long time, Marcy as well as Primal Beast are both open up here in game number 1. Yeah.
Both of them are still available. One thing I find very entertaining about this as well is the fact that it's 4-4 for both of these squads in the group stages. Neither of them are in an advantageous position relative to each other. So whoever wins out goes higher up. Unless it's a draw, then they both end 5-5 for the day. But with Marcy being available, Primal Beast being available, Morphling being available, Shadow Fiend being available, Tiny being available, there's a lot to pick up. But they ignore all of it, and they go for the Nyx Assassin. You were saying earlier in the series with RNG in Game 1 that you don't understand why more teams aren't picking Nyx. Fnatic seem to have gotten the memo here, fam. They've gotten the first overall pick of the draft on the number 5 for the Nyx Assassin here. Okay. This is going to deny some of the picks that we have seen emerging in the first phase. You're definitely not going to go for the Leshrac now. Becomes a little bit risky to go for heroes that just have out-and-out magic damage. What would you respond with here from Entity? Do they just go Primal Beast and Marcy?
Yeah, I think Marcy is definitely one of the heroes. Primal Beast is in kind of the same vein as like the Leshrac. It just makes it kind of awkward for you because if you're onslaughting through, the Nyx Assassin is always going to be able to get a Spike Carapace off as well. Same with the Trample. It always just feels awkward for you to try and utilize some of your spells. You have to wait until you get the BKB, all that kind of stuff. So Nyx is one of those good heroes up against the Primal Beast because even with the Pulverize as well, you just walk in with the Nyx Assassin, prep the Spike Carapace, and Pulverize is done and dusted. So Marcy's one of the only heroes right now. I wouldn't hate to see them just go like Marcy Morphling right now for Entity. I don't think they've played Morphling throughout the entirety of today. To be fair, we were saying before we came here in towards this game, these are unfortunately two teams that I haven't really been able to keep my eye on all too much, just because there's been so much Dota that's been going on these last couple of days. So yes, they have played Morphling before. They played it up against Team Astra, and that was where they were able to get a win as well. They did combine that with a Batrider and a Nyx Assassin themselves. So wouldn't hate to see them if they did pick up, something along the lines of like a Morphling right now. But, oh, no.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Exciting stuff. First two
thanks
awkward,
a lot.
How did their awkward games go in their previous picks? Because it's not the first time that they have played this Euro.
They won in 41 minutes and 27 seconds in Game 1, and then 41 minutes and 35 seconds in Game 2 against Thunder Awakening. So, not the longest of games, but they definitely have been games that they did win. So, Snare, we're both annoyed that it's an Arc Warden, but hey, they got to win their TI game somehow, right?
There is no rules at TI. There's nothing that says that you can't go for the absolute most disgusting, cheesy draft that you can possibly envision. I mean, RNG is not top of Group A because they were scared and skittish about going for Lone Druid, Visage, Leshrac, anything that just seems broken right now. So Entity, one of the heroes that they're going to be relying on, like you say, 100% win rate for them so far. Fnatic should be aware of this as well, so they have to have some kind of plan to try and address this Awkward. And they go in for the Primal Beast themselves. I mean, I kind of like this, right? So that Awkward at the very back end of the fight, you can still reach him, and you can get through the magnetic field to ensure that damage is not going to be a problem for you or lockdown. So I'm okay with this. I like this. It also gives them mobility on a hero that they could potentially put in the mid lane for Armel. I know he's played that already at the tournament. So this is decent. I like this from Fnatic as an opener.
Yeah, I definitely like this as well. They were kind of tossing up about what kind of heroes they wanted as well. I think the thing about playing into an Arc Warden, some of the heroes that kind of come to mind when they are heroes that are good against the Arc Warden have been kind of Raven's heroes that are these kind of illusion carries, right? He's been playing a lot of Terrorblade. Terrorblade is bad against Arc Warden. I'm not saying that Terrorblade is a good hero, but heroes like PL is relatively good against the Arc Warden. So if Raven wants to fall back for something along the lines of like an Arc Warden or even an Argasaran. I know that last time that Entity did play this Arc Warden, they played an Argasaran with it as well. So that might be something we want to try and cover up here. And this is what Fnatic are doing. They're covering their bases with their Primal Beast to get rid of the Clockwork, to get rid of Pure's Pudge, who has been probably one of the best Pudge carry players in the world, I think, from his most recent performances on it so far. He has really kind of brought that hero to rise. A lot of the carry players have been able to play it extremely well, but I think he just kind of plays it to a different level. It's always just one of those very, very scary kind of Pudge players, and now Entity are just understanding that if they just get rid of these hard to deal with team fight heroes and these heroes that try and end the fight really fast, and the Arc Warden is able to have a good time around. I'm just going to have a quick look back and see what the bans were like for both those games. So in the second phase, Entity banned out Nyx, Pudge, and Monkey King, and then Drow, Enigma, and Pudge for Game 2 when they did pick these Arc Wardens. So this hero's already gone. Maybe, I mean, I'm not quite sure if even Drow Ranger is going to be that big of a ban for them, right? Like, surely Drow doesn't do all too well into the magnetic field, so
They're gonna still
ban it anyways. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the pace that she's able to set around the map sometimes is a bit of a problem. And it doesn't really help if, like, Arc Warden is surviving, but the rest of the team is just getting chonked down. And we already have this Nyx Assassin Primal Beast. There's a lot of space for the Drow Ranger to be ahead of you. Of these heroes to create space, Drow just comes in, plonk, 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 everybody dies. Weirdly enough, look at this, Fluke. We have no bans on neither the Morphling or the SF just yet. This might have been the deepest in any of these drafts that both of those heroes have been completely and utterly ignored here. Does feel like Fnatic does have space for one of them, I think. I could definitely see them playing a Shadow Fiend and then just trying to like accelerate the tempo of this game, end it super fast before this Arc Warden comes online.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of the conversation that we were having a little bit earlier on, right, where you start getting deeper into a tournament like the group stages. Because it's a 10-team group stage, there is so much Dota these guys are playing. In previous years, there was much less teams that were in these group stages. There weren't as many games as you were playing. And now in this tournament where there's so much Dota that you have to play across these next 4 days, that these heroes like the Shadow Fiend and the Morphling kind of just fall by the wayside. Both teams are so hyper-focused on this is exactly what Entity did in the last draft. Kind of like what I'm doing, right? When I'm looking at these drafts, I'm saying, okay, last time they picked this Arc Warden, they went for X and Y hero. They wanted to play this kind of way, and that's where you're able to get yourself bogged down in these kind of bans and these picks. And then heroes like the Morphling and the Shadow Fiend, if they slip your mind all the way towards the end of the draft, you can really kind of get bitten in the butt. So we will see those heroes be kind of untouched, I'd imagine, throughout the entirety of this draft until one of these teams just goes, oh, hey, remember that Shadow Fiend is completely busted right now? Yeah, let's try and pick that hero and see how it goes.
I mean, we saw that in the last series, right? Morphling was towards the end of the second phase. It was like 18th pick, and it's like, oh, wow, okay, Morphling at that phase of the draft, very, very unlikely to have happen often. And RNG were able to stomp off the back of it. Entity get another hero that we've seen stomp at this tournament with the Disruptor. Sort of fall off between yesterday and today. Haven't necessarily seen as many of the Raptors as we would like to. I mean, this hero, when you're playing on the front foot, when you're able to get these glimpses back, throw out these static storms, and just prevent the enemy team from advancing, it can look super, super good. And in this game, I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a hard one. Playing this Raptor into the Nyx Assassin is always going to be scouting you out. You're a very weak hero. You can dive fairly fast with the Nyx. And if you have to commit the glimpse onto Nyx just to get him away from you, that's one less spell available for the subsequent chase. But they get the Zeus now on the side of Fnatic. So this is damage that doesn't necessarily care about that magnetic field. Way to be able to just burst all across the map. And if you get caught by this, I'm now more and more convinced that this Zeus is going to be playing this mid lane, and then Primal Beast probably going off lane here for jabs. So if you get pulverized in this game, suddenly there's magic damage raining in from the heavens of Zeus. Nyx Assassin can hold you in position even longer to ensure that the Zeus does outlay all of his damage. This can feel pretty strong here. And as it stands, they don't have that much reach from Entity, right? Sure, Disruptor can drag you back if you're escaping, but them getting forward is only coming from the Marcy at this point in time. So Fnatic can still try and cover, and they get this Nature's Prophet. Woo! Nature's Prophet. How many games has he had this tournament? I think this is the first or second time I'm seeing him.
Yeah, I think he's only played a few times. Let me have a quick look here.
2 games.
That Dota. So he's played 2 games so far.
Yeah.
What's his win rate?
100%. LGD beat OG, and then BetBoom beat Hokori with this hero.
Oh, okay. So it has been able to at least get the dub. So they're just going to go for the Lone Druid here from Entity. So, I mean, they've got 2 dirty heroes in the fact that they've got the Arc Warden and the Lone Druid. I think the thing is, for me, though, is Fnatic have relatively easy ways of just permanently being able to gank people, right? They've always got the teleportation. They're going to have the Thunder God's Wrath. Zeus is going to be able to pump in a lot of this damage. Nyx Assassin roaming around. Primal Beast can always connect with the Onslaught. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Fnatic. The big issue that I've got so far is a little bit of this scalability. It's going to be very, very hard for them to try and outscale any of the heroes that they've got here, specifically the Lone Druid. Like, how do they really kind of deal with this bear? They can kite it up, they can stun it up, they can pulverize it and do all that kind of jazz to it, but they don't really have anybody that's able to actually kill this bear. So I want to see Fnatic try and go for a hero that gives them that little bit of extra scalability here. Just gives them that little bit of extra right-click carry. Yes, the Nature's Prophet can turn into one of those right-click carries. You know, the Witch's Blade into the AC and all that kind of jazz. I wouldn't hate to see that come out from them here. Whereas on the other side of Entity, one issue that I do have with them is they've mainly just got the Marcy that goes in, whereas your 2 cores are more than happy to sit in the background, but you're playing up against a Nyx Assassin. So I kind of want to see Entity have another one of these heroes that can follow up with the Marcy to make it so they've got this nice little line so they don't kind of just get disconnected where the Marcy just leaps forward with the rebound and then, you know, Disruptor gets caught in the back and then the Lone Druid really can't kind of follow up. I like this Panda Band as well. It's kind of one of the heroes that I was talking about, right? Like, it's a Wraith Pack builder that is able to kind of give them this kind of ball that they can walk around with and have another initiation in these team fights. So that's another hero that it's going to be very hard for them to deal with. Is this like a Timbersaw pick for Entity?
It's possible, actually, to see a Timber. Any kind of hero, like you say, that just gets forward, soaks up damage, can tag a lot of these spells. It should not be like I don't want to see them go for like some, or if Enigma was in the game, they could have gone for something like that, but that would be like more counter initiation. But like you say, just something that stands in front. What did Liquid pick in this similar position earlier today? They went for the Death Prophet. I mean, that would be doubling down on the push, I suppose. And this draft is already disgusting enough as it is. I don't want to see more of that. But any one of these anchor-style heroes, I think, would be very, very good for the side of Entity. What do they need here for Fnatic? We still need a certain hero They actually don't believe that this is going to be the safe lane Nature Prophet. They think this is going to be still another safe laner coming out for Raven. I mean, to be fair, Raven has played Nature's Prophet in the past, but his preferred style of carry is a little bit harder than this. And like you were mentioning earlier, they do have major problems with scalability into the late game. And to be fair, I don't think you should worry about scaling the game when you're playing against Awkward and Lone Druid. Whatever, you're going to lose the late game. It's fine, it's cool. Try win a lot earlier than they can actually come online, and then you'll still be in decent stead. But they only have 10 seconds to make this deliberation here, Fluke.
What do they pick?
It's going to be a difficult pick for them to grab.
Do you pick something like PA or something like that and try and play extremely fast? They're going to go Alchemist. Okay, so this draft for Fnatic, I don't even... So what is... I think it's going to be like Januel playing the Primal Beast 5, DJ going to be picking up the Nyx Assassin, Jabs, Nature's Prophet, Mel, Zeus, and a Raven Alchemist, and they just try and... I don't know, try and play fast here. They're going to go for the Dirge for their final pick for Entity, so they can play the position 3 Dirge here. The Alchemist is going to have a very, very hard time into the Marcy Dirge lane. It's really not going to be fun for them to be able to play up against these heroes. I'm not sure what... Oh, so it's going to be a position 5 Zeus from Januel.
Okay,
so
Zeus.
Is it an Armel Primal Beast then?
Armel
Yeah,
Primal
it
Beast,
is.
okay. Yeah, off-lane Nature's Prophet then for Jabs. And then Alchemist, unless they want to put Armel, or Raven rather, on the Nature's Prophet, and then have Jabs be the one playing the Alchemist. But okay, they decided to switch it up a little bit here for the side of Fnatic. The thing is with the Zeus, right? When we saw the pick, I liked it because I thought, okay, this is going to be some guaranteed damage coming from a position where it's difficult kind of for Entity to reach with their draft. They only have the Marcy that bounce forward in that way. Unfortunately, now that it's on the support position, it's going to take a while before the damage ramps up in that way. I mean, Armel can do a great job from the mid lane, but his primary role is going to be getting in, starting fights for his squad, and then cleanup must come from elsewhere. Not that much of a fan, if I'm honest, of the support Zeus, especially not a fan of the position 5 Zeus, unless they're going to try and mix this one up and make DJ be the one that plays 5. But at the same time, I'm not a fan of 5 Nyx Assassin either. I prefer that hero to have some degree of farm, given how good he can look with mobility. At the very end of all of this, Entity, like you said, they will be putting this Undying into the offlane to bother this Alchemist. So, Fluke, your job is to be the smart one between us. Tell me, how does Entity win this game? Looks fairly straightforward from them, but what's their primary strategy, and then what can Fnatic do to try and stop that?
I think what they're trying to do here is they're really trying to shut down the Alchemist in the safe lane. Toby is going to try and take this Tier 1 tower as quick as they possibly can, and I think Pule's is going to get this Mask of Madness and this Tessellator build, and it's going to kind of go together. I haven't really seen what Stormstormer has been building on his Arc Warden, whether or not he's going to go for this kind of later stages Arc Warden, where you go into things like the Hand of Midas, the Boots of Travel, go into the Glepnir from there on out and get like a Hex or even a Bloodthorn, or whether or not he wants to try and play a little bit faster on the Arc Warden. I've seen some interesting and different stuff from a whole lot of Arc Warden spammers throughout the times, things like Yule, Scepter, Rod of Atos being spammed out, or all that kind of weird and wacky stuff. I think it's kind of up to Stormstormer and up to Entity to see if they want to play fast, or if they're more than happy to, you know, at the start of this game, go, okay, Armel's not having a good time, you know, Raven's not having a good time either. These two heroes that are supposed to try and create a bit of space and create a bit of normalcy for Fnatic are just not having a good time, and we can kind of just go ham. So I'm feeling like Entity's got this one going, but Fnatic, if they're able to give this Alchemist a good lane, if they're able to set a lot of tempo with Armel on the Primal Beast and make some rotations towards some of these side lanes, they can get some kills relatively early on the Arc Warden and the Lone Druid. They've definitely got enough damage to do it, but I think they just need to make sure they don't get too blown out of the water in these lanes, because they've got some pretty weak lanes considering what they're going up against. So right now, Fnatic, I'm not 100% behind their draft, but I see the ideas behind it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm very conflicted here because I feel like Entity's draft is better, but I am on a moral level opposed to many of their heroes. So it's a complication here. It's a complication. We just have to deal with the contradictions being presented before us. But here we are. Game number 1. Both of these squads are 4-4. The winning team, if they go 2-0, will find themselves in a top 4 berth. The losing team, if they go 0-2, they'll actually not move at all, because the teams beneath them haven't managed to win out their games just yet. Nonetheless, this is a crucial, crucial series. It could come down to this one. Both of these squads will easily look back at their group stage run and realize this is a game that could have changed everything. Let's see how this rune trade is gonna go. In the previous game, we saw RNG, I think in both games, being 3-1, but it didn't seem to matter all that much. They still ended up dominating their opposition. And this time around, it's just a 2-2 trade. DJ, though, might be in some danger. Beautiful impale will allow him to get off to safety, and he will be A-okay.
They're switching lanes here, Snare, so they're going to send Armel into the off lane on the Primal Beast. They're going to give Raven the mid lane up against the Arc Warden. And that means that now that Pure's going to have to send himself towards top. So it looks like they wanted the Primal Beast up against the Lone Druid, just because I think Trample as well as Onslaught is very, very hard for the Lone Druid to try and deal with if they ever get on top of the actual Lone Druid. Then they can kind of just kill him and then kite the bear around and kill him away. So I like what Fnatic did here. That kind of gives me a little bit more, I don't want to say faith in their draft. I think their draft has some good ideas and some good ways of winning this game as well. But setting up good lanes is exactly what they need to do here first. They need to make sure that they have a good time on the Alchemist. They need to make sure that they have a good time here on the Primal Beast and they can set some tempo. Whereas for Entity, they just need to make sure they don't come out of these lanes all too sad and all too ruined as well. Is January just going to get a solo kill here on Fishman?
No. He was trying to. Came really close. Was making the full-throated attempt, but it ends up not working out for them at the end there. Fishman, I'm very excited to see what they're going to be able to do with this Disruptor. If he's in position properly, this Fishman is going to make life difficult for the Primal Beast, for Armel down bottom. Every single time he tries to engage the fight with the Onslaught, you just get glimpsed back. Bye-bye, buddy. Can't make the engagement. But Toby, oh man, that's such a fun lane for Toby to play. I'd be so happy being Undying here on this bottom lane. Just chilling, man. Two beefy heroes. They actually disposed back Raven. Impale forced out of DJ yet again to save the life of the Primal Beast, lest he get brought down. Of course, Toby, he's playing Undying, so you know what it is. Queue up those mangoes, baby. Make sure that you have constant harass going in this lane.
Yeah, that's what I was having a little giggle to myself about just before I looked over at Toby. Just been like, what does he want to build here? Does he want to go for like the Echo Saber build? He goes, nah, mangoes, fam. That's what I'm all about right now. I see him constantly spam out these decays, and they're doing a good job at pressuring the Primal Beast, right? Primal Beast has been one of those heroes throughout the entirety of the LCQ and now even towards the group stages that is a very big lane dominator. But if you're able to kind of shut out that hero from the lane, not allow him to kind of abuse the trample, not allow him to abuse the onslaught, then he feels kind of lacking because he needs to try and get towards that BKB where he can really be a menace in these team fights. And early on, he tries to abuse the fact that he has some very, very strong spells. So if you're able to, use this Undying where you just spam out the decay, make him a little weak boy, then it feels pretty hard for Armel to kind of utilize his hero. Then he has to come in towards the mid game to try and get these ganks early on, and that's when you start to feel the pressure of the Primal Beast. If you don't have this good lane and you're just forced to make these rotations, it never feels good. So it's doing a good job so far to be able to force pressure onto Armel.
Armel playing as Primal Beast, the hero that's usually used to being able to dominate wherever he is on the map, but being denied of his primary attribute makes life a lot more difficult in the situation that he's in. Still, though, provided that he has a solitary point into either the Onslaught or the Uproar, shouldn't really die in this lane, but things do get difficult for him as time goes on. Let's take a quick look at this mid lane where we do see this Arc Warden starting to run ahead when it comes to the CS here. Stormstormer has the Midas queued up already, so I think we're probably going for that Ags build that we've been seeing lately. Given how many, but it's complicated though, right? Because if you go for that Ags build, then suddenly you're playing these Spark Rates into Nyx Assassin, and they'll be easily able to set up if they want to try and catch you out. So it's a difficult decision for Stormstormer. What do you make of it? Do you think he should go for the Ags or go more for the control route with like the Gleipnir Hex that you were mentioning earlier?
Well, looks like Raven on the bottom side. I'll hold my thought for a sec.
Armel.
There it is.
Got him. Toby did drop the tombstone for this one. Probably unnecessary at the end of the day there, but Kataomi was denied his Sven this game, but still allowed to get a first blood. As top lane, they really want to run down Pure's bear here, but the glimpse back from Fishman makes sure that Janwell can't close the distance. But now he might have put himself in danger because he gets completely surrounded and blocked by the treants coming in from jabs. And that'll enable Fnatic here on the top side of the map to kill this Disruptor. They're like, alright fam, you want to save the bear? Cool. It's going to cost your life though.
Yeah, so kind of circling back to what you were asking as well. It just felt like it was a kind of one of those questions where it's like, I feel like it's going to be on Stormstormer's personal preference. You know, as you said, we've seen a lot of these Aghanim Scepters that's really been able to be pulled out from these Arc Wardens. I feel like it does an insane amount of damage in teamfights. It's quite ridiculous, like, at how broken it is, and especially how hard it is to try and push a high ground as well. So I'd imagine that's probably going to be the route that Stormstormer's going to go. I would like to see him just kind of go for maybe a little bit of this early control before he gets the Aghanim Scepter. Like, maybe just a Gluttony early on, just really kind of trying to force Armel, even force, like, jabs into popping these BKBs in inopportune times, because these heroes really like to try and play around their BKBs. So if you're able to put Armel in a position where he has to pop BKB early in a team fight where he hasn't really been able to onslaught, he hasn't really been able to get the pulverize, then kind of, I don't want to say you've won a team fight, but you've already made the team fight much harder than it needs to be here for Fnatic.
This game right now, still a fairly slow considered affair. Entity just happy to farm with their heroes. They wait for a very, very late game stretch here. Arc Warden, Lone Druid. It's going to take a while before these heroes fully come online, so not going to be expecting or anticipating them to make any wild moves on the map. Right now, Janelle is going toe-to-toe with Fishman, but he's going to have assistance from Jabs, who comes in with the teleport. Will be able to get this kill. Secondary pickup on this Nature's Prophet for this game. Already has access to his power trade, starting to farm up, and they're getting these stacks going for Raven. That's nice and juicy, baby. Give me that money. Give me the gold. And you got a Dark Soul summon out of this. This is the best situation ever. Don't kill it yet. Wait a second. Wait. Oh.
Not getting them in max just yet. I did like that the entire time that Raven literally saw the stacks. He was like, "You guys got fish, man? All right, sick. No worries. I'm going to start hitting these PPMs. You guys good? Yep. All right, awesome." And Fnatic is doing a really good job at just kind of abusing this position 5 Zeus. Januel he's always been one of those players ever since that I saw him on that OB Neon roster. He's always been one of these players that has been playing these weird and wacky position 5s. He was the guy who pioneered the Timbersaw position 5, the guy who pioneered the Troll Warlord position 5, the guy who pioneered the Death Coffin position 5. So he's always been able to play these different pos 5s, and maybe on the bottom side of the map, maybe Toby has kind of overstepped his bounds. But I like that Fnatic are abusing the fact that they have this Nature's Prophet. Jabs is now starting to get into these fights. He's really starting to get himself across the map. He's got the treads up now. I'd imagine it's probably just going to be a very early Witchblade that's going to come in from Jabs, and then once he builds into like Witchblade BKB, they can permanently keep getting these fights going. And as long as Raven is getting to a point where he's got like Blink, BKB, Basher, maybe even an AC onto Raven, that's when they can really just start to abuse the time that they've got going for them. And speaking of Raven,
he is gone on right now through this mid lane. Stormstormer has the help of Kataomi. Like you mentioned, there is the ulti available. Spark rate brings him very, very low. He might still die. Oh my god, 30 HP. He ends up staying alive there. Ultimate on the Chemical Rage is very, very good. In the meantime, down bottom, Toby in a little bit of danger here, being trampled into by Armel. The onslaught, though, needs to get Armel out of danger. Jabs threw in the Wrath of Nature from across the map, but he didn't show up personally, so they lack the damage to actually finish off Toby. Toby himself just needs one more decay. They just need one more attack onto Armel. Can Toby find the range? Can he see him?
God.
No, he cannot. DJ throws in the Impale, and the darkness covers the retreat. Armel somehow able to escape this bottom lane engagement. That was so close to him falling down.
DJ, the Nyx Assassin, has been a kind of standout hero for him across multiple TIs. Now with the pulverize once again.
Bottom.
Oh no.
This was so smart. Armel didn't actually go back all the way home. He stuck around to pick up the experience for the level 6. He's gonna die for this one. They bring Stormstormer over, rotating in with the real hero, let alone a Tempest double. But get the revenge hit onto Armel, but nonetheless end up losing Toby down in this bottom lane. Stormstormer, though, does have access to the Hand of Midas. He's bringing in this Myth Hammer now. We're not that far away from him having the Maelstrom. And then the farm is really going to kick into high gear. Raven trying his best to catch up to him, but man, dealing with double Midas, very, very difficult at this early portion of the game. But the important thing is that his team spends this time right now just stacking up some of these camps. Bottom, DJ, will he be able to escape this? He might not be able to escape, but he might be able to set up for a counter kill here. Gets the Impale out. Here comes Jabs now, making the rotation. They take away the Tombstone. But Fishman in a little bit of danger. Armel, though, actually retreated from this. He got glimpsed back. Couldn't participate in this fight anymore. Jabs, now he's the one that's in danger. Doesn't have access to a TP. Doesn't have access to allies. So he will end up just losing his life down in this bottom lane. That's a pretty big kill. Fishman, hard carrying on this Disruptor right now. being able to glimpse back the primary target. Might still die in the bottom lane though. On the Toby Undying as Armel coming in for revenge. Here's the Pulverize. DJ is here. I love how they give the kill to the Nature's Prophet with the little tree and being able to snipe Toby at the end.
Yeah, just nice little bit of rotationary Dota coming in there from Fnatic, just constantly being able to abuse these low cooldowns, be able to come in with the Primal Beast, and this is the reason why. Oh, jabs. You got to hit those, buddy. Yep, that's... we don't want to see that one anymore. Don't hit that replay there from Mr. Jabs. Keep his dignity up.
DJ is
Fishman's in trouble,
fine. He's fine. Yeah, Fishman's 100% up. He's going to try and outplay them, just buy space and time. He might not die immediately as he drops a Static Storm, buying time for allies to start streaming in. He eventually does take a tumble, but here comes both the Stormer Arc Warden as well as the Kataomi Marcy. Kataomi not going to be able to fire jabs, who TP's out right up in front of his face. And DJ also getting away with the Vendetta just acquired off the back of the Fishman kill. That will enable DJ to escape. Everybody's out and now middle. Look at this. Jabs just shows up, wants to assist Raven in trying to put pressure on the tier 1 tower. They're trying to accelerate the timing of this game and not allow Entity to come online with these later timing heroes that they have on their lineup.
Yeah, Fnatic are really just starting to pull Entity apart. Really just being able to abuse the fact that they have this Nature's Prophet. I really liked this Nature's Prophet pick when I saw it coming out for Fnatic. It just felt like that I hadn't really been able to see the grand scheme of things. I haven't really been able to see the pieces come together. And now that I'm seeing it coming in for Fnatic, I really like the draft that they've got going. They've got a lot of high tempo. They've given a lot of space to Januel as well. I like that they had this combination with the Zeus and the Nature's Prophet, knowing that the Nature's Prophet wants to try and get active early on, so that just gives Januel this time as his position 5 Zeus to be like, oh, hey guys, you're going to give me a free lane? Okay, I'm going to get myself a little bit of experience, I'm going to get myself a little bit of gold, I'm going to feel really good about how it's going. He's almost at the level 6. Once he does get that level 6 online, it's going to be oh so hard for the rest of Entity to try and be safe on this map. You can constantly get onslaughted on from Armel. As soon as he hits that Pulverize going, you can imagine there's going to be an Nyx Assassin anywhere near it. They can get the teleportation that comes down as well, and then all they have to do is hit the Thunder God's Wrath, and it's going to be all she wrote for any of these heroes. You can just see DJ now, he's starting to hunt.
He's found him. He's got him. He has the vision. Oh no, he's going to cancel the TP. Could have gotten the Vendetta hit first, but prioritized just getting the TP cancel. Jabs coming in. Onslaught will be there coming in from the Armel, the Primal Beast, but unfortunately he ran into a Static Storm. And here comes Kataomi. The Dispos will enable them to bring down Jabs. TP out from Armel, not cancelled, but the glimpse will mean that DJ not that lucky, as they take him out as well. So Jabs and Nyx Assassin both end up dying for this Arc Warden. Fishman has just been playing so well. These Static Storms, that's the second time in the exact same spot he sets up a decent trade for his team in a situation that looked like they were just going to lose out big on a core hero with no reply.
Yeah, just a nice little opener there that came in from Fishman to really be able to pull apart the members there of Fnatic. I think that's probably a hashtag worth if you are the other members of Fnatic, though. Taking down Stormer once again, just delaying his next set of items. The scary part about this Arc Warden is the fact that he doesn't really become a super scary hero until he starts getting a few more of these heroes coming forward. So for them, they have been a team that really needs to try and rely on this Arc Warden getting towards these next couple of items, and that's why Fnatic are really just trying to find him out here. To be fair though, Pure is doing a good job now with the Mask of Madness. He has the Gloves of Haste, so he's able to actually start being a member in these team fights. So I feel like Entity as well as Fnatic are going to start butting heads very, very soon.
Top lane, I think that's where they want to try and make a quick move, because they have the Vendetta procced for this Nyx Assassin. DJ scouting out Kataomi. And Kataomi has cleared out the creep wave, so there's nothing to try and bounce off this damage. But DJ knows it's coming. Kataomi went close to the shop. Turns out to have been a mistake. Will end up losing his life here. He's going to try and set up for some counter kills. As Fishman, yet again, finding 2 heroes with the Static Storm kinetic field. Both of them should die in short order as Toby and Stormer show up to assist. That is a wonderful move from Entity as Fishman there, yet again with the Static Storm. This disrupt Eastern European disruptor, man. This goes back literally years. Where my old heads in chat that'll remember the days of Goblack Disruptor every game. Armel getting glimpsed back down bottom. You help get 2 kills in the top lane. You come mid to glimpse back the hero protecting the tower. And that opens up the space for the tower to be taken as well. And because you got the kills top, they can't take that tower. Fishman, out here.
Yeah. Definitely showing why this Disruptor hero is really starting to level up in its priority, right? We've seen, you know, Nyx Assassin and Disruptor be these two supports that are really starting to shine bright in the TI group stages so far. Though Fnatic, they finally have the Radiance up now on Armel, so his farm is starting to increase. He hasn't had a kind of blowout crazy Alchemist game just yet. He's going to be able to move towards something like a BKB. DJ, though, he's in trouble. Nice by Carapace.
He's in a lot of danger here. The spy Carapace is
Raven's
good.
here.
Pure is actually the one that gets stunned up, and Armel also nearby. He gets feared, though. They can't get the connection onto Pure, and Pure looking towards bringing down DJ, as well as the Spark Rays doing all this damage towards this Armel Primal Beast, as both of them in danger of dying. DJ somehow the lone person to survive this fray, but Armel not going to be that lucky. The fear, the magnetic field, just the out-and-out damage from Stormstormer. Jeez, this is such a problem. This is so early on. This hero is only supposed to become a crazy problem later in the game, but he's already a big problem right now. And top, Fnatic, their problems are not over just yet, as Janwell needs to be careful here. He doesn't get himself out of dodge. Fishman will prevent him from going home, will glimpse him back into danger. So stay where you are, my friend. Do not leave this little alcove in the trees. This is home. Pretend that HY is in your team. Just stay in the trees, fam.
Yeah, stay in the trees. Don't show your head. It's getting to the point now where I think Entity are starting to hit their critical mass here, Snare. Armel really hasn't been able to kind of get a hold on this game. I think he really has kind of struggled on this Primal Beast. It was a good little lane switch where they wanted to put Toby on the Undying, just trying to alleviate a bit of the pressure that this Primal Beast can do. You saw a few times where they're able to consistently be able to find the Primal Beast that was the Thunder God's Wrath to try and look for Toby in the top lane, but all they found was DJ in the middle lane. Snicks is dead, so Fishman once again just finding a few more of these members of Fnatic, and I think Fnatic, their window for them to try and abuse their heroes like the Primal Beast and the Nature's Prophet and the Nyx Assassin is starting to rapidly close. They're getting towards the point here where Pure has the Desolator built up. He's almost going to have the Aghanim Shard as well for the Lone Druid, and that's kind of like the go time for a lot of these Lone Druids. Having that basic dispel and just being able to get that extra bit of movement speed and attack speed from the Savage Roar just enables you to kind of play around the Lone Druid Bear so much more, because it just enables it to hit that much harder, move that much faster, move around a lot of these team fights, and not have to worry about some of these issues that can come forward. So Fnatic, I think they need to wait, they need to get their 2 BKBs up, they need to try and get this fight going, and hopefully they can try and weather the storm, which is going to be storm.
The Stormstormer. They have to deal with something now, though, because as soon as the Desolator arrived for the Pure Lone Druid, they're in on the Roshan pit. Fnatic aware of this, but it's going to take them too long to respond. They're not going to be here in time. The tower at bottom is going to be maybe the trade, but the age is already gone. DJ, though, gets himself caught in an awkward position. Kataomi jumps him. They might want to still take this fight. Armel hiding in the trees, waiting for a good onslaught target. Can't go on the Lone Druid, but they have found Stormstormer. It's the real one. Jab CP's in behind him as well, and they are able to get that kill. Kataomi fighting 1v1 with the Lone Druid Bear against Jabs, and they should be able to win this one out, or not. The Bear held in position with the Pulverize. They can't finish off Jabs. Buyback is going to be coming in from Fishman, and they do eventually get the kill. Armel, he charges through with the onslaught onto this Undying, and Toby ends up losing his life. Unfortunately, though, they have found Janwell, but this is a mere support Zeus. Fishman, his buyback will be expended on a glimpse onto Raven. But Raven not necessarily in a position to be brought down. Very, very strong in this fight with this Radiance. And about to get access again to his Chemical Rage. They didn't even need to pop his BKB in that fight there, Fluke. As Team Fnatic, they come out ahead in that one. It's a 3-for-3, but they did have to buy back on Fishman. But the important thing is that a lot of gold went the way of both the Alchemist as well as this Primal Beast for Armel.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that that Armel, you could see towards the end there where Raven got things back, that he was thinking that maybe this might be another team fight, so we can up Armel and loses his life there to Stormstormer. Gonna try and make a go here onto Pure. They found him out. Oh no, the stun that goes in there onto Raven. He can't connect up.
Can't connect onto it. Pure still here with the Bear. I mean, they'll take it if they get just the Spirit Bear out of this. Fishman thinking about glimpsing someone back, but the targets they can actually kill are also out of range of the glimpse. So they're still running forward here on the side of Entity, looking for some degree of aggression inside the Dire jungle. Nothing's got it out just yet, though. Right, so Fnatic, even though they lost Armel down bottom, he did finish the BKB as he was going down. So you will have that available for the next fight. And Jabs will probably have it available too, as he's a couple hundred gold out. So these heroes on the side of Entity, a lot of the damage in that fight, and a lot of damage at this stage of the game, sure, is coming from the pure Lone Druid, but they really need the effectiveness of the Spark Race as well as the effectiveness of Fishman. Now suddenly 3 heroes don't have to worry about him at all. It's really going to change how Entity should be approaching these fights. And I wonder if Fnatic will try smoke up to surprise these heroes before they're aware that all these items are actually complete.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the scary thing for these next couple of team fights is... Oh, Januel. I'm sorry, brother.
Oh, dude. Hashtag worth. It's fine. It's a Tombstone, Static Storm. I'm a +5. Who cares?
And they got the Flesh Golem as well, so once this Flesh Golem goes away, that's about another 100 seconds where they don't have to worry about the Flesh Golem. They're just going to try and get this fight going anyways. They've got double BKB. I know Toby's going to be hard to kill, but...
Oh, will David activate BKB is the question. He doesn't want to, because he knows they can get the kill without it. Maybe save it for the oncoming fight. Nobody really to hold them down. Pure jumping into the fray with his bear as well. Kataomi after the rebound forces a BKB charge of Armel, but it's a little bit too late. So Armel does end up going down. In the meantime, Jabs TP's in onto the backline of the fight with his own BKB active, but there's way too much physical damage here, Fluke. Kataomi had the unleash. Pure was right in front of him, and they just chomp him to pieces on this Nature's Prophet. Bit of miscommunication there between himself and the rest of Fnatic as they weren't able to connect onto him as soon as he got in on the TP. That cost him his life at the end of the day.
Yeah, that was really disconnected and kind of weird. I thought that they were just going to commit their BKBs to try and catch Stormstormer, because that's exactly what they did, right? But Raven is playing this very tentatively. He is playing the edge of these fights. He's understanding that his BKB is going to be his kind of trump card in a lot of these fights, and really wants to try and abuse his chemical rage as well. So the fact that if he's not able to kind of get this initiation instantly onto Stormstormer in combination with, you know, Jabs or DJ or even Armel, then it feels like it's going to be very, very rough for him to try and get a lot of these fights going their way. It is always sad when you see a core pop a BKB and still get right-clicked down. So Armel, he's not really having the best game here, which is never what you want to see, but Armel has always been one of those players to me that should be able to bounce back from a game like this, especially when he's playing on a new hero in the Primal Beast. They're getting closer to a few more of these items though here, Snare. They've almost got the Glepnir done here onto Stormstormer. They've almost got these next set of items. They've got the BKB done on Kataomi. They've still got Pure, who's getting very, very close towards his AC. And imagine that Raven should be able to match his own AC. Big pickup with DJ picking up the Blink Dagger as well. Jabs having the Desolator as well as the BKB means that they can constantly try and get in towards these members of Entity, and I think the biggest thing for me is the fact that Januel is getting closer and closer towards an Aghanim Scepter. So if he's actually able to have some more impact in these team fights, that's when it's going to be very, very scary with Aegis being reclaimed now on Pure.
Yeah, that's real Stormstormer? It's real Stormstormer down bottom. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have the bead on him though. DJ thinking about going in, but doesn't have confidence that he'll be able to quickly get the kill. Not really sure if it's the Tempest double either. So they just backed themselves off. Top lane. We did see that Entity was playing close to the tier 2 tower on top. Really want to try and dominate this jungle, give more space to Pure to farm, and to deny Raven easy access to the jungle so that this Alchemist starts to fall off. But Alchemist and the crew, they're going to smoke up right now. Raven leading the charge, looking for the blink attempt. If they go all the way around. Oh, very smart. They didn't go too fast in, so their smoke not popped just yet. They know for a fact that if they come into this fray, they will not have to deal with the Tempest double or with a young Arc Warden. But let's see who they initiate on. They jump in.
Oh,
but
no.
the Static Storm with the fear immediately on. He stuns himself on Raven as well as Kataomi brings him down with Fishman's help. Gunwell taken out as well as Fishman. What a player. The reaction times coming in from this man, immaculate. I'm not even sure he caught the full vision, but just knew exactly where to place the Static Storm. Guarantees the self-stun, prevents the BKB activation, and also at the end enables his team to dominate that fight and send Fnatic packing.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that once again that Raven didn't click his BKB. He hasn't pressed his BKB this entire game just yet. You see here in the replay, he blinks in. Oh, he got instantly feared as well. Okay, I was wondering why that Raven didn't click that BKB. So that would have been the fight they're able to turn around on. But the fast fingers coming in from Entity, you can see the reactions. They're so happy about that one. Fishman has been playing extremely well here. on the disruptor, and I feel like not every time, but a lot of these disruptors we've been seeing some really top tier plays here, Snare. So this hero in combination with the Nyx Assassin main stage, we're going to be seeing some big old Static Storms. Oh boy, I can't wait to hear a Southeast Asian crowd when they're yelling about a massive Static Storm. Oh dude, I'm excited already.
I'm
Get
already
me into the
hyped. Get us into the arena. You know, regrettably, we were not being paid in TI tickets, but, you know, we'll try to work that into the contract for next season. Raven, just trying to farm up here. One thing that is nice, though, is that Jabs has been doing a decent enough job of wherever he is on the map, at least trying to keep these waves constantly pushed out to make sure that they're not at least suffering the indignity of losing a fight and then potentially losing your base instantly to the Lone Druid as well as the Arc Warden. So on both sides of the map, Fnatic have been doing a decent enough job, even when not being able to win these team fights, of denying Entity further positioning on the map and further real estate in terms of tower objectives. Still though, until they get this next Aegis, maybe Fnatic will have some time to try and figure out a plan here. Down bottom, a fight is breaking out, the Lone Druid. He's too close in. Armel, get out, BKB out. The actually jumping Stormstormer, they found the real deal. The Magnetic field is there, but it's not going to be enough. Jabs with the BKB definitely ends up dead as a result of this. DJ, can he TP out? No, he can't.
Okay.
Fishman's here. Fishman gets revenge. So Stormstormer does die, but I'm not so sure it's worth it anymore. Now you're giving double kills towards the Lone Druid. This hero is getting uber tanky, has the AC already. What's he delivering now? Brand new item flying in. Just triple wave bands.
Yeah.
But this is starting to become a little bit of a problem. Yes, you can kill Stormstormer, but he's not the only threat on the side of Entity. This dual core they have between him and the Lone Druid proving to be very problematic for Fnatic at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where we've been seeing it kind of develop across today, where these teams have these dual cores where it's like you have to commit so much to try and kill one of them that the other core is generally kind of free to do whatever they want in the fight. It feels like to me that we're starting to fall back in towards classical Dota, right? Where you have these mid heroes are still hard to deal with. You still have your hard carry who's still hard to deal with, and we see a lot of these drafts that are much more conventional in the eyes of the Dota purists out there. And right now it's very, very hard for Fnatic to try and deal with, especially with Stormstorm blinks in like that.
Yep, they look for Junwell, finding him instantly with the rebound. Armel gets glimpsed back in as well. Doesn't even bother trying to do anything. He knows he's dead. Doesn't have BKB at the ready. He's like, well, whatever. I'll save the one charges for the second life when I respawn. Oh boy, Entity. We're getting to that point of the game here, Fluke, where everything on the map is controlled by them. By the time this Roshan comes up, yes, Fnatic should be able to scout it out. But the question is, what can they actually and realistically do about it? Unfortunately, it's becoming apparent that their team fight is really, really lacking. Their individual pick-off potential, very high, but ability to force big fights and win them seems to be quite difficult. Now bottom, we were trying to ratch here between Raven and Junwell. Raven still very, very low to activate his BKB. He might have to do it this time, and indeed he does. That's the first time the entire game. He doesn't have an option. He knows that if he doesn't, he certainly dies in the top lane. But by the time he comes back home, Stormstorm has already cleared out the tier 3 tower here. Was looking to start threatening the racks already. This game, you know, you were mentioning earlier that Fnatic were doing a decent job trying to pull Entity apart, but now it feels like Fnatic have nowhere to play on the map. Everything they're doing is cheeky and cute, but trying to play headlong into Entity is proving to be somewhat impossible right now.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit behind the 8 ball. Even though the net worth is even, that's kind of the Alchemist effect, right? Like, if you're not, like, 10 or so thousand gold above the enemy team when you have an Alchemist on your team, you're losing. And right now that Fnatic are definitely in a position where they are starting to lose out here. There is a DD route on the bottom side of the map, so I imagine they can probably just keep that to Jabs, keep that to Raven. Maybe they can try and get a fight going, but Pure once again gets himself the Aegis of the Immortal. It is oh so hard for them to try and get these fights going. As you said, they're just trying to do these cute kind of weird plays where they're constantly split pushing, seeing if they can catch some of these members out. Maybe they might be able to catch out Stormstormer on a weird rotation and force Entity to try and have to play this really clean kind of Dota so they don't get caught out by Fnatic. But the fact that they have an Arc Warden on their team as well, it just means that it's so hard to get these rat players going. Throws Tempest double down there, he throws a magnetic field onto the buildings and they say, haha, you kind of can't get it. So, a little unfortunate there for Fnatic, but they're putting themselves in good positions now to at least try and alleviate a bit of that pressure and try and force Entity back from their own base here as well.
Yeah, looks like they're playing the dare game. They're like, well, General, Raven, you guys can go home. Jabs, you stay home. You stay here, keep pushing. Let's see what they're willing to do, if they're willing to trade this. Clip of Fortification gets activated by Fnatic. But now it's down. Pure can just come back and try to finish this one off. And Melee Rex get chunked down. Tempest double down bottom from Stormstormer to prevent any kind of counterplay. And they just do it and walk away. This is such a complicated situation for you. When your opponent can take down buildings and you have literally no reply, the game is quite hard to play in Fnatic. They are down 3k gold right now. You were saying that Alchemist lineups need to be ahead by 10, being behind by 3. Definitely not that.
Yeah.
Entity. They're coming for this mid lane of Rax as well. They're going to be able to easily take down this tier 2 tower. And I don't think they stop here. They still have a decent amount of time left on this Aegis. And they just picked up a basher for Kataomi. Kataomi, no cap, is now an additional core hero for the side of Entity, dishing out absurd amounts of damage in the midst of these fights once the Unleash starts going.
And that's why we've been seeing Marcy be one of those series that has just been kind of taking over the meta. Get this BKB Basher combination. It's kind of like the way they used to think about, you know, remember the position for Monkey King where you used this kind of Russia Basher and you would just dunk the Wukong's command and that would be all you would do. Marcy's very kind of similar. You just kind of get 1 or 2 items and that's where they go. They found Stormstormer in the top side though. Oh my god.
Quick pick off. They just picked up the Aghanim Scepter as well. Janwal threw out the Nimbus Cloud atop the head of Stormstormer. Alright, okay, that's something. That is something. I'm not so sure they'll be able to build off the back of this, but it does mean that Entity have to play a little bit more carefully. Maybe try including Stormstormer in more of their pushes rather than having him split push. I mean, that's going to be a constant threat that is possible whenever you have the full spells available from the Zeus. But it gets harder and harder to pull off that particular move, Luke, once you get the Aghanim Scepter and the additional stacks to keep yourself alive. DJ walks in, he got caught out, but Fishman unable to get the Static Storm kinetic field on top of him, and that glimpse as well didn't really help out. They might want to take a fight or maybe at least try to kill this bear. Raven channeling up the stun, throws it into the midst of the fight. Jabs comes in, able to bring on Fishman, but Kataomi with the Unleash turns his attention back onto this Nature's Prophet. He's actually still holding this fight, going 1v1 versus the Alchemist, but Alch finally able to win that one out. Pure in the meantime will eliminate Armel, but Pure is the last remaining hero here, as they've taken down his support staff right around him. Jabs and Armel willing to commit their lives for the cause, but this time the cause is a righteous one as Fnatic win a team fight on the Radiant side of the map at long, long last.
Yeah, they kind of had to do it in an unconventional way. They walked in with the pulverized. Oh, DJ's been put out here by Stormstormer. At least don't have a feel for the next assassin, so as long as DJ walks around with some fancy feet, it should be okay with how this is going. Blinks into the trees, walks away. No, they don't have the raws just yet, so... at least Fnatic are able to unconventionally get themselves a... Oh no, Januel.
Oh no.
He's
well, Januel's not cool. Yep, he's dead. He's super, super dead. Oh well.
Juke him.
It is what it is. So,
not strong enough.
Juke Nukem not going to be out today. He's down. And let's take this look at the fight again. Like you said, they start with the pulverize onto the Lone Druid Spirit Bear, draw out the fear very early on, and Pure is now on the low ground. That enables them to just come up on the high ground with Jabs and Raven. And this is a side of the fight where they can be effective, not having to worry about the 2 major cores on the side of Entity in the Lone Druid and the Stormstormer Arc Warden, given that Stormstormer was still respawning at the time. Decent fight for Fnatic. Unfortunately for them, situations where you're going to catch Entity 4v5 are not going to come along all that often.
You can see Armel there in the player cam, just giggling at the fact that he got clicked as he was trying to TP out. So it's always interesting kind of idea about how Fnatic are going to try and win this team fight. Seems like their idea so far is just kind of kill everybody around Pure and try and deal with him from there. Now with the Aegis being reclaimed, maybe they can try and commit a little bit more on him. They have been able to commit and kill Stormstormer extremely fast. I think that's one of the things about the Arc Warden is the reason why that we haven't been seeing it all too much in the meta is it is very, very squishy up against these heroes that have very, very high damage. Primal Beasts, these heroes that have a whole boatload of damage. Nyx can always find him in the backlines as well. So Fnatic, if they're able to blow up Stormstormer once again before a fight happens, if they're able to once again kite out the Static Storm, I think that was probably a big thing in that last couple of team fights was not only did they have Stormstormer dead, but they also kited out the Static Storm that come in from Fishman, who is very, very close to Aghanim Scepter. Now they've found everybody out.
Throws in the stun.
Stormstormer's dead.
Got caught in the top lane. Jabs found and killed him yet again.
Oh.
With this BKB, actually gets a double kill. Right clicks onto this Disruptor. All right, Jabs, we see you. Has access to this Enchanted Quiver as well. And now his team gets brave because they know that they have a numerical advantage on the map. They've smoked up. They found Kataomi and Pure. Pure's going to die first and foremost here in the Radiant Triangle. Pulverize onto the Lone Druid. He has no security. He has no way out of this fight. And he will end up dead.
Okay.
Somehow, Jabs doesn't even get punished in the top lane either. As Fnatic, they are just going in from strength to strength. Armel, onslaughts forward. He wants to try and find Toby. Doesn't have the pulverize just yet. Up in 5 seconds. But will be forced to retreat before it is at the ready. All right, Fnatic. Slowly but surely here, Fluke. They're starting to find these little pockets of space, exploiting the windows of opportunity and getting these big kills. Jabs has been instrumental, though, to opening up this map for them. Continually killing this Arc Warden, making the numerical advantage on the map. Him getting that double, then suddenly, like you were saying, there's no Static Storm, there's no Glimpse. The big teamfight tools of Fnatic, of Entity rather, immediately get denied away from them when those spells are down.
And you can see that they just isolated Pure as well, and I think that's going to be the scary part here for Entity. I think Entity are getting punished pretty hardcore for being a little bit sloppy in the way that they're moving around the map and stuff. The fact that Jabs literally just has Moonshot, BKB, Desu, and a MKB, he's going to get blown up now, so this is a big team fight for them to try and win.
He does have buyback if needed. Regrettably, his BKB was still on cooldown from his attempt successfully on Stormstormer's life in the top lane. But still, Fnatic have brought this tier 3 tower down to pretty much no HP. The next time a move like this happens, they should be able to equalize the Rax advantage that Entity are currently enjoying.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing that we're seeing here for Fnatic, with them currently getting these team fights going that way. Not even team fights, it gets pickoffs into more pickoffs is the way that Fnatic are getting this done, is they're slowly starting to eke back into this game. You see how squishy Jabs can be, but see how much damage he can do as well. He's got a Moonshot, he's got a BKB. The combination between him and Johnny is what's being able to pick off Stormstormer. The fact that Stormstormer has no defensive items at all. He's purely gone for this kind of max Spark Wraith kind of build. He's got Octarine Core. Now he's going to have the Aghanim Scepter up as well. So just constantly just going to be trying able to spam out these Spark Wraiths here. And if there ever is going to be a team fight where Jabs once again is able to get into the backline, pop the BKB, if he kills somebody like Stormstormer, if he kills somebody like Fishman at the start of these fights, even if he kills Toby early on, and that means that the rest of Fnatic can come in from the front and just set their sights onto either Pure or Stormstormer. And as soon as they start getting picked apart and can't have this kind of front-to-back fight, I think that's the biggest thing for Entity, is they really want to have a front-to-back fight. What that means is they want to have one of their heroes in front, and they want to have their damage dealers in the back. Pure's probably going to be the guy who's going to be walking forward. Kataomi's going to go in with him, and then just going to have Stormstormer as well as Fishman singing in the back lines, just trying to deal the damage and trying to do it that way. But as soon as the chaos breaks out, and as soon as Fnatic are able to break that formation, that's when things start getting awkward, things start getting weird, and Entity really can't deal with it that way. And Stormstormer showing the power of the Arc Warden, just kind of blew up Roshan.
What Roshan? Even though he still wants to fight, throws the stuns 3 at the same time, followed up by a 3-hero impale. He has the BKB active. They're going for Kataomi first, but Kataomi survives the fight and gets off the Unleash and all of his HP back. Stormstormer does die on the edge of the fight, but nonetheless, they are winning this one. They turn their attention back onto Jabs now, as the Nature's Prophet will die. DJ gets off yet another good stun, but it's not going to be good enough to keep him alive. As they buy back on 2 on the side of Fnatic, they lose Stormstormer, but my goodness, the fight's turnaround from Entity. They're showing and leveraging just how much further ahead they are right now. If this was a more even game, Fnatic would have been able to rinse that fight, but these heroes too strong to kill. Even Kataomi doesn't die underneath the onslaught of damage from Raven at this point.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is the Aghanim Scepter literally was picked up seconds before that team fight broke out there from Fishman. So being able to hit the Static Storm onto Armel, the Primal Beast can't pop his BKB, Primal Beast can't use any of his massive AoE kind of bits of damage. He said that there was a 3-man stun that came in as well. Imagine if there was Trample on top of that. Imagine if there was Pulverize that came in as well. Jabs did a beautiful job to be able to take down Stormstorm, and now they're going to try and get this fight going. Jules going to have no pair.
At the very beginning, Kataomi disposes Jabs closer into the fray. Jabs is in danger. Jabs is definitely going to die here. That's a dieback as well. 2 minutes in the grave, no buyback. Kataomi follows him as well. But Kataomi's now, with him being gone, they have to wait for Stormstormer to respawn if they really want to try and force this push on the side of Entity. 100 seconds in the grave, though, for Jabs. It's Fnatic. Very awkward place to be at the moment. They know that the push isn't over. They know that it's coming as soon as Stormstormer returns. And here he is. You just need a creep wave, though. Pretty far back. But 90 seconds, no Jabs. This is a large period of opportunity available for Entity. But they actually choose to back off. They don't want to take these risks. They know that they don't have any clear vision of this high ground just yet. So they're like, we don't need to actually force the issue. We can just go bottom, push that wave out again. We'll come back for the next fight.
Yeah. I don't think it's kind of the end of the world right now for either of these two teams. I think Entity is really starting to hit their kind of critical mass. I think Pure is getting to the point where this lone Druid Bear is going to be very, very hard to deal with. He's got the Moonshot up now. I'd imagine Abyssal Blade is going to be the next thing on the menu, even though he does have more Wraith Bands queued up here. As well as the other side of things, like this is where it starts getting awkward for Alchemist because, yeah, you've got a lot of this gold, but like Alchemist is one of those heroes that kind of needs a few more of these items. The fact that his one passive literally just gives him gold is kind of the reason why that you need a few more items on this Alchemist to start to feel useful, because you need to have that overwhelming amount of network. Entity, they're not going to stop.
This man, they got the Aghanim Scepter now on Stormstormer, dragging back Januel. This is actually a huge deal. He's a big source of damage. He needs to buy back. They're going for the jugular here. Entity bounding onto the tier 4 towers. DJ finds the stun. Raven coming in. Where's the damage from this Alchemist? As Armel going first onto the Pure Bear, but doesn't have the follow-up from Raven, and Raven joins him, but he's inside the Static Storm. Couldn't get off his BKB. He's dead for 2 minutes. Armel now getting caught out on the left side of the fight. He dies as well. DJ throws in the token Impale, but to no avail as 4 heroes drop. Fnatic call GG, and Entity take the Game 1 victory here in the final series of the day, giving themselves the 5-4. That was, woo, yeah. Entity really made Fnatic have a rough time in that game number 1.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it was a few of those scenarios where Fnatic were picking apart Entity, but it got to this kind of critical mass where the Alchemist last pick really didn't kind of hit anything for me. I felt like Raven was playing on the edge of the fights, really not being able to pop his BKB. I think at the end of the game, I wonder if I'm able to see it, I think he popped it a grand total of like twice, I want to say.
Oof.
I'm not quite sure how many times Raven was actually able to use his BKB. In that last fight, Fishman once again just being able to abuse this Static Storm with the Ag Scepter, and just meant that Fnatic just aren't able to use their BKB cores, and they really need to make sure that the Primal Beast as well as the Alchemist are getting their BKBs off in these fights, but the Aghanim Scepter getting the Butte coming in from Fishman, it is all a little bit too hard. And now that we've seen that Fnatic went for a little bit of a walk in the draft and game number 1, Entity playing their own kind of stuff. Game number 2, I feel like everything's going to be kind of in the wind. I feel like maybe we see this Arc Warden being banned, although it was really too much of an issue. I think they did a really good job at dealing with the Arc Warden. I think the biggest issue for me was mainly this Pure Lone Druid. I think Pure and Lone Druid itself have been very, very annoying heroes to try and play around with. And I think Entity just put themselves in a good position. They have multiple things that Fnatic had to think about. And unfortunately, Fnatic just weren't able to answer every single question.
It was just way too much team fight as well that was coming in on the side of Entity relative to what Fnatic had available. I mean, Fnatic's team fight was pretty much just Primal Beast and like some damage coming in from Januel, but if Primal Beast, like in the replay we just saw, is unable to contribute team fight spells, that's it. Suddenly nobody else has any control realistically. Yeah, the Impales are nice from the Nyx Assassin, but you need a little bit more than that. The damage, how quickly they just burst down these heroes, it's... wow. Yeah. Kind of phenomenal, really. They really did their best here at the end, but for me, you know, you were mentioning this Aghanim Scepter from Fishman. How many of these replays that we just saw on the highlight reel involve Fishman with the Static Storm? Perfectly placed, perfectly positioned, but more importantly, perfectly timed, knowing exactly when to expend the spell. Just did a phenomenal job, enabled the rest of Entity to keep winning this game out, so does feel like right now, Fnatic really are hard done by this particular game. They were 4-4 before this. Now they are 4-5, having a rough loss here. Going into the second game, you were mentioning that you don't think the Arc Warden was that big of a deal. I agree that the Lone Druid was a bigger problem, but should Fnatic be maybe setting up a more teamfight-oriented lineup so they can try and out-execute, actually have opportunities if the game isn't going well to take a big fight and maybe swing the direction of the status quo?
Yeah, I definitely feel like they kind of drafted themselves into a really kind of awkward spot. Like this Zeus hero, I understand the idea behind it. They want to try and have this catch for the Arc Warden. That's why they decided to have the Nature's Prophet as well. But that's when they really kind of ran out of ideas for the Lone Druid. So I wouldn't hate to see them go for something with a little bit more stun focus, a little bit something that is a little bit different than the Alchemist. I feel like maybe it would have been okay if they'd pick something like an Ursa Warrior for Fnatic, and they were just able to kind of just constantly go onto Entity and kind of do what they did, where Jabs was able to easily be able to catch out Stormstormer in the back line, and then the Ursa Warrior is able to just kind of be on the front line and see if they can put pressure onto Pure. But I mean, this Alchemist last pick, it just unfortunately didn't work out. I don't think Alchemist is kind of that good of a hero this patch either. We've seen a few of these carry heroes and a few of these heroes really kind of fall flat, and Fnatic tried something here. I think they're probably just going to go back to the basics for game number 2 here, because we talked about the fact that how close they are in this group stages, and this is definitely a series that Fnatic can try and get another W on the board and try and move themselves a little bit higher up in the group stages. But when you've got somebody like Fishman who's playing this well on Disruptor, maybe we start to putting a little bit more respect on the name. You know, we've seen a lot of these Disruptors do a whole lot of work so far, Snare, and I think Entity are really able to play around a Fishman Classic in the Disruptor.
Alchemist has been unpicked before now. That was the first Alchemist game so far at TI11. But Fishman on the Disruptor, whew! Honestly, if production hadn't put MVP for Fishman, I would have left right now, thrown in my towel, say I'm done, I'm finished, but Fishman is just incredible on this hero. I don't think they necessarily will try to ban it out in the next game from the side of Fnatic, which means that they still have an opportunity to pick it if the game is right for it. He got lucky, of course, got himself the Philly Stone, so this Aghanim Scepter came even sooner. But once that Aghanim Scepter did arrive, the game just felt impossible at the end. For the side of Fnatic here, one thing I did like to see from them is there were moments of some very interesting coordination between some of the players, right? When they would hyper-focus a target, or when they would split a fight and say, all right, you go draw attention of these 3 heroes, we'll go kill these other 2. Going into game 2, if they have a more synergistic draft that is better able to conduct themselves in these fights, do you think they're actually able to, in terms of just the raw execution, did you see enough from them to believe that we can go 1-1 here?
Yeah, I definitely feel like they can. I feel like they were able to utilize a lot of the heroes they had there on Fnatic. I think the biggest thing for me is Entity felt a little disconnected about how they wanted to play around some of these fights. Felt like that Stormstormer was kind of getting caught on some of the peripheries a little bit too much for my liking here, but I feel like Fnatic are able to bring this one back. Maybe if they just give themselves a little bit more win conditions. Maybe try and get rid of something like the Lone Druid could be a little bit nicer here in the draft.
We'll be seeing whether or not Fnatic will be able to bring this one back in game number 2, the final game of the day here on Stream C. And of course, after that is done, that'll also conclude the second day of the group stages, and we'll have a much clearer idea of what the lay of the land is going to look like. Of course, stick around for that game to begin in a couple of minutes. This is Snare and Fluke. This is TI11. This is Incredible Dota, and we'll see you shortly to continue this madness, this hype, and TI11.
path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, here to TI11, the final game of the evening, as we witness Fnatic taking on the side here of Team Entity. So far, Entity, off the back of a very cheesy draft, my lactose intolerance flared up, Awkward and Lone Druid, they got themselves the W in game number 1. Fnatic trying to punch back in game number 2 to ensure that they don't go down 4-6 after the second day of competition, but they draw out with Entity at 5-5. Fluke, my man, they banned Awkward. Thank goodness.
Okay.
Even if they end up losing this game, you know, it just sucks losing to Awkward. You just feel bad whenever the game happens in that fashion. So, but this still leaves open the possibility of being Lone Druided again, though. And Entity have first pick, so they could give up, let's say Fnatic ban out, I don't know what they're going to ban. Let's say they ban Mossy. You could give up the opening pick of Undying to Entity, and then they still come back for the Lone Druid phase on the second pick. So what are we expecting here? Who do you want to see Fnatic remove at the stage of the game? And what do you want to see Fnatic first pick, or Entity rather, first pick when they have the opportunity?
I think you have to get rid of the Marcy. Oh, they get rid of the Bloodseeker. Okay, so this shows me that Fnatic want to play Primal Beast and probably Pangolier down the road as well. So getting rid of the Bloodseeker here. So I'd imagine that Fnatic are probably going to be opening up with like Pangolier, probably Primal Beast for their opening 2. That also means that now Entity have Nyx Assassin or Marcy as the 2 kind of position 4s that we've been seeing a whole boatload of. So interesting first bans. I like when, especially TI games now, where we start getting towards this like 5th dimension of banning, where you're not banning any of the meta heroes and you're just leaving them all on the table. And it's just like, okay guys, what do we actually think is good? Like, do we think any of these heroes are actually good, or are we just going to leave them completely unbanned and have a gentleman's agreement and shake our hands? So they go for the Pangolier.
Yep.
Do you want to pick the Primal Beast into Nyx Assassin, or do you want to try and pick something that's a little bit better into the Nyx, like maybe one of your carry heroes or something like that for Raven? What else have they played throughout the entire
It's a difficult
today?
deliberation.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, they also, Fnatic have flexed this Pangolier hero in the past before. Oh, this is a good steal.
Okay.
They take away the Disruptor. So they saw the impact of the Disruptor with the Static Storm. If they can combo that up with a good fight with the Pango, it could be pretty damn good. Just have to make sure that you don't bounce people outside of the Static Storm. You've seen that happen before, and that's a little bit unfortunate when it does. But one thing I'm glad about, we spoke about this in game number 1, that Fnatic didn't really have teamfight. Here, teamfight is not going to be an issue. Their opening 2 heroes do almost nothing but Rolling Thunder, the Static Storm, Glimpses back. So they've at least given themselves an opportunity to make sure that they don't just get stuck in this mode of, well, all we can do is pick off individual heroes. Now they can smoke up as 5 and try and make something happen on the map.
Oh, okay. So they're going to open up with the Invoke coming out of the first 2. I heard he said coming into game number 1, I haven't been able to pay that much attention to these 2 teams throughout the entirety of the group stage, and they've both just blown me away with these first kind of openers. Fnatic have been playing a lot of Pangolier. That hasn't been anything that we've been all too surprised about. They play it on multiple lanes as well. I think they can play it like basically 1 through to 5. So every single player on Fnatic is going to be relatively okay with how this Pangolier is going. I was going to say, if Marcy makes it out of this second phase here, you're definitely going to be picking it up for Fnatic. Kind of one of the nice things about leaving the Marcy for them is Entity decided to go for the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin Marcy sounds like a pretty horrible 1-2 support, so they kind of gave themselves a bit of a free ban coming out here as well. So the other heroes that they decided to combine with this Pangolier have been things like the Lifestealer. They've played a little bit more around like the Templar Assassin. They've played things like the Bat Rider. What else have they really kind of played? I wouldn't hate to see a Nyx. I think I've really started to move myself back towards Soniqs being one of those heroes that can kind of do really well against certain scenarios just because of how strong that Open Wounds has become. The fact that it's basically a global kind of cast range really makes that hero kind of shine a little bit and can really do a lot of work against a lot of these beefy kind of heroes. And having a natural built-in BKB against things like the Nyx Assassin and the Invoker just means that the team fight makes it a little bit easier for you, and you've always got the Disruptor to try and bring people back into your face. But though, Entity, I want to see them try and ban another position 4 hero that can do a lot of work for them. I feel like Dirge wouldn't be too bad, gives them a whole boatload of team fight once again. The Invoker is relatively good at dealing with the Tombstone, but Nyx Assassin really has a pretty rough time in a team fight against something like the Undying. So just have those heroes that the Nyx Assassin can't really deal with is probably the biggest thing here for Entity. There's going to be a lot of these cores that he can really deal with relatively okay, especially things that Raven has been playing a lot of, like the Terror Blades and a lot of these kind of illusion carries. So wouldn't hate to see Entity ban out another one of these DJ heroes.
Let's see, this game, I wouldn't be too upset as well at seeing Lone Druid taken out. Okay, the Entity is the one that banned it out. I mean, they saw that Fnatic had first pick out of the phase, so they were not going to give them the opportunity to do so. How do you feel about the Spirit Breaker here? We saw some decent success with him earlier on from Boxy. I say decent, it was actually game-breaking, but having him in this situation, we've sometimes in the past seen him as a pseudo answer to the Nyx Assassin. You can just keep following this hero around. It's a way to be able to apply pressure to Invoker early on in the game before this hero can really start getting a hold of this mid lane. And of course, it's just a nice... I like having this interplay of like one hero can force the fights and Disruptor is the one that can force the retreat. Glimpse a hero back or you chase them across the map. Either way, you just have the mobility advantage. I think that could be a decent shot for Fnatic.
Yeah. I don't hate it. Definitely feel like that this first pick coming out of the second phase is really going to be able to tell us what Fnatic's idea is going in towards this game number 2, whether or not they want to try and have overwhelming team fight, whether or not they want to try and have these tanky heroes that the Nyx Assassin can't deal with, and kind of group together, because I think that's where the downfall for this Nyx Assassin has come sometimes, has been these teams that kind of group up as a ball, and the Nyx hasn't really been able to get a lot of that that pick-off potential, even just trying to get himself towards some of these Blink Daggers and stuff like that. I feel like in the days of old, when you saw these Nyx Assassins with things like Meteor Hammer and all that kind of stuff, that's when you were seeing a lot more of these Death Balls get over the top of the Nyx Assassin. So they're just going to go with the Dirge. It's what I thought was going to get banned out here from Entity. They did spend a lot of time there to get rid of the Lone Druid and the Drow. So pretty straightforward here from Fnatic. They've got 3 heroes that give them a whole lot of team fight. 3 heroes that are relatively okay in the Nyx Assassin. I think Disruptor is probably the only one that's going to have some issues here. You can get caught out with it with the Pangolier swashbuckling into some creep waves, but Dirge definitely has a really good shot at this. So they're just going to go with the buff up strat here. Shadow Fiend +1. Silencer into these heroes. Okay, you're able to at least stop the Rolling Thunder, and now you've got a really good base to help this this Shadow Fiend, and it's going to go back for the Armel Classic in the Terrorblade.
So TB for Fnatic. There were some years ago, especially around TI5, TI6 era, where if you played fantasy cards back in those days, the smart and only reliable decision one could make would be put Raven in the team, because Raven would pick Terrorblade, he would dominate his games, get like obscene amounts of net worth, obscene amounts of farm. Even if like TNC Fnatic weren't winning at the time, it didn't really matter. Just having Raven there was good for your points tally in total. And now he's going to be on one of his signature heroes on this TB. What's interesting about what Entity have done here with the Silencer is if they can find themselves vision in the midst of these team fights, they can get the global silence down before the Static Storm emerges from the side of Fnatic. And Static Storm is going to be a big requirement for their team fight overall in tandem with this Pangolier. So Entity, it's going to be a lot of pressure going back onto this Nyx Assassin to ensure that they have adequate vision to make those kind of moves. But I like that they have this TB, that they have some late game potential as well. As good as this Shadow Fiend has looked, the Shadow Fiend can just stand there and hit heroes. A sufficiently farmed Terrorblade will just go meta, spawn the illusions, and eat you the hell alive. So Kataomi, he needs to watch all the map and be like, stop Sunder, stop meta, get the R out as quickly as humanly possible so we can actually kill these heroes. And in this game, you know this young Nyx Assassin? I am worried about how they're going to be playing this game, because Nyx, after that last game, is now sitting 16 games, 81% win rate here at TI11 so far, which is obscene. That's actually incredibly high.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that we're seeing the resurgence of something like this Nyx Assassin. This Viper ban is a little bit interesting for me. I feel like this is probably going to be a Timbersaw pick coming out from Entity. They are lacking a little bit of the lockdown, but they've got the global silence to be able to help out the Timber. You really want to try and have somebody as being this frontward-facing Chaos creator for them. Terrorblade really doesn't deal all too well with the Timbersaw. Yeah, they have the Static Storm and the Undying that can at least steal a bit of his stats and do a bit of work, but that's why you've got the Global Silence being able to come out here from the Silencer. So it's really on Fnatic about which one of these remaining heroes they have to try and play around with. I'd imagine it's probably going to be Pure playing the Shadow Fiend, Stormstormer on the Invoker, and they're looking for a Toby hero here to try and end it all out. We have seen Timbersaws do really, really well against Terrorblades in the past. So it's about what Fnatic want to get rid of here. I would say get rid of the Timbersaw, probably for my own personal sake. I guess Raven would probably have a few ideas that he wants to get rid of. Okay, Panda, I don't hate that either. Obviously, the Wind Panda can kind of just throw up the Terrorblade during Metamorphosis. He can kill all of his solutions as well. And, you know, if you get that split going, you can kind of just run at the Disruptor. And he doesn't really have much to do because he can't glimpse all three of the Broodlings at the same time.
How do you feel about Darkseer or Underlord here, which are also some classic Terrorblade counters? I think Darkseer could be particularly nice, right? We're already talking about having this buff-up strat for the Shadow Fiend, so another Aura carrier could be quite decent to introduce into the game, ensure that they make him as strong as possible. LC, okay. We haven't really seen this hero at TI so far. I think it was like, what, one game that involved the Legion Commander, but for the most part, this hero has been mostly ignored, so they will have access to this duel. I think there's only been the third game of LC. All of them have lost in my remembrance, but I'm not 100% sure. What do you make of this? Why LC of all the heroes and Fnatic yet again come back for this offlane Monkey King? We saw them playing this earlier today, I believe. Didn't necessarily work out for them, but it's going to be emerging here again. I don't know how I feel about this offlane Monkey King, if I'm going to be completely honest. So tell me how you feel about this Legion Commander first while we digest this last pick that came out of Fnatic.
I think the reasoning behind it is you've got heroes that are able to you can buff up the Shadow Fiend once again with the press the attack, and the duel just gives you that little bit of extra lockdown. I think they were lacking a little bit of extra catch and lockdown on the side of Entity. Toby has played a decent amount of Legion Commander in the past. It also enables you to kind of just jump onto this Terrorblade, right? You're able to jump on, get the duel going down, you hit the Global Silence. It's really hard for them to try and get the counter initiation that way around. So it's not too bad from the Legion Commander. I think, as you said, that this LC hero has been a little bit weak in the TI group stages so far. I think he's going to have a pretty rough time in his lane as well. Nyx Assassin Legion Commander doesn't really fill me with a lot of confidence against like a Terrorblade Disruptor lane. They are able to purge off the Thunderstrike with the press the attack. So I guess that's another reason why they wanted to pick the Legion Commander. They've got good heroes to buff up this Shadow Fiend, and we've seen what Shadow Fiend can do. Jab's playing the Monkey King. I don't have all too much confidence in it. So I feel like Entity definitely have some good ways to win this game, but Fnatic have a lot more comfort heroes. They've got Armel on his Pangolier. He's looked really, really good on that so far. Raven's playing his Terrorblade. Januel has been really, really good on a lot of his position 5 heroes, these strength kind of melee heroes. So I'm going to give Fnatic a very slight edge just because a lot of the comfort that they've got going, and I'm not 100% sold on this Legion Commander hero just yet.
I too am not sold on the LC, but for this one, the thing I like the most about the Fnatic draft is they actually have an opportunity to fight from behind in this situation. You have access to things like Wukong's command, hold heroes in position with the kinetic field, so that said Wukong could do all the damage and keep heroes in position for the Tombstone to come in as well. There's like a lot of things that seem like it'll go right. It's a very execution-heavy draft for Fnatic, but let's see if they can pull it off here in game number 2. They are down 1 game as it stands right now. They would hate to end the day's campaign going 0-2 in this situation. So they need to try and claw their way back into a winning position. Entity, of course, a lot of people were regarding the squad as being dark horses to win the whole damn thing here, Fluke, and they haven't necessarily been performing to those expectations. So they need to try and find some of these 2-0 wins, begin building momentum going into the playoffs. Of course, avoiding being eliminated is the priority right now, but they are looking towards the future. They want to go as deep into the tournament as humanly possible. And that's the kind of stuff starts here. A win against Fnatic, one of the hopeful teams. Pretty much a home crowd squad.
Yeah.
And beating them here, 2-0, make the next couple of days a lot easier for you, mentally as well as within the game.
Yeah, they definitely would be super excited to be able to play in front of a Singaporean crowd. They are all Filipino players, though, so a lot of the Fnatic players. We'll basically call it the backyard, right? A lot of these Southeast Asian players are going to be happy to be able to play some of these TI main stages, whether it be in the Philippines, whether it be in Singapore. So, feeling a lot better right now. So, see how these first couple of fights do go out, though.
See how this game starts. Listen, man, I'm from Africa. If a tournament is held in Egypt, it's still counted as, I still have to look at it as, it's part of an African tournament. It's the home crowd I have to support.
True.
And, you know, the distance is a lot shorter over there in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia. So we'll see how they perform here. This all-important game number 2, Armel in this mid lane versus Stormer. So this is going to be a classic game. Stormer Invoker versus Armel Pango. This mid lane matchup is going to certainly be electric. Who do you give the edge to here between the two heroes of the Pango and the Invoker in terms of how they'll come out of this laning phase?
I think Pango does relatively well in most of the lanes. I think the fact that he has Lucky Shot as well as Swashbuckler just means he's able to secure a whole lot of these different bits of CS, and Armel has been kind of playing really well on this Pango. So I would have to give a very slight edge to the Pangolier because he's always going to have that small amount of kill threat, right? Like, constantly just gets these shield crashes going in. Once it hits level 3, it's going to be very, very hard for Stormer to stand and fight just because of the damage mitigation that comes out from shield crash. So I feel like Armel's going to have a relatively okay time towards this mid lane and be kind of fine with whatever comes out of it, especially if he gets a power rune at level 6. Talked about in a few games beforehand, power rune is going to be very, very important for the Pangolier this time around. Not so much important for Stormer, but if Armel gets like a haste rune, if Armel gets like an arcane rune, or maybe a double damage, if he goes to one of these side lanes, he kills Pure, if he kills Toby, if he's able to, enable his Monkey King or his Terrorblade on the side lanes, then Fnatic are going to be in a pretty good spot.
And speaking of this Monkey King, able to pick up the first blood in the top lane, and it's a big target of Pure that they end up bringing down. Fnatic putting out that pressure. Bottom lane will also end up with a kill onto Toby. Who needs the rotations from Armel when these side lanes can just do it all themselves? 2 core heroes dying right now. Fnatic, this is the start that they needed for game number 2. In a much better position already. But they need to keep this bully job going. It shouldn't just be an early situation. Janwell now being able, it's Jab, sorry, in the top lane with DJ. Because Janwell is playing the bottom side of the map on his Undying. But they almost got another kill onto Pure. Just as he returned to the lane, he's going to have to ferry in so much additional regen just to sustain himself here. The next time they have access to the full Boundless Strike, Pure knows that they're going to try and go for him again. DJ also has the glimpse at the ready. So top lane, I think we should keep our eyes here, Fluke. We might have a kill not too long from now if they can have their way on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are doing a good job at just abusing the fact that Monkey King is one of these heroes that has some really strong spells early on, and the Shadow Fiend hasn't hit that critical mass just yet. Like, SF really gets to the scary point when he hits that level 3 mark. He's got 2 levels in the Shadow Rays, once he hits level 5 as well. So if Jabs and DJ are able to just constantly be in the face of Katsuomi as well as Pure, that's when it can really start to get scary, because Nyx is only really going to be an Impale, and that's all he's really going to be in this lane. So once we start getting towards the later stages of this laning phase, where we see Pure having a few more levels, that's when Fnatic are going to have some troubles. But if they get 1 kill early on, which they already have, they can transition that into 2, then maybe the Monkey King can start to abuse this lane if he gets like an Erosion early on, gets some boots, gets a few stat items, and just kind of constantly pressures the SF every single time that he shows his face in lane.
Right now, though, they weren't able to go for more aggression in the top lane, so things have quieted down a little bit, turning back into a farm fest for a while. If it's a farm fest, Fnatic heroes will certainly be extremely happy about it. And Katsuomi in danger here in the top lane. 1 more hit will get him close. Boundless Strike is at the ready. Janwell will commit it. Oh, Jabs, why do I keep messing up their names here? Jabs gets the glimpse back onto Pure. With the help of DJ, shout out Disruptor, great hero. Disruptor might die for this, but it's going to grant Jabs a double kill on this Monkey King. All right. This is a phenomenal start to this game. We kept our eyes on the right lane here, Fluke, because this is where all the action is happening.
Yeah, I think Jabs as well as DJ, I think they just need to constantly be on the front foot here. I think they need to constantly just be in the face of Pure as well as Kataomi. They need to make sure that Jabs is constantly getting these kills. He's level 4 now. Love to see him get a level in the Primal Spring. He's got the full magic one. He's got boots. Wouldn't hate to see if he went for an Orb of Corrosion as well. You can just see how much pressure he can put here onto Pure. He's going to get the second order or the fourth order attack, but copping a few too many of these raises here. Jabs does not have the Boundless Strike to try and heal back up. Did he actually dodge that?
Did he just dodge? Yeah, he did. Miss just dodged the third raise. Well done from Jabs. In the meantime, Stormstormer was ganked up in the mid lane as DJ respawned, goes middle, ensures that they have the kill potential with the glimpse back. So, providing some global value already on this disruptor. Back on top. I think Kataomi's in trouble. Yeah, he's dead. He's super dead.
Glimpse.
Thunder Strike will be there. Glimpse back. General says, thanks, buddy. And Jabs now is dominating. 4 hero kills up in this top lane. How are they doing down bottom for Toby and Fishman? Toby can't really afford to be in a situation where he's being outpaced throughout the entire game. He's the one that needs to be able to make the forward jumps for his squad. Because of how rough things have been going for Kataomi, we're going to have a fairly late level 6 for this Nyx Assassin. So the dynamism of this game should come from Toby. They've already managed to zone out the Terrorblade, sending him all the way back to base here. So bottom lane will be the territory of Entity. Erstwhile Jabs on the top lane yet again, aggressing into Pure. But the body blocks from these creeps, putting him in a bad position here. He does get off the Boundless Strike though, and the glimpse back brings Pure right into the face of the Jabs Monkey King. A mega kill streak already for the MK. And this pressure that's being applied is so solid. Jabs, will he be able to escape away from this one? Indeed he does. They even drew Fishman to this top side of the map as well. So that leaves Toby all alone down bottom, despite the fact that he was dominating. And now look, Armel reading the map very well, making the rotation to the bottom lane. He has access to the Rolling Thunder. Toby, he sticks around for this last creep wave. Unfortunately, this creep wave will cost him his life as he gets rolled onto by Armel. Caught in the corner, he's already killed. And Pure came down bottom, either potentially for a lane swap or maybe to help out. But instead he's going to find himself in some degree of danger. He's level 3 right now. He can't really stay far forward in this lane. Wow, Pure. Jabs has been putting the screws on him in this top lane, and it seems to have been working out. Seems like the pick of this offlane Monkey King was an inspired decision coming in right now for Fnatic.
Pure is a lower level than what Januel is on the Undying here, so... I mean, this is looking rough, man. I'm gonna be real. I think Fnatic are playing this draft to perfection. Jabs somehow is the scariest hero on the map. Maybe they might be able to get something back here with Pure.
Mid lane? Oh, they're looking for Januel. I think the bigger kill, though, could be happening middle, as they do end up being able to bring down the Undying, and Stormstormer barely escapes. Drops the Ice Wall. Because of the gank that just happened in the bottom lane, they didn't have Rolling Thunder on Armel, but now Jabs is here in the bottom lane, trying to punish Pure yet again. Raven looking for him in the trees as we see Jabs trying to chase for Toby. Raven's now on a killing spree himself. Toby doing his best to try and run away. I mean, Jabs has actually no real intention to kill him. Just wants to zone him back and say, dude, you can't play this lane anymore. I'm sorry, just back the hell up. What can you do? But now, oh no, Toby! Back up, Toby! No! Toby's dead. The glimpse back will be there. Short's going to put him in a technically safer position, but he's inside the kinetic field. The Sunstrike will connect onto Jabs, but he drops down the Boundless Strike. One more right click onto Toby. That'll result in a kill for the Monkey King. Unstoppable streak, 6-0-1 in the first 8 minutes of this game. And they can't punish Raven. They don't have the levels, they don't have the aggression, they don't have the ability. And now guess what happens? Armel's coming top. He has Rolling Thunder. He knows that Pure is super weak right now. Pure is still level 4. And he's going to stay that way, Fluke. He's about to lose his life to Armel. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, Jabs able to get another pick off by himself onto Fishman. And Jabs is almost kind of hard carrying this game at the moment. The reason Pure is so weak is because Jabs dominated him. Now he's here bottom doing the same thing to Toby and the crew. Wow, Fnatic are really showing up here in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic are just showing the prowess of this offlane Monkey King. It really just did a whole lot of work up against the Shadowfiend. Shadowfiend is level 4, Jabs is level 7. Like, This is reminding me of release Monkey King. That's what this is reminding me here from Jabs. You'd pick Monkey King, you'd go in the offlane, you'd get a rampage at minute 1 because people weren't able to deal with you with the amount of lifesteal that you have. And Jabs is just being able to play along a lot of these edges, and Entity, they don't really have anybody who can shove any of these heroes out of their lanes, right? Like, everybody is so far behind that Pure is just trying to find his best time. Oh, he's been found once again. Jabs is hunting.
Well, I think this is his worst time, unfortunately, Fluke, because guess who's here? It's his old friend Jabs. It's like, hey buddy, haven't seen you in a while. Just wanted to say what's up. And unfortunately, Jabs' version of saying what's up is just sending you home to the fountain. And Fnatic not allowing the Shadow Fiend to play anywhere. This is definitely the most shut down I've seen a Shadow Fiend by 10 minutes in the entire tournament up until this point. He has not been able to do anything here, Fluke.
Yeah, and I think he's even lucky to just have a few of these souls. The fact that he has 5 Necro Mastery is still surprising to me, because the amount of times that I've seen Pure just get ran at. Like, they just get the Rolling Thunder, they just go directly into his head. You know, Jabs is always going to have the Primal Spring to be able to follow up as well, and you can just see how oppressive it's been. As soon as I saw Toby stick his face towards the bottom side of the map, you just saw that DJ and Jabs just drew a line towards the bottom side. They found Pure again. Oh, he's in the trees. He doesn't have a TP, man. Oh, they found him.
They know where he's at. There we go. Guess who finds him? It's his old friend Jabs. What's up, buddy? What's going on? How you doing?
Oh, this is so depressing to watch. Like, I really feel bad for Pure. Every so often I look to my right, I'm just seeing if I can see Pure in the player cams, because I think at this point, I don't know how you're supposed to come back from this, man. He's what, 1-7. He's 1-7 with 33 last hits at 10 minutes in. The Disruptor almost has more net worth than him. It's a big fight.
Stormer is going to look for revenge on his behalf, though. And nice dodges yet again from Jabs. The Static Storm buying time and space, so they are able to kill Jabs. But DJ demonstrating why this Disruptor hero was so valued in the draft. Drops the Static Storm down onto 2 cores. Yes, sure, you eventually end the Wicked's kill streak. Toby happy to grab that gold, but immediately has to give it back to the other direction, as Team Entity unable to do anything on this map. Every move they're trying to make has been hard counted. Every team fight they try to approach, they immediately get bounced back and rebuffed. And it just feels like Fnatic not going to stop this train for anything. Look at this. Armel about to pick up a Diffusal Blade. We already have our Raven TB getting uber strong. Yasha's just arrived in for him right now. And of course, Jabs, the actual carry of this team, closer and closer towards the Echo Saber, and Entity running out of options on how to deal with these things. There's no levels for Pure, and they need to find some space and time for him to be able to farm up, but they need the same for all their other heroes. And with a lack of overall levels and a lack of items, they don't have the damage. Even if they were to find like a duel, they need to drop so much on top of it. They can't go for like these 2-3 hero gank squads. They have to involve so many resources. And that's so beneficial for Fnatic. It means they can outgreed the map and play pretty much exactly as they want right now.
Yeah, they are going to see if they can try and get this connection here onto Jabs. Maybe with the Sunstrike they can get this done. They're going to come in here, cut the Omi. No, okay.
Nah, dude.
A little bit too far away.
They clicked on him, they saw the Ogre Axe, they're like, dude, this isn't happening, is it?
So now we're looking towards to see what Fnatic are looking. You can see the lines that they drew. They decided to scan as well. They want to kill Pure. He's shown his face on this middle lane. They had the Rolling Thunder. They've got DJ here as well. Pure.
He's dead. Nice one. They dust up, thinking that it's the Nyx assassin nearby. They didn't want to go into the trees here. I think they were scouted, actually. There's an Observer Ward. It might have just caught the last vestiges of the smoke gank happening. So they're not able to get a clean initiation here. Good read of the map by Pure, keeping himself in a safe position. And they're not going to find this Observer Ward either. But unfortunately, this ward will scout out that they're going into the Roshan pit. Whilst Entity, can they really do anything about this? They got the Blink Dagger now for Toby, but Pure still doesn't have access to the Requiem. They don't have big teamfight spells from the Invoker just yet. They're still going to try. Stormstormer killing up the Sunstrike. Closer. They found the ward.
Q from the Legion Commander. Very, very scary.
But you got, my friend. Nice impale to at least stop the Undying. Janwell. Not going to be able to plop down a Tombstone. Oh, he actually has one right next to the Roshan pit. And Wukong's command committed just to ensure that they have the spacing to be able to bring this one down. And there is going to be the finale on the Roshan. They get the Aegis as well. Glimpse back onto the Silencer. Fishman, you're not going anywhere, my friend. They approach just to see what's happening. from Kataomi and Fishman. They were hoping to try find any kind of angle into the pit, but all angles are denied. Fnatic get the 2 kills, get the Aegis. They're starting to really diminish the capacity for Entity to play anywhere on this map.
Yeah, surprisingly enough that they decided to give the Aegis to Jabs. I thought they were going to give that one to Raven, so you can kind of play a little bit more on the offensive side of the map. But they understand that, you know, Jabs is being the guy who's being in the face of everybody. They're just playing around with Pure in this middle lane here, DJ and Raven. Oh, that's a duel that comes in. DJ, though, he has to stake on Fnatic Field combo.
Oh, Global Silence! He does end up dying, but they might try to come in for the counter initiation here. If he had a little bit more HP on that Pango, he survives, maybe gets back, allows himself to get off a swashbuckle, and then they can try and re-engage, but Entity willing to drop both the duel and the Global Silence. Regrettably, it doesn't equal dual damage. It's just a straight up kill. But at this point in the game, especially given that the kill went the way of Pure, you'll take anything that you can get on this map. It's not been a kind experience for the side of Entity. But the game's not over just yet. They still have all their tier 2 towers. They still have their outpost. High ground has not been taken, nowhere close to. So we've also seen this Shadow Fiend come back from worse odds than this before here, Fluke.
We've seen 0-8 Shadow Fiends be able to come back and win the game, so I'm not going to write off this SF just yet here for Entity. He's going to have a bit of struggles though, because in that game between Gaming Gladiators and Bet-Boom couldn't take a tower to save their life, whereas here on the side of Fnatic, oh, this is going to be a big fight. Fishman, there's no way he just walks.
He's out. Oh.
Yeah,
DJ. I think it's kind of poetic that DJ is the one that got the glimpse onto Fishman. He's like, yeah, it's fun, isn't it? He did this to us all of game 1, buddy. It's enjoyable. With that, they're going to try set up for this tier 2 tower. They can push. They don't have the fastest push in the world with Raven not being nearby as he is busy down bottom. So the current real carry in the form of Jabs will do his best impression of trying to beat down this tower, but it's going to take a while. And if they suss out that he's alone here, maybe they try to re-engage on him with the Invis, Kataomi Nyx, but Jabs also realizes the same thing and will just leap himself away, rejoining his team, getting closer to safety.
Yep. They're just trying to pull these heroes apart a little bit here. Pure is in a scenario where potentially could try and catch him out. DJ does have the glimpse to at least try and pull Pure away from this. They're going to dive deep behind this tower. Jabs, though, is in an awkward spot.
Very awkward spot. The Wukong is a good one. Pure gets off the Requiem, though, and that might lead into a kill onto Jabs. That's the first life taken, but Armel with a beautiful roll into a swashbuckle will delete 2 heroes, both of them being cores. The misery for Pure will continue into this game number 2, as we see the LC also unable to really do all that much for Toby. Man, the difference in Toby's game number 1, he was so influential all across the map, buying time for his team, getting in front of these engagements, but here on the LC, not really able to contribute in the same way. And now they've lost their first tier 2 tower down in this bottom lane. That's also Raven getting involved right now. He's about to finish the full Manta. This TB right now completely uncontested, Fluke, and the way they keep scaling like this, I'm really worried for the side of Entity once Raven decides to become a full-throated member of all these gang squads. Right now, he's primarily focused on his farming, but when he gets close to having that Eye of Skadi, he's going to be like, well, there's no reason not to just come in and just fight all of you. They'll probably need another Roshan before that point, but Entity, the way things are going, certainly it'll be Fnatic claiming that next Roshan as well.
Fnatic are definitely just starting to close this map out, just trying to get rid of some of these tier 2 towers, just understanding that they can kind of scale in towards the late game as well. They've got a Monkey King, they've got a Terrorblade as well, who's getting towards that critical mass. You know, usually these first couple of items of the Terrorblade are the best kind of item timings you want to hit. You know, this Mantis-style Dragonlance timing is very, very strong for TPs. You hit that Metamorphosis, it's very, very hard for people to try and catch you out. The only real way they can catch you out is if they blink dueling with the Global Silence on top. This time around, it's going to be very, very hard for them to get that done, considering how strong Jabs has been as well here on the Monkey King. So Fnatic are in a good spot to be able to kind of clinch this game out and just take a few more of these tier 2 towers, which really kind of close it up for Entity. And I think Terrorblade has been one of the better heroes up against the Shadow Fiend as well, just with the raw amount of physical damage that Metamorphosis does. So I feel like even if this game gets a little bit further on and Pure actually does start to have an impact in this game, that the TB is just going to have his number no matter what.
Radiant's bottom
Speaking of
tower
ZTV, he's top lane with the crew, pushing on the tier 2 tower.
is under attack.
Jabs. We'll come back to the tier 1. I can't believe they still have tier 1s at this stage of the game. They only now lost the tier 1 tower bottom. And they'll happily trade it away for the tier 2 in the top lane. And with the defense mounted on their own tier 1 middle, are they going to try and reconnect up on top before this tier 2 goes down? You know Kataomi is there. They don't know if anybody else is nearby. Jabs, major thorn in their side. Yeah, they know he's here. He knows exactly where Kataomi is though. Gets off the dust. There's the glimpse. And that's going to be a very easy kill. Armel claiming it for himself. 6-1 and 7 on the Pango. And they're not going to be dissuaded from trying to go high ground here. Okay, they have access to the meta of the Terrorblade, as well as a newly minted Manta style, so they could try and go all in on this one. There's going to be the meta. Overwhelming odds does get rid of most of the illusions of the TB. We'll summon some additional ones, activating the Manta style. They want the tier 3 tower. An Entity, their options for initiation are literally just Toby at this point in time. He definitely does not want to blink in onto any of these heroes.
The Overwhelming Odds does a good bit of damage here, but it's just so hard for Entity to get into these fights. You can just see that it's like they're it's kind of poking and prodding. Stormer and Pure don't even want to have a bar of this, so they're just going to say, okay, tier 3 tower, whatever, we're just going to lose it here. We're just going to let that one be and see if we can try and get a bit more of this gold across the map. Snare, this is starting to look a little dire straits here for Entity. I think it was dire straits from basically minute 0, but doing a good job at least buying a bit of time. Stormer has been constantly across the map, pushing out these waves, getting a whole lot of net worth. He's getting closer and closer to his BKB here. Same with Pure. So I think once they first have double BKBs, they're going to try and get a team fight with Toby blinking in, see if they can duel the Terrorblade. They're going to Global Silence on top, see if they can blow him up with the BKB of the Shadow Fiend and the BKB of the Invoker. They definitely have the damage to kill the Terrorblade. I don't think they're lacking in damage at all. I think it's just more about can they survive the first couple of seconds of these team fights and actually blow people up, because Toby's pretty squishy, Kataomi's pretty squishy, Fishman's pretty squishy, even Stormer to an extent is going to be pretty squishy. So if they don't catch the right target and they don't have this team fight being as clean as an execution as they can, then they can definitely be caught out here by Fnatic.
What's very scary as well is that even though he's about to pick up this BKB for Stormer, he can just get a right click down by this Terrorblade. Entity now just trying to make sure that they can defend through this mid lane, as they know that the tier 2 tower is going to be under aggression soon. But is it really a wise idea to fight into Fnatic right now? Doesn't seem like it. Toby does pick up a Blade Mail at the very least, so there's something. And with how overwhelming this physical damage is, if he can find a favorable duel, could make a huge difference to their fortunes here, but Entity have to be so careful. Triple raises from the Pure, not going to really help all that much damage-wise, given that they already have access to an Armel Blink, so he's just going to go to the far side of the fight, and Jabs has BKB already. But now they're going to smoke up. Going on a will pop, Kataomi finds the Impale onto Jabs. Jabs is not the hero they want to catch first, but there's the Static Storm just before the duel comes out, but unfortunately, he will still end up being dead. Global Silence will help cover it. Toby getting stunned up by the Rolling Thunder. Pure trying to lay out these right-click onto this Undying. The Requiem will get cancelled out. Not going to be allowed to channel, but it's not going to matter. They've still gotten the kill onto the Undying. Toby loses his life towards the right-clicks of this Terrorblade. And finally, the Requiem is let rip by Pure. It bounces back Armel. And that fear will prevent Terrorblade as well from coming up the ramp to finish off this Shadow Fiend. All right, Entity. Find a good fight with the initiation from Kataomi. Although they did drop down the Static Storm, you got the duel first, so you still end up getting the kill for yourself onto the Jabs. And we've seen the effectiveness of Jabs in the midst of these team fights. Killing him first is honestly a dream come true.
Yeah, I think that was the perfect bit of initiation that Entity were able to get done. Mel did a really good job with the Rolling Thunder to be able to just keep some of these heroes at bay, but Pure popping that BKB, just being able to wail in onto Jabs, who wasn't able to get his own BKB off as well. So Entity, they're starting to team fight their way back into this. I think the biggest thing for me, Raven was literally nowhere to be seen. He was on the other side of the map. I think he was coming back from base as well. So he just had to kind of awkwardly waddle back in towards that team fight. The team fight was 95% over by the time he even got close for Fnatic, and you see that they're able to kind of make that team fight look not all too bad, even without their big bad Terrorblade. So I think Entity did the perfect spot to be able to abuse the fact that there was no Terrorblade there, And they're starting to claw their way back into this game. Still a long road ahead of them, though. Still have a lot more of these team fights they need to try and get done. But if they make them as clean as they have been so far, Entity is certainly looking into a pretty good shout right now. You'd feel pretty bad if you're Fnatic if you lose from here, though. After the dominant early stages that you had on a lot of these comfortable heroes as well.
This will do nicely.
We do have a smoke up right now from Entity, as they potentially want to announce themselves on the map. They know that the second Roshan is online right now. They do not want to give it up. Stormstormer. They have a gem. He scouts out the vision here on this high ground. Could get jumped on, so needs to be careful. Tombstone is going to be there. And we see the drop down on the static storm from DJ, but it only connects onto Kataomi. Jabs also initiates the BKB. And they'll try going for the Wukongs right next to this outpost, but the global silence will catch him. And here's Toby with the dual kill. They brought down Jabs. Somehow, Nyx Assassin isn't even dead yet, but Armel engaging the fight, has the Rolling Thunder. They glimpse back Toby. Will they be able to get more out of this, though? It's only this Legion Commander under direct threat at the moment. And he's even... The LC's not dead. She only passes on right now. And now they need to leave the rest of this engagement. Kataomi finds a stun onto Armel, able to bring down this Pangolier. And now they're on the retreat. Stormstormer blinks forward, gets off the Ice Wall to slow these heroes down with the EMP to follow. Janwell taking all the right clicks in the world. Stormstormer actually gets glimpsed back to safety. But Pure will end up dying to the raw damage of Raven as he finally unleashes the meta and throws in this damage. That is going to be a kill onto Pure. And as soon as he dies, Entity decide to beat the hasty retreat. At the end of the day there, Fluke, it's a 2-2 engagement, but Fnatic will end up losing 2 of their core heroes before they bring down 2 of the cores of Entity. And for a team that was this dominant not that long ago, it kind of feels like a win for Entity, except for the fact that they're giving up Roche. I think they're okay. Not happy, but they're okay with how that fight went.
Yeah, just Fnatic. Raven is playing very, very scared in these team fights. I understand that he didn't have the Metamorphosis, but you're so far ahead in a lot of these fights that even with Terrorblade in the melee form, if you're able to just walk in and just enable Armel to be able to kind of run around in these fights and not have to do everything himself. Oh, speaking of Armel, he got stuck.
No. He did get stuck indeed, but Toby is also stuck in the middle of all of these heroes on the side of Fnatic. He'll buy back instantly though. But this is Static Storm committed. That was Wukong's committed, as well as the Rolling Thunder committed. So Tombstone's also down, committed to try and secure the fight earlier on the high ground. So that means that Entity have a slight window where they have the advantage with some of their spells being online and Fnatic not having access to theirs. Roshan is also fairly low here. Still a scary place to be. Who's going to make the jump first?
I wonder if they know that Sunder is on cooldown now. I think the Forge Spirits saw that Raven had the Sunder there onto Janwell, so maybe this might be a good time for Fantasy to try and get this one going. Jabs is in the front. Oh, there's so much damage from Armel.
God! Armel! Just one swashbuckle almost straight up killed the Invoker. If there had been a potential follow-up with the Boundless Strike, Primal Spring in, would have just been a disaster. They will now find Janwell. He does have buyback available though. Will he choose to commit it? Pure wants to go into the Roshan pit. These Forge Spirits going in. They have the Smelting Strike, so if they're given time to hit this Roche, it'll be a lot easier for Entity. Here comes Armel though with the Rolling Thunder. They've caught out onto the Silencer, but the Silencer has Global available. They're not going to be able to kill him just yet. Will he be committing the spell? No. He dies, and now Pure, caught inside with the Glimpse, will be able to find the Requiem. Jab still chasing him down though, hoping to be able to find this kill. Erstwhile, we see the duel coming in on the north side of the fight. Jabs still chasing Pure. Pure trying his utmost, Hurricane Pike away, but he's caught on the edge of the kinetic field and will be brought down. They do kill Armel on the side of Entity, but they lose their big Pure Shadow Fiend, and because he's dead, they have nobody to hit the Roshan, so Raven will happily come back in the pit. However, Entity still have 4 heroes waiting in the wings. They really want to dissuade him from making this jump. They still have the Global to cover this. And there's no BKB on Raven just yet. Kataomi can't find a way into this fight. Gosh, things are still so tense, Fluke. Despite being 5k gold up, Fnatic just can't find a way into this Roshan pit clean at the moment.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to really get this team fight going the way they want to. Now they're going to use the Global Silence. That is definitely not a good Global Silence that comes in there from Fishman. Not a response that comes in, and now this is going to be a free Roshan in Widgold responding. They've lost the racks in the top side of the map, by the way. They have lost an entire lane of racks due to these creatures pushing in, and now Entity are in such a rough spot. Kataomi goes down. Both these teams I feel like they're starting to feel the pressure of TI here, Snare. You can really see that Raven is playing oh so scared in a lot of these fights. He does not want to go in anywhere near these members as long as he knows that he has an Aegis or either has a BKB in his back pocket. Armel and Jab's doing a beautiful job at just constantly getting in the face of Entity, constantly just pushing the fact that they were dominating this game here. Snare, like, they were absolutely destroying Entity, and now this game is starting to peter out. They're actually starting to wrangle back their lead once again, but Entity, they almost were able to fight themselves back into this one, and if Fnatic lost from here, I feel like the rest of the group stage, man, that definitely would have been a very tough pill to swallow.
Absolutely. You can definitely see the nerves. I mean, Fnatic, Raven in particular, hasn't been in a successful TI team in quite some time. The last time that he was able to come place very highly was all the way back at TI6 with TNC. So he really wants to try and reach those heights again, so he needs to be as careful as humanly possible. Sometimes, though, being overly cautious can be the reason you don't go as far as you'd like to. But in this game, Fnatic still in a good position. BKB now available for Raven. 4 of the other heroes of Fnatic are smoked up, looking for a fight. Extended a little bit too far now. I think they should be like, well, we haven't found anybody. Smoke's about to expire. Can at least get some vision out, and indeed, General drops it. Allows them to have some degree of awareness of what's happening in between these tier 2s and tier 3s on the side of Fnatic middle.
And I think this game is all important for both these two teams as well. I'm not going to spoil some of the results for this Group B match, but the way some of these results have been going, the 2-0 here is huge for Entity. Absolutely massive for them to at least try and have a good shot at the upper bracket, and if Fnatic are able to get their second map here, then that means on their day number 3, they don't have to have a really standout performance. Like, they don't have to go like 6-0 on their third day to try and pull back this this group for them. So you can tell that both these teams understand how important this game really is with how close Group B has been throughout the entirety of these last couple of days. So they don't want to put themselves into perpetuity where if they're sitting only on 4 wins at the end of this from Fnatic, they are within touching distance of some of the teams that are going to get eliminated here of TI, and you can see they really want to try and make this one clean.
Pushing. Slow siege coming out of the Raven Terrorblade with the illusions. Stormstormer doing his utmost from afar to try and dissuade this push. Has dropped the meteors, dropped the Deathling Blast. It's not going to be good enough though, and they can't close the gap to reach this Tombstone either. So Entity just choose to let it go. First lane of full racks has fallen. Top lane, there is still a melee racks remaining, but Fnatic will certainly attempt this maneuver again as soon as humanly possible. Might not be possible within this particular run of the Aegis, as the item is about to expire in 2 minutes. We still have 100 seconds before meta is available again. So there'll be, and given how they've been playing this game extremely cautiously, they probably will wait for another opportunity. However, Fluke, that does give a chance toward Entity to try and reclaim this game a little bit. And they got some of the items to be able to do so. Stormstormer has a Hex BKB with the Blink, so he can surprise some of these heroes. But more importantly, Pure's picked up a Butterfly now, and he's getting closer towards having this Chrysalis. Nobody on the enemy team has anything close to an MKB just yet. Terrorblade hates buying MKB in general, so Pure has upped his effective HP by giving himself this massive degree of additional evasion.
Yeah, he still also has to try and deal with Armel that's floating around as well. So the Butterfly is good for him to kind of stand tall up against Armel. As you said, a little bit of extra effective HP can kind of mean the difference between getting off a Requiem or not getting off a Requiem, winning some of these fights, going back and forth. Obviously, Armel still always has access towards the Sunder. So you have to be very, very careful with how you're playing these fights here. But I do like the pick up from Pure. I think you kind of, when you're this far behind the 8 ball, you kind of have to pick these big items up, like the Hex on Stormstormer, like the Butterfly, because otherwise you're not going to be able to get these fights going. More jabs.
Ooh, onto jabs. Global Silence will help cover this one as well, and they do get the kill. That's actually going to be dual damage going the way of Toby, but he will die for this one. Pure inside the BKB, trying to TP out. There are no bashes coming in from Armel during the swashbuckle, so there's no cancellation. Is able to get back. Kataomi trying to find Janwell. Janwell is going to go into the Flesh Golem just to make sure he doesn't get caught out here. There's going to be a glimpse back though onto Kataomi. This next assassin surrounded and killed. No buyback available from him. No buyback available from the Legion Commander. That might be the opening that Fnatic were looking for. They're going to hope to try and at least force buybacks. Then once they are cognizant of the fact that they don't exist, they might just go for the full-throated push onto this third and final lane of Rax. And they get the second one pretty easily here. Stormstormer attempting the delays. He gets glimpsed back all the way to middle. This is not good. This is very not good, Fluke. He can't even approach straight through here. He's going to have to loop all the way around through the bottom lane, and that's going to give them so much time to try and force this third and deciding lane of Rax. Oh, gosh. It's actually coming in on the backlines, though. Triple Meteor gets dropped down. Janwell will end up being his primary victim. That'll give space for Pure to try and take down this Tombstone. He succeeds in his endeavor, but now maybe he's a little bit vulnerable. Glimpse back into the middle of the fray. Can't get off the Requiem because there's the Rolling Thunder. There's the Wukong's command right on top of him. And there's going to be the kill. No buyback available for the Pure Shadow Fiend. However, maybe they keep this fight going. Toby got off the Blade Mail, doing so much damage to Raven. Raven's going to die. What a duel coming in from the Toby Legion Commander. He's going to lose his life for this, but who the hell cares? He might not even die, actually. The damage is not coming in from jabs just yet. The Boundless Strike's going to be beautiful, but there was an even better Nyx Assassin stun with the by Carapace. Not going to be enough, though, to actually threaten this Monkey King as he gets himself back, saving the life of Disruptor in the process. But because of the kill onto the Raven Terrorblade, Entity have held the base here, Fluke. Mega creeps are not available. Fnatic will have to try again, and Entity still have another opportunity to make this a 2-0 series.
All right, boys and girls, strap yourselves in. We are getting ourselves into late game Dodo right now. It's Snare and Fluke, and there's a comeback coming in. So I'm expecting this to be 60 minutes. Snare, I'm just going to say it now. I'm just going to manifest it. It's 60 minutes. We're just going to, just talk about tier 5 items in like 25 minutes. We're going to be like, okay, this game's starting to look even once again. Entity's going to get all these towers. We're going to be talking about like the 10th Roshan. I think at that point, maybe Gaben himself just spawns into Dota and says, okay, here you go. Whoever gives me, the Christmas hug or whatever is able to win the game here. So it's going to be a long one here, Snap. Usually what happens when we get towards the end of the group stages here of TI. These games get oh so close, and I even talked about how important this game is going to be for both Entity as well as Fnatic. We're getting to the latter stages of day number 2 here for both these two groups. Oh no, they found out Armel.
Oh my god, that Spike Carapace. But the Spike Carapace also leads into a huge Static Storm. Unfortunately, the BKBs were committed. Stormstormer can't get himself out of this. The Static Storm with the Aghanim Scepter prevents him from activating his BKB. So the mids are traded out here. There's a Global Silence committed from Entity for this though. So they have to run away. That if they got off the Stormstormer BKB, that would have been such a huge fight for the side of Entity, but DJ, Static Storm with Ags, this Disruptor hero, when it's effective, it is so damn good in this fight. But yet again, Entity still happier with their trade overall. They have buyback on Invoker if needed. That's yet another kill, and that's yet another stalling of this game. And there's no Roche available for Fnatic to just claim immediately off the back of this. So Entity, name of the game is buy more space and time, and that's exactly what they achieved with that kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they need to do, right? Obviously, playing in towards the DJ Ags is going to be very, very hard for them because it is kind of just that ability that's... I don't say it's impossible to outplay, but you are going to have to predict what DJ is doing, but DJ is going to be the one that's going to be playing the pace of the game here. And you can see what Fnatic are doing. They're one hero down, but they don't care. They want to go in towards the base here on Entity and take down Toby.
Toby does have buyback. Will activate the Blade Mail, but... he's already dead. We're getting glimpsed back onto Fishman here. They forced the immediate buyback on the LC. Armel respawning himself. As Fnatic, you're happy with this, right? Forcing buybacks. Sometimes that's also the name of the game for you. Ensure that the next time a fight rolls around, they can't buy back and defend from this high ground. So now if Toby dies again, it's a very awkward situation. Oh no, Fishman! He also needs to be careful. He is instrumental to how these fights have been playing out if he has the global. It's going to be up in 10 seconds, and he does have buyback if he wants to return to it. There's going to be the chaotic offering. Oh, look at Neuven. He's falling so low. Needs a Sunder target, but he activates the Metamorphosis.
Oh, the Static Storm
laying out this damage. Static Storm on the back of the fight will isolate the Shadow Fiend, and SF is gone. He is forced to buy back almost instantly, but they also found Toby in the meantime, who doesn't have the buyback. Jabs, though, taking damage from Pure and the gang. He'll be able to kill him without buyback, but the thing that they wanted is the Megas, and they've got them. Mega creeps available for the Radiant lineup. And who can they catch on the retreat? Kataomi, looking for somebody, looking for anybody. Instead, he's the one that gets found out because Fnatic, they're like, we're right here, buddy. All of us are together. Kataomi, if he dies here, he doesn't have buyback. It's going to be a dieback onto him. And indeed, he does end up taking a tumble. Fortunately for the side of Entity, they did lose jabs earlier. So I don't think Fnatic want to run into the base right now. But Entity, this game is hard. Stormstormer jumping forward with this SF. They were hoping to find Armel, but he blinked away to safety just before the Hex would come into play.
He has Lincoln Sphere as well, so it's going to be very, very hard for them to actually catch this Pangolier. Entity, though, backs against the wall. We saw what EG were able to do today up against the Mega Creeps. It was a Rapier for Arteezy. Maybe it might be Rapier time here for Pure. He's got, I thought he had a lot more gold than what he does. Having to buy back in that last fight really does start to dwindle away at these carries, kind of penny purses, and maybe Rapier is going to be what Pure's going to need to use here as well. Toby doesn't have anything close towards a BKB. Stormstormer, what's he got on the horizon? He's going to refresh up. So Stormstormer has a lot of gold. I mean, there's a lot of ways that being able to beat these kind of late game kind of invokers. I think there's going to have to be something special that comes out of Stormstormer, like a massive kind of, you know, tornado, meatball, deafening blast, like double combo to be able to try and take down Armel. He still has his own BKB though. Maybe if they can utilize it on Raven, he's got his own BKB as well. So there's going to be a lot of these interesting team fights going in now with the Aegis out onto Raven. I don't know, man. This feels like it's going to be hard, but Entity, they're fighting tooth and nail. It's not so much that they're going to be out of TI if they lose this game, but they definitely are going to be backs against the wall. They want to try and end this day 6-4. If they're going 5-5, this just puts more and more pressure onto these final couple of days of the group stages here, Snare. You don't want to be in best of ones at TI, man. You really don't.
Some of the best teams in the world have found themselves bounced out of TI because of those best of one situations.
Yep.
It's the worst thing ever. It's also, you know, if you haven't been at TI, it's your first time here or you haven't been here in several years, your first experience on the main stage being direct elimination from a BO1, pain and suffering. And now here comes Fnatic though. They want to force Entity into this 5-5. They're going in.
Oh, the Hex.
They get the Sunstrike out. Hex is out onto the Terrorblade as well. The triple Meteor is dropped with the Requiem, but they just don't have the damage here. They get off this Metamorphosis, turn onto Pure, right-clicking him down inside the Wukong's command. SF is gone without buyback. Stormstormer very likely to follow him as this Rolling Thunder from Armel connects onto both cores at the same time. Also able to track down and lock onto the Silencer. And with all these heroes dead, Entity read the writing on the wall. They see the 5-5 in their eyes, and they call the GG, giving Fnatic the Game 2 victory and making Group Number B one of the most interesting and entertaining groups that have happened in TI history. This is lovely to watch here, Fluke. Sad if you're an Entity fan, but wonderful if you're a Dota fan.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very, very interesting last couple of days for us here on the Caster Death Snare, because I feel like so many of these 1-1s and so many of these 2-2s are going to come back to bite these teams. If they're able to just kind of get that little bit of extra something in some of these games, be able to have, you know, maybe a better laning phase, maybe have just a slightly better draft, then they could be, you know, looking towards upper bracket instead of elimination bracket. You know, the way that this game has gone here for Fnatic, they finally were able to get something on the board here. I'm still not 100% convinced by Fnatic. They still look a little bit you know, disconnected in the way they were fighting. You see here, Raven was oh so scared in every single one of these team fights here on the Terrorblade. And I think if you're playing against some of these other teams in the other groups and in the playoff bracket, they will punish you for playing this kind of scared kind of Dota. They did a really good job at using Armel and jabs to put a lot of pressure in these team fights, but just got to a point where Raven, look at him, he's full HP, he's full mana, and he hasn't used a single thing. I think he dropped one Q, one reflection in that team fight, and that was basically about it. And this is where, if you're playing up against some of these other teams that aren't, what was it at this point, 3,000 gold behind you, you're really able to kind of get punished in some of these games. So Fnatic, they get the double on the board. They're able to beat Entity here, but I still feel like they've got a long road ahead of them here, especially for the final few days.
Yeah, it absolutely did not feel like the most crisp performance out of them. They sort of had to eke out this win at the very end of it. There were moments like this one where a fight turns really, really sour in the blink of an eye. Honestly, without DJ having this Aghanim Scepter, I think we're going to the replay after this one where they fought middle. DJ's Aghanim Scepter kind of saved this game for Fnatic as well. Several times we did see them initiating on the side of Entity, but unable to get off either the Hex from Stormstormer, his BKB, or even the Hex from Pure, or the BKB from Pure rather, just because of that Static Storm. Without it, Fnatic might have been in a much more dire straits. Like you said, clearly not the final product just yet coming out of Fnatic at the moment, but they still have 2 more days in the group stages to try and level up at this point in time. An Entity, having gone 1-1 in this situation,